Rangers head back to Texas with the commanding series lead after that 11-8 victory. And the National League gets their swing at Game 2s tonight. Both the Phillies and Diamondbacks looking to head home with 2-0 series leads.
Okay, how about this for you? One company is giving you the chance to possibly make the scientific discovery of a lifetime and win a few bucks on the side. Ring is offering a $1 million prize for anyone who can capture evidence of an alien life form using one of their doorbell cameras. The entries will be reviewed by scientific experts. For those who don't feel like dealing with actual little green men, the company is also giving out a $500 Amazon gift card for whoever submits the most creative fake close encounter. The contest is open until November 3rd. That is kind of clever, you know, clever marketing.
Yeah,
too.
Always. And speaking of more than a few bucks, the Powerball jackpot just keeps growing with no big winners in Saturday night's drawing. The jackpot is now a massive $1.55 billion, which means there's a one-time cash payment of nearly $680 million on the line in the next drawing tonight. This is the third largest prize in the game's history, but it's getting much closer to being the second.
Yeah, so a lot to celebrate when it comes to the winner of that, but we're celebrating already here. Guess who we're celebrating? This girl right here. We're wishing our very own Jessica Layton a very, very happy birthday.
Thank you so much. I love this day. I love waking up with you guys and you guys. So thank you, team.
And hopefully you were able to spend it get the celebration started a little bit earlier over the weekend.
Right, because I'm going to sleep most of my birthday today.
That's pretty much how we celebrate our days around these parts. But we'll keep the celebration going all throughout today, into your early bedtime tonight, too.
Yes, well, and I am one of those people that celebrates all month. So you're either that way or you're don't talk about my birthday. Oh, no, let's keep the party going.
Well, from all of us here early today, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thanks for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera, and have a great Monday. Happy birthday, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Breaking this morning, an unprecedented conflict. Israel and Palestine suffer massive losses of life after Hamas unleashes a deadly assault over the weekend. We have the latest on how the world is reacting to this war.
Americans caught in the crossfire. At least 4 U.S. citizens are confirmed dead after this weekend's violence in Israel. We're live from Washington with a full report on the U.S. perspective, plus what the White House is pledging for one of its closest allies.
Jumping on the bandwagon amidst a countrywide crusade against controversial books. One truck is on a mission to get as many banned titles into readers' hands as possible.
Drake is saying take care for the time being. Find out why the hip-hop superstar is temporarily stepping out of the spotlight after dropping his latest album.
And everyone hail to the Pumpkin King. One fan of spooky season in Rhode Island has carved out a new tradition with his next-level Halloween decorations. It is Monday, October 9th, and Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. Thanks for starting the week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. We're learning more this morning about that horrific surprise attack on Israel that has launched an all-out war. Survivors describing militants from Gaza slaughtering people at a music festival, and new reports of Hamas taking hostages. Officials say at least 700 people have been killed in Israel, and the death toll in Gaza has surpassed 400. 3 sources tell NBC News that U.S. lawmakers were told at least 4 Americans are among the dead, and that number, sadly, is expected to rise. For more on Washington's response to all of this, NBC's Alice Barr joins us now live from D.C. Alice, good morning. The United States is, of course, a close ally of Israel, so what are we seeing now from our military?
Well, that's right. Just big picture. You know, the U.S. has always supported Israel, calling it the lone democracy in that region. We know that President Biden has been in close contact with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. NBC News has learned that the U.S. military is moving some ships and aircraft closer to Israel as a show of support and deterrence. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. will begin supplying Israel with munitions and other supplies immediately. He says that the Pentagon will remain in close contact with its Israeli counterparts to ensure they have what they need. The U.S. already provides $3.8 billion a year in military assistance to Israel. Now, there have been questions about Iran's potential role in this attack. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken acknowledged that Iran and Hamas have had a long relationship, but says he has not yet seen evidence that Iran was directly involved in this attack. He did suggest on NBC's Meet the Press that recent efforts to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia could have been a motivating factor.
It's no surprise that those who are opposed to the talks, those who are opposed to Israel normalizing its relations with its neighbors and with countries beyond the region, are Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. And so it's entirely possible that one of the motivations for this attack was to try to derail these efforts to advance normalization.
Blinken also said the U.S. was working to confirm the reporting about Americans who have been killed and said it is possible U.S. citizens are among those kidnapped by Hamas. Officials tell NBC News the U.S. is working through possible plans for helping Americans evacuate Israel, and that while nothing has been decided or ordered, one option is to put American citizens onto U.S. Navy ships to get them to safety. Jessica and Francis.
All right, Alice, thank you.
Israel is unlikely to ever be the same again after a weekend of unprecedented terror. Palestinian Hamas militants poured over the border from the Gaza Strip, overrunning Israeli villages and murdering hundreds of people. Dozens of hostages have been brought to Gaza. 4 American citizens are confirmed among the dead, and that number is expected to rise. Let's go live to Claudio Lavanga, who's following developments for us. Good morning, Claudio. It's just past 10:30 a.m. in Israel right now. What's the latest this morning?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the Israeli Defense Forces say that so far at least 700 Israelis were killed, more than 2,000 were injured, and dozens were taken hostage throughout the weekend. But they also said that the death toll, they expected death toll to rise now. Many of the victims were young people attending a music festival near the border with Gaza. The survivors told harrowing accounts of how they started to run for their lives, to hide, when they saw all of a sudden missiles flying overhead and militants charging at them with gun blazing. Now, the U.S. National Security Council confirmed that there are Americans among the dead. They didn't say how many, but at least according to 3 sources familiar with the briefing given to U.S. lawmakers last night, there should be at least 4 Americans among the victims. Now, the emergency continues on Israeli territories. The Israeli forces said that at least 1,000 militants crossed over the border from Gaza into Israeli territories throughout the weekend. That they still have the capability to cross the border, and that the Israeli forces are still fighting the militants inside Israel's territory. Now, in retaliation against the surprise attack, Israel continues to pound, to bomb Gaza with airstrikes using jet fighters and helicopters. They said that overnight they struck and hit 500 targets, including command centers from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, a paramilitary group inside Gaza. But because of the densely populated enclave, those airstrikes, of course, will affect also civilians. And the Palestinian Health Ministry said that so far, because of the airstrikes, more than 400 Palestinians, including tens of children, have been killed so far, and more than 2,000 were injured. But this looks like the beginning of a very long, deadly, and bloody, if not the longest, battles between Israel and Hamas so far. Francis.
Israel calling it their 9/11. Claudia, thank you.
And the crisis in the Middle East is now fueling demonstrations thousands of miles away. Over the weekend, there was a tense face-off in New York City. People supporting Palestine just feet away from groups standing for Israel. NBC's Kathy Parks spoke with demonstrators on both sides.
What brought you out here today?
To stand against the oppression that's been occurring in Palestine for over the past 5 decades.
I have friends who live in Israel. I have family who live in Israel. I've seen violence there before. We've all seen that, but this is really on another level completely.
The NYPD keeping close watch on the ground and in the air, launching drones to monitor those crowds. Meanwhile, in Salt Lake City, police increased their patrols following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Synagogues in Miami Beach and Beverly Hills are also ramping up their security as well.
Misinformation is adding to the confusion of war. A doctored press release from the White House has been circulating online. It falsely claimed that the Biden administration has authorized $8 billion in emergency aid to Israel. But the document appears to be a doctored version of an older memo announcing help for Ukraine. The false information has reached a wide audience. It was shared by verified accounts on X, the platform that was once Twitter.
The Democratic governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is being criticized for vetoing some key state bills, including one that would have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. He is instead prioritizing a plan for the state to produce cheap insulin. That project has no clear timeline right now. Newsom also vetoed a bill that would have made free condoms available to high school students. He says he rejected the measure because it was too expensive. Newsom did sign a new bill banning online hidden charges, those so-called junk fees, in California. That state currently struggles with a more than $30 billion deficit.
Hey, on this Monday, we're starting off the week with some chilly weather. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with our Monday forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. Yes, sweater weather is back. We're looking at temperatures well below normal for this time of year. 13 million people waking up to freeze alerts this morning. We have freeze warnings. That is in the hot pink. Also frost advisories. That includes Green Bay to Milwaukee, also Rochester, down to the Appalachians as well. We're just above freezing in some spots this morning. One of those spots, Duluth, 36 degrees. Lots of low 40s on the map early this morning, too. 41 in Detroit. It's 45 in Omaha, 46 in Charleston, West Virginia. Cool in the Northeast as well, just 51 degrees in New York City. And we're going to keep it cool as we go throughout this Monday, so that autumn chill is in place. Again, temperatures 5 to 15 degrees below what is typical for this time of year, staying in the 40s in Marquette, into the 50s in Detroit, low 50s Buffalo, 62 in Charleston, West Virginia, and also in New York City, 61 degrees, but we'll have lots of sunshine. So that will help. And then tomorrow we're looking at temperatures in the 50s as well in Rochester, also in Cleveland. We're looking at Green Bay, just 53 degrees. That's 8 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a chilly start in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 50s and low 60s, and it's a warm one in the South. Temperatures climbing into the mid-80s, near 90 degrees in Dallas, 80 degrees in Oklahoma City, and 85 in Houston. And that's your Monday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thanks so much. Fleet Week is wrapping up in San Francisco. The headliners for the event were, of course, the pilots with the Blue Angels. That's the iconic flight squadron for the U.S. Navy. The pilots got to greet fans and sign some autographs. One Blue Angel who grew up in that area said this was a dream come true.
All right. We're back in 60 seconds with a new way to fight censorship. This bookmobile is reaching readers one banned title at a time. We'll tell you more.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
Go ahead. This is it.
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The number of books challenged and restricted from schools and libraries has skyrocketed across the U.S.
But a banned book truck is fighting back by road tripping across the South, handing out copies of books that have been banned. NBC's Noah Pransky has the story.
The bandwagon, get it, the banned book wagon, is on a mission this week, providing pushback where the list of banned books is growing.
People have been walking up, driving by, waving, clapping, giving thumbs ups.
This day's stop, Nashville, Tennessee, where state lawmakers and conservative groups like Moms for Liberty are trying to remove hundreds of titles from schools and public library shelves. The bandwagon pulls up to hand out some of those very same titles.
The biggest issue is the books that tend to get challenged or banned are by and about communities that are marginalized.
Joelle Herr owns the local bookstore here that's hosting the wagon, which is organized by publisher Penguin Random House and a handful of nonprofits.
Banned books is one of our top priorities, sort of educating the public about the dangers of censorship.
You might recognize some of the books banned in various parts of the country. They include critically acclaimed works like The Kite Runner and Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings.
Hello, let's read banned books, right?
You want the rainbow? Yeah, I got you. Ooh.
The day, not only a call to action, but also a celebration of free speech.
I'm not the devil on your shoulder.
I'm a musician, but I'm also a writer, and I love books. My friends got some other books we're all going to exchange.
A lawmaker stopped by.
We're banning books, but we're not banning things like assault weapons, which are actually a danger to our youth.
And even a pastor.
When we restrict people's options, we're living out of fear and not faith.
Not pictured on this day, the lawmakers and groups behind the push to ban certain books. They say many of the titles in question push sexual or mature content.
There's been books that's been put in our libraries that are obscene in nature and certainly not age appropriate for our children.
Moms for Liberty telling NBC News, clearly if these books are being purchased and offered from this wagon, then they are not banned. If books are too inappropriate to be shown on national television, then they should not be offered to children in their government-funded public schools. The American Library Association has tracked a rapid rise in book bans the last few years, with a record 1,200 attempts logged in 2022. And this year's on pace to set another record. Here in Nashville, with another day's work in the books, the bandwagon hits the road en route to the next hot spot in a culture war that seems to have many more chapters to come.
Our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report.
Beaches along the Florida Keys are looking a little brighter this morning. A 150-year-old lighthouse in Islamorada, Florida, is shining again for the first time in a decade. This after a community group spent $6 million to restore and preserve it. It comes amidst a national effort to save historical lighthouses across the United States coasts. The Alligator Reef Lighthouse was first lit for helping sailors navigate the Keys back in 1873 until it then went dark in 2013.
Still to come, The Exorcist scares Paw Patrol out of the top spot at the box office. How much the sequel made in its opening weekend.
And then a new app is giving people a chance to look into the past.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
The devil never gives up. She knows who I am. Where's the other girl?
She is waiting for you. The Exorcist Believer lured fans to theaters and took the top spot at the domestic box office, bringing in $27.2 million domestically and $45 million globally. The classic horror film Reboot topped Paw Patrol, the mighty movie, coming in second place with $11.8 million, while Saw X took third place with $8.2 million. So you got the sweet little Paw Patrol sandwich right in between the two scaries. Something's wrong with me because I want to see all of these.
No, I would stick with the sweet little Paw Patrol. Just keep it nice and clean and easy right there. Okay, if you have a smartphone, get ready to time travel. A new app called Chronos is allowing tourists to go back in time and virtually tour the Acropolis in Athens to see what the ancient Greek site would have looked like over 2,000 years ago. The app uses augmented reality to place ancient buildings on the user's screen. It features a collection of marble sculptures removed from the Parthenon and also a statue of the goddess Athena and a whole lot more, so you can experience it right there. It's done by the Greek Cultural Ministry. I'm sure other countries would follow. I would love to see that with like the Colosseum in Italy.
Yes,
right?
yes, all the attractions in Italy. And then Canadian rapper Drake is headed for a hiatus after revealing he is suffering from stomach issues on his Table for One Sirius XM series. The Rich Flex rapper stated, quote, "I probably won't make music for a little bit. I need to focus on my health first and foremost." The news came the same day as the release of his 8th studio album, For All the Dogs. He actually said something to the effect of, "I've had crazy stomach issues for years." We know Bruce Springsteen has too. He actually put his tour on hold for something similar. So good for them for prioritizing themselves and their health.
Yeah, he needs to. Say might be even as long as a year that he steps back. Coming up on Early Today, how one exercise may be as beneficial as medication for mental health.
And Simone Biles is back, and she is better than ever. More on her record-breaking stats right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, and just me too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's time to celebrate Croctober, and we've got a recall alert for candy lovers. Here's what you need to know. Early today, Simone Biles took home her third and fourth gold medal on the final day of the 2023 Gymnastics World Championships. The 26-year-old has now won a record 37 medals at the World Championships and Olympics.
More than 70 million candies have been recalled 6 months after a 7-year-old girl from New York choked to death on one. The products impacted include the Slime Licker Sour Rolling Liquid Candy from Candy Dynamics and Rolling Candy made in multiple flavors by Cocoa Candy.
According to a new study, running helped people with depression similarly to antidepressants. But the group that exercised also showed improvements in physical health, including improvements in weight, blood pressure, and heart function.
And Crocs just unveiled a cowboy boot style. The boots feature Western-inspired stitching and spurs on the back. You can get yours in stores or online starting October 23rd.
All right, can you guess how many pumpkins it took to decorate this man's entire Rhode Island home? We'll tell you and show you about the massive collection.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic. Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every Halloween season, a man's carved pumpkin collection grows and grows, and the 1,400 pumpkins are now a home of their own. Sam Reed from one of our stations in Rhode Island is telling us more about what started this tradition.
back behind Tim Perry's home in Cranston. Pumpkins are being picked up and brought in a bag out front.
Usually I don't start till October 1st, but this year I wanted to be done for October 1st.
While many decorate for fall, Tim takes it to another level.
I mean, I've always loved Halloween ever since I was a kid.
Because after learning about the haunted holiday, it was love at first fright.
My favorite horror movie is A House of a Thousand Corpses.
And for the last 15 years, 365 days a year, he's carving craft pumpkins using an X-Acto knife.
I created the House of a Thousand Pumpkins.
They come out of storage at the start of autumn. He positions them perfectly on his lawn. And trust me, they're scary good.
Once they're all out, I'm still working on it. It'll be close to 1,400.
For the last 3 years, typically 200 a year are added to his collection.
A lot of my pumpkins are actually rock bands because I'm really into rock music.
He takes a week off of work, wiring them and bolting them into a base. And then when the sun sets at the start of spooky season, the pumpkins come out to play.
I have them on from 5 to 11 p.m.
While it might not be a nightmare on Elm Street, it's a dream come true for Tim, whose home is coincidentally on Elm Drive.
A lot of times I'll just be quiet and see and listen to them talk and say good things. It's nice to hear good things even when they don't know I'm around. So.
The house of more than 1,000 pumpkins is irresistible and quite the sight to see.
I get tons of great remarks. Everybody thanks me for doing it. They say I'm the best thing in the neighborhood. They look forward to it every year. The kids go nuts. They're screaming, running around.
The display not only brightens the spirits of others who see it, but it's helping families affected by cancer through a Facebook fundraiser.
My wife was diagnosed with a type of cancer 2 years ago, and she's doing okay, and hopefully the cancer's done.
This dazzling display will stay up until the big day. Tim says he enjoys giving people pumpkin to talk about.
On a typical night, there'll just be traffic, constant traffic. You know, it's great.
It's what you live for.
It's what I live for. Halloween, it's the best.
Showing you something good. I'm Sam Reed.
That is probably one of the coolest displays that we see this holiday season when it comes to Halloween, right?
Love at first fright, just like she said.
Yeah,
love it.
I love the rock theme, too, when it comes to that. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Hundreds killed in Israel after devastating attacks by Hamas. We've got the latest in the Middle East and the history that led to this weekend's bloodshed.
Back at home, the U.S. pledges full support to Israel, but Americans divided in their support of the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. More from the rallies held across the country.
Cold and flu season is here, but pharmacies are feeling the heat of medicine and worker shortages. We'll tell you what drugstores are doing to make sure you are on the mend.
How'd you like to see the Acropolis the way the ancient Greeks did? Inside the technology, bringing relics of the past right to your smartphone.
And playoff baseball is in full swing as the Twins look to even up the ALDS against the defending champion Astros. We've got your Game 2 highlights as we swing into Monday, October 9th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Israel is unlikely to ever be the same again after a weekend of unprecedented terror. Palestinian Hamas militants poured over the border from the Gaza Strip, overrunning Israeli villages and murdering hundreds of people. Dozens of hostages have been brought to Gaza. It is the worst terrorist atrocity in Israeli history. 4 American citizens are confirmed among the dead, and that number is expected to rise. Let's go live to Claudio Lavanga, who is following developments for us. Good morning, Claudio. It's 11 a.m. in Israel now. What's the latest this morning?
Good morning, Francis. Will the Israeli Defense Forces say at least 700 Israelis were killed, more than 2,000 were injured, and dozens more were taken hostage throughout the weekend. But they also warned that that death toll may rise further. Now, many of the victims were young people attending a music festival near the border with Gaza. The survivors told harrowing accounts of how they started to run for their lives or hide when they started seeing missiles flying overhead and Palestinian militants charging at them with a gun blazing. Now, the U.S. National Security Council said that they expect to have several Americans among the dead. They didn't say how many, but at least according to 3 sources familiar with a briefing that was given to U.S. lawmakers last night, there should be at least 4 Americans among the victims. In the meantime, the emergency continues inside Israeli territories. The Israeli forces said that at least 1,000 Palestinian militants managed to cross the border from Gaza into Israel throughout the weekend. They still have the capability of crossing that border, and they're still fighting. The Israeli forces are still fighting militants inside Israeli territories. In the meantime, Israel has retaliated against that surprise attacks by continuing to bomb and pound Gaza with airstrikes, with helicopters and jet fighters. They said that overnight they hit 500 targets, including command centers from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, a Palestinian paramilitary group inside of Gaza. But because that enclave is so densely populated, then of course civilians are expected to pay the price, a high price for those airstrikes, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, which just issued a new and updated statement in the last few minutes. Almost 500 Palestinians, including tens of children, have died because of the airstrikes, and more than 2,700 were injured. But this looks like the beginning of a very long, bloody and deadly war between Israel and Hamas. Francis, perhaps the longest so far. Francis?
This is the horrible reality of this war that's just getting started. Claudio, thank you.
Yeah, so much fear around the world and here at home about what could come next. And with that, let's get an update now from Washington, D.C. on how the United States is responding to all of this. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now live from Washington. Alice, of course, the U.S. is a close ally of Israel. So what kind of action are we seeing from our military?
Yeah, we're talking about one of this country's closest allies. The U.S. has always supported Israel, calling it the lone democracy in that region. President Biden has been in close contact with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. NBC News has learned that the U.S. military is moving some ships and aircraft closer to Israel as a show of support. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. will begin supplying Israel with munitions and other supplies immediately. He says the Pentagon will remain in close contact with its Israeli counterparts to ensure they have what they need. The U.S. already provides $3.8 billion a year in military assistance to Israel. Now, there have been questions about Iran's potential role in this attack. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken acknowledged that Iran and Hamas have had a long relationship, but says he has not yet seen evidence that Iran was directly involved in this attack. He did suggest on NBC's Meet the Press that recent efforts to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia could have been a motivating factor.
It's no surprise that those who are opposed to the talks, those who are opposed to Israel normalizing its relations with its neighbors and with countries beyond the region, are Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. And so it's entirely possible that one of the motivations for this attack was to try to derail these efforts to advance normalization.
Blinken also said the U.S. was working to confirm the reporting about Americans who have been killed. And he said it is possible U.S. citizens are among those kidnapped by Hamas. Officials tell NBC News the U.S. is working through possible plans for helping Americans evacuate Israel. And the official said that while nothing has been determined or ordered, one possibility is to get American citizens onto Navy ships to get them to safety. Jessica.
There's so much terror. Alice, thank you.
Now, some historic perspective. The Gaza Strip is a small part of the Palestinian territories and separate from the occupied West Bank and Jerusalem. It's currently ruled by Hamas, an extremist Sunni group initially voted into power in 2006. But internal Palestinian power struggles led Hamas to forcefully expel the more moderate Palestinian Authority a year later. And since then, a harsh international blockade has rendered it one of the poorest places in the world. Israel pulled forces and settlers out of Gaza 20 years ago, but along with Egypt, they still control land crossings, seaports, and airspace, effectively sealing the area off. Gaza and Israel have fought several wars since that disengagement, but the attack this weekend is by far the most murderous ever inflicted on Israeli civilians. And the Israeli response is likely to be one of Gaza's most severe punishments.
Back at home now, rallies popped up across the U.S., both in support of Israel and in support of the Palestinian cause. This comes as security was ramped up at synagogues and mosques nationwide. NBC's Kathy Park has the latest from New York.
The crossroads of the world becoming a deep dividing point, with Palestinian supporters on one side of the street.
What brought you out here today?
To stand against the oppression that's been occurring in Palestine for over the past 5 decades.
Palestinian people have had enough.
While yards away, a tense face-off with dozens standing up for Israel.
We have a right to exist. We're not doing anything wrong.
I have friends who live in Israel. I have family who live in Israel. I've seen violence there before. We've all seen that, but this is really on another level completely.
As you can see, emotions are running high. This rally is now on the move. We're told they are headed straight to the Israeli consulate.
Palestine will be free from the river to the sea.
And similar scenes playing out across the country.
Right to resist! Right to resist! Right to resist!
The growing movement on both sides heightening security from coast to coast. The NYPD keeping close watch on the ground and in the air, launching drones to monitor the events. While in Salt Lake City, police increased patrols following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Synagogues in Miami Beach and Beverly Hills ramping up their presence too. The crisis in the Middle East fueling demonstrations thousands of miles away. But despite the conflict, some hope for peace.
People around the world need to be hopeful, here in America and around the world, because whatever divisions we have, our humanity supersedes them.
And according to the NYPD, officers remain on alert with extra security measures extending to synagogues and mosques until further notice. Back to you.
Kathy, thank you.
Now to the death toll that continues to climb after this weekend's devastating earthquakes in Afghanistan. A Taliban spokesperson on Sunday confirmed that over 2,400 people were killed in Saturday's 6.3 magnitude quake, as well as a series of strong aftershocks. The tremors hit the western part of the country near the city of Herat and have been the deadliest to affect the Middle Eastern nation in years. Another major earthquake last June killed at least 1,000 people while injuring about 1,500.
The Democratic governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is being criticized this morning for vetoing some key state bills, including one that would have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. The governor is instead prioritizing a plan for the state to produce cheap insulin. That project has no clear timeline right now. Newsom also vetoed a bill that would have made free condoms available to high school students. He says he rejected that measure because it was too expensive. Newsom did sign a bill banning online hidden charges, those so-called junk fees in California. The state currently struggles with a more than $30 billion deficit.
Okay, let's see how we're looking as we start off this week. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking a cool down coming to start it off. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. Yeah, that autumn chill is here. We're looking at temperatures well below normal as we head throughout this Monday. And we're looking at freezing temperatures or near freezing temperatures as we start out this Monday morning. 13 million Americans under freeze alerts. That includes freeze warnings. That is in that hot pink color. Also frost advisories for Green Bay, Rochester, also Asheville, North Carolina. So part of the Appalachians under some frost advisories as well. This is why we're looking at temperatures in the 30s, just above freezing in Duluth. Lots of low 40s too. Omaha, Milwaukee, Detroit, Buffalo, you're at 47 degrees, 50 degrees in New York City, also in Burlington. And we're going to keep it below normal too in New York City as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon, ending up right around 61 degrees. We're cool in the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes too. 43 degrees today in Marquette. That's 13 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Another cool day tomorrow, and then we're going to start to moderate back to more normal temperatures as we go throughout the rest of the week. So that autumn chill is in place well above normal in portions of the Intermountain West and soggy conditions in the Pacific Northwest. That's a look at the big weather stories of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's cold from the Great Lakes to the Midwest into the Northeast. Temperatures well below normal for this time of year, but lots of sunshine too in the south, and temperatures soaring into the 80s, near 90 degrees in Dallas, 85 degrees in Houston. All right, guys, that's your Monday forecast.
All right, Michelle, we'll take it. Thank you. We're back in 60 seconds with a live update on how the markets are responding to the war in Israel.
And pharmacies struggle to keep up with the season's demands. What you need to know.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives.
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Customers may need a dose of patience at pharmacy counters this fall as drugstores head into their very busy season. That's because some of the big chains are battling drug and staffing shortages, plus dealing with a new vaccine and the start of insurance coverage for those COVID-19 shots. Some stores have addressed the challenges by adding employees at busy hours, but many still lack enough pharmacists behind their counter. According to a CVS spokeswoman, the company is focused on addressing concerns raised by their pharmacists and has taken several actions, including providing additional pharmacy resources in their markets that need support. Walgreens says it's handling the problem by adding processing centers around the country to ease some of the workload for its stores.
The war in Israel threatens to spook markets just as economic confidence was starting to recover from the war in Ukraine. In addition to the appalling loss of life in Israel, the prospect of a wider regional war also looms large. Let's turn live to London when we have CNBC's Steve Sedgwick with us. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, look, at the moment, I can say that a lot of the market reaction is very measured as well. Let me go through various asset classes. We saw a little bit of a flight to safety, a so-called safe haven, money going into gold. What we've also seen is the European equity markets under a bit of pressure, round about to a mean 0.7%. The exception to that is the London market, which is trading around the flat line. And the reason for that is because we are long of oil stocks. We have the likes of BP and Shell on the London market, which, of course, have been moving northwards, moving up as the price of oil has gone up. Now, at one point, the price of oil was between 4 and 5% higher this morning. That's come back. So Brent and US measured WTI are now trading between 2 and 3% higher as well. The narrative seems to be at the moment, actually, that if this remains a war between Hamas and Israel, then this will be contained as well. But if there are other players who get involved, dare I say it, the likes of Hezbollah, the likes of Iran as well, then there are concerns about what the ramifications could be from a wider conflict, especially on the oil markets. And then that will have ramifications on the global economy and indeed, of course, inflation once again, which seems to be on the downward trajectory. But if inflation picks up again because of a higher oil price, that will have big effects on the global economy. Let me hand it back to you both, Francis and Jessica.
Watching very closely the United States extent of their involvement. Steve, thank you.
Still to come here on Early Today, Drake is saying take care, why the rapper is going on a hiatus right after releasing new music.
Plus, the view of the ancient world's most iconic landmarks right at your fingertips.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
the devil never gives up.
She knows who I am. Where's the other girl?
The Exorcist believer lured fans to the theaters and took the top spot at the domestic box office, bringing in $27.2 million domestically and $45 million globally. The classic horror film reboot topped Paw Patrol: The Mighty Movie, coming in second place with $11.8 million, while Saw X took third place with $8.2 million. To this day, I have not seen the original from beginning to end in its entirety because it is just way too freaky. Same to be said about this one, too. I doubt I'll see the whole thing.
I was going to say, you're saying you haven't seen it and you don't plan to. If you have a smartphone, get ready to time travel. A new app called Chronos is allowing tourists to go back in time and virtually tour the Acropolis in Athens to see what that ancient Greek site would have looked like over 2,000 years ago. This app uses augmented reality to place ancient buildings on the screens. It features a collection of marble sculptures, a statue of the goddess Athena, and more. And this is really great if you're a visual learner, like so many people are. It's so colorful, and it really just kind of transform you back in time.
Yeah, I hope we see it in other countries as well. Canadian rapper Drake is headed for a hiatus after revealing he's suffering from stomach issues on his Table for One Sirius XM series. The Rich Flex rapper stated, I quote, "Probably won't make music for a little bit. I need to focus on my health first and foremost." The news came the same day as the release of his 8th studio album, For All the Dogs. So here he is, making sure that he is healthy, but also on the side with this new album drop, he's got to deal with some issue with the Pet Shop Boys because they're saying there is a track, an entire chorus in one of these songs there that is totally lifted from West End Girls.
All right, so a lot on his plate right now. Well, coming up, a new study sheds light on more ways to treat depression.
And say howdy to the newest Croc boot made with some serious Western flair.
We're
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo. Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It is time to celebrate Croctober, and we've got a recall alert for all you candy lovers. Here's what you need to know early today. Simone Biles took home her 3rd and 4th gold medal on the final day of the 2023 Gymnastics World Championships. The 26-year-old now has won a record 37 medals in international competition.
More than 70 million candies have been recalled 6 months after a 7-year-old girl from New York choked to death on one. The products impacted include the slime liquor, sour rolling liquid candy from Candy Dynamics, and rolling candy made in multiple flavors by Cocoa Candy.
A new study shows that running helped people with depression similarly to antidepressants. The group that exercised also showed improvements in physical health, including with weight, blood pressure, and heart function.
Crocs just unveiled a new cowboy boot. The boots feature Western-inspired stitching and spurs on the back. You can grab a pair starting October 23rd. Early today, we'll be right back after this.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And we're back with the latest from the ALDS as a couple of road teams tried to prove themselves against the American League's best.
Here's Farmer. Swings and launches one. Out to left field. Alvarez turns. It's gone.
The Twins came out swinging after dropping Game 1 to the Astros. Carlos Carrera brought in 3 runs against his former team and passed Derek Jeter and David Ortiz to move into third all-time in the postseason RBIs. Minnesota evens the series with the win 6-2. And runs weren't hard to come by in Baltimore for the Rangers. After putting 5 runs on the board in the second inning, Mitch Garver hit a grand slam to blow the game wide open. The Orioles put up a fight late, but they couldn't close the gap. The Rangers head back to Texas with the commanding series lead after that 11-8 victory. And the National League gets their swing at Game 2s tonight. Both the Phillies and Diamondbacks looking to head home with 2-0 series leads.
Okay, how about this for you? One company is giving you the chance to possibly make the scientific discovery of a lifetime and win a few bucks on the side. Ring is offering a $1 million prize for anyone who can capture evidence of an alien life form using one of their doorbell cameras. The entries will be reviewed by scientific experts. For those who don't feel like dealing with actual little green men, the company is also giving out a $500 Amazon gift card for whoever submits the most creative fake close encounter. The contest is open until November 3rd. That is kind of clever, you know, clever marketing.
Yeah,
too.
Always. And speaking of more than a few bucks, the Powerball jackpot just keeps growing with no big winners in Saturday night's drawing. The jackpot is now a massive $1.55 billion, which means there's a one-time cash payment of nearly $680 million on the line in the next drawing tonight. This is the 3rd largest prize in the game's history, but it's getting much closer to being the 2nd.
Yeah, so a lot to celebrate when it comes to the winner of that, but we're celebrating already here. Guess who we're celebrating? This girl right here. We're wishing our very own Jessica Layton a very, very happy birthday.
Thank you so much. I love this day. I love waking up with you guys and you guys. So thank you, team.
And hopefully you were able to spend it get the celebration started a little bit earlier over the weekend.
Right, because I'm going to sleep most of my birthday today.
That's pretty much how we celebrate our days around these parts. But we'll keep the celebration going all throughout today into your early bedtime tonight, too.
Yes, well, and I am one of those people that celebrates all month. So you're either that way or you're don't talk about my birthday. Oh, no, let's keep the party going.
Well, from all of us here early today, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thanks for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera, and have a great Monday. Happy birthday, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, Israel at war. Breaking this morning, more deaths in the Middle East from an unprecedented attack that has become an all-out war between Israel and Hamas militants. Overnight explosions rocking the Gaza Strip as Israel orders a full siege on the Palestinian territory. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the fighting. At least 4 of them are Americans. The National Security Council says several U.S. citizens are still missing. This as a hostage crisis unfolds. Israeli officials say the number of people kidnapped is in the dozens.
For the first time in I don't know how long, there were terrorists all throughout Israel with guns just shooting people in the street.
Now Israel is fighting back, saying it has retaken control of its territory with the military ordering that full siege of Gaza. But Saturday's attack is raising questions about Israeli intelligence.
This is an attack that I don't think anyone saw coming. The focus now has to be on making sure that Israel has what it needs to deal with this attack.
All this as the U.S. pledges unwavering support, moving Navy ships and military aircraft closer to Israel. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We're bringing you team coverage from the Middle East to Washington as the fighting continues. Let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who joins us from Ashkelon in southern Israel. So, Raf, just walk us through what it is you are seeing on the ground right now. What's the latest on the fighting that's happening within Israel?
Yeah, Joe. Well, we are at the site of the latest rocket to fall inside of Israel. This rocket came down just about an hour ago. You can see the back of this car is just absolutely riddled with shrapnel. And if Dave Copeland, my camera operator, can turn around here, you can see, Joe, this is the impact site where the rocket went down into the concrete. And the miracle here, Joe, is that literally 10 feet away from this rocket and some sort of fuel tanker, you can see its windscreen shattered by the shrapnel, but almost miraculously, the fuel tank itself did not explode. Now, as you said, the Israeli military says this morning that it is once again in full control of Israeli towns and communities along the Gaza border, which is very significant because for the first 48 hours or so after this surprise attack, Israel could not say that it controlled its own territory. There were still Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters controlling streets, buildings, in some cases whole neighborhoods of Israeli towns. The Israeli military says they are now fully in control. There is still fighting inside of Israel, but they say it is sporadic. They do not, Joe, seem to have managed to fill in the breaches in the Gaza border fence, and it does appear that Palestinian fighters are still making it through.
So, Raf, we are also watching the scenes inside Gaza that show buildings being flattened by the relentless Israeli airstrikes. And now we're hearing Israel is imposing a full blockade on the Palestinian enclave. Just walk us through the latest of what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah, Joe, we are a little more than 10 miles from Gaza here, and we can hear the relentless boom as Israeli aircraft are overhead. They have been carrying out hundreds of airstrikes, and this morning the Israeli defense minister is saying he has placed Gaza under siege. There is no electricity going in, there is no fuel going in, and there is no food going in. That is according to the Israeli defense minister, Yoav Gallant. He says that Israel is fighting what he calls human animals and will act accordingly. Now, Joe, we should be really, really clear about this. There are 2 million Palestinian civilians inside Gaza. It is one of the most densely populated places on earth. These are people who live under Hamas control, but they are not part of Hamas. They have no say in what's going on here. And if it is the case that Gaza is without electricity, without fuel, it is those people who will be suffering right now. Officials inside Gaza say more than 400 Palestinians, including a very large number of children, have been killed so far in these Israeli airstrikes. The Israeli military says it is only targeting military targets, and it is doing everything it can to spare civilians. Jeff.
So, Raf, the question now, any indication just how far this conflict is going to go? So many believe that we're going to see some sort of ground operation into Gaza, but at the same time, we know one of the big issues is those dozens of hostages who were taken from Israel into Gaza. That presents another issue.
Yeah, Joe, so just on the prospect of a ground offensive, the Israeli military has not confirmed anything. They say all options are on the table in terms of what comes next. But I can tell you, in the 2+ days that we have been reporting on this, we have seen a near endless column of Israeli tanks, armored vehicles, artillery moving south towards the Gaza border. Every indication from what we can see with our own eyes is that Israel is preparing for a large-scale ground offensive. The Israeli military this morning saying they have called up 300,000 reservists, which is a number that you don't call up unless you are planning a very, very large operation. Just think about it, Joe. To take 300,000 people out of the workforce has a potentially devastating impact on the Israeli economy, but the Israeli government has decided it is necessary for security reasons. You may be able to hear the booms, Joe, from Gaza. Now, in terms of the hostages, this is perhaps the most complex hostage rescue operation that the world has ever seen. Hamas is saying today that 4 Israeli hostages have been killed by Israeli bombardment inside of Gaza. That is not something NBC News has been able to independently confirm, but it speaks to the great fear that Israel has, which is that as it carries out this military operation, it may be putting its own hostages in harm's way. Joe, we just came from speaking to a man. His name is Yoni Asher, his wife Doron, his 2 little girls, ages 5 and 3, were at their grandmother's house in southern Israel on Saturday morning when these Hamas militants stormed into the kibbutz that they're living. Joe, he was able to track his wife's cell phone movements, her iPhone, and he saw that cell phone moving from the site of her grandmother's house into Gaza, and he does not know where his family is today. Joe.
I cannot imagine what that man is going through right now. Raf, as always, we appreciate your reporting. You and your crew, please continue to stay safe. We want to bring in Barak Shmuel. He joins us now. He's originally from Colorado, is currently living in Israel, is a survivor of the attacks. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We are glad you're safe. First, I just want to ask, how are you doing right now?
Wow. There's so many emotions at once. There's mainly just a bunch of adrenaline, fear. It's too much to control.
I want to walk through what happened on Saturday morning. You stayed locked in your place, in your home by yourself when those attacks first broke out. And you say you saw videos of the violence online. How did you realize what was happening, what was going through your mind as the violence started to unfold on Saturday?
For me, the first rockets caught me outside of my house. I was on my way to I was with my friends. We were going to work out. And then when I got home after running from rockets, I opened my phone and all of a sudden I see these videos of terrorists running around the street. And at first, to be completely honest, I laughed. I thought it was a joke because it really does not seem real. And then it just kept on coming. And I understood that the situation is legit. And in that exact moment, completely shut down. I went into a safety mode. I locked my house completely, and just since then, it's just been on just a feeling of uncertainty of how it's going to continue.
I understand that you lost a friend in this. One of your friends was killed. I'm so sorry to hear that. What happened? What should we know about that?
Do not want to go too much into detail. He was a surfer. He went to go surf in the morning. And when I got home in that same morning, I saw the messages that he was missing. And then later that night, we heard that he was killed.
I'm so sorry to hear about this loss. I know so many people have been impacted. So many people have lost loved ones or don't know where their loved ones are right now. I understand your mother was actually out of the country when the violence broke out. You've been able to talk with her since then, right?
Yes, sir. I was alone for the first 28 hours of the whole war. And I just made sure I was safe, talked to family, made sure everyone was okay, just did whatever I could do in the situation to keep myself in as good as a position as I can. Now my mother has returned. She came on an emergency flight from Italy, and luckily we are together, but the feeling is still there. Bunch of booms going on. It's just unreal.
What is your hope at this time? This could be a long and difficult war, as the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said. What are you hoping happens moving forward?
On the big picture, I just hope that it'll just return to how life's supposed to be. But this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Things take time. but we will be okay. I have no doubt in my mind. This is our country. We're here to stay. And the civilians are doing what they can to help the soldiers. Myself, I have gone and I've been collecting food around the city and clothing for soldiers to bring them supplies. And I just hope that the casualties will stop and that, you know, I'll be able to live my normal life.
Brock, Shmuel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're glad you're okay. We're glad you've been reunited with your mom, and we are thinking about you, your family at this time.
Thank you.
Let's take a closer look at how America is responding. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on this. Gabe, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer confirmed that at least 4 American deaths so far. What more can you tell us about that? And what has been President Biden's reaction to these attacks?
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, U.S. lawmakers got an unclassified phone briefing late last night. And as you said, according to 3 sources familiar with the call, at least 4 Americans are among the dead, and that number is expected to rise. Now, President Biden over the weekend spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, and the president giving his full-throated support for Israel when he spoke here at the White House on Saturday. Let's take a listen.
We will not ever fail to have their back. We'll make sure that they have the help their citizens need and they can continue to defend themselves. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people, full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Now, Joe, a message that the president and the White House stressed over the weekend is that they are warning any enemies of Israel not to take advantage of any perceived vulnerability here to attack Israel. And this all comes as the Biden administration is scrambling to make sure that this conflict does not escalate into a broader war across the Middle East.
Yeah, and Gabe, that brings up the topic of Iran right now. We're hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was asked about whether Iran played any role in these attacks. What is he saying about that and any possible motives at this time?
Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken over the weekend says that the administration has not yet seen evidence linking Iran directly to this attack. Now, there was some reporting over the weekend, the Wall Street Journal citing sources with Hamas and Hezbollah, saying that Iran helped plot these attacks over the last couple of weeks. But 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News that they have not yet seen any evidence to corroborate that report. Still, there are also questions about the motivation for this attack, and the Secretary of State said over the weekend that something that may have played a role is, of course, the recent talks between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the U.S. to try and broker an agreement to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Here is the secretary yesterday responding to a question about that.
It's entirely possible that one of the motivations for this attack was to try to derail these efforts to advance normalization, something that is very hard. There are a lot of really challenging issues to work through. We're in the process of trying to do that. But the result would be, if we were able to get there, a much different path for the region and for the future.
And, Joe, critics of the Biden administration have suggested without evidence that those $6 billion in Iranian oil revenues that were unfrozen several weeks ago in exchange for those 5 American citizens, those critics are saying that that perhaps may have been used to fund at least part of this attack. That is something that the Biden administration is pushing back very strongly against, calling it misinformation. Joe?
Gabe, let's talk about some of the movement that's taking place in the Mediterranean. We know the U.S. military is moving an aircraft carrier strike group plus aircraft closer to Israel. What should we know about that? How involved is the U.S. going to get in this conflict?
Right there, you see it on your screen, Joe. The U.S. is sending several military assets, including the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, also several guided missile destroyers to the eastern Mediterranean, as you mentioned. And this is seen as potentially to having a deterrent effect. It's also a show of force. But the goal is here, again, to try and prevent other actors, other enemies of Israel from taking advantage of the situation. The White House again, trying to prevent this from escalating into a wider conflict. Joe?
All right. Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you so much. We have some new information, and we want to share with you a statement just released from Israel. The Air Force now launching an extensive attack on many centers of the terrorist organization Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Let's stay in Washington as we continue our coverage and take a closer look at how lawmakers are reacting. We're joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So we know there's this bipartisan group of senators in Beijing right now where Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer met with the Chinese foreign minister. What's he saying about how China is reacting to the attacks in Israel?
Well, look, Schumer, of course, condemning these attacks writ large, but also saying that he didn't necessarily appreciate or like the way that the Chinese responded. Listen to a bit of Senator Schumer, the top Democrat overseas right now on a congressional delegation visit. Watch.
The ongoing events in Israel over the past few days are horrific. I urge you and the Chinese people to stand with the Israeli people and condemn these cowardly and vicious attacks. I was very disappointed, to be honest, by the foreign ministry statement that showed no sympathy or support for Israel during these troubled times.
So you heard there, of course, Schumer saying he was disappointed by the reaction of the Chinese foreign minister to what's happening in Israel right now. But the fact that Schumer and several of his Senate colleagues are overseas underscores the idea that we're not going to see them in Washington this week. That does make it slightly more difficult for them to get the kinds of classified briefings that many senators want in these kinds of settings. They have been briefed in an unclassified fashion, of course. Those are likely to continue, but we're not going to see senators back in town, at least at this point, until next week.
And Ali, on top of that, Congress currently acting without a House Speaker at the moment after Kevin McCarthy was ousted last week. So it's still going to be at least a few more days before a new Speaker is elected. How are lawmakers able to move forward with aid without a House Speaker? Lay out what some of the challenges could be here.
They're probably not going to be able to move forward with aid, at least as things stand right now, because although there is an acting speaker, a speaker pro tempore in Patrick McHenry, that he is largely powerless in running the House floor. He can open it, he can close it. That means he can slam a gavel in and out, but he can't bring resolutions to the floor. For example, we've heard from some lawmakers who want to put forward a resolution condemning Hamas. That's likely to garner a lot of bipartisan support, but in terms of actually bringing something as simple as that to the floor, it's not clear that McHenry right now has the power to do that. It's important to remember, too, that all of this is being played out in real time. You've never had a speaker pro tempore in this instance before. It was the first time just a few days ago that we saw a Speaker of the House ousted from that role. So all of this is really being tried and tested in real time here and under seriously stressful and tense conditions. You have to imagine that a resolution is the least that the House is going to want to do. There's going to come a point where there's a real conversation about sending more aid. You can't do that unless you change the landscape in the House. There is some talk potentially of electing McHenry to this role so that he has those powers, even on a temporary basis. But I have to tell you, I talked to a Democratic lawmaker this morning who sort of panned the idea and demurred at the idea that there could be a bipartisan way of doing that even at this point.
Ali, I quickly want to ask you about what's happening on the Senate side. Despite the ongoing violence in Israel, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville still not backing down on his one-man, months-long block of hundreds of military promotions. Could that change it all here?
Sounds like it's not going to change. And even though the current landscape has become even more dire in terms of the U.S. needing to have key commanders in positions like the ones that Gabe was talking about, moving some of those fleets in, they need some of these positions to be confirmed because as of now, they're vacant. To go through them one by one, again, I think we need to remind, would take hours that the Senate doesn't have. Again, the Senate is not even in this week, but Tuberville doesn't sound like he's backing down on this hold. And even with the changing circumstances overseas, it sounds like he's holding fast.
All right, Ali Vitale in Washington. Ali, thank you so much. Let's bring in Avi Mayer. He is the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. Avi, we appreciate having you with us. You've been very helpful over the last 48 hours as we've been trying to report on what's happening inside Israel. I know your newspaper, the Jerusalem Post, has been under cyber attack since this started. Talk about why you think your paper is a target and how this is impacting your ability to report, but also to get information to people who desperately need it right now.
Well, as you said, our paper has been under constant attack since Saturday morning. Since this assault was launched at 6:22 a.m., we've been under fairly constant assault. That continues at this time. Our website has been on and offline alternately over the past 48 hours or so. We believe that this is a sustained effort to keep Israel and keep Israeli citizens from telling their side of the story, from bringing the reality on the ground to the world. We have encountered this before. It has been directed by state actors. We can't confirm whether that's the case here, but it is a very serious effort indeed. We have very, I think, robust cyber defenses, and they've managed to overwhelm those, which indicates that this is a very serious effort to ensure the truth is not getting out there. Of course, we will not let that deter us. We remain active on all social media platforms, and we're doing whatever we can to get our website back online in order to ensure that our audience is kept informed around the clock.
I want to ask you about an opinion piece you wrote. You referred to the attack as Israel's 9/11. You're not the only person to say that over the past 48 hours. For you, why is it important to make that comparison?
Look, I was a high school senior on September the 11th, 2001 in the DC area. And I remember that sense of chaos and confusion, not knowing whether people were alive or dead, where the next attack was going to come from. And that is very much what Israelis are feeling today, but in orders of magnitude, even worse. If you can understand, Israel is a very small country, under 10 million people. 700 are the equivalent of about 7 9/11s when adjusted for proportion. That is an unimaginable number of people who have been killed. So there's not a single family in Israel that hasn't been touched by this in some way, that doesn't have a family member that's been lost, or a neighbor, a loved one, a colleague. The country is in mourning, and that is exactly what we are encountering today, alongside, of course, the tremendous sense of uncertainty about whether loved ones are alive or indeed being held by Hamas. There have been horrific images of elderly men and women being taken captive by Hamas. Young children have been seen in the Gaza Strip being taunted by Palestinians on the street. It is absolutely devastating and quite terrifying for Israelis who don't know whether they'll ever see their loved ones alive again.
Just like 9/11, this was such a surprise. What do you make of the Israeli government's response to this so far? Do you think there'll be any shakeups in the military because of the intelligence failures here leading up to it?
Well, there will absolutely have to be a commission of inquiry. This is Israel's worst military and intelligence disaster, I think, ever. Perhaps on par with the Yom Kippur War, and those who are saying that it is actually worse. There will certainly be a commission of inquiry. I assume that certain people will be taken to account. Right now, though, the country is united in the effort to first recover those Israelis who have been taken hostage by Hamas, and then to deal a devastating blow to Hamas and its leadership for challenging Israel in this way, for invading Israeli territory in such a heinous manner, murdering so many Israelis. There is very broad support for such an effort. As your correspondent mentioned earlier, 300,000 Israelis have already been called up for reserve. That is a tremendous, tremendous number, which indicates that there is going to be a military assault targeting Hamas and its infrastructure. We hope that this will be a fairly short campaign, but there are no guarantees. The goal here, again, is twofold: to bring those Israelis home, the innocent men, women, and children who are being held by Hamas, held hostage at this time, while dealing Hamas a devastating blow that it will never forget, and ensuring that it is not able to carry out such a dreadful attack ever again.
Something we, of course, never want to see repeated. Avi Meir, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to you and your colleagues for your relentless reporting during this time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our coverage on the war in Israel will continue throughout the hour. In about 10 minutes, the hostage crisis that's leaving families frustrated. More on what's being done to try to get them home safely. Up first, though, protests in Alabama after a police shooting ends with a black man dead at his own home.
And it's finally sweater weather from the Great Lakes to the upper Midwest and to the Northeast. I'll show you those chilly numbers coming up.
Welcome back. An investigation is underway in Alabama after a black man was fatally shot by police last month at his home. His family is now speaking out, saying the officers failed to identify themselves when they confronted 39-year-old Steve Perkins. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
This video caught on a neighbor's doorbell camera captures the moment the Perkins family says police fatally shot 39-year-old Steve Perkins.
Police, go back!
The warning appearing to come immediately before police open fire, killing the husband and father.
There's one male down. Need an ambulance ASAP.
Authorities have yet to verify the video shared by the family's attorney to NBC News. The deadly confrontation around 2 a.m. September 29th stemmed from a tow truck driver trying to repossess Perkins' truck. Police say the driver arrived earlier, but left when Perkins flashed a gun, then came back hours later, accompanied by Decatur police.
They started firing before they even got the full first command out of their mouth.
The department states Perkins brandished the weapon towards an officer, causing the officer to fire. Perkins' older brother, Nicholas, in heartbroken disbelief.
When you watch that video, what do you see?
I see a murder. Cold-blooded murder.
Questions over Perkins' death prompted week-long protests and calls for transparency after his family's attorney says Perkins had no idea it was police in his front yard.
It doesn't matter whether he had a weapon or not. He never was given an opportunity to comply, and if he had a weapon, he was well within his rights to carry a firearm.
The city's placed one officer on leave and has not released police body camera video from the incident. Alabama's law enforcement agency is now leading a third-party investigation.
And what hurts most is we don't have any answers. This family needs answers. This community needs answers.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Let's get to some other international headlines this morning. The Taliban is reporting that an earthquake that hit western Afghanistan is one of the deadliest hit there. NBC's Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. The Taliban also said that thousands of people were injured and at least 1,500 homes have been destroyed. Now, the earthquake struck villages located in the northwest of the city of Herat. With limited communication and travel due to blocked roads, rescuers are left to shovel survivors out of the rubble of collapsed mud homes. Now to Spain, where a company called PLD Space has successfully launched the country's first reusable rocket. The Miura-1 took off from southwest Spain on Saturday, marking Europe's first fully private rocket launch. The company had to scrap 2 previous attempts to launch the rocket, proving that third time is the charm. Finally, in the UK, where a different kind of fashion week is making a global impact. This week, Bristol hosted its 3rd Sustainable Fashion Week. The theme of the week was Rewear Revolution, which focused on how to keep clothing out of landfills. Each catwalk displayed brands that upcycle fabrics and promote eco-conscious ethics. The event has not only tripled in size, but now has branches out to launch a collaboration with India, Papua New Guinea, and the United States. Back to you.
All right, good to see that, Claudio. Thank you so much. Well, it's a chilly start to the week, definitely compared with last week. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking those cool temps for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, big difference from last week. We went from sweating last week in the 80s to sweater weather this week, and we're looking at temperatures really chilly, 5 to 15 degrees below average as we go throughout today. So as we go throughout this afternoon, just 42 degrees in Marquette. That's 14 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Chilly also in Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, into the Northeast, New York City. We're looking at 61 degrees. That's 6 degrees below what we typically feel this time of year. Once again, we're going to see some chilly weather tomorrow. Temperatures mainly in the 50s in a lot of spots. 48 degrees in Duluth, 62 in Davenport, 60s in Indianapolis, Rochester, just 53 degrees in Hagerstown. We're looking at 54. So we have a big area of low pressure that's helping to enhance some of this chilly air coming down from Canada. You can see some purple here. This is north of the Great Lakes. Some blue, some pink. That is some wintry weather. So we could see some localized wintry weather into the Great Lakes, but we're certainly going to see some lake enhanced shower. Could see some heavy rainfall in some spots in the Great Lakes. That's a big story as we go throughout the day. The cooler air, the upper level low bringing in that chilly air, and also the chance for some wraparound rain as we go throughout the day. This is going to sink a little bit further to the south and east, and then we're going to start to see some showers into the northeast tomorrow. That's into the interior parts of the northeast. The west, we're looking at a couple of fronts coming onshore. So not only today, but tomorrow, the next several days, we're looking at a series of fronts. That's going to bring some really soggy weather to the Pacific Northwest. It's going to be chilly, too, with temperatures below normal. And we could see up to 4 inches of rain in some spots. So that's going to be a big story, too, as we go throughout this week. Otherwise, as we go further inland in portions of the west, we're going to be well above average, but lots of sunshine across the country today.
I did enjoy wearing a few sweaters this weekend, so that was nice to bring those out.
You do have some good sweaters.
I do like the sweaters.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michelle, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
sure.
it. Coming up, we do have continuing coverage of the war in Israel. After the break, dozens kidnapped by Hamas militants. What we know about the efforts underway to find them and try and get them home safely. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back with continuing coverage of the war in Israel. Families are desperately searching for loved ones who were abducted by Hamas militants during a music festival on Saturday. Israeli officials say at that event alone, at least 260 people were killed. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has more on those who were taken hostage.
Agony and desperation from mothers, brothers, and friends. Their loved ones missing at that music festival.
She was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us, we don't know what to do." And I'm on the phone with her and I'm saying, "Mommy, we love you, it's okay. We're trying to find a way to take you out of there."
Meirav Lashem was on the phone with her daughter, 23-year-old Romy, Saturday morning when she heard her scream. Ben Shimoni was trying to help people escape, his girlfriend says, now begging for help to find him on social media.
We have nothing, and he was saving those people.
Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 Israelis are believed to have been taken hostage, and possibly Americans as well.
We've seen reports about hostages, and there again, we're very actively trying to verify them and nail that down.
Meaning that there could be some U.S. citizens who have been taken hostage as well, Mr. Secretary?
That's correct.
Hirsch Goldberg Poland could be one of those Americans. He was also at that music festival. As militants rampaged, he texted his parents, "I love you," and "I'm sorry," and then nothing. Across Israel, chilling stories are emerging. Yoni Asher's entire family, his wife and 2 young girls, were abducted while away visiting relatives. His wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video showing Yoni's wife and daughters along with his mother-in-law being loaded onto a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza.
And later on, I located her mobile phone and saw it's in Khan Yunis. And only later on, I saw the video.
This video, released by Hamas, showing a group of women being held at an undisclosed location by the Qassam brigades. The hostages are believed to be hidden throughout Gaza, likely being used as human shields and to blunt a full-scale Israeli counterattack. And they are also powerful bargaining chips. In 2006, Hamas fighters seized Gilad Shalit and held him for 5 years. He was ultimately exchanged for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. I spoke to families, friends, colleagues of those missing, all of them incredibly grief-stricken. But what's making it even more difficult for them is they say they're not hearing anything from the Israeli government.
All right, Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. Let's bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs for more on this. He's a retired colonel in the U.S. Army, a Medal of Honor recipient, and NBC News military analyst. Colonel Jacobs, we appreciate having you on this morning. We just heard Kelly mention Israel's ambassador to the U.K. says more than 100 Israelis are believed to have been taken hostage, U.S. nationals possibly among them. How does Israel get those hostages back, especially if they have been taken over the border into Gaza?
Well, with extreme difficulty. Apparently, there are some hostages still in Israel with Hamas. Some of those apparently have been surrounded by Israeli Defense Forces, but quite a few of them evidently have been taken to Gaza. Hostage rescues, at the best of times, are extremely difficult. They have to be highly focused, accomplished by well-trained special operations people, and they usually are one-offs. Hamas has taken a large number of hostages, taken to disparate locations, and it's nearly impossible to get all of them back without some casualties. It's not even clear whether or not Israel has sufficient special operations forces to conduct the multitude of operations individually to get the hostages back, to free them. It's also clear that Hamas is going to keep these people as long as they possibly can to do exactly what Kelly was talking about, to use as trade bait for Palestinians held by the Israelis, and to blunt any attacks by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza, Joe.
Colonel, we're now seeing really the next phase of this. On Sunday, the Israeli government formally declared war on Hamas. Today, we're just seeing now the Israeli Air Force announcing it's launching an extensive attack on Hamas-linked targets in the Gaza Strip. This all comes after the Army says it has regained control of multiple areas within Israel. But just how surprising was it that we've seen this fighting within Israel's borders, fighting that lasted at a good 48 hours?
Well, it's not only surprising, it's absolutely shocking. Both American and Israeli, neither American nor Israeli intelligence saw this coming, which is difficult to understand, given the fact that it would take months of planning, concentration of lots of Hamas troops in order to train them on this multifarious operation, the accumulation of thousands of missiles and training by Iranians, shipment of ammunition from Iran to Gaza. All these activities you would have thought would be picked up by Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, or both, and yet absolutely nothing. And I'll tell you something else that's actually shocking, was the ease with which Hamas breached the barrier, the border between Gaza and Israel. Those who've been to Israel know that on foot and motorized patrols used to take place continuously along the border, and the border was covered by fire from positions inside Israel, so that if there were any breach, it would be able to be thwarted. And yet, we all saw videos of bulldozers and motorbikes coming through breaches in the border between Gaza and Israel. It's absolutely astonishing that this could possibly take place, Joe.
Colonel Jacobs, we're tight on time here, but just what do you expect we're going to see in the next few days?
Continued bombing of selected sites inside Gaza. There's some reports of Israeli Defense Forces massing at the border for an incursion into Gaza on the ground. It's difficult to see how that is going to assist in retrieving hostages. Very, very difficult situation for the weeks to come, Joe.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning.
You bet.
Coming up, matters of the heart. When we come back, the new report by the American Heart Association that could impact how doctors treat cardiovascular diseases. This is Morning News Now. Financial headlines. Wall Street seeing the impact of the situation in Israel and Gaza this morning. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is set to open lower as investors react to the Hamas attack on Israel. Trading volume could be lighter today as the bond market is closed for Columbus Day. Oil prices are spiking on concerns about potential supply disruptions in the Middle East and a wider conflict. Oil is coming off its biggest weekly decline since March. Investors are also moving into so-called safe haven assets. These get bid up when geopolitical tensions rise. It's the U.S. dollar, the Japanese yen, the Swiss franc, and gold. Union workers at Mack Trucks have rejected a new 5-year contract with the company and plan to go on strike today. The UAW says nearly 3/4 of workers voted against the deal, which included a 19% pay raise over the life of the contract and increases in health and retirement benefits. The UAW represents about 4,000 Mack Truck workers in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland. Mack Trucks is owned by Volvo Trucks. Bristol Myers is expanding its pipeline of cancer drugs. The company is striking a deal to buy Mirati Therapeutics for up to $5.8 billion. Now, Mirati's drugs target the genetic drivers of specific cancers. Last year, the FDA approved Mirati's treatment for advanced lung cancer. Bristol making the deal as demand for 2 of its top cancer drugs is declining due to competition from generic drugs, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A new advisory from the American Heart Association is changing the way we understand cardiovascular disease. A report was published in the Circulation Journal. It says there are overlapping symptoms between CVD, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, type 2 diabetes, and obesity. The association designated a new term to describe those who are suffering from a combined number of those issues. It's called cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome. The AHA's advisory offers new guidance and treatment for this. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar to break down the report. So walk us through how these diseases could all be linked to cardiovascular health. What stands out in this report?
Yeah, so I think it's important to emphasize that this syndrome is sort of a new name that is given to a number of different conditions that are well established, but it really identifies this connection between kidney disease and these metabolic things like excess fat in the abdominal area, type 2 diabetes, and how those things, kidney stuff and metabolic stuff, contributes to cardiovascular disease. And they basically have set a framework for this, Joe, to have stages from 0 to 4. So stage 0, CKM, would mean that you have no risk factors, you're completely healthy, all the way up to stage 4, where you have symptomatic heart disease. And the point here is that we don't want people to progress between stages. We don't want people to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. We want them to regress if we can identify and intervene at earlier stages.
So who's most at risk of being diagnosed with this syndrome?
Well, so here's the thing. So if you sort of subtract or kind of take a closer look at what the stages are, we're talking about people who may have some type 2 diabetes, who might have some excess fat in this abdominal area, people who may have some early kidney disease. And the thing about this is that we have medications to treat these things. We have medications that can slow progression of kidney disease, and we have medications like Ozempic and Wegovy that can cause, or result in weight loss, and also treating type 2 diabetes. So it's this whole concept of the kidney, these metabolic things leading to heart disease, and how they all interplay, and how we actually have targets for treatment so we don't have people progressing to symptomatic heart disease.
You mentioned how we want the numbers to go down. You want to move down.
Yeah.
How do we lower our risk for this syndrome? Are there specific screenings we should be getting from our doctor?
Exactly. And that's what's also nice about this. This framework in stages has different screening recommendations and treatment recommendations for every stage. Another highlight of this actually also is this new algorithm to predict a 10 and 30-year probability of having a heart attack, a stroke, or heart failure that also takes into account all of these metabolic factors, kidney factors, as well as social determinants of health. The current algorithm for a 10-year probability of risk did not include those things, those kidney and metabolic things. So a couple of changes. I know it kind of sounds complicated at first blush, but it's a tool that even I, as a rheumatologist, could easily use and identify my patients who are at risk and get them to the proper specialists to start intervening to lower their risk for heart disease.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Good to have you with us. Coming up, a history of conflict. Our coverage on the war in Israel continues with a look back at the last attack of this scale in Israel, the Yom Kippur War. You're watching NBC Morning News Now.
after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with our top story. Israeli warplanes are bombarding the Gaza Strip in retaliation for the surprise attack by Hamas militants over the weekend. And this morning, Israel's defense minister ordered a full blockade on the Palestinian enclave, saying, quote, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we will act accordingly. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now for more on this part of the story. So, Molly, the humanitarian situation in Gaza, it was already devastating before all of this. Can you give us a sense, first of all, of what it's like there and who does live there in that just crowded area, 2 million people in such a small space?
Yeah, Joe, that's exactly right. And I'm not sure if we have a map, but I can give your audience and our audience a little bit of a sense. This is a very narrow strip of land, kind of wedged between Egypt and Israel on the Mediterranean, 140 square miles, as you just mentioned, 2.2 million people, many of those civilians. So when you hear the Israeli defense minister's language about a complete siege, cutting off electricity, fuel, food, water, of course, that is hurting the Hamas militants, the Hamas leadership. That is also hurting a lot of civilians. Joe, just to give our audience a real sense of context here, there has been a full blockade basically on Gaza since 2007, really limiting supplies that go in and out, limiting people that go in and out. In order to get out of Gaza as a civilian, as a Palestinian who lives in Gaza, you have to have kind of extreme circumstances, a medical procedure that has to be done, maybe a university that you go to in a third-party country, or some workers or merchants that get permission. As a foreign journalist, Joe, I do have permission, as our colleagues have permission, to go in and out. A few stats just to leave our audience. 50% of the population in Gaza is under the age of 18. 65% live in poverty. 90% live without access of clean water. And given what the Israeli defense minister has said today, that number, of course, will go up. So while all of these measures, of course, will target Hamas militants, there are also a lot of families who will suffer as well.
And Molly, I mean, for many years now, we've seen Israeli airstrikes on this densely populated Gaza Strip. This latest round looks to be even more intense. And it is civilians who will bear the brunt of this war, right?
Civilians on both sides, of course, will bear the brunt of this war. Speaking specifically about Gaza, as you mentioned, look, Israeli airstrikes not terribly rare necessarily in the Gaza Strip. What we are seeing right now is these first opening salvos. We know, and we've talked about, Joe, all morning for the last 48 hours, the hostages, and we think that is really preventing Israel from launching kind of the full brunt of what they could respond with. When there are airstrikes in Gaza, there are no early warning systems. There are no bomb shelters. There are schools, often United Nations schools, which are the sturdiest structures around. But, Joe, you've mentioned kind of the most important thing to understand when you think about Gaza, densely populated. So even if these strikes are very targeted, are very precise, Hamas leadership, Hamas bunkers, there are civilians packed in apartment buildings in the same streets. It is hard to overstate just how crowded this area is, Joe.
Molly, we know this is a decades-old conflict. At the heart of it, Palestinians want an end to Israeli occupation. They want their own state. Experts have been warning for the last year. Rising tensions were reaching a fevered pitch. Can you give us just a little sense of the backdrop here leading into what happened on Saturday?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has to do with how we understand Hamas and how we understand Hamas's taking on this role as kind of how they link to the occupied West Bank, how they link to Palestinians in East Jerusalem. They are calling this Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, of course, Al-Aqsa in East Jerusalem. But the last year, Joe, just for context, has been the deadliest year for Palestinians in decades. It has been the deadliest year for Palestinian children. You have near nightly raids in occupied villages like Jenin in the north of the West Bank, and you have an uptick in settler violence. So you do have political analysts and experts who have been warning about a breaking point. I don't think anyone saw this brutality proportionality or this scale coming.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Appreciate you. As we keep hearing this morning, the war in Israel is the worst attack on that nation in 50 years. The last time there was such a coordinated attack, it was 1973. Several nations launched a military operation against Israel that lasted 19 days and ultimately changed American international policy. You've likely heard us talking about it over the last few days. It's known as the Yom Kippur War. For some perspective on that, let's bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. He's also author of the book Presidents of War. Michael, important to have you with us during times like this. I want to talk about this attack this last weekend came 50 years, almost to the day after the Yom Kippur War. How significant is that, the fact that it was so close to exactly 50 years? And remind us how the U.S. responded back then.
Well, we may find that the anniversary meant something more than we know right now. It sure seems as if there may have been some connection, because in 1973, as you know, on a sacred Jewish holiday, Yom Kippur, the most sacred of all, there was an attack by Israel's neighbors on Israel, and the result was that Israel's existence was in great jeopardy. Now, that had happened in 1967. There was a six-day war, but the United States' role was marginal. By 1973, the relationship was different. Richard Nixon was in office, was not particularly close to Israel. He had said he thought that there should be an even-handed policy between Israel and the Arab states. Nevertheless, when he knew that Israel's existence was in peril, he was committed to saving it. Told his Secretary of Defense, who was against helping Israel so directly, send the Israelis every plane that can fly loaded with armaments and other material to help them defend themselves. They remained. But it is historically unusual, Joe, that here we are almost exactly 50 years later on that moment, and another surprise attack on another Jewish holiday.
So while the most intense fighting back in 1973 lasted 19 days, the war really wasn't officially settled until the Camp David Peace Accords. That was 5 years later in 1978. That was brokered by then President Jimmy Carter. After that agreement, U.S. military doctrine, it really underwent sort of a major transformation. So now 50 years later, Michael, and we only have about a minute here, but how could this impact international relations, including America's role in the Middle East?
This is much more complicated, and it could be potentially, we do not know yet, but it could have potentially more impact, because in global terms, the biggest thing that Nixon was worried about, and Henry Kissinger and those around him, was that the Soviets would use this as a way of getting deeper into the Middle East. They saw this as a Cold War, Moscow versus Washington lens. We now know that this is a struggle, what we're seeing as we speak, that could involve not only other Arab states, but other major powers in the world, beginning in some way, beginning with the Chinese and the Soviets and the Iranians and the Saudis, just on the brink of a moment that the Saudis and the Israelis seem to be about to sign a major accord that we had not seen before. So potentially, you could never predict. I'm an historian. I'm responsible, I hope, for the past, not the future, and I hope it doesn't happen. But this could be extremely important in world impact. That's why, in American terms, it's very important what our President of the United States does.
Michael Beschloss, presidential historian, thank you for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We are back with our top story. Israeli warplanes are bombarding the Gaza Strip in retaliation for the surprise attack by Hamas militants over the weekend. Now, we're going to talk about the shock and turmoil that's now unfolding in the Middle East. A surprise attack on Israel over the weekend, plunging an already fragile region into the depths of war. As of this morning, more than 1,200 people have been killed across Israel and Gaza, thousands more injured. Overnight, Israel said its forces have retaken control of territory lost to the Palestinian militant group Hamas, a group that on Saturday launched a devastating land, sea, and air assault on the nation. That included violence at this music festival in a southern Israeli desert, where more than 250 people were massacred by the militants and others taken hostage. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over the weekend saying the country is at war, vowing mighty vengeance against Hamas. President Biden reiterating America's support for its longtime ally.
There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
We've got team coverage across the globe this morning with the stories of chaos and survival, plus how Americans are reacting to the devastation thousands of miles away. We begin our coverage with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who has the latest from southern Israel.
This is the Israeli town of Sderot, not far from the Gaza border, and this is one of the areas that Hamas militants managed to enter. And according to witnesses and Israeli officials, the militants were driving right here down the main street, open firing from machine guns mounted on the backs of pickup trucks. Dozens of Israelis were killed here. The militants managed to take over this police station. Their bodies are still inside. And all day we've been hearing Israeli jets flying overhead, carrying out retaliatory strikes in the Gaza Strip.
Israel's payback is underway, with the army carrying out airstrikes across the Gaza Strip this morning, targeting Hamas infrastructure and smuggling tunnels. But Israeli reprisals are, for now, constrained because Hamas is holding dozens of Israeli hostages hidden deep inside Gaza. Israel didn't anticipate Hamas had this capacity, and Israel's intelligence network missed the signs that it was coming. At 6:30 Saturday morning, under the cover of a massive rocket barrage, hundreds of Hamas fighters blasted their way through the fences around Gaza and flew over Israeli defenses in paragliders. Once inside Israel, the militants, showing a high level of training and preparation, went on a killing spree. Israeli media say, in all, more than 700 Israelis are dead, including more than 100 soldiers and police. Many of the dead, nearly 300, were at an all-night dance party near Gaza. In an image that has captured the world's attention, one woman, Noa Argamani, is taken and begs for her life as her boyfriend is held, watching helplessly. In Tel Aviv this morning, Gaia Calderon is searching for her father, sister, little brother, cousin with special needs, and 80-year-old grandmother with dementia. Gaia was on the phone with her mother as Hamas fighters were inside their house near Gaza, pulling at the doors. Then the phone went dead. Gaia has no idea if her relatives are still alive, but did find a video of her 12-year-old brother, Erez. Gunmen call him a settler as they march him off to be a hostage and bargaining chip in Gaza.
I'm trying to be strong, but it's so hard. I'm just hoping they are alive because I can't deal with something like this.
Israeli officials confirm that there are Americans among the hostage, and a short while ago, Hamas, in a statement, said that Israeli strikes in the Gaza Strip killed 4 of the hostages. They call them prisoners. They did not release any information about the identities or nationalities.
Richard Engel, thank you so much. Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow at Defense Priorities and host of the Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube. Thank you for joining us this morning. So we know Israel has just some of the most advanced intelligence, the most advanced spying capabilities in the world. So how on earth did Hamas manage to pull off this surprise attack?
You know, this is really a bizarre situation and very surprising. Not just the least of which because Israel is renowned for having an exceptional intelligence services with the Shin Bet, with the Mossad, and yet they were completely caught off guard here. And it's even more puzzling when you look back earlier this summer. There was reports from senior IDF officials that a lot of the confusion within the country with this judicial reform, which was basically dividing huge sections of the country, was going to have an impact on their readiness. And they warned that that Hamas and some other groups could take advantage of that, and they physically warned about the possibility of an attack. And yet, when it did happen, they were completely blindsided. And I just got to tell you, from a military perspective, on a tactical level, the Hamas operation was extremely complex. And the fact that nobody in the Israeli side was aware of it is really underscores how big the mistake was.
So we're now seeing this response from Israel, heavily bombarding this densely populated Gaza Strip, imposing this full-on blockade. How far do you see the Israeli military going here, and especially keeping in mind the fact that we think there could be dozens of Israeli hostages who were taken into Gaza? How does that impact Israel's response?
It's extremely complicated. I mean, look, it's also another complication is the fact that you can count on that the Hamas has been watching how Israel operates for many, many years. They look back at the 2014 attack, the 2021 attack, so they know what to expect. And you can count on the fact that they have prepared their cities inside for an incursion. So that by itself is going to make it very difficult. They probably watch what happened in Bakhmut. They watch what happened in some of the Iraqi cities in Syria. So they are going to be prepared. Now you add on top of that the fact that there are large numbers of Israeli civilians scattered who knows where throughout the area, and it's going to make it extremely difficult for the Israeli Defense Forces.
We've seen the U.S. pledge its support to Israel, sending more military aid, deploying an aircraft carrier to the region. Is there more the U.S. can do in trying to de-escalate? I mean, what do you think is America's role here?
Well, look, I think it's extremely important that America do everything we can to calm tensions down. Of course, we're going to supply Israel with whatever they need. That right now, it's rockets for their Iron Dome system, bombs and other ammunition, and certainly intelligence support. That's one of the key things that we're providing here. But it's crucial that we keep this from escalating beyond. And there's a lot of risk that this could go into Iran, potentially with Hezbollah in the north. And it would be a big problem if this escalates beyond that. So we need to make sure this stays contained for everybody's case.
Lieutenant Colonel Davis, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. We want to talk more about the hostage situation. Gilad Peretz and his wife, Jess Cohen, join us now. His father, Mark Peretz, has been missing since Saturday. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. Just first of all, Gilad, Jess, how are you and your family doing? What are you hearing right now?
We try to stay positive. I think we're doing well. Right now, in this situation, we didn't hear from anybody or anyone that saw my father and have a contact with him. The last contact we had with my father, it's for 2 days at Saturdays, 8:48 in the morning. That was the last moment I heard from him. He drove to the south to try to rescue my sister, Maya, that was at the festival. He heard about the situation at the festival and he drove to rescue her. And nearby, like 2 kilometers around, more east from the location, he tackled with the Hamas terrorists that shot, and we heard gunshots on the background of the conversation on the phone call, and we lost the service with him. Like, we lost the communication.
So he went to the music festival to help get your sister Maya. Did your sister see your father there, or have you spoken with anyone who saw him or heard from him while he was at the festival?
No, he couldn't make it to the festival, as much as we know. He drove and he reached around something like approximately 1.5 kilometers, miles from the festival. And then we lost the communication with him on the phone. And at the second hand, I spoke with my sister on a different line on the phone, and she succeeded to rescue herself. She ran away, and now she's in safe with us at the house. She hid in trash cans or bushes, a lot of like trees with bananas and stuff like that.
She was telling us on the phone that she was seeing people falling left and right. Hamas terrorists were shooting from their trucks. They were shooting at innocent young kids and families and everyone that was at the festival. They were just shooting them and they were falling left and right. And the friends that were with her are traumatized.
I can't imagine. Everyone must be traumatized. Just how is, first of all, Maya doing right now? You say she's with you. She, I know, must just be relieved to be safe, but I can't imagine everything she witnessed and what she saw.
Yeah, she's traumatized now. She has some guilty feelings, but we try to keep up strong and think about my father. We're trying to track now his last moves and where he is now. And I'm trying to reach out with his photos and pictures to everyone that now in the South. Maybe someone saw him. Maybe someone was next to him in some certain point since Saturday. But right now, we don't know what's going on. We're pretty sure that he one of the kidnapped. We're pretty sure that they took him to Gaza, the terrorists, and I think right now he's captured. But we don't know for 100% what's going on with him.
We're making sure to share those photos of your father as well, just to get those out there. The fact that he was going there to rescue your sister speaks volumes about him, but what should we know about him, and what is it that you're hoping for right now?
I wanted to say that I don't think my father is something special. Like he's a usual father. I think that he's one of many stories of fathers that came up to rescue their daughters and their sons. Some of them could make it, some of them could not. Maybe my father couldn't make it, but my sister is here now, safe with us, and that was his main goal. So I think, in his opinion, he won. Like he won in this game, but I don't know what to say. The situation there was chaos. My father described it that during the conversation we have, that he's driving and he see Hamas terrorists that broke up from the air and came with parachutes and drones. And Hamas terrorists came from the border. They crossed the border like in 14 different locations and start shooting from everywhere. Also, my sister described it. They just walk into the middle of rampage, something around 2,700 young adults that went to the party and had fun with their friends.
They also described that there were no IDF soldiers, or not enough IDF soldiers around, because we weren't prepared for something like this, and we never could have imagined or been prepared for something like of this matter. Something so vast and unprecedented.
Yeah, no one could have imagined it. Jess Cohen, Gilad Peretz, we are thinking of you. We are thinking of your family at this time. Please keep us updated on any developments in any way that we can help, all right?
Thank you for your support. Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right.
We need your support.
Thank you very much.
Like this. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Just like Gilad, many Israelis are desperately waiting this morning to hear news about their loved ones who remain missing after the attacks. The country is dealing with this terrifying hostage crisis, with graphic videos appearing to show Hamas militants abducting Israelis. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Tel Aviv with more on this. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, and the Israeli government hasn't yet said how many hostages may be held right now in Gaza. They may not have the actual number. The Israeli embassy to the U.S. puts the number in the dozens, including children. But today, desperate families are pleading for any information about their missing loved ones. This morning, horror stories from a music festival in the Israeli desert, where at least 260 people were killed Saturday by Hamas fighters in a surprise attack. Drone video showing the devastating scene afterward, captured on dashcam video, festival goers reeling. And now we're hearing of others at the concert disappearing. Near the border, this video appearing to show militants attacking an Israeli tank. And entire families snatched from their homes at gunpoint. This video appears to show Shiri Bibas and her two young sons being taken away. They're missing, along with her husband and her parents.
We don't have any proof of their state, if they were fed, if the baby got food, if my aunt is okay, if my cousin and her husband are alive.
23-year-old Romy Gorin hasn't been heard from since Saturday morning.
She was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us, we don't know what to do."
Jessica Elter, desperate to find her boyfriend Ben Shimoni, who she says helped rescue people before he too vanished.
We were talking, he said, "Everything's okay, I'm going out." Suddenly,
I heard screaming.
Our regular family.
Yoni Asher says his entire family, his wife and 2 young girls, were abducted while visiting relatives, his wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video appears to show Yoni's wife, daughters, along with his mother-in-law being loaded into a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza. Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 people are believed to have been taken hostage. An Israeli minister claiming an unknown number of Americans may be among the captives. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. is still trying to get a handle on just how many Americans may be held hostage right now in Gaza. Joe, so many unknowns still at this hour.
So many. All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate it, and stay safe. Coming up, we do have more coming up this hour on the dire situation playing out across the Middle East, including how the violence is impacting people right here in America. First, after the break, celebrity chef Michael Chiarello dead at age 61. What we're learning this morning about how he died and the culinary legacy he is leaving behind. That's up next. Stick around.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This morning, we're remembering Michael Chiarello, the celebrity chef and former Food Network star, died this past week at the age of 61 after being treated for an allergic reaction. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on his life.
Hey there, Michael Chiarello did many things. He ran restaurants, vineyards, and promoted the Napa Valley. But you may know him best from all his years on TV, doing what he loved, cooking.
I'm Michael Chiarello from the Napa Valley. I own Bottega Restaurant.
Michael Chiarello lived his childhood dream of becoming a chef.
You know, it's all about presentation.
And television amplified his culinary talents.
I came here to win. I wake up every day in full-on competitive mode.
Right from the start, he was a star.
Woo! It's going to get really fragrant in there.
Named Chef of the Year by Food and Wine magazine a mere 3 years after graduating from the Culinary Institute of America, the first of many accolades in a career that spanned nearly 40 years.
I hear people say, oh, that's Chiarello, the olive oil guy. But I'm not afraid of a little butter.
After opening restaurants and an olive oil company in his native California, Chiarello became a staple on the Food Network.
Now I have 2 cups of Parmesan cheese that I grated here.
Earning an Emmy in 2005 for hosting Easy Entertaining. Then came the chance to compete on Bravo's Top Chef, where he was a runner-up in 2009.
To be able to give back by just doing what I do would just be an amazing honor to me.
And third on the next Iron Chef in 2011. His presence on TV never wavering, as the one-time competitor even made guest appearances as a judge.
The octopus is cooked perfectly. Unlike the cauliflower, that could have used some smokiness.
Chiarello was often invited to the Today Kitchen, sharing his signature Napa-style twist on Italian cuisine in Studio 1A.
You gotta get out to Napa a little bit.
We're gonna have to come.
Though he weathered some controversy, settling a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2017 brought by 2 former female employees, this morning the celebrity chef is being remembered most for his food-centric life he shared with fans and aspiring cooks alike. Chiarello died in a California hospital where he had been treated for anaphylactic shock caused by an acute allergic reaction. His family is saying that his legacy will live on forever in the love he poured into every dish and the passion he instilled in all of us to savor life's flavors. Back to you.
Right, Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Concern is growing that North Korea could be supplying munitions to Russia. For more on this and other news around the world, let's go to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. He joins us from Rome with more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. According to a U.S. think tank, a surge in rail traffic at the border between North Korea and Russia could indicate that North Korea is now supplying arms to Russia. Now, the images show an increase of about 50 more train cars than average on the railway. Speculation increased after Kim Jong-un traveled to Russia for a visit with Vladimir Putin, which included visits to key military sites. Now, the results are in for a major regional election in Germany. Just yesterday, the victory went to conservatives in 2 of Germany's largest and wealthiest states, Bavaria and Hesse. All 3 parties in the national coalition, led by Chancellor Olaf Scholz, saw low numbers. The approval of Scholz's government has been at its lowest since 2021 due to frustrations over migration and energy. This is the first of a series of key elections in Germany over the next 2 years, all leading up to the highly anticipated parliamentary elections in 2025. And a new app is letting tourists get a look into the past using technology from the future. Supported by Greece's Culture Ministry, the app Kronos allows users to simply point their phones at ancient monuments around the Acropolis and, thanks to AR technology, see what they would have looked like thousands of years ago. If you take a look through your lens at the ancient Parthenon temple, for instance, despite marble statues being removed over 200 years ago, you can now pinch and zoom to see their original details and colors. Well, I hope that technology will come here to Rome, because there's a lot of ruins here that are just waiting to come back to life.
Yeah,
back to you, Joe.
That is a very good idea. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Let's do the equivalent of that, but for weather, right? Let's gonna check on your morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's at her fancy wall with more on the chilly forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. It is chilly. We're looking at temperatures 5 to 15 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. This time last week, we were into the 80s, so above normal for this time of year. We have high pressure in place today, so a lot of us are quiet. You can see not a whole lot going on in the map. High pressure in conjunction with an area of low pressure is bringing some chilly air, though, from the Great Lakes into portions of the upper Midwest into the Northeast. We're looking at well above average temperatures in the Intermountain West, portions of the Plains and the Great Plains. Soggy, though, in the Pacific Northwest. We're talking Oregon, Washington, and Northern California. We're going to see a series of fronts moving on shore. That's going to bring very soggy weather, and we could see the chance of even up to 4 inches of rain in some spots. spots over the next several days. Also really quiet in the southeast. We're looking at some showers, too, in parts of the Appalachians. It's going to be really cold there. We have some freeze and frost warnings this morning. So as we look towards Wednesday, we're looking at a little bit more rain. We're looking at that high pressure kind of moving off. We have rain and snow into the Intermountain West, parts of the Great Plains as well. Still looking at soggy conditions along the West Coast, Pacific Northwest coast. So you can plan on that today, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's going to be chilly, too, in the Pacific Northwest. Those temperatures will come down in the Intermountain West by Wednesday because of this rain. And we're going to see some heavy, higher mountain snow. Then we could see some rain falling, some showers, some thunderstorms into parts of the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the Ohio Valley, and welcome rain. This is tropical moisture that's going to move on shore on Wednesday along the Gulf Coast. You can see these bright colors here, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's indicating that we're expecting some heavy rain there. And then sun and clouds. It will be dry but cool still on Wednesday. We're going to begin to moderate those temperatures by Thursday and also Friday. Friday, not a great day in parts of the upper Midwest, into the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley. We're going to look at the chance for a flood threat. It's going to be very soggy there. Chilly in parts of the Intermountain West, sunny and seasonable in the Southwest. Lots of sunshine, too, in the South Central states. And we're going to see that rain into the interior parts of the Northeast. This is going to move into the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, also the New England area by the weekend. So once again, we're looking at a soggy weekend in those places. It's been weekend after weekend after weekend. We're going to do that once again. And this rain is going to extend into portions of the Southeast. Could see some pretty heavy rain in parts of the Carolinas into Georgia. So as we go throughout today, one of the bigger stories is the autumn chill in place. We're looking at really chilly air, starting out with some freezing spots in places. We're looking at by this afternoon only into the 40s, the low 40s in Marquette. That's 14 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. It's an upper area of low pressure that's bringing down this cool Canadian air. Lots of 50s on the map, lots of temperatures, 5 to 15 degrees below what is expected. 62 in Charleston, West Virginia today by this afternoon. New York City just 61 degrees. It was a chilly day yesterday. We're going to have a little more sunshine. That's good news. So it'll be a pretty looking day, but it's going to be pretty chilly, too. By tomorrow, still the chill is in place in parts of the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. Once again, Duluth, just 48 degrees, 53 in Rochester, 64 in Charleston, West Virginia, and 64 in Hagerstown, Maryland. We're going to begin to moderate those temperatures as we go throughout the later part of the week. Look at this large spinning system. So north of the Great Lakes, we're looking at some snow. This could creep into portions of the Great Lakes. It's going to be very localized, but otherwise we're looking at some lake-enhanced rainfall. And some of this could be pretty heavy, but this is sort of just an indication of those seasons changing, right? That cold air coming in.
Rapidly. I like the chilly, just keep the snow away now.
Right?
I need a little more.
Time.
Exactly. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Coming up, we have continuing coverage of the devastation across the Middle East this morning. After the break, the conversation some military experts are having over whether Hamas could have possibly received outside help while planning the attacks. We're going to dig deeper next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back with our continuing coverage of the Israeli-Hamas war. This morning, the Israeli military is ordering a full siege of Gaza and is continuing to pummel the area with airstrikes following Hamas's surprise attack. And we have some breaking news this morning. The State Department now telling us 9 Americans have been killed in Israel. Several Americans are still missing. Israel has gathered 300,000 troops as it prepares for what many expect will be a ground operation into Gaza. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces says the Israeli army has retaken control of its territory that was once held by Hamas. At least 1,200 people have been killed in the fighting. That number is expected to rise. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce for more on this. Dan, good morning. So former U.S. officials say that Hamas's attack on Israel had the hallmarks of possible involvement from Iran. For its part, Iran's foreign ministry denying any role in the attack. But what can you tell us about the tactics we saw used throughout the weekend, including those paragliders? And what are you hearing from those former officials about this whole situation?
Joe, this is a really key question. You know, what was Iran's role? And you have former senior intelligence officials here gathered at a national security conference sponsored by Cypher Brief, the media organization. And the view here is that Iran had to have had a role in this operation to some degree. In other words, training, arming, advising Hamas now for years. And then the tactics that we saw there, the swarming, using swarming tactics, fast boats, attacking at different points, hostage taking. These all kind of bear resemblance to what Iran and its proxies have done over the years. Now, the next level would be, did Iran somehow give a green light? Did it actually order the attack? U.S. officials cannot confirm that. That's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. They're citing Hamas and Hezbollah militia in Lebanon. But that would be a really serious escalation if it was confirmed that Iran actually ordered the attack. That would put the responsibility squarely on Iran, and that could lead to a wider war. So at the moment, Israel is not making that accusation either. But nevertheless, clearly Iran has a role in this, according to these former officials.
Dan, let's talk about the aid and support we're going to start seeing coming from the U.S. We know the U.S. military is moving an aircraft carrier group close to Israel as a show of support. What's the significance of that activity? What's going to be the U.S. role here moving forward?
So for the moment, Joe, this is symbolic, but it sends a pretty strong message. That is the U.S.'s newest aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford. There are other naval warships going in that strike group. Then plus there's a deployment of U.S. fighter aircraft in the region. And it's really a signal and a warning to Hezbollah, to anyone who would try to exploit the situation and really try to send a signal not to escalate the war beyond what it already is. And it's horrific even as it is, obviously, the death toll rising. So the U.S. is not saying they're going to deploy troops or get directly involved in the conflict, but it is a show of support to Israel. And of course, there are risks here. There are Americans there and dual citizens, Israeli Americans, who are caught up in all of this. And we've just heard the death toll of Americans going up, as you just reported before it came on. So there is this hostage situation where you have Israelis taken hostage. We don't know how many Americans maybe have taken hostage as well. So there are risks here.
Dan, the Israeli defense minister has ordered this full siege of the Gaza Strip. Talk to us about some of the biggest security concerns that Israel has when it comes to trying to secure its borders right now.
This is a real challenge. Obviously, this is an unprecedented attack that they've come under. Really, Israel's never been in this position before, arguably, certainly not in a generation. And they were still struggling as of the past 24 hours just to gain control of Israeli territory proper outside of the Palestinian territories. Gaza is the most densely populated place on the planet. That is not an easy place to operate and to conduct some kind of military operation. There are high-rises, skyscrapers, really dangerous. So they're going to face serious casualties on their side. And it's not clear exactly what they will try to accomplish, what they can accomplish in the end. But they're clearly signaling, I think, that there's going to be a very elaborate and heavy ground operation. We already are seeing all these airstrikes. And then what? We're going to see casualties on both sides. Civilians are going to be caught up in this. And there's a risk here for Israel, too. Do they overreach? Are they end up getting kind of caught in a quagmire in Gaza, where they're trying to conduct this urban warfare in a pretty hostile environment? So this is there are no clear guarantees here for Israel. This is not the kind of limited operations that they've tended to operate over the past 2 decades. This is new territory, a new situation.
A complicated situation, to put it mildly. Dan DeLuce, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's continue our coverage of this story with Axios political reporter Barak Ravid, who covers Israeli politics for the online publication. Thank you so much for joining us. Just first of all, right now, where we are, how do you assess the situation in Israel and Gaza right now? What do you think we're going to be watching out for in the days to come here?
Good morning. I think we're still in the first phase of this war. Hamas went on its first surprise strike. Now Israel is trying to still contain the situation inside its own territory. Just to understand, there are still several points inside Israel near the border that firefights are happening between Hamas militants and the Israeli military. During the Hamas invasion, something like 1,000 Hamas militants entered Israel. Some of them are still hiding and are still operating. So until this part does not end, we will not see the next phase, which will likely be an Israeli counteroffensive with a ground operation in Gaza.
How complicated, though, is that offensive going to be with the fact that we know dozens of Israelis were kidnapped and then taken into Gaza?
I think one of the things that needs to start sinking in with many people, and I'm just now not stating my opinion. I'm trying to describe the psyche of the average Israeli right now. What the average Israeli right now, and the majority, I think 80% of Israelis are thinking right now, is when are we going in? As hard as it might sound, as difficult as it might sound, I think that the issue of the hostages is, I wouldn't say taking a back seat, but it's not what's driving the car. What's driving the car right now is to go on a very powerful counteroffensive, and I think this is what we're going to see.
Let's talk about what was happening leading up to this attack. The Biden administration was pushing to normalize ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia. First of all, are there any thoughts that may have been some motivation for what Hamas did here? And then second, just how much does this attack impact attempts to try and normalize those relations?
So first, I guess this was one of the considerations. I'm sure Hamas doesn't like to have a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but I'm not sure that this was what drive this invasion. And I think that at least in the foreseeable future, I don't think that this diplomatic project is viable anymore. This is going to take a long time. We're looking at a military operation that will take weeks, maybe even months, will cost many, many lives on both sides. And I do not see in the next few months the possibility to return to diplomacy between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And afterwards, who knows?
Brock, this is a conflict that, of course, spans decades. What we've seen in the last few days here, how much does that change this conflict and where things go in the future?
I think it would change this conflict in most basic ways. I think, Israelis were shocked by the suicide bombings in like 20 years ago after the Camp David negotiations failed, and the series of suicide bombings in Israeli cities that killed more than 2,000 Israelis over 2 or 3 years. And it shocked Israeli society to the core and changed what Israelis think about the Palestinian issue, and I think decreased any willingness for Israeli compromise. And what we've seen just in the last 2 days, we're now at 800 Israelis who were killed. Most of them are civilians. And this is just in 2 days. This number is going to grow. So I think what we're going to see is even less willingness to compromise an inch on something that might influence Israel's security. This thing has taken us back, decades, and I do not see how we go back to any meaningful peace process in maybe in our lifetime.
Barak Ravid with Axios, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now to the effect the war in Israel is having on security here at home. Law enforcement nationwide is ramping up protections for Jewish communities over potential safety concerns. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from Temple Emmanuel here in New York with more on that. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. While the war in the Middle East remains thousands of miles away, police in cities nationwide are increasing security at synagogues like this one and other religious institutions as officials warn of possible lone wolf attacks here in the U.S.
As violence flares in Israel and Gaza, this morning, the U.S. is on high alert. Police from coast to coast increasing patrols at local synagogues and other places of worship.
We will be out there in force.
Though officials in New York say there are no current credible threats, they're directing the NYPD to deploy additional resources to Jewish communities. Other cities like Washington, D.C., Miami Beach, and Los Angeles all taking similar precautions.
There are extra cars out there keeping an eye out for anomalies.
While in Salt Lake City Sunday, police ramped up security following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Amid heightened security concerns, thousands of demonstrators gathered at pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel rallies nationwide. It comes as so many are worried about their loved ones, with thousands of Americans in Israel, and there are few options to fly to the U.S. So far, United, American, and Delta Airlines have all announced they're temporarily suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv. Those who have made it back are traumatized.
Just to see our people getting murdered is just beyond.
And over the weekend, many in the Jewish community rallying around each other as they pray for their family and loved ones back home.
Now's not the time to be afraid. Now's the time to be strong.
All of this is happening as there is a historic rise in anti-Semitic incidents in this country, nearly 3,700 last year in the U.S. Joe?
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. And we will have more Morning News Now right after this.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news for hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
For many people, it's a quicker way to get shopping done using those self-service checkouts to pay for your items. But there are new signs that some of the nation's largest retailers might be rethinking how they use them, as the machines could actually be costing companies more money. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. No question, this has been a huge convenience for Americans and people across the globe for a long time now. It's been around the technology for decades. When you see a long line at the cashier and then those tantalizing self-checkouts. However, as you suggest, Joe, increasingly research right now showing they're a prime place for theft and technical issues, as many retailers right now are either scaling back or putting new protocols into place.
In stores all over the country, you'll find these self-checkout kiosks, which can offer a quicker exit to the door, but not always.
I stood there for almost 10 minutes. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. Help is on the way.
Can we just all boycott self-checkout? Like, I'm so sick of it.
With some shoppers sounding off on the technical hurdles and companies surveying new data. CNBC reports that according to multiple retail advisors, self-checkout machines increase the risk of theft and in some cases are outweighing the investments companies made in them. Changes might be afoot, and shoppers aren't shocked.
Do you find it more convenient to be able to use self-checkouts?
Not necessarily more convenient, no.
And how come it's not?
I find that there's too much room for human error.
I imagine people steal from them. You know, I have to imagine it's not that difficult.
A couple of the companies considering changes include Costco, which has started asking staff to check membership cards in the self-checkout lanes and assist with scanning after noticing more abuse of card sharing. And Walmart, reportedly renovating 2 stores in the Albuquerque, New Mexico area to strip away the self-checkouts and completing efforts at a 3rd store. Neither company immediately responded to our request for comment, but a Walmart spokesperson told the Albuquerque Journal there is no single reason for the decisions, despite some social media criticism.
I really despise self-checkout. As a mom who has 3 kids with her usually, and everything's just chaotic as is.
A recent survey from Play USA revealed 2/3 of those asked say they would choose a self-service kiosk over a human-run counter. And the bottom line for many is their time.
Would you find it annoying if you couldn't use them anymore and you had to wait in the line?
I would just find it annoying if the lines are too long. That's what I would find annoying.
So you only care about efficiency, basically?
I only care about speed.
And if you're wondering how much money are retailers actually losing, Joe, from self-checkout theft? Well, we don't know specifically. The National Retail Federation said that last year that they lost some $112 billion to shrink. Shrink, by definition, is the amount of merchandise they're paying for, but doesn't actually get sold. And CNBC reporting that is a combination not just of organized theft, organized crime. We've heard a lot about that, but self-checkout theft and employees also stealing merchandise.
Fascinating. I was at Target just the other day, and I chose to stand in the line with human people working the cashier, and I was not alone. That was the line. No one was using the kiosk, so it's always interesting to see what people prefer.
Sometimes it's nice to talk to another person. I'm with you, Joe.
Exactly. All right.
No doubt about it.
Sam, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Now for financial headlines, some airlines are responding to the attacks on Israel. CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so several airlines are suspending service to Tel Aviv following the Hamas attacks on Israel and are waiting for conditions to improve before resuming flights. United, Delta, American, and Air France are all suspending direct flights. The U.S. airlines, these normally operate direct service from major cities, including New York, Chicago, Washington, and Miami. Separately, NVIDIA, that's the world's largest maker of chips for AI and computer graphics, is canceling its AI summit in Tel Aviv next week. Apple's next Vision Pro headset may ship from the factory equipped with prescription lenses. Bloomberg reports it could also be smaller and lighter. The first generation Vision Pro is expected to go on sale early next year. Apple's solution for people who wear glasses is to stock optional lenses in its retail stores, but that creates a potential supply problem. Apple has filed patents in recent months for a VR or AR display that can be adjusted to correct someone's vision. And Meta is working on plans to beat Apple's Vision Pro headset. Bloomberg says a follow-up to the Meta Quest 3, which goes on sale this week, would come without controllers to make the future device cheaper. The Quest 3 is already about 15% cheaper than the Vision Pro. Instead of controllers, users would be able to use hand gestures or buy the controllers separately. All about AI, VR, just...
Exactly. Yeah. Pretty soon you and I will be wearing those as we do the news.
Oh my, can you imagine that?
The Jetsons, here we come. All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, another day, another history-making moment for the GOAT, Simone Biles, how she's reacting to her new status as the most decorated gymnast of all time. That's up next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We end this hour with Simone Biles' latest achievement. The star athlete, now the most decorated gymnast in history. Biles added to her already stellar resume at the World Championships this weekend, winning 5 medals, 4 of them gold, after triumphing in the balance beam and floor exercise finals yesterday. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us again from Belgium with more. Megan, good morning. So from taking time off after suffering from the twisties at the last Olympics to now becoming the most decorated gymnast, Simone Biles is proving why she's the GOAT. She won her 4th gold medal at the World Championships on Sunday. She finished 1st in the floor exercise. Walk us through that amazing accomplishment and just some of the other major takeaways from this weekend.
Joe, she's incredible. I mean, we may never see another athlete like Simone Biles. She is just that good. And what we saw this weekend was just greatness, more of her greatness on full display. What makes her so incredible is that she does these routines that are so complex. They have such a high level of difficulty, and she executes them. And even when she makes a mistake, so for example, when she did that floor routine yesterday, she stepped out of bounds, but it didn't even matter. She still clinched gold because nobody else is doing that level of difficulty that Simone Biles does. Joe, she is so exciting to watch. She is the GOAT, and we may never see someone like her again.
I'm surprised she wasn't already the most decorated, but now it is official, so that's good to know. Right. I mean, she is fierce, she's competitive, she's also pretty humble. So how is she reacting to this new achievement?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Incredibly humble. She is very proud of what she did. But as you mentioned, she took 2 years off, came back. It's like she never left, but she didn't know what to expect. She did work hard, but she's very grateful for where she is. I had a chance to speak with her shortly after last night. Take a listen to what she had to say. You're incredible. You've got to be happy with what you did here.
Yes, I'm very proud of the performances that I put out, that Team USA put out. I don't think we could have asked for anything more. We put the work in, and the results showed, so I'm really excited with how it ended.
Joe, she says she's looking forward to seeing her husband next week, and she's looking forward to just taking some time to relax and enjoy the holidays, she said.
So we know that she has her sights set perhaps on an even bigger prize. We've got the Summer Games next year in Paris. So now she's reclaimed her spot atop the world. First of all, do we know, is she committed to trying to compete in Paris next year? I'm guessing that's one of the questions you asked her. And at this point, does it look like anyone could beat her?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, we did ask her about Paris, and she sort of deflected and said, look, there's a lot of other steps that we have to get through before, that. So she's taking it a step at a time. But she told our Hoda Kotb just a couple of weeks ago that, yes, she has eyes set on Paris. And barring an injury, there's no doubt about it, we will see Simone Biles on the Olympic team. But another one to watch out for is Shilese Jones. She's also incredible. She actually bested Biles on the uneven bars. She, too, wants to go to the Olympics. Barring an injury, I suspect we will also see her on that team. We won't know for sure until June. That's when the qualifiers are. But, Joe, it's going to be so exciting to watch this Olympics. By the way, we are 291 days away.
Not that you're counting or anything like that. I mean, it's just amazing that they're doing so well with this time coming up. We have a little less than a minute here, Megan. The women get so much attention because they're so amazing. But remind us, the men had a pretty good showing during this World Championships, right?
Yes. Joe, I'm so glad you mentioned that. The men are extraordinary, a great group of guys. They medaled for the first time in nearly a decade. They've got standout stars from Coy Young to Fred Richard. These are names to watch. I suspect they could also make the team next year as well. Absolutely incredible. They had a great showing. They're also going to be exciting to watch next year in the Olympics.
So much to be excited for. All right, Megan, I'm sure you've had your fill of chocolate, but go get some more while you're there. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, Israel at war. Breaking this morning, more deaths in the Middle East from an unprecedented attack that has become an all-out war between Israel and Hamas militants. Overnight explosions rocking the Gaza Strip as Israel orders a full siege on the Palestinian territory. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the fighting. At least 4 of them are Americans. The National Security Council says several U.S. citizens are still missing. This as a hostage crisis unfolds. Israeli officials say the number of people kidnapped is in the dozens.
For the first time in I don't know how long, there were terrorists all throughout Israel with guns just shooting people in the street.
Now Israel is fighting back, saying it has retaken control of its territory with the military ordering that full siege of Gaza. But Saturday's attack is raising questions about Israeli intelligence.
This is an attack that I don't think anyone
saw coming. The focus now has to be on making sure that Israel has what it needs to deal with this attack.
All this as the U.S. pledges unwavering support, moving Navy ships and military aircraft closer to Israel. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We're bringing you team coverage from the Middle East to Washington as the fighting continues. Let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who joins us from Ashkelon in southern Israel. So, Raf, just walk us through what it is you are seeing on the ground right now. What's the latest on the fighting that's happening within Israel?
Yeah, Joe, well, we are at the site of the latest rocket to fall inside of Israel. This rocket came down just about an hour ago. You can see the back of this car is just absolutely riddled with shrapnel. And if Dave Copeland, my camera operator, can turn around here, you can see, Joe, this is the impact site where the rocket went down into the concrete. And the miracle here, Joe, is that literally 10 feet away from this rocket and some sort of fuel tanker, you can see its windscreen shattered by the shrapnel, but almost miraculously, the fuel tank itself did not explode. Now, as you said, the Israeli military says this morning that it is once again in full control of Israeli towns and communities along the Gaza border, which is very significant because for the first 48 hours or so after this surprise attack, Israel could not say that it controlled its own territory. There were still Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters controlling streets, buildings, in some cases, whole neighborhoods of Israeli towns. The Israeli military says they are now fully in control. There is still fighting inside of Israel, but they say it is sporadic. They do not, Joe, seem to have managed to fill in the breaches in the Gaza border fence, and it does appear that Palestinian fighters are still making it through.
So, Raf, we are also watching the scenes inside Gaza that show buildings being flattened by the relentless Israeli airstrikes. And now we're hearing Israel is imposing a full blockade on the Palestinian enclave. Just walk us through the latest of what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah, Joe, we are a little more than 10 miles from Gaza here, and we can hear the relentless boom as Israeli aircraft are overhead. They have been carrying out hundreds of airstrikes, and this morning the Israeli defense minister is saying he has placed Gaza under siege. There is no electricity going in, there is no fuel going in, and there is no food going in. That is according to the Israeli defense minister, Yoav Gallant. He says that Israel is fighting what he calls human animals and will act accordingly. Now, Joe, we should be really, really clear about this. There are 2 million Palestinian civilians inside Gaza. It is one of the most densely populated places on earth. These are people who live under Hamas control, but they are not part of Hamas. They have no say in what's going on here. And if it is the case that Gaza is without electricity, without fuel, it is those people who will be suffering right now. Officials inside Gaza say more than 400 Palestinians, including a very large number of children, have been killed so far in these Israeli airstrikes. The Israeli military says it is only targeting military targets, and it is doing everything it can to spare civilians. Jeff.
So, Raf, the question now, any indication just how far this conflict is going to go? So many believe that we're going to see some sort of ground operation into Gaza, but at the same time, we know one of the big issues is those dozens of hostages who were taken from Israel into Gaza. That presents another issue.
Yeah, Joe, so just on the prospect of a ground offensive, the Israeli military has not confirmed anything. They say all options are on the table in terms of what comes next. But I can tell you, in the 2+ days that we have been reporting on this, we have seen a near endless column of Israeli tanks, armored vehicles, artillery moving south towards the Gaza border. Every indication from what we can see with our own eyes is that Israel is preparing for a large-scale ground offensive. The Israeli military this morning saying they have called up 300,000 reservists, which is a number that you don't call up unless you are planning a very, very large operation. Just think about it, Joe. To take 300,000 people out of the workforce has a potentially devastating impact on the Israeli economy, but the Israeli government has decided it is necessary for security reasons. You may be able to hear the booms, Joe, from Gaza. Now, in terms of the hostages, this is perhaps the most complex hostage rescue operation that the world has ever seen. Hamas is saying today that 4 Israeli hostages have been killed by Israeli bombardment inside of Gaza. That is not something NBC News has been able to independently confirm, but it speaks to the great fear that Israel has, which is that as it carries out this military operation, it may be putting its own hostages in harm's way. Joe, we just came from speaking to a man. His name is Yoni Asher, his wife Doron, his 2 little girls, ages 5 and 3, were at their grandmother's house in southern Israel on Saturday morning when these Hamas militants stormed into the kibbutz that they're living. Joe, he was able to track his wife's cell phone movements, her iPhone, and he saw that cell phone moving from the site of her grandmother's house into Gaza, and he does not know where his family is today. Jeff.
I cannot imagine what that man is going through right now. Raf, as always, we appreciate your reporting. You and your crew, please continue to stay safe. We want to bring in Barak Shmuel. He joins us now. He's originally from Colorado, is currently living in Israel, is a survivor of the attacks. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We are glad you're safe. First, I just want to ask, how are you doing right now?
Wow. There's so many emotions at once. There's mainly just a bunch of adrenaline, fear. It's too much to control.
I want to walk through what happened on Saturday morning. You stayed locked in your place, in your home by yourself when those attacks first broke out. And you say you saw videos of the violence online. How did you realize what was happening, what was going through your mind as the violence started to unfold on Saturday?
For me, the first rockets caught me outside of my house. I was on my way to I was with my friends. We were going to work out. And then when I got home after running from rockets, I opened my phone and all of a sudden I see these videos of terrorists running around the street. And at first, to be completely honest, I laughed. I thought it was a joke because it really does not seem real. And then it just kept on coming, and I understood that the situation is legit. And in that exact moment, completely shut down. I went into safety mode. I locked my house completely, and just since then, it's just been on just a feeling of uncertainty of how this is going to continue.
I understand that you lost a friend in this. One of your friends was killed. I'm so sorry to hear that. What happened? What should we know about that?
Do not want to go too much into detail. He was a surfer. He went to go surf in the morning. And when I got home in that same morning, I saw the messages that he was missing. And then later that night, we heard that he was killed.
I'm so sorry to hear about this loss. I know so many people have been impacted. So many people have lost loved ones or don't know where their loved ones are right now. I understand your mother was actually out of the country when the violence broke out. You've been able to talk with her since then, right?
Yes, sir. I was alone for the first 28 hours of the whole war, and I just made sure I was safe, talked to family, made sure everyone was okay, just did whatever I could do in the situation to keep myself in as good as a position as I can. Now my mother has returned. She came on an emergency flight from Italy, and luckily we are together, but the feeling is still there. Bunch of booms going on. It's just unreal.
What is your hope at this time? This could be a long and difficult war, as the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said. What are you hoping happens moving forward?
On the big picture, I just hope that it'll just return to how life's supposed to be. But this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Things take time. but we will be okay. I have no doubt in my mind. This is our country. We're here to stay. And the civilians are doing what they can to help the soldiers. Myself, I have gone and I've been collecting food around the city and clothing for soldiers to bring them supplies. And I just hope that the casualties will stop and that, you know, I'll be able to live my normal life.
Brock, Shmuel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're glad you're okay. We're glad you've been reunited with your mom, and we are thinking about you, your family at this time.
Thank you.
Let's take a closer look at how America is responding. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on this. Gabe, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer confirmed that at least 4 American deaths so far. What more can you tell us about that? And what has been President Biden's reaction to these attacks?
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, U.S. lawmakers got an unclassified phone briefing late last night. And as you said, according to 3 sources familiar with the call, at least 4 Americans are among the dead, and that number is expected to rise. Now, President Biden over the weekend spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, and the president giving his full-throated support for Israel when he spoke here at the White House on Saturday. Let's take a listen.
We will not ever fail to have their back. We'll make sure that they have the help their citizens need and they can continue to defend themselves. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people, full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Now, Joe, a message that the president and the White House stressed over the weekend is that they are warning any enemies of Israel not to take advantage of any perceived vulnerability here to attack Israel. And this all comes as the Biden administration is scrambling to make sure that this conflict does not escalate into a broader war across the Middle East.
Yeah, and Gabe, that brings up the topic of Iran right now. We're hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was asked about whether Iran played any role in these attacks. What is he saying about that and any possible motives at this time?
Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken over the weekend says that the administration has not yet seen evidence linking Iran directly to this attack. Now, there was some reporting over the weekend, the Wall Street Journal citing sources with Hamas and Hezbollah, saying that Iran helped plot these attacks over the last couple of weeks. But 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News that they have not yet seen any evidence to corroborate that report. Still, there are also questions about the motivation for this attack, and the Secretary of State said over the weekend that something that may have played a role is, of course, the recent talks between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the U.S. to try and broker an agreement to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Here is the secretary yesterday responding to a question about that.
It's entirely possible that one of the motivations for this attack was to try to derail these efforts to advance normalization, something that is very hard. There are a lot of really challenging issues to work through. We're in the process of trying to do that. But the result would be, if we were able to get there, a much different path for the region and for the future.
And, Joe, critics of the Biden administration have suggested without evidence that those $6 billion in Iranian oil revenues that were unfrozen several weeks ago in exchange for those 5 American citizens, those critics are saying that that perhaps may have been used to fund at least part of this attack. That is something that the Biden administration is pushing back very strongly against, calling it misinformation. Joe?
Gabe, let's talk about some of the movement that's taking place in the Mediterranean. We know the U.S. military is moving an aircraft carrier strike group plus aircraft closer to Israel. What should we know about that? How involved is the U.S. going to get in this conflict?
Right there, you see it on your screen, Joe. The U.S. is sending several military assets, including the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, also several guided missile destroyers to the eastern Mediterranean, as you mentioned. And this is seen as potentially to having a deterrent effect. It's also a show of force. But the goal is here, again, to try and prevent other actors, other enemies of Israel from taking advantage of the situation. The White House again, trying to prevent this from escalating into a wider conflict. Joe?
All right. Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you so much. We have some new information, and we want to share with you a statement just released from Israel. The Air Force now launching an extensive attack on many centers of the terrorist organization Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Let's stay in Washington as we continue our coverage and take a closer look at how lawmakers are reacting. We're joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So we know there's this bipartisan group of senators in Beijing right now where Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer met with the Chinese foreign minister. What's he saying about how China is reacting to the attacks in Israel?
Well, look, Schumer, of course, condemning these attacks writ large, but also saying that he didn't necessarily appreciate or like the way that the Chinese responded. Listen to a bit of Senator Schumer, the top Democrat overseas right now on a congressional delegation visit. Watch.
The ongoing events in Israel over the past few days are horrific. I urge you and the Chinese people to stand with the Israeli people and condemn these cowardly and vicious attacks. I was very disappointed, to be honest, by the foreign ministry statement that showed no sympathy or support for Israel during these tough, troubled times.
So you heard there, of course, Schumer saying he was disappointed by the reaction of the Chinese foreign minister to what's happening in Israel right now. But the fact that Schumer and several of his Senate colleagues are overseas underscores the idea that we're not going to see them in Washington this week. That does make it slightly more difficult for them to get the kinds of classified briefings that many senators want in these kinds of settings. They have been briefed in an unclassified fashion, of course. Those are likely to continue, but we're not going to see senators back in town, at least at this point, until next week.
And Ali, on top of that, Congress currently acting without a House Speaker at the moment after Kevin McCarthy was ousted last week. So it's still going to be at least a few more days before a new Speaker is elected. How are lawmakers able to move forward with aid without a House Speaker? Lay out what some of the challenges could be here.
They're probably not going to be able to move forward with aid, at least as things stand right now, because although there is an acting speaker, a speaker pro tempore in Patrick McHenry, that he is largely powerless in running the House floor. He can open it, he can close it. That means he can slam a gavel in and out, but he can't bring resolutions to the floor. For example, we've heard from some lawmakers who want to put forward a resolution condemning Hamas. That's likely to garner a lot of bipartisan support, but in terms of actually bringing something as simple as that to the floor, it's not clear that McHenry right now has the power to do that. It's important to remember, too, that all of this is being played out in real time. You've never had a speaker pro tempore in this instance before. It was the first time just a few days ago that we saw a Speaker of the House ousted from that role. So all of this is really being tried and tested in real time here and under seriously stressful and tense conditions. You have to imagine that a resolution is the least that the House is going to want to do. There's going to come a point where there's a real conversation about sending more aid. You can't do that unless you change the landscape in the House. There is some talk potentially of electing McHenry to this role so that he has those powers, even on a temporary basis. But I have to tell you, I talked to a Democratic lawmaker this morning who sort of panned the idea and demurred at the idea that there could be a bipartisan way of doing that even at this point.
Ali, I quickly want to ask you about what's happening on the Senate side. Despite the ongoing violence in Israel, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville still not backing down on his one-man, months-long block of hundreds of military promotions. Could that change it all here?
Sounds like it's not going to change. And even though the current landscape has become even more dire in terms of the U.S. needing to have key commanders in positions like the ones that Gabe was talking about, moving some of those fleets in, they need some of these positions to be confirmed because as of now, they're vacant. To go through them one by one, again, I think we need to remind, would take hours that the Senate doesn't have. Again, the Senate is not even in this week, but Tuberville doesn't sound like he's backing down on this hold. And even with the changing circumstances overseas, it sounds like he's holding fast.
All right, Ali Vitale in Washington. Ali, thank you so much. Let's bring in Avi Mayer. He is the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. Avi, we appreciate having you with us. You've been very helpful over the last 48 hours as we've been trying to report on what's happening inside Israel. I know your newspaper, the Jerusalem Post, has been under cyber attack since this started. Talk about why you think your paper is a target and how this is impacting your ability to report, but also to get information to people who desperately need it right now.
Well, as you said, our paper has been under constant attack since Saturday morning. Since this assault was launched at 6:22 a.m., we've been under fairly constant assault. That continues at this time. Our website has been on and offline alternately over the past 48 hours or so. We believe that this is a sustained effort to keep Israel and keep Israeli citizens from telling their side of the story, from bringing the reality on the ground to the world. We have encountered this before. It has been directed by state actors. We can't confirm whether that's the case here, but it is a very serious effort indeed. We have very, I think, robust cyber defenses, and they've managed to overwhelm those, which indicates that this is a very serious effort to ensure that the truth is not getting out there. Of course, we will not let that deter us. We remain active on all social media platforms, and we're doing whatever we can to get our website back online in order to ensure that our audience is kept informed around the clock.
I want to ask you about an opinion piece you wrote. You referred to the attack as Israel's 9/11. You're not the only person to say that over the past 48 hours. For you, why is it important to make that comparison?
Look, I was a high school senior on September the 11th, 2001 in the D.C. area. And I remember that sense of chaos and confusion, not knowing whether people were alive or dead, where the next attack was going to come from. And that is very much what Israelis are feeling today, but in orders of magnitude, even worse. If you can understand, Israel is a very small country, under 10 million people. 700 are the equivalent of about 7 9/11s when adjusted for proportion. That is an unimaginable number of people who have been killed. So there's not a single family in Israel that hasn't been touched by this in some way, that doesn't have a family member that's been lost, or a neighbor, a loved one, a colleague. The country is in mourning, and that is exactly what we are encountering today, alongside, of course, the tremendous sense of uncertainty about whether loved ones are alive or indeed being held by Hamas. There have been horrific images of elderly men and women being taken captive by Hamas. Young children have been seen in the Gaza Strip being taunted by Palestinians on the street. It is absolutely devastating and quite terrifying for Israelis who don't know whether they'll ever see their loved ones alive again.
Just like 9/11, this was such a surprise. What do you make of the Israeli government's response to this so far? Do you think there'll be any shakeups in the military because of the intelligence failures here leading up to it?
Well, there will absolutely have to be a commission of inquiry. This is Israel's worst military and intelligence disaster, I think, ever. Perhaps on par with the Yom Kippur War and those who are saying that it is actually worse. There will certainly be a commission of inquiry. I assume that certain people will be taken to account. Right now, though, the country is united in the effort to first recover those Israelis who have been taken hostage by Hamas, and then to deal a devastating blow to Hamas and its leadership for challenging Israel in this way, for invading Israeli territory in such a heinous manner, murdering so many Israelis. There is very broad support for such an effort. As your correspondent mentioned earlier, 300,000 Israelis have already been called up for reserve. That is a tremendous, tremendous number, which indicates that there is going to be a military assault targeting Hamas and its infrastructure. We hope that this will be a fairly short campaign, but there are no guarantees. The goal here, again, is twofold: to bring those Israelis home, the innocent men, women, and children who are being held by Hamas, held hostage at this time, while dealing Hamas a devastating blow that it will never forget, and ensuring that it is not able to carry out such a dreadful attack ever again.
Something we, of course, never want to see repeated. Avi, Mayor, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to you and your colleagues for your relentless reporting during this time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our coverage on the war in Israel will continue throughout the hour. In about 10 minutes, the hostage crisis that's leaving families frustrated. More on what's being done to try to get them home safely. Up first, though, protests in Alabama after a police shooting ends with a black man dead at his own home.
And it's finally sweater weather from the Great Lakes to the upper Midwest and to the Northeast. I'll show you those chilly numbers coming up.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. An investigation is underway in Alabama after a black man was fatally shot by police last month at his home. His family is now speaking out, saying the officers failed to identify themselves when they confronted 39-year-old Steve Perkins. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
This video caught on a neighbor's doorbell camera captures the moment the Perkins family says police fatally shot 39-year-old Steve Perkins.
Police, get back!
The warning appearing to come immediately before police opened fire, killing the husband and father.
There's one male down. I got to need an ambulance ASAP.
Authorities have yet to verify the video shared by the family's attorney to NBC News. The deadly confrontation around 2 a.m. September 29th stemmed from a tow truck driver trying to repossess Perkins' truck. Police say the driver arrived earlier, but left when Perkins flashed a gun, then came back hours later, accompanied by Decatur police.
They started firing before they even got the full first command out of their mouth.
The department states Perkins brandished the weapon towards an officer, causing the officer to fire. Perkins' older brother, Nicholas, in heartbroken disbelief.
When you watch that video, what do you see?
I see a murder. Cold-blooded murder.
Questions over Perkins' death prompted week-long protests and calls for transparency after his family's attorney says Perkins had no idea it was police in his front yard.
It doesn't matter whether he had a weapon or not. He never was given an opportunity to comply, and if he had a weapon, he was well within his rights to carry a firearm.
The city's placed one officer on leave and has not released police body camera video from the incident. Alabama's law enforcement agency is now leading a third-party investigation.
And what hurts most is we don't have any answers. This family needs answers. This community needs answers.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Let's get to some other international headlines this morning. The Taliban is reporting that an earthquake that hit western Afghanistan is one of the deadliest hit there. NBC's Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. The Taliban also said that thousands of people were injured and at least 1,500 homes have been destroyed. Now, the earthquake struck villages located in the northwest of the city of Herat. With limited communication and travel due to blocked roads, rescuers are left to shovel survivors out of the rubble of collapsed mud homes. Now to Spain, where a company called PLD Space has successfully launched the country's first reusable rocket. The Miura-1 took off from southwest Spain on Saturday, marking Europe's first fully private rocket launch. The company had to scrap 2 previous attempts to launch the rocket, proving that third time is the charm. Finally, in the UK, where a different kind of fashion week is making a global impact. This week, Bristol hosted its 3rd Sustainable Fashion Week. The theme of the week was Rewear Revolution, which focused on how to keep clothing out of landfills. Each catwalk displayed brands that upcycle fabrics and promote eco-concept conscious ethics. The event has not only tripled in size, but now has branches out to launch a collaboration with India, Papua New Guinea, and the United States. Back to you.
All right, good to see that, Claudio. Thank you so much. Well, it's a chilly start to the week, definitely compared with last week. Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking those cool temps for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, big difference from last week. We went from sweating last week in the 80s to sweater weather this week, and we're looking at temperatures really chilly, 5 to 15 degrees below average as we go throughout today. So as we go throughout this afternoon, just 42 degrees in Marquette. That's 14 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Chilly also in Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, into the Northeast, New York City. We're looking at 61 degrees. That's 6 degrees below what we typically feel this time of year. Once again, we're going to see some chilly weather tomorrow. Temperatures mainly in the 50s in a lot of spots. 48 degrees in Duluth, 62 in Davenport, 60s in Indianapolis, Rochester, just 53 degrees in Hagerstown. We're looking at 54. So we have a big area of low pressure that's helping to enhance some of this chilly air coming down from Canada. You can see some purple here. This is north of the Great Lakes. Some blue, excuse me, some pink. That is some wintry weather. So we could see some localized wintry weather into the Great Lakes, but we're certainly going to see some lake enhanced shower. Could see some heavy rainfall in some spots in the Great Lakes. That's a big story as we go throughout the day. The cooler air, the upper level low bringing in that chilly air, and also the chance for some wraparound rain as we go throughout the day. This is going to sink a little bit further to the south and east, and then we're going to start to see some showers into the northeast tomorrow. That's into the interior parts of the northeast. The west, we're looking at a couple of fronts coming onshore. So not only today, but tomorrow, the next several days, we're looking at a series of fronts. That's going to bring some really soggy weather to the Pacific Northwest. It's going to be chilly too, with temperatures below normal, and we could see up to 4 inches of rain in some spots. So that's going to be a big story too as we go throughout this week. Otherwise, as we go further inland in portions of the west, we're going to be well above average, but lots of sunshine across the country today.
I did enjoy wearing a few sweaters this weekend, so that was nice to bring those out.
You do have some good sweaters.
I do like the sweater. Yeah. Sorry, Michelle, thank you so much.
Yeah,
appreciate
sure.
it. Coming up, we do have continuing coverage of the war in Israel. After the break, dozens kidnapped by Hamas militants. What we know about the efforts underway to find them and try and get them home safely. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with continuing coverage of the war in Israel. Families are desperately searching for loved ones who were abducted by Hamas militants during a music festival on Saturday. Israeli officials say at that event alone, at least 260 people were killed. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has more on those who were taken hostage.
Agony and desperation from mothers, brothers, and friends. Their loved ones missing at that music festival.
She was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us, we don't know what to do." And I'm on the phone with her and I'm saying, "Mommy, we love you, it's okay. We're trying to find a way to take you out if there."
Meirav Lashem was on the phone with her daughter, 23-year-old Romy, Saturday morning when she heard her scream. Ben Shimoni was trying to help people escape, his girlfriend says, now begging for help to find him on social media.
We have nothing, and he was saving those people.
Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 Israelis are believed to have been taken hostage, and possibly Americans as well.
We've seen reports about hostages, and there again, we're very actively trying to verify them and nail that down.
Meaning that there could be some U.S. citizens who have been taken hostage as well, Mr. Secretary?
That's correct.
Hirsch Goldberg Poland could be one of those Americans. He was also at that music festival. As militants rampaged, he texted his parents, "I love you," and "I'm sorry," and then nothing. Across Israel, chilling stories are emerging. Yoni Asher's entire family, his wife and 2 young girls, were abducted while away visiting relatives. His wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video showing Yoni's wife and daughters along with his mother-in-law being loaded onto a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza.
And later on, I located her mobile phone and saw it's in Khan Yunis. And only later on, I saw the video.
This video, released by Hamas, showing a group of women being held at an undisclosed location by the Qassam brigades. The hostages are believed to be hidden throughout Gaza, likely being used as human shields and to blunt a full-scale Israeli counterattack. And they are also powerful bargaining chips. In 2006, Hamas fighters seized Gilad Shalit and held him for 5 years. He was ultimately exchanged for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. I spoke to families, friends, colleagues of those missing, all of them incredibly grief-stricken. But what's making it even more difficult for them is they say they're not hearing anything from the Israeli government.
All right, Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. Let's bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs for more on this. He's a retired colonel in the U.S. Army, a Medal of Honor recipient, and NBC News military analyst. Colonel Jacobs, we appreciate having you on this morning. We just heard Kelly mention Israel's ambassador to the U.K. says more than 100 Israelis are believed to have been taken hostage, U.S. nationals possibly among them. How does Israel get those hostages back, especially if they have been taken over the border into Gaza?
Well, with extreme difficulty. Apparently, there are some hostages still in Israel with Hamas. Some of those apparently have been surrounded by Israeli defense forces, but quite a few of them evidently have been taken to Gaza. Hostage rescues at the best of times are extremely difficult. They have to be highly focused, accomplished by well-trained special operations people, and they usually are one-offs. Hamas has taken a large number of hostages, taken to disparate locations, and it's nearly impossible to get all of them back without some casualties. It's not even clear whether or not Israel has sufficient special operations forces to conduct the multitude of operations individually to get the hostages back, to free them. It's also clear that Hamas is going to keep these people as long as they possibly can to do exactly what Kelly was talking about, to use as trade bait for Palestinians held by the Israelis and to blunt any attacks by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza, Joe.
Colonel, we're now seeing really the next phase of this. On Sunday, the Israeli government formally declared war on Hamas. Today, we're just seeing now the Israeli Air Force announcing it's launching an extensive attack on Hamas-linked targets in the Gaza Strip. This all comes after the Army says it has regained control of multiple areas within Israel. But just how surprising was it that we've seen this fighting within Israel's borders, fighting that lasted at a good 48 hours?
Well, it's not only surprising, it's absolutely shocking. Both American and Israeli, neither American nor Israeli intelligence saw this coming, which is difficult to understand, given the fact that it would take months of planning, concentration of lots of Hamas troops in order to train them on this multifarious operation, the accumulation of thousands of missiles and training by Iranians, shipment of ammunition from Iran to Gaza. All these activities you would have thought would be picked up by Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, or both, and yet absolutely nothing. And I'll tell you something else that's actually shocking was the ease with which Hamas breached the barrier, the border between Gaza and Israel. Those who've been to Israel know that on foot and motorized patrols used to take place continuously along the border, and the border was covered by fire from positions inside Israel, so that if there were any breach, it would be able to be thwarted. And yet, we all saw videos of bulldozers and motorbikes coming through breaches in the border between Gaza and Israel. It's absolutely astonishing that this could possibly take place, Joe.
Colonel Jacobs, we're tight on time here, but just what do you expect we're going to see in the next few days?
Continued bombing of selected sites inside Gaza. There's some reports of Israeli Defense Forces massing at the border for an incursion into Gaza on the ground. It's difficult to see how that is going to assist in retrieving hostages. Very, very difficult situation for the weeks to come, Joe.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning.
You bet.
Coming up, matters of the heart. When we come back, the new report by the American Heart Association that could impact how doctors treat cardiovascular diseases. This is Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Financial headlines. Wall Street seeing the impact of the situation in Israel and Gaza this morning. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is set to open lower as investors react to the Hamas attack on Israel. Trading volume could be lighter today as the bond market is closed for Columbus Day. Oil prices are spiking on concerns about potential supply disruptions in the Middle East and a wider conflict. Oil is coming off its biggest weekly decline since March. Investors are also moving into so-called safe haven assets. These get bid up when geopolitical tensions rise. It's the U.S. dollar, the Japanese yen, the Swiss franc, and gold. Union workers at Mack Trucks have rejected a new 5-year contract with the company and plan to go on strike today. The UAW says nearly 3/4 of workers voted against the deal, which included a 19% pay raise over the life of the contract and increases in health and retirement benefits. The UAW represents about 4,000 Mack truck workers in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland. Mack Trucks is owned by Volvo Trucks. Bristol Myers is expanding its pipeline of cancer drugs. The company striking a deal to buy Mirati Therapeutics for up to $5.8 billion. Now, Mirati's drugs target the genetic drivers of specific cancers. Last year, the FDA approved Mirati's treatment for advanced lung cancer. Bristol making the deal as demand for two of its top cancer drugs is declining due to competition from generic drugs, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A new advisory from the American Heart Association is changing the way we understand cardiovascular disease. A report was published in the Circulation Journal. It says there are overlapping symptoms between CVD, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, type 2 diabetes, and obesity. The association designated a new term to describe those who are suffering from a combined number of those issues. It's called cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome. The AHA's advisory offers new guidance and treatment for this. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar to break down the report. So walk us through how these diseases could all be linked to cardiovascular health. What stands out in this report?
Yeah, so I think it's important to emphasize that this syndrome is sort of a new name that is given to a number of different conditions that are well established, but it really identifies this connection between kidney disease and these metabolic things like excess fat in the abdominal area, type 2 diabetes, and how those things, kidney stuff and metabolic stuff, contributes to cardiovascular disease. And they basically have set a framework for this, Joe, to have stages from 0 to 4. So stage 0, CKM, would mean that you have no risk factors, you're completely healthy, all the way up to stage 4, where you have symptomatic heart disease. And the point here is that we don't want people to progress between stages. We don't want people to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. We want them to regress if we can identify and intervene at earlier stages.
So who's most at risk of being diagnosed with this syndrome?
Well, so here's the thing. So if you sort of subtract or kind of take a closer look at what the stages are, we're talking about people who may have some type 2 diabetes, who might have some excess fat in this abdominal area, people who may have some early kidney disease. And the thing about this is that we have medications to treat these things. We have medications that can slow progression of kidney disease, and we have medications like Ozempic and Wegovy that can cause, or result in weight loss, and also treating type 2 diabetes. So it's this whole concept of the kidney, these metabolic things leading to heart disease, and how they all interplay, and how we actually have targets for treatment so we don't have people progressing to symptomatic heart disease.
You mentioned how we want the numbers to go down. You want to move down. Yeah. How do we lower our risk for this syndrome? Are there specific screenings we should be getting from our doctor?
Exactly. And that's what's also nice about this. This framework in stages has different screening recommendations and treatment recommendations for every stage. Another highlight of this actually also is this new algorithm to predict a 10 and 30-year probability of having a heart attack, a stroke, or heart failure that also takes into account all of these metabolic factors, kidney factors, as well as social determinants of health. The current algorithm for a 10-year probability of risk did not include those things, those kidney and metabolic things. So a couple of changes. I know it kind of sounds complicated at first blush, but it's a tool that even I, as a rheumatologist, could easily use and identify my patients who are at risk and get them to the proper specialists to start intervening to lower their risk for heart disease.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Good to have you with us. Coming up, a history of conflict. Our coverage on the war in Israel continues with a look back at the last attack of this scale in Israel, the Yom Kippur War. You're watching NBC Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with our top story. Israeli warplanes are bombarding the Gaza Strip in retaliation for the surprise attack by Hamas militants over the weekend. And this morning, Israel's defense minister ordered a full blockade on the Palestinian enclave, saying, quote, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we will act accordingly. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now for more on this part of the story. So, Molly, the humanitarian situation in Gaza, it was already devastating before all of this. Can you give us a sense, first of all, of what it's like there and who does live there in that just crowded area, 2 million people in such a small space?
Yeah, Joe, that's exactly right. And I'm not sure if we have a map, but I can give your audience and our audience a little bit of a sense. This is a very narrow strip of land, kind of wedged between Egypt and Israel on the Mediterranean, 140 square miles, as you just mentioned, 2.2 million people, many of those civilians. So when you hear the Israeli defense minister's language about a complete siege, cutting off electricity, fuel, food, water, of course, that is hurting the Hamas militants, the Hamas leadership. That is also hurting a lot of civilians. Joe, just to give our audience a real sense of context here, there has been a full blockade basically on Gaza since 2007, really limiting supplies that go in and out, limiting people that go in and out. In order to get out of Gaza as a civilian, as a Palestinian who lives in Gaza, you have to have kind of extreme circumstances, a medical procedure that has to be done, maybe a university that you go to in a third-party country, or some workers or merchants that get permission. As a foreign journalist, Joe, I do have permission, as our colleagues have permission, to go in and out. A few stats just to leave our audience. 50% of the population in Gaza is under the age of 18. 65% live in poverty. 90% live without access of clean water. And given what the Israeli defense minister has said today, that number, of course, will go up. So while all of these measures, of course, will target Hamas militants, there are also a lot of families who will suffer as well.
And Molly, I mean, for many years now, we've seen Israeli airstrikes on this densely populated Gaza Strip. This latest round looks to be even more intense. And it is civilians who will bear the brunt of this war, right?
Civilians on both sides, of course, will bear the brunt of this war. Speaking specifically about Gaza, as you mentioned, look, Israeli airstrikes not terribly rare necessarily in the Gaza Strip. What we are seeing right now is these first opening salvos. We know, and we've talked about, Joe, all morning for the last 48 hours, the hostages, and we think that is really preventing Israel from launching kind of the full brunt of what they could respond with. When there are airstrikes in Gaza, there are no early warning systems. There are no bomb shelters. There are schools, often United Nations schools, which are the sturdiest structures around. But, Joe, you've mentioned kind of the most important thing to understand when you think about Gaza, densely populated. So even if these strikes are very targeted, are very precise, Hamas leadership, Hamas bunkers, there are civilians packed in apartment buildings in the same streets. It is hard to overstate just how crowded this area is, Joe.
Molly, we know this is a decades-old conflict. At the heart of it, Palestinians want an end to Israeli occupation. They want their own state. Experts have been warning for the last year. Rising tensions were reaching a fevered pitch. Can you give us just a little sense of the backdrop here leading into what happened on Saturday?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has to do with how we understand Hamas and how we understand Hamas's taking on this role as kind of how they link to the occupied West Bank, how they link to Palestinians in East Jerusalem. They are calling this Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, of course, Al-Aqsa in East Jerusalem. But the last year, Joe, just for context, has been the deadliest year for Palestinians in decades. It has been the deadliest year for Palestinian children. You have near nightly raids in occupied villages like Jenin in the north of the West Bank, and you have an uptick in settler violence. So you do have political analysts and experts who have been warning about a breaking point. I don't think anyone saw this brutality or this scale coming.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Appreciate you. As we keep hearing this morning, the war in Israel is the worst attack on that nation in 50 years. The last time there was such a coordinated attack, it was 1973. Several nations launched a military operation against Israel that lasted 19 days and ultimately changed American international policy. You've likely heard us talking about it over the last few days. It's known as the Yom Kippur War. For some perspective on that, let's bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. He's also author of the book Presidents of War. Michael, important to have you with us during times like this. I want to talk about this attack this last weekend came 50 years, almost to the day after the Yom Kippur War. How significant is that, the fact that it was so close to exactly 50 years? And remind us how the U.S. responded back then.
Well, we may find that the anniversary meant something more than we know right now. It sure seems as if there may have been some connection, because in 1973, as you know, on a sacred Jewish holiday, Yom Kippur, the most sacred of all, there was an attack by Israel's neighbors on Israel, and the result was that Israel's existence was in great jeopardy. Now, that had happened in 1967. There was a six-day war, but the United States' role was marginal. By 1973, the relationship was different. Richard Nixon was in office, was not particularly close to Israel. He had said he thought that there should be an even-handed policy between Israel and the Arab states. Nevertheless, when he knew that Israel's existence was in peril, he was committed to saving it. Told his Secretary of Defense, who was against helping Israel so directly, send the Israelis every plane that can fly loaded with armaments and other material to help them defend themselves. They remained. But it is historically unusual, Joe, that here we are almost exactly 50 years later on that moment, and another surprise attack on another Jewish holiday.
So while the most intense fighting back in 1973 lasted 19 days, the war really wasn't officially settled until the Camp David Peace Accords. That was 5 years later in 1978. That was brokered by then President Jimmy Carter. After that agreement, U.S. military doctrine, it really underwent sort of a major transformation. So now 50 years later, Michael, and we only have about a minute here, but how could this impact international relations, including America's role in the Middle East?
This is much more complicated, and it could be potentially, we do not know yet, but it could have potentially more impact, because in global terms, the biggest thing that Nixon was worried about, and Henry Kissinger and those around him, was that the Soviets would use this as a way of getting deeper into the Middle East. So they saw this as a Cold War, Moscow versus Washington lens. We now know that this is a struggle, what we're seeing as we speak, that could involve not only other Arab states, but other major powers in the world, beginning in some way, beginning with the Chinese and the Soviets and the Iranians and the Saudis, just on the brink of a moment that the Saudis and the Israelis seem to be about to sign a major accord that we had not seen before. So potentially, you could never predict. I'm an historian. I'm responsible, I hope, for the past, not the future, and I hope it doesn't happen. But this could be extremely important in world impact. That's why, in American terms, it's very important what our President of the United States does.
Michael Beschloss, presidential historian, thank you for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Breaking news on the war in Israel this morning. The State Department now confirming 9 Americans have been killed in the attacks on Israel, and other U.S. citizens are still unaccounted for. Right now, more explosions are rocking the Gaza Strip as Israel orders a full siege on the Palestinian territory. We're also getting our first look at the aftermath of the attacks. Like here in the Israeli desert, hundreds of people were killed during a music festival. Many others are feared abducted. Now, a hostage crisis is unfolding. Israeli officials say the number of people kidnapped is in the dozens. Adding to all this, the U.S. is moving Navy ships and military aircraft closer to Israel and pledging unwavering support. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. At this hour, the fighting in the Middle East continues. Just moments ago, NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel was forced to take cover after a mortar attack in southern Israel near Gaza. Take a look.
Stay down, stay down. Well, I can tell you right now, we are in the town of Sderot, and there has been a lot of incoming fire here. We believe that it is mortar fire. Some of them also appear to have been rockets. They've been coming in quite close. That is why we are on the ground right now. This is still considered a very active combat zone, even though we are inside Israeli territory. And it is not just the incoming rockets and mortars. There are also reports from Israeli officials of new infiltrations, of Hamas sending more fighters through breaches in the border fence. According to a senior Israeli official, there are about 30 different holes, breaches in that border perimeter, and most of them have been plugged up. Around 90% of them have been plugged up, but 10% remain. They're trying to secure them, but remain open. So this is still an active situation here. Most of the residents in this area have been cleared out, and the Israelis are trying to move people away from border towns and communities, and to try and also look for Hamas fighters, because they believe that cells, sleeper cells, or other fighters have infiltrated and are still in the area, potentially hiding in some of the buildings. And now maybe it seems like that big barrage that we just experienced has passed. They come in waves, but this one was practically right on top of us, right here in Sderot.
We should note Richard and his team are safe right now. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter for the latest on the situation. So, Molly, first of all, just bring us up to speed on what's happening right now in southern Israel and Gaza at this hour.
Yeah, Joe, and look, Richard and his team are in southern Israel. That update that they just gave you is just about half an hour old, so it is a very, very active situation. As you can see, they still report hearing booms. They still record hearing incoming mortar fire, and then they hear Israeli jets and outgoing strikes going into the Gaza Strip. So as the Israeli government right now molds their options and figures out, of course, we've been talking about the very high possibility of a full-scale ground incursion, and as they prepare the area for that, they do not have control yet over the towns in southern Israel. One of the things we also know from the Israeli military is they are trying to get civilians out of that area. We also know from our colleague Raf Sanchez and his team that the number of Israeli troops and the equipment going down south is huge. I will just bring you up to date, Joe, on a few numbers. The death toll inside Israel is still 700. That is such an enormous number still. That is expected to go up. So many families, as we've heard from our reporters on the ground, have registered their family members missing. Unclear if those are hostages or if those people have died. We also just heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu. He just finished speaking in the last few minutes. Joe, he said, "We are in the midst of a campaign. I know that you have undergone a difficult and terrible ordeal." He's speaking to the Israeli people. "What Hamas will experience will be difficult and terrible. We are already in the campaign, and we are just getting started." Joe, I actually listened to one of your conversations last hour with Barak Ravid, one of Israel's best journalists, really someone I knew when I was based there. And he talked about the psyche of the Israeli society right now, how he said everyone, 80%, I was struck by this, what he told you, 80% of Israelis want to know when the Israeli military is going in. I think we keep talking about the complications about those hostages and about what a full-scale ground incursion, what kind of absolutely full-scale aerial attack might mean for the Israeli and foreign hostages that are in there. But when you listen to Israelis talk about kind of the emotional, visceral response right now, the only other update I'm going to offer you from southern Israel, Joe, is that the Israeli defense minister, talked earlier today about a complete siege of Gaza, no fuel, no electricity, no food. And Joe, as we talked about earlier this morning, the civilians, the 2.2 million civilians, will pay the price in the Gaza Strip.
Molly, very quickly, what more are we learning about these American casualties?
Right. So right now, all we know from the State Department is that at least 9 Americans have been killed, Joe, on any given day. Hundreds of thousands of Americans and dual citizens will be in Israel. So that number is sadly probably not the final number. But so much of the information that we've been getting from the Israeli government and also from the State Department, I think has been slower in some ways than we expect, partially because it is so confusing, partially, I think, because they just don't know these full final numbers or the nationalities, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much for updating us on the situation. We're going to talk now with Jerusalem Post senior columnist Yaakov Katz. He previously served as editor-in-chief. He's also a senior fellow at the Jewish People Policy Institute. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I mean, my understanding was we weren't sure if we were going to get to talk to you now because moments ago you were maybe told you had to take shelter. What is the situation like for you right now?
Well, we were just about to go live, and then the sirens started to go off here in my home in Jerusalem, so I had to run down to the bomb shelter. Lost, and that's why I'm on the device outside trying to hear pretty much throughout the day. And as we see, the violence is continuing, right? This is an escalation. Hamas launched this war against Israel on Saturday with the massacre of hundreds of Israelis. Israel has been fighting back to restore security to southern Israel and is preparing for a ground offensive into Gaza to be able to stop these infiltrations because they continue with the border open, and Hamas needs to have its capabilities degraded.
We only have 30 seconds here, but just right now, what are the biggest challenges people in Israel are facing right now?
People in Israel are facing challenges of just this state of shock. There are close to 1,000 people who have lost their lives and others who have been abducted and taken hostage by Hamas into Gaza. Mm-hmm. This is ripping apart at the heart and soul of this nation, and this war is unfortunately going to go on for some time.
All right. Yaakov Katz, thank you so much. Glad you are safe. Please continue to keep us updated on everything that is going on there. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
We try to stay positive. I think we're doing well. Right now, in this situation, we didn't hear from anybody or anyone that saw my father and have a contact with him. The last contact we had with my father is for 2 days at Saturdays, 8:48 in the morning. That was the last moment I heard from him. He drove to the south to try to rescue my sister, Maya, that was at the festival. He heard about the situation at the festival, and he drove to rescue her. And nearby, like 2 kilometers around, more east from the location, he tackled with the Hamas terrorists that shot, and we heard gunshots on the background of the conversation on the phone call, and we lost the service with him. Like, we lost the communication.
So he went to the music festival to help get your sister Maya. Did your sister see your father there, or have you spoken with anyone who saw him or heard from him while he was at the festival?
No, he couldn't make it to the festival, as much as we know. He drove, and he reached around something like approximately 1.5 kilometers, miles from the festival. And then we lost the communication with him on the phone. And at the second hand, I spoke with my sister on a different line on the phone, and she succeeded to rescue herself. She ran away, and now she's in safe with us at the house. She hid in trash cans or bushes, a lot of like trees with bananas and stuff like that.
She was telling us on the phone that she was seeing people falling left and right. Hamas terrorists were shooting from their trucks. They were shooting at innocent young kids and families and everyone that was at the festival. They were just shooting them and they were falling left and right. And the friends that were with her are traumatized.
I can't imagine. Everyone must be traumatized. Just how is, first of all, Maya doing right now? You say she's with you. She, I know, must just be relieved to be safe, but I can't imagine everything she witnessed and what she saw.
Yeah, she's traumatized now. She has some guilty feelings, but we try to keep up strong and think about my father. We're trying to track now his last moves and where he is now. And I'm trying to reach out with his photos and pictures to everyone that now in the South. Maybe someone saw him, maybe someone was next to him in some certain point since Saturday. But right now we don't know what's going on. We're pretty sure that he one of the kidnapped. We're pretty sure that they took him to Gaza, the terrorists, and I think right now he's captured. But we don't know for 100% what's going on with him.
We're making sure to share those photos of your father as well, just to get those out there. The fact that he was going there to rescue your sister speaks volumes about him, but what should we know about him, and what is it that you're hoping for right now?
I wanted to say that I don't think my father is something special. He's a usual father. I think that he's one of many stories of fathers that came up to rescue their daughters and their sons. Some of them could make it, some of them could not. Maybe my father couldn't make it, but my sister is here now, safe with us, and that was his main goal. So I think, in his opinion, he won. He won in this game, but I don't know what to say. The situation there was chaos. My father described it that during the conversation we have, that he's driving and he see Hamas terrorists that broke up from the air and came with parachutes and drones. And Hamas terrorists came from the border. They crossed the border in 14 different locations and start shooting from everywhere. Also, my sister described it. They just walk into the middle of rampage, something around 2,700 young adults that went to the party and had fun with their friends.
They also described that there were no IDF soldiers or not enough IDF soldiers around because we weren't prepared for something like this, and we never could have imagined or been prepared for something of this matter. Something so vast and unprecedented.
Yeah, no one could have imagined it. Jess Cohen, Gilad Peretz, we are thinking of you. We are thinking of your family at this time. Please keep us updated on any developments in any way that we can help, all right?
Thank you for your support. Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right.
We need your support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Just like Gilad, many Israelis are desperately waiting this morning to hear news about their loved ones who remain missing after the attacks. The country is dealing with this terrifying hostage crisis, with graphic videos appearing to show Hamas militants abducting Israelis. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Tel Aviv with more on this. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, and the Israeli government hasn't yet said how many hostages may be held right now in Gaza. They may not have the actual number. The Israeli embassy to the U.S. puts the number in the dozens, including children. But today, desperate families are pleading for any information about their missing loved ones.
This morning, horror stories from a music festival in the Israeli desert, where at least 260 people were killed Saturday by Hamas fighters in a surprise attack. Drone video showing the devastating scene afterward, captured on dashcam video, festival goers reeling. And now we're hearing of others at the concert disappearing. Near the border, this video appearing to show militants attacking an Israeli tank. And entire families snatched from their homes at gunpoint. This video appears to show Shiri Bibas and her 2 young sons being taken away. They're missing, along with her husband and her parents.
We don't have any proof of their state, if they were fed, if the baby got food, if my aunt is okay, if my cousin and her husband are alive.
23-year-old Romy Gorin hasn't been heard from since Saturday morning.
She was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us, we don't know what to do."
Jessica Elter, desperate to find her boyfriend Ben Shimoni, who she says helped rescue people before he too vanished.
We were talking, he said, "Everything's okay, I'm going out." Suddenly, I heard screaming.
Yoni Asher says his entire family, his wife and 2 young girls, were abducted while visiting relatives, his wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video appears to show Yoni's wife, daughters, along with his mother-in-law being loaded into a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza. Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 people are believed to have been taken hostage. An Israeli minister claiming an unknown number of Americans may be among the captives.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. is still trying to get a handle on just how many Americans may be held hostage right now in Gaza. Joe, so many unknowns still at this hour.
So many. All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate it and stay safe. Coming up, we do have more coming up this hour on the dire situation playing out across the Middle East, including how the violence is impacting people right here in America. First, after the break, celebrity chef Michael Chiarello dead at age 61. What we're learning this morning about how he died and the culinary legacy he is leaving behind. That's up next. Stick around.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
You weren't coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo. We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, People
are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
This morning, we're remembering Michael Chiarello, the celebrity chef and former Food Network star, died this past week at the age of 61 after being treated for an allergic reaction. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on his life.
Hey there, Michael Chiarello did many things. He ran restaurants, vineyards, and promoted the Napa Valley. But you may know him best from all his years on TV, doing what he loved, cooking.
I'm Michael Chiarello from the Napa Valley. I own Bottega Restaurant.
Michael Chiarello lived his childhood dream of becoming a chef.
You know, it's all about presentation.
And television amplified his culinary talents.
I came here to win. I wake up every day in full-on competitive mode.
Right from the start, he was a star.
Woo! It's going to get really fragrant in there.
Named Chef of the Year by Food and Wine magazine a mere 3 years after graduating from the Culinary Institute of America, the first of many accolades in a career that spanned nearly 40 years.
I hear people say, oh, that's Chiarello, the olive oil guy. But I'm not afraid of a little butter.
After opening restaurants and an olive oil company in his native California, Chiarello became a staple on the Food Network.
Now I have 2 cups of Parmesan cheese that I grated here.
Earning an Emmy in 2005 for hosting Easy Entertaining. Then came the chance to compete on Bravo's Top Chef, where he was a runner-up in 2009.
To be able to give back by just doing what I do would just be an amazing honor to me.
And third on the next Iron Chef in 2011. His presence on TV never wavering, as the one-time competitor even made guest appearances as a judge.
The octopus is cooked perfectly. Unlike the cauliflower, that could use some smokiness.
Chiarello was often invited to the Today Kitchen, sharing his signature Napa-style twist on Italian cuisine in Studio 1A.
You gotta get out to Napa a little bit.
We're gonna have to come.
Though he weathered some controversy, settling a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2017 brought by 2 former female employees, this morning the celebrity chef is being remembered most for his food-centric life he shared with fans and aspiring cooks alike. Chiarello died in a California hospital where he had been treated for anaphylactic shock caused by an acute allergic reaction. His family is saying that his legacy will live on forever in the love he poured into every dish and the passion he instilled in all of us to savor life's flavors. Back to you.
Right, Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Concern is growing that North Korea could be supplying munitions to Russia. For more on this and other news around the world, let's go to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. He joins us from Rome with more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. According to a U.S. think tank, a surge in rail traffic at the border between North Korea and Russia could indicate that North Korea is now supplying arms to Russia. Now, the images show an increase of about 50 more train cars than average on the railway. Speculation increased after Kim Jong-un traveled to Russia for a visit with Vladimir Putin, which included visits to key military sites. Now, the results are in for a major regional election in Germany. Just yesterday, the victory went to conservatives in 2 of Germany's largest and wealthiest states, Bavaria and Hesse. All 3 parties in the national coalition, led by Chancellor Olaf Scholz, saw low numbers. The approval of Scholz's government has been at its lowest since 2021 due to frustrations over migration and energy. This is the first of a series of key elections in Germany over the next 2 years, all leading up to the highly anticipated parliamentary elections in 2025. And a new app is letting tourists get a look into the past using technology from the future. Supported by Greece's Culture Ministry, the app Kronos allows users to simply point their phones at ancient monuments around the Acropolis and, thanks to AR technology, see what they would have looked like thousands of years ago. If you take a look through your lens, the ancient Parthenon temple, for instance, despite marble statues being removed over over 200 years ago, you can now pinch and zoom to see their original details and colors. Well, I hope that technology will come here to Rome, because there's a lot of ruins here that are just waiting to come back to life.
Yeah,
back to you, Joe.
That is a very good idea. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Let's do the equivalent of that, but for weather, right? Let's gonna check on your morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's at her fancy wall with more on the chilly forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. It is chilly. We're looking at temperatures 5 to 15 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. This time last week, we were into the 80s, so above normal for this time of year. We have high pressure in place today, so a lot of us are quiet. You can see not a whole lot going on in the map. High pressure in conjunction with an area of low pressure is bringing some chilly air, though, from the Great Lakes into portions of the upper Midwest into the Northeast. We're looking at well above average temperatures in the Intermountain West, portions of the Plains and the Great Plains. Soggy, though, in the Pacific Northwest. We're talking Oregon, Washington, and Northern California. We're going to see a series of fronts moving on shore. That's going to bring very soggy weather, and we could see the chance of even up to 4 inches of rain in some spots over the next several days. Also really quiet in the Southeast. We're looking at some showers, too, in parts of the Appalachians. It's going to be really cold there. We have some freeze and frost warnings this morning. So as we look towards Wednesday, we're looking at a little bit more rain. We're looking at that high pressure kind of moving off. We have rain and snow into the Intermountain West, parts of the Great Plains as well. Still looking at soggy conditions along the West Coast, Pacific Northwest coast. So you can plan on that today, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's going to be chilly, too, in the Pacific Northwest. Those temperatures will come down in the Intermountain West by Wednesday because of this rain. And we're going to see some heavy, higher mountain snow. Then we could see some rain falling, some showers, some thunderstorms into parts of the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the Ohio Valley, and welcome rain. This is tropical moisture that's going to move on shore on Wednesday along the Gulf Coast. You can see these bright colors here, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's indicating that we're expecting some heavy rain there. And then sun and clouds. It will be dry but cool still on Wednesday. We're going to begin to moderate those temperatures by Thursday and also Friday. Friday, not a great day in parts of the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley. We're going to look at the chance for a flood threat. It's going to be very soggy there. Chilly in parts of the Intermountain West, sunny and seasonable in the Southwest. Lots of sunshine, too, in the South Central states. And we're going to see that rain into the interior parts of the Northeast. This is going to move into the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, also the New England area by the weekend. So once again, we're looking at a soggy weekend in those places. It's been weekend after weekend after weekend. We're going to do that once again. And this rain is going to extend into portions of the Southeast. Could see some pretty heavy rain in parts of the Carolinas into Georgia. So as we go throughout today, one of the bigger stories is the autumn chill in place. We're looking at really chilly air, starting out with some freezing spots in places. We're looking at by this afternoon only into the 40s, the low 40s in Marquette. That's 14 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. It's an upper area of low pressure that's bringing down this cool Canadian air. Lots of 50s on the map, lots of temperatures, 5 to 15 degrees below what is expected. 62 in Charleston, West Virginia today by this afternoon. New York City just 61 degrees. It was a chilly day yesterday. We're going to have a little more sunshine. That's the good news. So it'll be a pretty looking day, but it's going to be pretty chilly, too. By tomorrow, still the chill is in place in parts of the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. Once again, Duluth, just 48 degrees, 53 in Rochester, 64 in Charleston, West Virginia, and 64 in Hagerstown, Maryland. We're going to begin to moderate those temperatures as we go throughout the later part of the week. Look at this large spinning system. So north of the Great Lakes, we're looking at some snow. This could creep into portions of the Great Lakes. It's going to be very localized, but otherwise, we're looking at some lake-enhanced rainfall. And some of this could be pretty heavy, but this is sort of just an indication of those seasons changing, right? That cold air coming in.
Rapidly. I like the chilly, just keep the snow away now.
Right?
I need a little more. Exactly. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Coming up, we have continuing coverage of the devastation across the Middle East this morning. After the break, the conversation some military experts are having over whether Hamas could have possibly received outside help while planning the attacks. We're going to dig deeper next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
Worth coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn?
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just made too.
We're back with our continuing coverage of the Israeli-Hamas war. This morning, the Israeli military is ordering a full siege of Gaza and is continuing to pummel the area with airstrikes following Hamas's surprise attack. And we have some breaking news this morning. The State Department now telling us 9 Americans have been killed in Israel. Several Americans are still missing. Israel has gathered 300,000 troops as it prepares for what many expect will be a ground operation into Gaza. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces says the Israeli army has retaken control of its territory that was once held by Hamas. At least 1,200 people have been killed in the fighting. That number is expected to rise. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce for more on this. Dan, good morning. So former U.S. officials say that Hamas's attack on Israel had the hallmarks of possible involvement from Iran. For its part, Iran's foreign ministry denying any role in the attack. But what can you tell us about the tactics we saw used throughout the weekend, including those paragliders? And what are you hearing from those former officials about this whole situation?
Joe, this is a really key question. You know, what was Iran's role? And you have former senior intelligence officials here gathered at a national security conference sponsored by Cypher Brief, the media organization. And the view here is that Iran had to have had a role in this operation to some degree. In other words, training, arming, advising Hamas now for years. And then the tactics that we saw there, the swarming, using swarming tactics, fast boats, attacking at different points, hostage taking. These all kind of bear resemblance to what Iran and its proxies have done over the years. Now, the next level would be, did Iran somehow give a green light? Did it actually order the attack? U.S. officials cannot confirm that. That's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. They're citing Hamas and Hezbollah militia in Lebanon. But that would be a really serious escalation if it was confirmed that Iran actually ordered the attack. That would put the responsibility squarely on Iran, and that could lead to a wider war. So at the moment, Israel is not making that accusation either. But nevertheless, clearly Iran has a role in this, according to these former officials.
Dan, let's talk about the aid and support we're going to start seeing coming from the U.S. We know the U.S. military is moving an aircraft carrier group close to Israel as a show of support. What's the significance of that activity? What's going to be the U.S. role here moving forward?
So for the moment, Joe, this is symbolic, but it sends a pretty strong message. That is the U.S.'s newest aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford. There are other naval warships going in that strike group. Then plus there's a deployment of U.S. fighter aircraft in the region. And it's really a signal and a warning to Hezbollah, to anyone who would try to exploit the situation and really try to send a signal not to escalate the war beyond what it already is. And it's horrific even as it is, obviously, the death toll rising. So the U.S. is not saying they're going to deploy troops or get directly involved in the conflict, but it is a show of support to Israel. And of course, there are risks here. There are Americans there and dual citizens, Israeli Americans, who are caught up in all of this. And we've just heard the death toll of Americans going up, as you just reported before it came on. So there is this hostage situation where you have Israelis taken hostage. We don't know how many Americans maybe have taken hostage as well. So there are risks here.
Dan, the Israeli defense minister has ordered this full siege of the Gaza Strip. Talk to us about some of the biggest security concerns that Israel has when it comes to trying to secure its borders right now.
This is a real challenge. Obviously, this is an unprecedented attack that they've come under. Really, Israel has never been in this position before, arguably, certainly not in a generation. And they were still struggling as of the past 24 hours just to gain control of Israeli territory proper outside of the Palestinian territories. Gaza is the most densely populated place on the planet. That is not an easy place to operate and to conduct some kind of military operation. There are high-rises, skyscrapers, really dangerous. So they're going to face serious casualties on their side. And it's not clear exactly what they will try to accomplish, what they can accomplish in the end. But they're clearly signaling, I think, that there's going to be a very elaborate and heavy ground operation. We already are seeing all these airstrikes. And then what? We're going to see casualties on both sides. Civilians are going to be caught up in this. And there's a risk here for Israel, too. Do they overreach? Are they end up getting kind of caught in a quagmire in Gaza, where they're trying to conduct this urban warfare in a pretty hostile environment? So there are no clear guarantees here for Israel. This is not the kind of limited operations that they've tended to operate over the past 2 decades. This is new territory, a new situation.
A complicated situation, to put it mildly. Dan DeLuce, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's continue our coverage of this story with Axios political reporter Barak Ravid, who covers Israeli politics for the online publication. Thank you so much for joining us. Just first of all, right now, where we are, how do you assess the situation in Israel and Gaza right now? What do you think we're going to be watching out for in the days to come here?
Good morning. I think we're still in the first phase of this war. Hamas went on its first surprise strike. Now Israel is trying to still contain the situation inside its own territory. Just to understand, there are still several points inside Israel near the border that firefights are happening between Hamas militants and the Israeli military. During the Hamas invasion, something like 1,000 Hamas militants entered Israel. Some of them are still hiding and are still operating. So until this part does not end, we will not see the next phase, which will likely be an Israeli counteroffensive with a ground operation in Gaza.
How complicated, though, is that offensive going to be with the fact that we know dozens of Israelis were kidnapped and then taken into Gaza?
I think one of the things that needs to start sinking in with many people, and I'm just now not stating my opinion. I'm trying to describe the psyche of the average Israeli right now. What the average Israeli right now, and the majority, I think 80% of Israelis are thinking right now, is when are we going in? As hard as it might sound, as difficult as it might sound, I think that the issue of the hostages is, I wouldn't say taking a back seat, but it's not what's driving the car. What's driving the car right now is to go on a very powerful counteroffensive, and I think this is what we're going to see.
Let's talk about what was happening leading up to this attack. The Biden administration was pushing to normalize ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia. First of all, are there any thoughts that that may have been some motivation for what Hamas did here? And then second, just how much does this attack impact attempts to try and normalize those relations?
So first, I guess this was one of the considerations. I'm sure Hamas doesn't like to have a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but I'm not sure that this was what drive this invasion. And I think that at least in the foreseeable future, I don't think that this diplomatic project is viable anymore. This is going to take a long time. We're looking at a military operation that will take weeks, maybe even months, will cost many, many lives on both sides. And I do not see in the next few months the possibility to return to diplomacy between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And afterwards, who knows?
Brock, this is a conflict that, of course, spans decades. What we've seen in the last few days here, how much does that change this conflict and where things go in the future?
I think it would change this conflict in most basic ways. I think, Israelis were shocked by the suicide bombings in 20 years ago after the Camp David negotiations failed, and the series of suicide bombings in Israeli cities that killed more than 2,000 Israelis over 2 or 3 years. And it shocked Israeli society to the core and changed what Israelis think about the Palestinian issue, and I think decreased any willingness for Israeli compromise. And what we've seen just in the last 2 days, we're now at 800 Israelis who were killed. Most of them are civilians. And this is just in 2 days. This number is going to grow. So I think what we're going to see is even less willingness to compromise an inch on something that might influence Israel's security. This thing has taken us back, decades, and I do not see how we go back to any meaningful peace process in maybe in our lifetime.
Barak Ravid with Axios, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now to the effect the war in Israel is having on security here at home. Law enforcement nationwide is ramping up protections for Jewish communities over potential safety concerns. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from Temple Emmanuel here in New York with more on that. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. While the war in the Middle East remains thousands of miles away, police in cities nationwide are increasing security at synagogues like this one and other religious institutions as officials warn of possible lone wolf attacks here in the U.S.
As violence flares in Israel and Gaza, this morning, the U.S. is on high alert. Police from coast to coast increasing patrols at local synagogues and other places of worship.
We will be out there in force.
Though officials in New York say there are no current credible threats, they're directing the NYPD to deploy additional resources to Jewish communities. Other cities like Washington, D.C., Miami Beach, and Los Angeles all taking similar precautions.
There are extra cars out there keeping an eye out for anomalies.
While in Salt Lake City Sunday, police ramped up security following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Amid heightened security concerns, thousands of demonstrators gathered at pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel rallies nationwide. It comes as so many are worried about their loved ones, with thousands of Americans in Israel, and there are few options to fly to the U.S. So far, United, American, and Delta Airlines have all announced they're temporarily suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv. Those who have made it back are traumatized.
Just to see our people getting murdered is just beyond
And over the weekend, many in the Jewish community rallying around each other as they pray for their family and loved ones back home.
Now's not the time to be afraid. Now's the time to be strong.
All of this is happening as there is a historic rise in anti-Semitic incidents in this country, nearly 3,700 last year in the U.S. Joe?
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. And we will have more Morning News Now right after this.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivered.
All right, it just did too.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For many people, it's a quicker way to get shopping done using those self-service checkouts to pay for your items. But there are new signs that some of the nation's largest retailers might be rethinking how they use them, as the machines could actually be costing companies more money. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. No question, this has been a huge convenience for Americans and people across the globe for a long time now. It's been around the technology for decades when you see a long line to the cashier and then those tantalizing self-checkouts. However, as you suggest, Joe, increasingly research right now showing they're a prime place for theft and technical issues, as many retailers right now are either scaling back or putting new protocols into place.
In stores all over the country, you'll find these self-checkout kiosks, which can offer a quicker exit to the door, but not always.
I stood there for almost 10 minutes. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. Help is on the way.
Can we just all boycott self-checkout? Like, I'm so sick of it.
With some shoppers sounding off on the technical hurdles and companies surveying new data. CNBC reports that according to multiple retail advisors, self-checkout machines increase the risk of theft and in some cases are outweighing the investments companies made in them. changes might be afoot, and shoppers aren't shocked.
Do you find it more convenient to be able to use self-checkouts?
Not necessarily more convenient, no.
And how come it's not?
I find that there's too much room for human error.
I imagine people steal from them. I have to imagine. It's not that difficult.
A couple of the companies considering changes include Costco, which has started asking staff to check membership cards in the self-checkout lanes and assist with scanning after noticing more abuse of card sharing. And Walmart, reportedly renovating 2 stores in the Albuquerque, New Mexico area to strip away the self-checkouts and completing efforts at a 3rd store. Neither company immediately responded to our request for comment, but a Walmart spokesperson told the Albuquerque Journal there is no single reason for the decisions, despite some social media criticism.
I really despise self-checkout. As a mom who has 3 kids with her usually, and everything's just chaotic as is.
A recent survey from Play USA revealed 2/3 of those asked say they would choose a self-service kiosk over a human-run counter. And the bottom line for many is their time.
Would you find it annoying if you couldn't use them anymore and you had to wait in the line?
I would just find it annoying if the lines are too long. That's what I would find annoying.
So you only care about efficiency, basically?
I only care about speed.
And if you're wondering how much money are retailers actually losing, Joe, from self-checkout theft? Well, we don't know specifically. The National Retail Federation said that last year that they lost some $112 billion to shrink. Shrink, by definition, is the amount of merchandise they're paying for, but doesn't actually get sold. And CNBC reporting that it is a combination not just of organized theft, organized crime. We've heard a lot about that, but self-checkout theft and employees also stealing merchandise.
Fascinating. I was at Target just the other day, and I chose to stand in the line with human people working the cashier, and I was not alone. That was the line. No one was using the kiosk, so it's always interesting to see what people prefer.
Sometimes it's nice to talk to another person. I'm with you, Joe.
Exactly. All right.
No doubt about it.
Sam, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Now for financial headlines, some airlines are responding to the attacks on Israel. CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so several airlines are suspending service to Tel Aviv following the Hamas attacks on Israel and are waiting for conditions to improve before resuming flights. United, Delta, American, and Air France are all suspending direct flights. The U.S. airlines, these normally operate direct service from major cities, including New York, Chicago, Washington, and Miami. Separately, NVIDIA, that's the world's largest maker of chips for AI and computer graphics, is canceling its AI summit in Tel Aviv next week. Apple's next Vision Pro headset may ship from the factory equipped with prescription lenses. Bloomberg reports it could also be smaller and lighter. The first generation Vision Pro is expected to go on sale early next year. Apple's solution for people who wear glasses is to stock optional lenses in its retail stores, but that creates a potential supply problem. Apple has filed patents in recent months for a VR or AR display that can be adjusted to correct someone's vision. And Meta is working on plans to beat Apple's Vision Pro headset. Bloomberg says a follow-up to the Meta Quest 3, which goes on sale this week, would come without controllers to make the future device cheaper. The Quest 3 is already about 15% cheaper than the Vision Pro. Instead of controllers, users would be able to use hand gestures or buy the controllers separately. All about AI, VR, just...
Exactly. Pretty soon you and I will be wearing those as we do the news.
Oh, my. Can you imagine that?
The Jetsons, here we come. All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, another day, another history-making moment for the GOAT, Simone Biles, how she's reacting to her new status as the most decorated gymnast of all time. That's up next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic. Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We end this hour with Simone Biles' latest achievement, the star athlete, now the most decorated gymnast in history. Biles added to her already stellar resume at the World Championships this weekend, winning 5 medals, 4 of them gold, after triumphing in the balance beam and floor exercise finals yesterday. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us again from Belgium with more. Megan, good morning. So from taking time off after suffering from the twisties at the last Olympics to now becoming the most decorated gymnast, Simone Biles is proving why she's the GOAT. She won her 4th gold medal at the World Championships on Sunday. She finished 1st in the floor exercise. Walk us through that amazing accomplishment and just some of the other major takeaways from this weekend.
Joe, she's incredible. I mean, we may never see another athlete like Simone Biles. She is just that good. And what we saw this weekend was just greatness, more of her greatness on full display. What makes her so incredible is that she does these routines that are so complex. They have such a high level of difficulty, and she executes them. And even when she makes a mistake, so for example, when she did that floor routine yesterday, she stepped out of bounds, but it didn't even matter. She still clinched gold because nobody else is doing that level of difficulty that Simone Biles does. Joe, she is so exciting to watch. She is the GOAT, and we may never see someone like her again.
I'm surprised she wasn't already the most decorated, but now it is official, so that's good to know. Right. I mean, she is fierce, she's competitive, she's also pretty humble. So how is she reacting to this new achievement?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Incredibly humble. She is very proud of what she did. But as you mentioned, she took 2 years off, came back. It's like she never left, but she didn't know what to expect. She did work hard, but she's very grateful for where she is. I had a chance to speak with her shortly after last night. Take a listen to what she had to say. You're incredible. You've got to be happy with what you did here.
Yes, I'm very proud of the performances that I put out, that Team USA put out. I don't think we could have asked for anything more. We put the work in, and the results showed, so I'm really excited with how it ended.
Joe, she says she's looking forward to seeing her husband next week, and she's looking forward to just taking some time to relax and enjoy the holidays, she said.
So we know that she has her sights set perhaps on an even bigger prize. We've got the Summer Games next year in Paris, so now she's reclaimed her spot atop the world. First of all, do we know, is she committed to trying to compete in Paris next year? I'm guessing that's one of the questions you asked her, and at this point, does it look like anyone could beat her?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, we did ask her about Paris, and she sort of deflected and said, look, there's a lot of other steps that we have to get through before, that. So she's taking it a step at a time. But she told our Hoda Kotb just a couple of weeks ago that, yes, she has eyes set on Paris. And barring an injury, there's no doubt about it, we will see Simone Biles on the Olympic team. But another one to watch out for is Shilese Jones. She's also incredible. She actually bested Biles on the uneven bars. She, too, wants to go to the Olympics. Barring an injury, I suspect we will also see her on that team. We won't know for sure until June. That's when the qualifiers are. But, Joe, it's going to be so exciting to watch this Olympics. By the way, we are 291 days away.
Not that you're counting or anything like that. I mean, it's just amazing that they're doing so well with this time coming up. We have a little less than a minute here, Megan. You know, the women get so much attention because they're so amazing. But remind us, the men had a pretty good showing during this World Championships, right?
Yes, Joe, I'm so glad you mentioned that. The men are extraordinary, a great group of guys. They medaled for the first time in nearly a decade. They've got standout stars from Coy Young to Fred Richard. These are names to watch. I suspect they could also make the team next year as well. Absolutely incredible. They had a great showing. They're also going to be exciting to watch next year in the Olympics.
So much to be excited for. All right, Megan, I'm sure you've had your fill of chocolate, but go get some more while you're there. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Breaking news on the war in Israel this morning. The State Department now confirming 9 Americans have been killed in the attacks on Israel, and other U.S. citizens are still unaccounted for. Right now, more explosions are rocking the Gaza Strip as Israel orders a full siege on the Palestinian territory. We're also getting our first look at the aftermath of the attacks. Like here in the Israeli desert, hundreds of people were killed during a music festival. Many others are feared abducted. Now, a hostage crisis is unfolding. Israeli officials say the number of people kidnapped is in the dozens. Adding to all this, the U.S. is moving Navy ships and military aircraft closer to Israel and pledging unwavering support. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. At this hour, the fighting in the Middle East continues. Just moments ago, NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel was forced to take cover after a mortar attack in southern Israel near Gaza. Take a look.
Stay down, stay down. Well, I can tell you right now, we are in the town of Sderot, and there has been a lot of incoming fire here. We believe that it is mortar fire. Some of them also appear to have been rockets. They've been coming in quite close. That is why we are on the ground right now. This is still considered a very active combat zone, even though we are inside Israeli territory. And it is not just the incoming rockets and mortars. There are also reports from Israeli officials of new infiltrations, of Hamas sending more fighters through breaches in the border fence. According to a senior Israeli official, there are about 30 different holes, breaches in that border perimeter, and most of them have been plugged up. Around 90% of them have been plugged up, but 10% remain. They're trying to secure them, but remain open. So this is still an active situation here. Most of the residents in this area have been cleared out, and the Israelis are trying to move people away from border towns and communities, and to try and also look for Hamas fighters, because they believe that cells, sleeper cells, or other fighters have infiltrated and are still in the area, potentially hiding in some of the buildings. And now maybe it seems like that big barrage that we just experienced has passed. They come in waves, but this one was practically right on top of us, right here in Sderot.
We should note Richard and his team are safe right now. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter for the latest on the situation. So, Molly, first of all, just bring us up to speed on what's happening right now in southern Israel and Gaza at this hour.
Yeah, Joe, and look, Richard and his team are in southern Israel. That update that they just gave you is just about half an hour old, so it is a very, very active situation. As you can see, they still report hearing booms. They still record hearing incoming mortar fire, and then they hear Israeli jets and outgoing strikes going into the Gaza Strip. So as the Israeli government right now mulls their options and figures out, of course, we've been talking about the very high possibility of a full-scale ground incursion, and as they prepare the area for that, they do not have have control yet over the towns in southern Israel. One of the things we also know from the Israeli military is they are trying to get civilians out of that area. We also know from our colleague Raf Sanchez and his team that the number of Israeli troops and the equipment going down south is huge. I will just bring you up to date, Joe, on a few numbers. The death toll inside Israel is still 700. That is such an enormous number still. That is expected to go up. So many families, as we've heard from our reporters on the ground, have registered their family members missing. Unclear if those are hostages or if those people have died. We also just heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu. He just finished speaking in the last few minutes. Joe, he said, we are in the midst of a campaign. I know that you have undergone a difficult and terrible ordeal. He's speaking to the Israeli people. What Hamas will experience will be difficult and terrible. We are already in the campaign, and we are just getting started. Joe, I actually listened to one of your conversations last hour with Barak Ravid, one of Israel's best journalists, really someone I knew when I was based there. And he talked about the psyche of the Israeli society right now, how he said everyone, 80%, I was struck by this, what he told you, 80% of Israelis want to know when the Israeli military is going in. I think we keep talking about the complications about those hostages and about what a full-scale ground incursion, what kind of absolutely full-scale aerial attack might mean for the Israeli and foreign hostages that are in there. But when you listen to Israelis talk about kind of the emotional, visceral response right now, the only other update I'm going to offer you from southern Israel, Joe, is that the Israeli defense minister, talked earlier today about a complete siege of Gaza, no fuel, no electricity, no food. And Joe, as we talked about earlier this morning, the civilians, the 2.2 million civilians, will pay the price in the Gaza Strip.
Molly, very quickly, what more are we learning about these American casualties?
Right. So right now, all we know from the State Department is that at least 9 Americans have been killed, Joe, on any given day. Hundreds of thousands of Americans and dual citizens will be in Israel. So that number is sadly probably not the final number. But so much of the information that we've been getting from the Israeli government and also from the State Department, I think has been slower in some ways than we expect, partially because it is so confusing, partially, I think, because they just don't know these full final numbers or the nationalities, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much for updating us on the situation. We're going to talk now with Jerusalem Post senior columnist Yaakov Katz. He previously served as editor-in-chief. He's also a senior fellow at the Jewish People Policy Institute. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I mean, my understanding was we weren't sure if we were going to get to talk to you now because moments ago you were maybe told you had to take shelter. What is the situation like for you right now?
Well, we were just about to go live, and then the sirens started to go off here in my home in Jerusalem, so had to run down to the bomb shelter. Lost, and that's why I'm on device outside trying to hear pretty much throughout the day. And as we see, the violence is continuing, right? This is an escalation. Hamas launched this war against Israel on Saturday with the massacre of hundreds of Israelis. Israel has been fighting back to restore security to southern Israel and is preparing for a ground offensive into Gaza to be able to stop these infiltrations because they continue with the border open, and Hamas needs to have its capabilities degraded.
We only have 30 seconds here, but just right now, what are the biggest challenges people in Israel are facing right now?
People in Israel are facing challenges of just this state of shock. There are close to 1,000 people who have lost their lives and others who have been abducted and taken hostage by Hamas into Gaza. Mm-hmm. This is ripping apart at the heart and soul of this nation, and this war is unfortunately going to go on for some time.
All right. Yaakov Katz, thank you so much. Glad you are safe. Please continue to keep us updated on everything that is going on there. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
We try to stay positive, and I think we're doing well. And right now, in this situation, we didn't hear from anybody or anyone that saw my father and have a contact with him. The last contact we had with my father is for 2 days at Saturdays, 8:48 in the morning. That was the last moment I heard from him. He drove to the south to try to rescue my sister Maya that was at the festival. He heard about the situation at the festival and he drove to rescue her. And nearby, like 2 kilometers around, more east from the location, he tackled with the Hamas terrorists that shot, and we heard gunshots on the background of the conversation on the phone call, and we lost the service with him. Like, we lost the communication.
So he went to the music festival to help get your sister Maya. Did your sister see your father there, or have you spoken with anyone who saw him or heard from him while he was at the festival?
No, he couldn't make it to the festival, as much as we know. He drove and he reached around something like approximately 1.5 kilometers, miles from the festival. And then we lost the communication with him on the phone. And at the second hand, I spoke with my sister on a different line on the phone, and she succeeded to rescue herself. She ran away, and now she's in safe with us at the house. She hid in trash cans or bushes, a lot of like trees with bananas and stuff like that.
She was telling us on the phone that she was seeing people falling left and right. Hamas terrorists were shooting from their trucks. They were shooting at innocent young kids and families and everyone that was at the festival. They were just shooting them and they were falling left and right. And the friends that were with her are traumatized.
I can't imagine. Everyone must be traumatized. Just how is, first of all, Maya doing right now? You say she's with you. She, I know, must just be relieved to be safe, but I can't imagine everything she witnessed and what she saw.
Yeah, she's traumatized now. She has some guilty feelings, but we try to keep up strong and think about my father. We're trying to track now his last moves and where he is now. And I'm trying to reach out with his photos and pictures to everyone that now in the South. Maybe someone saw him, maybe someone was next to him in some certain point since Saturday. But right now we don't know what's going on. We're pretty sure that he one of the kidnapped. We're pretty sure that they took him to Gaza, the terrorists, and I think right now he's captured. But we don't know for 100% what's going on with him.
We're making sure to share those photos of your father as well, just to get those out there. The fact that he was going there to rescue your sister speaks volumes about him, but what should we know about him, and what is it that you're hoping for right now?
I wanted to say that I don't think my father is something special. Like he's a usual father. I think there is one of like many stories of fathers that came up to rescue their daughters and their sons. Some of them could make it, some of them could not. Maybe my father couldn't make it, but my sister is here now, safe with us, and that was his main goal. So I think, in his opinion, he won. Like he won in this game, but I don't know what to say. The situation there was chaos. My father described it that during the conversation we have, that he's driving and he see Hamas terrorists that broke up from the air and came with parachutes and drones. And Hamas terrorists came from the border. They crossed the border like in 14 different locations and start shooting from everywhere. Also, my sister described it. They just walk into the middle of rampage, something around 2,700 young adults that went to the party and had fun with their friends.
They also described that there were no IDF soldiers or not enough IDF soldiers around because we weren't prepared for something like this, and we never could have imagined or been prepared for something like of this matter. Something so fast and unprecedented.
Yeah, no one could have imagined it. Jess Cohen, Gilad Peretz, we are thinking of you. We are thinking of your family at this time. Please keep us updated on any developments in any way that we can help, all right?
Thank you for your support. Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right.
We need your support.
Thank you very
days like
much.
this. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Just like Gilad, many Israelis are desperately waiting this morning to hear news about their loved ones who remain missing after the attacks. The country is dealing with this terrifying hostage crisis, with graphic videos appearing to show Hamas militants abducting Israelis. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Tel Aviv with more on this. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, and the Israeli government hasn't yet said how many hostages may be held right now in Gaza. They may not have the actual number. The Israeli embassy to the U.S. puts the number in the dozens, including children. But today, desperate families are pleading for any information about their missing loved ones.
This morning, horror stories from a music festival in the Israeli desert, where at least 260 people were killed Saturday by Hamas fighters in a surprise attack. Drone video showing the devastating scene afterward, captured on dashcam video, festival goers reeling. And now we're hearing of others at the concert disappearing. Near the border, this video appearing to show militants attacking an Israeli tank. And entire families snatched from their homes at gunpoint. This video appears to show Shiri Bibas and her 2 young sons being taken away. They're missing, along with her husband and her parents.
We don't have any proof of their state, if they were fed, if the baby got food, if my aunt is okay, if my cousin and her husband are alive.
23-year-old Romy Gorin hasn't been heard from since Saturday morning.
She was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us. We don't know what to do."
Jessica Elter, desperate to find her boyfriend Ben Shimoni, who she says helped rescue people before he too vanished.
We were talking. He said, "Everything's okay. I'm going out." Suddenly, I heard screaming.
Yoni Asher says his entire family, his wife and 2 young girls, were abducted while visiting relatives. His wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video appears to show Yoni's wife, daughters, along with his mother-in-law being loaded into a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza. Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 people are believed to have been taken hostage. An Israeli minister claiming an unknown number of Americans may be among the captives.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. is still trying to get a handle on just how many Americans may be held hostage right now in Gaza. Joe, so many unknowns still at this hour.
So many. All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate it and stay safe. Coming up, we've got much more this hour on the dire situation playing out across the Middle East, including how the violence is impacting people right here in America. But first, after the break, celebrity chef Michael Chiarello dead at age 61. What we're learning this morning about how he died and the culinary legacy he leaves behind. That's up next. Stick around.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
This morning, we're remembering Michael Chiarello, the celebrity chef and former Food Network star, died this past week at the age of 61 after being treated for an allergic reaction. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on his life.
Hey there, Michael Chiarello did many things. He ran restaurants, vineyards, and promoted the Napa Valley. But you may know him best from all his years on TV, doing what he loved, cooking.
I'm Michael Chiarello from the Napa Valley. I own Bottega Restaurant.
Michael Chiarello lived his childhood dream of becoming a chef.
You know, it's all about presentation.
And television amplified his culinary talents.
I came here to win. I wake up every day in full-on competitive mode.
Right from the start, he was a star.
Woo! It's going to get really fragrant in there.
Named Chef of the Year by Food and Wine magazine a mere 3 years after graduating from the Culinary Institute of America, the first of many accolades in a career that spanned nearly 40 years.
I hear people say, oh, that's Chiarello, the olive oil guy. But I'm not afraid of a little butter.
After opening restaurants and an olive oil company in his native California, Chiarello became a staple on the Food Network.
Now I have 2 cups of Parmesan cheese that I grated here.
Earning an Emmy in 2005 for hosting Easy Entertaining. Then came the chance to compete on Bravo's Top Chef, where he was a runner-up in 2009.
To be able to give back by just doing what I do would just be an amazing honor to me.
And third on the next Iron Chef in 2011. His presence on TV never wavering, as the one-time competitor even made guest appearances as a judge.
The octopus is cooked perfectly. Unlike the cauliflower, that could use some smokiness.
Chiarello was often invited to the Today Kitchen, sharing his signature Napa-style twist on Italian cuisine in Studio 1A.
You gotta get out to Napa a little bit.
We're gonna have to come. Though he weathered some controversy, settling a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2017 brought by 2 former female employees, this morning the celebrity chef is being remembered most for his food-centric life he shared with fans and aspiring cooks alike. Chiarello died in a California hospital where he had been treated for anaphylactic shock caused by an acute allergic reaction. His family is saying that his legacy will live on forever in the love he poured into every dish and the passion he instilled in all of us to savor life's flavors. Back to you.
Right, Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Concern is growing that North Korea could be supplying munitions to Russia. For more on this and other news around the world, let's go to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. He joins us from Rome with more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. According to a U.S. think tank, a surge in rail traffic at the border between North Korea and Russia could indicate that North Korea is now supplying arms to Russia. Now, the images show an increase of about 50 more train cars than average on the railway. Speculation increased after Kim Jong-un traveled to Russia for a visit with Vladimir Putin, which included visits to key military sites. Now, the results are in for a major regional election in Germany. Just yesterday, the victory went to conservatives in two of Germany's largest and wealthiest states, Bavaria and Hesse. All three parties in the national coalition, led by Chancellor Olaf Scholz, saw low numbers. The approval of Scholz's government has been at its lowest since 2021 due to frustrations over migration and energy. This is the first of a series of key elections in Germany over the next 2 years, all leading up to the highly anticipated parliamentary elections in 2025. And a new app is letting tourists get a look into the past using technology from the future. Supported by Greece's Culture Ministry, the app Kronos allows users to simply point their phones at ancient monuments around the Acropolis and, thanks to AR technology, see what they would have looked like thousands of years ago. If you take a look through your lens at the ancient Parthenon temple, for instance, despite marble statues being removed over 200 years ago, you can now pinch and zoom to see their original details and colors. Well, I hope that technology will come here to Rome, because there's a lot of ruins here that are just waiting to come back to life.
Yeah,
back to you, Joe.
That is a very good idea. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Let's do the equivalent of that, but for weather, right? Let's check on your morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's at her fancy wall with more on the chilly forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. It is chilly. We're looking at temperatures 5 to 15 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. This time last week, we were into the 80s, so above normal for this time of year. We have high pressure in place today, so a lot of us are quiet. You can see not a whole lot going on in the map. High pressure in conjunction with an area of low pressure is bringing some chilly air, though, from the Great Lakes into portions of the upper Midwest into the Northeast. We're looking at well above average temperatures in the Intermountain West, portions of the Plains and the Great Plains. Soggy, though, in the Pacific Northwest. We're talking Oregon, Washington, and Northern California. We're going to see a series of fronts moving onshore. That's going to bring very soggy weather, and we could see the chance of even up to 4 inches of rain in some spots over the next several days. Also really quiet in the southeast. We're looking at some showers, too, in parts of the Appalachians. It's going to be really cold there. We have some freeze and frost warnings this morning. So as we look towards Wednesday, we're looking at a little bit more rain. We're looking at that high pressure kind of moving off. We have rain and snow into the Intermountain West, parts of the Great Plains as well. Still looking at soggy conditions along the West Coast, Pacific Northwest coast. So you can plan on that today, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's going to be chilly, too, in the Pacific Northwest. Those temperatures will come down in the Intermountain West by Wednesday because of this rain. And we're going to see some heavy, higher mountain snow. Then we could see some rain falling, some showers, some thunderstorms into parts of the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the Ohio Valley, and welcome rain. This is tropical moisture that's going to move onshore on Wednesday along the Gulf Coast. You can see these bright colors here, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's indicating that we're expecting some heavy rain there. And then sun and clouds. It will be dry but cool still on Wednesday. We're going to begin to moderate those temperatures by Thursday and also Friday. Friday, not a great day in parts of the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley. We're going to look at the chance for a flood threat. It's going to be very soggy there. Chilly in parts of the Intermountain West, sunny and seasonable in the Southwest. Lots of sunshine, too, in the South Central states. And we're going to see that rain into the interior parts of the Northeast. This is going to move into the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, also the New England area by the weekend. So once again, we're looking at a soggy weekend in those places. It's been weekend after weekend after weekend. We're going to do that once again. And this rain is going to extend into portions of the Southeast. Could see some pretty heavy rain in parts of the Carolinas into Georgia. So as we go throughout today, one of the bigger stories is the autumn chill in place. We're looking at really chilly air, starting out with some freezing spots in places. We're looking at by this afternoon only into the 40s, the low 40s in Marquette. That's 14 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. It's an upper area of low pressure that's bringing down this cool Canadian air. Lots of 50s on the map, lots of temperatures, 5 to 15 degrees below what is expected. 62 in Charleston, West Virginia today by this afternoon. New York City just 61 degrees. It was a chilly day yesterday. We're going to have a little more sunshine. That's the good news. So it'll be a pretty looking day, but it's going to be pretty chilly, too. By tomorrow, still the chill is in place in parts of the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. Once again, Duluth, just 48 degrees, 53 in Rochester, 64 in Charleston, West Virginia, and 64 in Hagerstown, Maryland. We're going to begin to moderate those temperatures as we go throughout the later part of the week. Look at this large spinning system. So north of the Great Lakes, we're looking at some snow. This could creep into portions of the Great Lakes. It's going to be very localized, but otherwise we're looking at some lake-enhanced rainfall. And some of this could be pretty heavy, but this is sort of just an indication of those seasons changing, right? That cold air coming in.
Rapidly. I like the chilly. Just keep the snow away now.
Right?
I need a little more.
Time.
Exactly. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Coming up, we have continuing coverage of the devastation across the Middle East this morning. After the break, the conversation some military experts are having over whether Hamas could have possibly received outside help while planning the attacks. We're going to dig deeper next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're back with our continuing coverage of the Israeli-Hamas war. This morning, the Israeli military is ordering a full siege of Gaza and is continuing to pummel the area with airstrikes following Hamas's surprise attack. And we have some breaking news this morning. The State Department now telling us 9 Americans have been killed in Israel. Several Americans are still missing. Israel has gathered 300,000 troops as it prepares for what many expect will be a ground operation into Gaza. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces says the Israeli army has retaken control of its territory that was once held by Hamas. At least 1,200 people have been killed in the fighting. That number is expected to rise. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce for more on this. Dan, good morning. So former U.S. officials say that Hamas's attack on Israel had the hallmarks of possible involvement from Iran. For its part, Iran's foreign ministry denying any role in the attack. But what can you tell us about the tactics we saw used throughout the weekend, including those paragliders? And what are you hearing from those former officials about this whole situation?
Joe, this is a really key question. You know, what was Iran's role? And you have former senior intelligence officials here gathered at a national security conference sponsored by Cypher Brief, the media organization. And the view here is that Iran had to have had a role in this operation to some degree. In other words, training, arming, advising Hamas now for years. And then the tactics that we saw there, the swarming, using swarming tactics, fast boats, attacking at different points, hostage taking, these all kind of bear resemblance to what Iran and its proxies have done over the years. Now, the next level would be, did Iran somehow give a green light? Did it actually order the attack? U.S. officials cannot confirm that. That's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. They're citing Hamas and Hezbollah militia in Lebanon. But that would be a really serious escalation if it was confirmed that Iran actually ordered the attack. That would put the responsibility squarely on Iran, and that could lead to a wider war. So at the moment, Israel is not making that accusation either. But nevertheless, clearly Iran has a role in this, according to these former officials.
Dan, let's talk about the aid and support we're going to start seeing coming from the U.S. We know the U.S. military is moving an aircraft carrier group close to Israel as a show of support. What's the significance of that activity? What's going to be the U.S. role here moving forward?
So for the moment, Joe, this is symbolic, but it sends a pretty strong message. That is the U.S.'s newest aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford. There are other naval warships going in that strike group. Then plus there's a deployment of U.S. fighter aircraft in the region. And it's really a signal and a warning to Hezbollah, to anyone who would try to exploit the situation and really try to send a signal not to escalate the war beyond what it already is. And it's horrific even as it is, obviously, the death toll rising. So the U.S. is not saying they're going to deploy troops or get directly involved in the conflict, but it is a show of support to Israel. And of course, there are risks here. There are Americans there and dual citizens, Israeli Americans, who are caught up in all of this. And we've just heard the death toll of Americans going up, as you just reported before it came on. So there is this hostage situation where you have Israelis taken hostage. We don't know how many Americans maybe have taken hostage as well. So there are risks here.
Dan, the Israeli defense minister has ordered this full siege of the Gaza Strip. Talk to us about some of the biggest security concerns that Israel has when it comes to trying to secure its borders right now.
This is a real challenge. Obviously, this is an unprecedented attack that they've come under. Really, Israel has never been in this position before, arguably, certainly not in a generation. And they were still struggling as of the past 24 hours just to gain control of Israeli territory proper outside of the Palestinian territories. Gaza is the most densely populated place on the planet. That is not an easy place to operate and to conduct some kind of military operation. There are high-rises, skyscrapers, really dangerous. So they're going to face serious casualties on their side. And it's not clear exactly what they will try to accomplish, what they can accomplish in the end. But they're clearly signaling, I think, that there's going to be a very elaborate and heavy ground operation. We already are seeing all these airstrikes. And then what? We're going to see casualties on both sides. Civilians are going to be caught up in this. And there's a risk here for Israel, too. Do they overreach? Are they end up getting kind of caught in a quagmire in Gaza, where they're trying to conduct this urban warfare in a pretty hostile environment? So this is there are no clear guarantees here for Israel. This is not the kind of limited operations that they've tended to operate over the past 2 decades. This is new territory, a new situation.
A complicated situation, to put it mildly. Dan DeLuce, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's continue our coverage of this story with Axios political reporter Barak Ravid, who covers Israeli politics for the online publication. Thank you so much for joining us. Just first of all, right now, where we are, how do you assess the situation in Israel and Gaza right now? What do you think we're going to be watching out for in the days to come here?
Good morning. I think we're still in the first phase of this war. Hamas went on its first surprise strike. Now Israel is trying to still contain the situation inside its own territory. Just to understand, there are still several points inside Israel, near the border, that firefights are happening between Hamas militants and the Israeli military. During the Hamas invasion, something like 1,000 Hamas militants entered Israel. Some of them are still hiding and are still operating. So until this part does not end, we will not see the next phase, which will likely be an Israeli counteroffensive with a ground operation in Gaza.
How complicated, though, is that offensive going to be with the fact that we know dozens of Israelis were kidnapped and then taken into Gaza?
I think one of the things that needs to start sinking in with many people, and I'm just now not stating my opinion. I'm trying to describe the psyche of the average Israeli right now. What the average Israeli right now, and the majority, I think 80% of Israelis are thinking right now, is when are we going in? As hard as it might sound, as difficult as it might sound, I think that the issue of the hostages is, I wouldn't say taking a back seat, but it's not what's driving the car. What's driving the car right now is to go on a very powerful counteroffensive, and I think this is what we're going to see.
Let's talk about what was happening leading up to this attack. The Biden administration was pushing to normalize ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia. First of all, are there any thoughts that that may have been some motivation for what Hamas did here? And then second, just how much does this attack impact attempts to try and normalize those relations?
So first, I guess this was one of the considerations. I'm sure Hamas doesn't like to have a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but I'm not sure that this was what drive this invasion. And I think that at least in the foreseeable future, I don't think that this diplomatic project is viable anymore. This is going to take a long time. We're looking at a military operation that will take weeks, maybe even months, will cost many, many lives on both sides. And I do not see in the next few months the possibility to return to diplomacy between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And afterwards, who knows?
Brock, this is a conflict that, of course, spans decades. What we've seen in the last few days here, how much does that change this conflict and where things go in the future?
I think it would change this conflict in most basic ways. I think, Israelis were shocked by the suicide bombings in 20 years ago after the Camp David negotiations failed, and the series of suicide bombings in Israeli cities that killed more than 2,000 Israelis over 2 or 3 years. And it shocked Israeli society to the core and changed what Israelis think about the Palestinian issue, and I think decreased any willingness for Israeli compromise. And what we've seen just in the last 2 days, we're now at 800 Israelis who were killed. Most of them are civilians. And this is just in 2 days. This number is going to grow. So I think what we're going to see is even less willingness to compromise an inch on something that might influence Israel's security. This thing has taken us back, decades, and I do not see how we go back to any meaningful peace process in maybe in our lifetime.
Barak Ravid with Axios, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now to the effect the war in Israel is having on security here at home. Law enforcement nationwide is ramping up protections for Jewish communities over potential safety concerns. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from Temple Emmanuel here in New York with more on that. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. While the war in the Middle East remains thousands of miles away, police in cities nationwide are increasing security at synagogues like this one and other religious institutions as officials warn of possible lone wolf attacks here in the U.S.
As violence flares in Israel and Gaza,
This morning, the U.S. is on high alert. Police from coast to coast increasing patrols at local synagogues and other places of worship.
We will be out there in force.
Though officials in New York say there are no current credible threats, they're directing the NYPD to deploy additional resources to Jewish communities. Other cities like Washington, D.C., Miami Beach, and Los Angeles all taking similar precautions.
There are extra cars out there keeping an eye out for anomalies.
While in Salt Lake City Sunday, police ramped up security following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Amid heightened security concerns, thousands of demonstrators gathered at pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel rallies nationwide. It comes as so many are worried about their loved ones, with thousands of Americans in Israel, and there are few options to fly to the U.S. So far, United, American, and Delta Airlines have all announced they're temporarily suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv. Those who have made it back are traumatized.
Just to see our people getting murdered is just beyond.
And over the weekend, many in the Jewish community rallying around each other as they pray for their family and loved ones back home.
Now's not the time to be afraid. Now's the time to be strong.
All of this is happening as there is a historic rise in anti-Semitic incidents in this country, nearly 3,700 last year in the U.S. Joe?
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. And we will have more Morning News Now right after this.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
Worth coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic. Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For many people, it's a quicker way to get shopping done using those self-service checkouts to pay for your items. But there are new signs that some of the nation's largest retailers might be rethinking how they use them, as the machines could actually be costing companies more money. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. No question, this has been a huge convenience for Americans and people across the globe for a long time now. It's been around, the technology, for decades. When you see a long line at the cashier and then those tantalizing self-checkouts. However, as you suggest, Joe, increasingly research right now showing they're a prime place for theft and technical issues, as many retailers right now are either scaling back or putting new protocols into place. In stores all over the country, you'll find these self-checkout kiosks, which can offer a quicker exit to the door, but not always.
I stood there for almost 10 minutes. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. Help is on the way.
Can we just all boycott self-checkout? Like, I'm so sick of it.
With some shoppers sounding off on the technical hurdles and companies surveying new data. CNBC reports that according to multiple retail advisors, self-checkout machines increase the risk of theft and in some cases are outweighing the investments companies made in them. Changes might be afoot, and shoppers aren't shocked.
Do you find it more convenient to be able to use self-checkouts?
Not necessarily more convenient, no.
And how come it's not?
I find that there's too much room for human error.
I imagine people steal from them. You know, I have to imagine. It's not that difficult.
A couple of the companies considering changes include Costco, which has started asking staff to check membership cards in the self-checkout lanes and assist with scanning after noticing more abuse of card sharing. And Walmart, reportedly renovating 2 stores in the Albuquerque, New Mexico area to strip away the self-checkouts and completing efforts at a 3rd store. Neither company immediately responded to our request for comment, but a Walmart spokesperson told the Albuquerque Journal there is no single reason for the decisions, despite some social media criticism.
I really despise self-checkout. As a mom who has 3 kids with her usually, and everything's just chaotic as is.
A recent survey from Play USA revealed 2/3 of those asked say they would choose a self-service kiosk over a human-run counter. And the bottom line for many is their time.
Would you find it annoying if you couldn't use them anymore and you had to wait in the line?
I would just find it annoying if the lines were too long. That's what I would find annoying.
So you only care about efficiency, basically?
I only care about speed.
And if you're wondering how much money are retailers actually losing, Joe, from self-checkout theft? Well, we don't know specifically. The National Retail Federation said that last year that they lost some $112 billion to shrink. Shrink, by definition, is the amount of merchandise they're paying for, but doesn't actually get sold. And CNBC reporting that is a combination not just of organized theft, organized crime. We've heard a lot about that, but self-checkout theft and employees also stealing merchandise.
Fascinating. I was at Target just the other day, and I chose to stand in the line with human people working the cashier, and I was not alone. That was the line. No one was using the kiosk, so it's always interesting to see what people prefer.
Sometimes it's nice to talk to another person. I'm with you, Joe.
Exactly. All right.
No doubt about it.
Sam, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Now for financial headlines, some airlines are responding to the attacks on Israel. CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so several airlines are suspending service to Tel Aviv following the Hamas attacks on Israel and are waiting for conditions to improve before resuming flights. United, Delta, American, and Air France are all suspending direct flights. The U.S. airlines, these normally operate direct service from major cities, including New York, Chicago, Washington, and Miami. Separately, NVIDIA, that's the world's largest maker of chips for AI and computer graphics, is canceling its AI summit in Tel Aviv next week. Apple's next Vision Pro headset may ship from the factory equipped with prescription lenses. Bloomberg reports it could also be smaller and lighter. The first generation Vision Pro is expected to go on sale early next year. Apple's solution for people who wear glasses is to stock optional lenses in its retail stores, but that creates a potential supply problem. Apple has filed patents in recent months for a VR or AR display that can be adjusted to correct someone's vision. And Meta is working on plans to beat Apple's Vision Pro headset. Bloomberg says a follow-up to the Meta Quest 3, which goes on sale this week, would come without controllers to make the future device cheaper. The Quest 3 is already about 15% cheaper than the Vision Pro. Instead of controllers, users would be able to use hand gestures or buy the controllers separately. All about AI, VR, just
Exactly. Pretty soon you and I will be wearing those as we do the news.
Oh my, can you imagine that?
The Jetsons, here we come. All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, another day, another history-making moment for the GOAT, Simone Biles, how she's reacting to her new status as the most decorated gymnast of all time. That's up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
Seeing all this craziness in front of you, what was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We end this hour with Simone Biles' latest achievement. The star athlete, now the most decorated gymnast in history. Biles added to her already stellar resume at the World Championships this weekend, winning 5 medals, 4 of them gold, after triumphing in the balance beam and floor exercise finals yesterday. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us again from Belgium with more. Megan, good morning. So from taking time off after suffering from the twisties at the last Olympics to now becoming the most decorated gymnast, Simone Biles is proving why she's the GOAT. She won her 4th gold medal at the World Championships on Sunday. She finished 1st in the floor exercise. Walk us through that amazing accomplishment and just some of the other major takeaways from this weekend.
Joe, she's incredible. I mean, we may never see another athlete like Simone Biles. She is just that good. And what we saw this weekend was just greatness, more of her greatness on full display. What makes her so incredible is that she does these routines that are so complex. They have such a high level of difficulty, and she executes them. And even when she makes a mistake, so for example, when she did that floor routine yesterday, she stepped out of bounds, but it didn't even matter. She still clinched gold because nobody else is doing that level of difficulty that Simone Biles does. Joe, she is so exciting to watch. She is the GOAT, and we may never see someone like her again.
I'm surprised she wasn't already the most decorated, but now it is official, so that's good to know. Right. I mean, she is fierce, she's competitive, she's also pretty humble. So how is she reacting to this new achievement?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Incredibly humble. She is very proud of what she did. But as you mentioned, she took 2 years off, came back. It's like she never left, but she didn't know what to expect. She did work hard, but she's very grateful for where she is. I had a chance to speak with her shortly after last night. Take a listen to what she had to say. You're incredible. You've got to be happy with what you did here.
Yes, I'm very proud of the performances that I put out, that Team USA put out. I don't think we could have asked for anything more. We put the work in, and the results showed, so I'm really excited with how it ended.
Joe, she says she's looking forward to seeing her husband next week, and she's looking forward to just taking some time to relax and enjoy the holidays, she said.
So we know that she has her sights set perhaps on an even bigger prize. We've got the Summer Games next year in Paris, so now she's reclaimed her spot atop the world. First of all, do we know, is she committed to trying to compete in Paris next year? I'm guessing that's one of the questions you asked her. And at this point, does it look like anyone could beat her?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, we did ask her about Paris, and she sort of deflected and said, look, there's a lot of other steps that we have to get through before, that. So she's taking it a step at a time. But she told our Hoda Kotb just a couple of weeks ago that, yes, she has eyes set on Paris. And barring an injury, there's no doubt about it, we will see Simone Biles on the Olympic team. But another one to watch out for is Shilese Jones. She's also incredible. She actually bested Biles on the uneven bars. She, too, wants to go to the Olympics. Barring an injury, I suspect we will also see her on that team. We won't know for sure until June. That's when the qualifiers are. But, Joe, it's going to be so exciting to watch this Olympics. By the way, we are 291 days away. Not that you're counting or anything like that. I mean, it's just amazing that they're doing so well with this time coming up. We have a little less than a minute here, Megan. The women get so much attention because they're so amazing. But remind us, the men had a pretty good showing during this World Championships, right? Yes. Joe, I'm so glad you mentioned that. The men are extraordinary, a great group of guys. They medaled for the first time in nearly a decade. They've got standout stars from Coy Young to Fred Richard. These are names to watch. I suspect they could also make the team next year as well. Absolutely incredible. They had a great showing. They're also going to be exciting to watch next year in the Olympics. So much to be excited for. All right, Megan, I'm sure you've had your fill of chocolate, but go get some more while you're there. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with breaking news. Right now, Israel is once again pounding Gaza after ordering a full siege in response to Saturday's surprise attack by Hamas militants. Israel has gathered 300,000 troops and is moving forces to the border as it prepares for a potential ground operation. Israel's Air Force says it started a massive aerial attack today, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that its military response is just getting started, adding that Hamas's experience will be, quote, difficult and terrible. And Hamas is also continuing to attack today, saying it launched 90 missiles into one city in Israel. Israel says that its army has retaken control of all territory that was invaded. That's despite reports of ongoing fighting within the country's borders.
All of this, of course, began early Saturday when Hamas militants launched a surprise attack entering Israeli territory, some militants even parachuting over the border. One of their first targets, a music festival. More than 200 concert goers were killed there, some taken hostage. This mother says her daughter was taken from the festival. She recalls the last moments they spoke.
Everybody was shot, they were bleeding, and she was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us, we don't know what to do." And I'm on the phone with her, and I'm saying, "Mommy, we love you, it's okay. We're trying to find a way to take you out of there. We are sending people," and I know I'm lying because I don't have answers.
Heartbreaking. Right now, more than 1,200 Israelis and Palestinians are dead. 2,100 are injured. The U.S. State Department confirming today that 9 Americans have been killed and other Americans are still missing. White House officials are offering Israel extensive assistance now, moving naval and air assets closer in a show of support. The Pentagon also sending equipment and munitions to help the Israeli military.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Kelly, just what is the situation right now in Israel, and what more do we know about Israel's military response?
So the prime minister, the government has said that all options are on the table. The question is, what is next? Is there a ground offensive that's imminent in Gaza? And quite frankly, we don't know the answer to that as yet. We do understand that the Prime Minister Netanyahu will be issuing a statement within the next hour, at the top of the next hour, we understand. But as it stands here in Israel, you have fighting essentially, or skirmishes at the very least, on 2 fronts. You have an incident that broke out in the north of the country just a couple of hours ago now, a case in which the IDF says that a gunman penetrated the border. They crossed the border from Lebanon into Israel. The IDF was warning people to stay in their homes, telling people in one city to actually go to shelters and stay inside until they were given the all clear. They said that there was military activity there, that they neutralized some of those gunmen, but that 3 were able to make it further into the country, that at least 6 people were wounded because of that, and there was an ongoing operation to find those 3. We have since learned that the Al-Quds Brigade has claimed responsibility for that attack. Al-Quds is the armed wing of a Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That is another militant group. It's the second largest militant group inside Gaza. In addition to what's happening in the north, what happened earlier, the IDF has confirmed that one of their helicopters fired into Lebanese territory when they were trying to control this situation. The worry, of course, is that this conflict starts spreading, spilling out into other parts of the region, starts to involve places like Lebanon. We did hear from an official with Hezbollah who said that they had no part in that incursion earlier today in the north. In the south, Hamas has said that it has fired rockets, about 90 rockets, a couple hours ago into a town close to the eastern part of the Gaza Strip. A couple of people injured there, but you can see just what's happening inside Gaza now. And keep in mind, more than 70,000 civilians, according to the United Nations, are sheltering in schools, trying to stay safe from this counteroffensive on the part of the Israelis, guys.
Yeah, and Kelly, we're showing the map there because it can get confusing. You're talking about 2 different things, the northern part of the country and near the Lebanon border, and then where all of this started down in Gaza. Can I ask about Gaza, where we think more than 100 people have been kidnapped and taken there by Hamas, people from Israel? Many of them were at that concert that we mentioned. What do we know at this hour about what's being done to try to get those people out?
That's right. Well, there's been a lot of talk about questions about whether or not Israel will mount some sort of rescue campaign. It's a really, really difficult thing to do. As you can see what Gaza is like. It's an incredibly densely packed strip of land, 25 miles long. Israel doesn't, first of all, you have to find these people. Even their loved ones don't know where they are. They've been trying to track them via cell phones, but it's an incredibly difficult problem. And they are now very concerned that their loved ones will not only be in danger at the hands of whoever has kidnapped them, but also in danger because of this Israeli bombardment.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella starting us off. Thanks so much.
As we said, the war in Israel has left hundreds dead, thousands injured so far, and those numbers are expected to go up as this conflict continues. Earlier today, the U.S. State Department confirmed 9 Americans are among the dead, and other U.S. citizens are unaccounted for. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at the White House. So, Gabe, what more are we learning about the 9 Americans killed in the conflict?
Well, Joe, so far, those 9 Americans have not been publicly identified as of yet. Lawmakers last night who received an unclassified briefing, though we're told that the death toll is expected to rise. As for those Americans who are still missing, the State Department spokesperson spoke about that a little earlier today. Take a listen.
There are reports of Americans who are unaccounted for. We continue to work to confirm that number and to try to locate those who are missing. We don't have solid information about either the number or where they might be. We'll continue to work through that with the government of Israel as they continue to take back towns in southern Israel that were attacked by Gaza. Or, I'm sorry, that were attacked by Hamas.
So certainly a lot of questions still remain, and we're looking to piece together information about those 9 Americans who were killed in this conflict. Again, still a lot of unanswered questions at this point, but the Biden administration in close contact with Israeli officials right now as they seek to prevent this conflict from escalating across the Middle East. Joe.
Gabe, we've seen reports that Iran may have played some sort of role in this attack, something Iran has denied. How is the Biden administration responding to those claims?
Well, certainly. The Wall Street Journal has reported that that Iran may have been involved in the planning of this attack and even greenlit the attack. The paper citing Hamas officials, but again, 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News that they have not seen any evidence to corroborate that. And in fact, the Secretary of State yesterday said that he had not seen any evidence that Iran was directly involved in the planning of this attack. But again, he did point out that Iran and Hamas have had a very long relationship, Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez in Washington. Gabe, thank you so much.
There is a long and complicated history of fighting between Israel and Palestinian militants in the Gaza Strip and elsewhere. The conflict goes back decades. Thousands of people have died on all sides. But experts say Saturday's surprise attack by Hamas is the largest assault on Israel in years. For some context, I want to bring in NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. He's the author of Presidents of War. Michael, great to see you. This is so complex, and I think a lot of our viewers, myself included, we need some history lessons here. We need some perspective. How did we get to this moment?
Well, 1948, the British withdrew from Palestine. The UN said divide the land into a Palestinian state and a Jewish state. Harry Truman, the president of the United States, recognized Israel immediately. And in those last 75 years, it's been a rocky road to this two-state solution with wars, but nothing ever like what we have seen this last few days. President Nixon, after the 1973 Yom Kippur War, said the United States has to be involved in the settlement so that, and these are his words, the cradle of civilization does not become its grave.
And you just mentioned the Yom Kippur War. These attacks on Saturday from Hamas came almost 50 years to the day after that conflict. The New York Times described that one as a 19-day war that long has traumatized the nation. How did that change things, and how did that lay some of the groundwork for where we are now?
Well, that was a damaging blow to the Israelis because that was a surprise by Israel's neighbors. Israel was in danger of losing its existence. President Nixon, who was before then not especially pro-Israel, told his Secretary of Defense, send the Israelis everything we can for their defense, everything that can fly. And in the aftermath of that, the leader of Egypt, Anwar Sadat, came to Jerusalem. Relations were normalized between Egypt and the Israelis, and we are still wondering why this happened. Yes, it was on the 50th anniversary of that war, but at the same time, we also know that we were on the verge of possibly an agreement by Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with the Israelis, and we're now about to see whether there is evidence that that had a lot to do with what we saw this week.
Yeah, and now history being created as we speak with this conflict. And NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss for us. Michael, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The conflict in Israel is affecting oil prices. The cost of oil jumped more than 3% today, with the global benchmark reaching nearly $88 a barrel.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa is with us now. Deirdre, how long can we expect higher oil prices to last, and could they affect prices at the gas pump for consumers?
So many energy analysts, they're predicting a short-term price hike, but no big impacts on the availability of oil right now. As for prices at the pump, according to AAA, it's $3.70 a gallon today, down 11 cents from last week. But analysts do warn prices could rise if the war between Israel and Hamas escalates to the broader Middle East. Meanwhile, union workers at Volvo-owned Mack Trucks went on a strike today after rejecting a 5-year contract with the company. The proposed contract for the 4,000 workers in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland included a 19% pay rise and increases in health and retirement benefits. Back over to you guys.
All right, Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, President Biden promises Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel that help is on the way. What the U.S. is contributing to the Israeli cause still ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
Worth coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
The world's largest aircraft carrier and some of America's best fighter jets are heading toward Israel to help the country counter the deadly surprise attack from Hamas militants.
In addition to that significant show of air and sea support, U.S. officials say they will be giving Israel munitions and other military supplies starting today. Israel has been overall the top recipient of U.S. military aid ever since World War II. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby is with us now. Courtney, the U.S. gives Israel, I think, nearly $4 billion every year in military aid. So what's the significance of what's happening right now, this aircraft carrier strike group that's going over?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kate. So it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $3.3 billion every year. It's built in. Now, big question, considering the problems on the Hill with the fact that there's no funding. We've been asking questions about what does that mean for follow-on funding for that $3.3 billion. Is that pot dry right now? And what does that mean for the U.S. providing these additional munitions and resources that we heard about over the weekend? I don't have answers to that yet, but we are pressing. But you're right that it is a very strong, robust relationship that the U.S. has for foreign military sales with Israel. Now, we are told at this point, it seems that these resources, which, by the way, are already flowing in, will include things that we've already seen the U.S. provide Israel before. Now, as far as the aircraft carrier goes, that is really a show of force, a projection of power, if you will. That's often what aircraft carriers are used here for. But in addition to that, it really does bring a real capability that the U.S. is also showing as a show of support for Israel here, Kate.
So, Courtney, a lot of Americans are wondering just how much the U.S. is going to get involved with this conflict. Where's the line of what America will do and won't do?
I wouldn't say that there really is some line that exists. All options are on the table. But the officials I'm speaking with here are saying, look, they're not talking about sending U.S. boots on the ground into Israel, into Gaza. I don't think they'll take anything off the table here. But right now, I think we should be looking towards some of the air power, the air platforms that the U.S. is providing. Things like F-15s, F-16s, A-10s. These are attack aircraft. But really critically, the F-35s. Now, that's not only the U.S.'s most advanced aircraft that they have in their arsenal that provides a fighter aircraft capability, but it also has a very exquisite suite of surveillance on it. And it has the ability to do jamming. I wouldn't be surprised if we see F-35s flying in support of Israel, but not taking airstrikes, Joe.
Okay, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby with us. Courtney, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs, a retired colonel in the U.S. Army, a Medal of Honor recipient, and NBC News military analyst. Colonel, good to have you with us. So, one of Israel's ambassadors estimates more than 100 Israelis have been taken hostage, taken into Gaza. That could include some U.S. nationals. How on earth is Israel's military going to safely rescue these people in a place where 2 million people live?
Well, with enormous difficulty. Any hostage rescue operation is extremely difficult, even in the best of circumstances, is narrowly focused, is usually in one location. Highly skilled special operations people practice, rehearse, train, go in and get out. Both the Israelis and the Americans are very good at it. You may recall the Entebbe raid, in the 1980s that was successful. These things are few and far between, but to have more than 100 hostages in disparate locations, scattered all over the place in Gaza, in a very difficult location, would really test the capability to free these. It seems almost impossible that there won't be any loss of life in the attempt on both sides, and it's extremely difficult to envision how they'll all get out, given the difficulty of the operation and the fact that they're scattered all over, Joe.
Hamas has historically been supported by Iran. There are questions about how much Iran might have been involved. Then we just had Kelly Kobieo reporting about Lebanon, the border there, some skirmishes today. What happens if neighboring countries start entering this war?
Well, one of the reasons that the fleet is there, why the Ford strike force is there, that includes about 5 guided missile ships, which are very, very accurate and very strong, is to deter that kind of action. Now, we don't see American air power being used, but we do see them holding back on that. And if that happens, and if Hezbollah comes into Israel, then all bets are off. We're liable to see a much, much wider and longer and more difficult war.
All right, retired Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Later this hour, the questions emerging about Israel's intelligence capabilities. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Earlier today, our NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel was covering the ongoing violence in southern Israel. He was in a town when he came under mortar fire. We're going to play that for you now. He and his crew took cover. They are okay. We want to tell you that. But we do want to also warn you that some of this is disturbing.
Stay down, stay down. Well, I can tell you right now, we are in the town of Sderot, and there has been a lot of incoming fire here. We believe that it is mortar fire. Some of them also appear to have been rockets. They've been coming in quite close. That is why we are on the ground right now. This is still considered a very active combat zone, even though we are inside Israeli territory. And it is not just the incoming rockets and mortars. There are also reports from Israeli officials of new infiltrations, of Hamas sending more fighters through breaches in the border fence. According to a senior Israeli official, there are about 30 different holes, breaches in that border perimeter, and most of them have been plugged up. Around 90% of them have been plugged up, but 10% remain. They're trying to secure them, but remain open. So This is still an active situation here. Most of the residents in this area have been cleared out, and the Israelis are trying to move people away from border towns and communities, and to try and also look for Hamas fighters, because they believe that cells, sleeper cells, or other fighters have infiltrated and are still in the area, potentially hiding in some of the buildings. And now maybe it seems like that big barrage that we just experienced has passed. They come in waves, but this one was practically right on top of us, right here in Sderot.
Again, that was several hours ago. Our NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, if you ever wondered how hard his job is. There you see it, Joe.
All right, the destruction from the initial surprise attacks by Hamas in Israel has left the entire world in disbelief. And now the death toll is rising among Palestinians as well. Leaders from around the world weighing in on the deadly attacks. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more on that. Josh, just walk us through some of the international reaction we're seeing so far.
Well, Joe, there has been a wave of condemnation for Hamas from Western nations, the U.S., unsurprisingly, the U.S. allies throughout Europe, the NATO members. We heard from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz saying that Germany was deeply shocked by this attack. And we're hearing solidarity from most of those Western-minded nations for Israel, standing up strongly for what they describe as Israel's right to self-defense. But some of the more interesting parsing of the international reaction has come from the other nations in the Middle East, which is really in a period of change, or had been over the past several years when it comes to relations with Israel. And so we're seeing some nations that still do not have relationships or diplomatic ties to Israel, like Qatar, blaming Israel squarely for the attack that in fact, it suffered itself, with Qatar saying that Israel alone is responsible for violating the rights of the Palestinians. The United Arab Emirates is an interesting case because they very recently made peace with Israel and have recognized Israel. They put out a statement kind of equivocating, saying they're calling for maximum restraint. They want to see a ceasefire and sending condolences to all victims without actually blaming either party in this. But we heard that the Arab League is going to hold an urgent meeting on Wednesday where they are going to address what they call Israel's aggression. And so you can see the differing ways that this is playing out throughout the Middle East, Joe.
So, Josh, the European Union says it suspended aid to Palestinians after these weekend attacks by Hamas. We have less than 30 seconds here, but tell us what the impact of that's going to be.
Well, the impact is that some nearly $700 million worth of European Union aid is not going to be able to flow to the Palestinians. The EU is saying that this is a turning point and that simply cannot be business as usual any longer.
All right. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman with more on the international reaction. Josh, thank you so much.
Much more ahead with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Kate Snow. Making news right now. Officials say more than 2,000 people are dead, 2,000 are injured following a series of earthquakes in Afghanistan this past weekend. This series of quakes is one of the deadliest in years, with one reaching up to 6.3 in magnitude.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is investing $40 million into developing mRNA vaccines in Africa. The foundation says this is important for improving vaccine equity and that it could take at least a few more years before those vaccines hit the market.
And a professor at Harvard University is the latest Nobel Economics Prize winner. Claudia Golden is being credited for improving the understanding of the labor market's gender gap. Golden is the third woman ever to receive this honor.
We're continuing to follow major breaking news on the escalating tensions in the Middle East. We want to give you a live look at Gaza City, where there are reports of a new round of explosions inside Gaza. This comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to make an announcement any minute now. Forces there could be preparing for a massive ground operation in the Gaza Strip. They're gathering 300,000 troops and moving forces to the border as the defense minister calls for a, quote, full siege of Gaza.
Right now, at least 700 Israelis are dead and 2,100 are injured. The U.S. State Department confirming today that 9 Americans are among the dead and that other Americans are still missing. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Tel Aviv. Ellison, thanks for being there. I know Israeli officials say that the territory that was invaded by Hamas over the weekend has been taken back, but we're also hearing reports of ongoing fighting around the border. What do you know right now? What is happening in Israel? And has the country been secured?
Yeah, right. So at one point you had Israeli officials saying that there were militants from Hamas in something like 22 different areas outside of the Gaza Strip. They say they have largely gotten some of that under control. You can hear overhead right now the sound of helicopters. This is something that we've heard happening a lot in the last couple hours that we have been here in Tel Aviv as they fly overhead here. Look, what's happening right now in Gaza is you have the Israeli military saying that they are launching a full siege of Gaza. They say that they are cutting electricity to the entire area where over 2 million Palestinians live. You mentioned Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and what he will do next. Right now, we know Israeli military officials, they say they have carried out strikes on at least 1,000 targets within Gaza. The big question right now is, will we see them launch a ground assault? One thing to keep in mind here when we talk about the fact that this was also unprecedented in terms of the scale of what we saw happen here, the way that Hamas went about it, the fact that these attacks were happening outside of the occupied territories. One other thing that was a surprise is the fact that this happened at this time in Gaza versus the West Bank. In recent weeks, most of the tension that we'd seen between Israeli settlers and Palestinians and Israeli forces, a lot of it had been happening in the West Bank as well as in East Jerusalem. And in Gaza, it hadn't kind of been at least seemingly as much of a tit-for-tat tense situation. There's always that kind of constant bit of tenseness. But right now, really, as we watch what happens in Gaza there, we are watching to see if Israel does decide to launch a full ground assault there. Prime Minister Netanyahu has promised that they will get rid of Hamas and strip them of all of their governing and military capabilities in that area. But we're also watching the West Bank to see what, if anything, happens out of that area as we also look to other occupied areas north. Kate?
All right. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Tel Aviv. Ellison, thank you.
Israel has one of the most advanced militaries and intelligence agencies in the world. So a big question today, how was it caught off guard by Hamas? Earlier today, the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post spoke to NBC News Now, and he called the surprise terrorist attacks Israel's 9/11.
This is Israel's worst military and intelligence disaster, I think, ever. Perhaps on par with the Yom Kippur War, and those who are saying that it is actually worse.
Joining us now, Michael Allen. He is a former senior director at the National Security Council during the George W. Bush administration. Nice to see you. I guess the big question is, how did Israel miss this, right? This is Hamas planning. You would think the intelligence community there would have some indication of what they were planning. How did they miss it?
Hey, you're exactly right. This is a catastrophic intelligence failure on par with Pearl Harbor and 9/11. This is the #1 responsibility of U.S. or Israeli intelligence, and that's to supply warning. They failed in this instance. This is absolutely ground zero when it comes to where you would have a terrorist incursion of your territory. I think what we'll discover ultimately is that Hamas had excellent counterintelligence techniques, perhaps given to them from the Iranians, which allowed them to evade the usual typical type of surveillance that Israel has engaged in many years.
Yeah, I mean, I understand there are surveillance cameras on the border, between Gaza and Israel. There are probably sensors. Is it possible that the militants were able to slip across by somehow disabling those?
I certainly think that's within the realm of possibility. I've heard other reports that when some of the Israeli encampments of soldiers tried to radio back to headquarters that they were under attack, the radios had been blasted or at least were being blocked in terms of electronic warfare. So I think there in Gaza, I believe Hamas had counterintelligence and other intelligence technology that Israel did not know they had, and that's what helped them. That's what helped facilitate the entry into Israel.
Former senior director at the National Security Council, Michael Allen, good to have you. Thank you.
The United Nations Relief and Works Agency says that more than 70,000 displaced Palestinians have fled to shelters across the Gaza Strip. They're seeking refuge as Israel ramps up its attacks in the region. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Beirut, Lebanon. So, Matt, where are the Palestinians who are fleeing Gaza going? Are there any surrounding nations that are taking them in right now?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's really the main question that everybody is asking, because we've heard from Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israelis saying, flee Gaza right now. Well, there's really no place to go. This is why we keep hearing these terms, the largest open-air prison in the world, is because this has been under siege, this enclave of 2.2 million people, which is about twice the size of Washington, D.C., for the better part of the last 2 decades, both by Israel and by Egypt. And so now these calls for Gazans to leave the Strip, for civilians to leave, that's almost an impossible ask, because with all of these Israeli forces moving in, they're basically up against a wall and the sea. There's no place to go with that. And so right now, a lot of these 2.2 million people, again, about half of them are children. They're really not going to be able to find much refuge anywhere outside of the Gaza Strip. They're in an almost impossible situation, as you mentioned, as hundreds of thousands of Israeli special forces prepare to move in. And we're hearing calls from the Israelis to really flatten the place. And amidst all of this, we've also heard that utilities are going to be shut down or have already been shut down coming from Israel into the Gaza Strip. This is an impossible situation. And again, when we use these terms, when we discuss this, we're not saying this in order to diminish or to justify what happened at the hands of Hamas in Israel. No, this is just describing a situation that has been described for much of the past several years, a reality of life in the Gaza Strip.
Matt, looking back, what are we learning about how Hamas trained the fighters that carried out this surprise attack on Saturday?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Reuters had an excellent article about this, basically saying that a lot of this had been done in the open. In fact, the Palestinian, the Al-Qassam brigades, which is the militant arm of Hamas, they had actually been posting videos of some of their training on Telegram and other chat groups. as early as late last year. They showed that they had created fake Israeli settlements and practiced storming them and using them and using basically these sort of aerial, not drones, but kind of like gliders, some of them mechanized gliders with engines that they were using in order to attack them. And then they were using, training in basically naval exercises using small boats. A lot of this was done completely out in the open under the nose of Israeli surveillance. Guys.
Right. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Beirut. Matt, thank you so much.
And the effects of the war in Israel obviously rippling across the U.S. In New York, pro-Palestinian demonstrators filled Times Square over the weekend, facing off with supporters of Israel who lined the streets as well. They were singing the country's national anthem.
In Chicago, hundreds of people supporting the Palestinian movement gathered outside the Israeli consulate, chanting and cheering before marching downtown.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Bridgeview, Illinois, which is home to a large number of Palestinian Americans. Maggie, I know that there's pain, there's anger in a lot of parts of the country, especially where you are. Tell us what you're hearing from members of that community.
Yeah, so Kate, we're actually at a neighborhood called Little Palestine. That's how vibrant a hub for the culture this area is. Again, this is in Bridgeview, but we were on the ground for that demonstration in Chicago that Joe just described. Hundreds of people out in front of the Israeli consulate supporting the broader Palestinian movement. They then marched through downtown. Talking to people there was just like talking to people here in this neighborhood. Basically, they told us that they said no one wants to see the violence that we're seeing on the ground overseas in that part of the world, but they also said they saw the actions of Hamas coming, given the history of violence between those two communities. And then when we kind of pressed and we talked about, the tactics that we're seeing, the brutality that we're seeing from Hamas, according to our reports on the ground, women, children, civilians, Israeli civilians being targeted, kidnapped, and we're hearing about those atrocities. While again, they reiterated no one wants to see that, those supporting the Palestinian movement were quick to kind of pivot back to the decades of atrocities that they say Palestinians have endured in and around Gaza. So you're going to hear one such protester now at that pro-Palestinian demonstration, and then you'll hear from somebody who was out supporting the Israeli people in New York. Take a listen.
They haven't seen what's going on with the Palestinians, the hundreds and thousands of people dying. Where are they? Why aren't we talking about them?
I have family who live in Israel. My mother was Israeli. The hostage taking of dozens of young people and women and children. It's just unlike anything I've ever seen.
So yeah, guys, as you can imagine, just peak emotions on both sides. Police out in both cities, all cities where we saw these demonstrations trying to keep the peace. They were peaceful, but just really emotional, guys.
And Maggie, what can you tell us about synagogues and mosques here in America really facing growing threats right now?
Yeah, Joe, we're seeing these reports. They're really disturbing across the country, from like Miami Beach to Salt Lake City to Beverly Hills. Police and authorities telling us that they are amping up their presence, increasing security outside synagogues and outside mosques, just basically saying they are, as you said, seeing an increase in threats against those religious institutions amid all of this. Joe, Kate.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Up next, the desperate search for the dozens of people who were reportedly kidnapped by Hamas. We're going to hear from families torn apart, now grasping for answers. More NBC News Daily right after this.
in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hamas's ambush on the music festival in southern Israel left hundreds of people dead. Dozens of the concertgoers are still missing. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiella spoke with some of the families, holding out hope that their loved ones will return home alive. And a warning, some of the images you're about to see are quite graphic.
Horror stories from a music festival in the Israeli desert, where at least 260 people were killed Saturday by Hamas fighters in a surprise attack. Drone video showing the devastating scene afterward, captured on dashcam video, festival goers reeling. And now we're hearing of others at the concert disappearing. Near the border, this video appearing to show militants attacking an Israeli tank. And entire families snatched from their homes at gunpoint. This video appears to show Shiri Bibas and her 2 young sons being taken away. They're missing, along with her husband and her parents.
We don't have any proof of their state, if they were fed, if the baby got food, if my aunt is okay, if my cousin and her husband are alive.
23-year-old Romy Gorin hasn't been heard from since Saturday morning.
She was talking to me and saying, "Mommy, help us, we don't know what to do."
Jessica Elter, desperate to find her boyfriend Ben Shimoni, who she says helped rescue people before he too vanished.
We were talking, he said, "Everything's okay, I'm going out." Suddenly, I heard screaming.
Yoni Asher says his entire family, his wife and 2 young girls, were abducted while visiting relatives, his wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video appears to show Yoni's wife, daughters, along with his mother-in-law being loaded into a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza. Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 people are believed to have been taken hostage. An Israeli minister claiming an unknown number of Americans may be among the captives. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
Many people who are visiting family in Israel are now struggling to get home. Several airlines are suspending service in and out of the region because of the ongoing deadly attacks between Israel and Palestinians. On Sunday, only 1 flight from Tel Aviv flew into Boston's Logan International Airport. NBC Boston's Mary Marco spoke to some of the passengers about what they saw before coming home.
So my mother and my son from Tel Aviv hotel to the airport, they were in a taxi. They heard the sirens, the taxi pulled over. They ran into the shelters in the middle of the highway, and literally a bomb went off. Probably, my son said he felt the heat from the bomb.
That's what the ride to the airport was like for people who were lucky enough to get a ticket on the only El Al flight from Tel Aviv to Boston Sunday.
Rockets started shooting, so people were just laying on the ground, on the floor, covering their heads.
Many people who live here were visiting family in Israel when the prime minister officially declared war with Palestinians amid the deadliest attack in decades.
There were rockets above us all day. Just to see our people getting murdered is just beyond insane.
In an unprecedented assault, Hamas militants launched more than 3,500 rockets and stormed the Gaza Strip, killing hundreds and taking others hostage.
It's heartbreaking to see 7-year-old children being taken literally from their house.
The surprise attack left Israel's army scrambling as Hamas gunmen rolled into more than 20 communities as far as 15 miles from the border.
Most of my family lives there, and they are all very scared right now because they have not experienced anything like this in over 20 years.
The violence is prompting people to flee the country, some leaving behind friends and family who were immediately drafted into the army.
I feel a lot of pain because a lot of innocent people are being killed right now.
And everyone we talked to today is asking for prayers and support as this war gets underway.
Our thanks to Mary Marcos from NBC Boston for that report.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In Alabama, there is growing outrage following the death of a black man who was shot and killed by police in his own front yard. Now, newly released video shows the moment the deadly confrontation took place. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the details.
This video, caught on a neighbor's doorbell camera, captures the moment the Perkins family says police fatally shot 39-year-old Steve Perkins.
Police, go back!
The warning appearing to come immediately before police open fire, killing the husband and father.
There's one male down. I got to need an ambulance ASAP.
Authorities have yet to verify the video shared by the family's attorney to NBC News. The deadly confrontation around 2 a.m. September 29th stemmed from a tow truck driver trying to repossess Perkins' truck. Police say the driver arrived earlier, but left when Perkins flashed a gun, then came back hours later, accompanied by Decatur police.
They started firing before they even got the full first command out of their mouth.
The department states Perkins brandished the weapon towards an officer, causing the officer to fire. Perkins' older brother, Nicholas, in heartbroken disbelief.
When you watch that video, what do you see?
I see a murder. Cold-blooded murder.
Questions over Perkins' death prompted week-long protests and calls for transparency after his family's attorney says Perkins had no idea it was police in his front yard.
It doesn't matter whether he had a weapon or not. He never was given an opportunity to comply, and if he had a weapon, he was well within his rights to carry a firearm.
The city's placed one officer on leave and has not released police body camera video from the incident. Alabama's law enforcement agency is now leading a third-party investigation.
And what hurts most is we don't have any answers. This family needs answers. This community needs answers.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
After the number of incidents of rogue drones flying over stadiums spiked last year, the NFL is sounding the alarm over the potential for drones to be used to attack stadiums. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dateline spoke with the NFL's chief of security about their new warning.
A major college football game interrupted when a drone flew over a packed Ohio stadium.
First time we've ever dealt with this. Apparently there is a drone.
Last year, an NFL game paused for the same reason.
We understand we're getting word that there was some type of drone over the field that should not have been there, was not cleared to be there.
It feels like a big hole in our fence.
Former Washington, D.C. Police Chief Kathy Lanier is the National Football League's head of security, and she's sounding the alarm.
So last year, we had 2,500 drone incursions that entered the TFR, so they entered the restricted airspace just during that window and just during our regular season games on our stadiums. And that's up from just over 1,300 the year before.
So this is getting a lot worse.
It's doubling. It's doubling.
FedEx Field outside D.C. is a fortress protected by layers of security. The fans will pass through metal detectors, but the airspace above is undefended.
Right now, only the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security have the legal authority to take down threatening drones. But they only send counter-drone teams to big events like the Super Bowl, not to regular games. And even still, their takedown authority is set to expire next month.
What we're seeing in war zones like Ukraine are these inexpensive drones that are used for military purposes. But that technology can also be picked up and used by a terrorist group at a civilian stadium or any kind of public infrastructure.
Senator Gary Peters, who chairs the Homeland Security Committee, is pushing not only to renew that law, but to expand the authority so that state and local police departments can bring down rogue drones as well. They can do that by jamming their signals or by other electronic methods. And the concern is real. Watch this drone crash into a spectator at a San Diego Padres game.
We had a circumstance back in 2018 where we had a drone operator who modified the drone to carry leaflets, and they flew in over our stadium mid-game and dropped leaflets inside the seating bowl. That could be anything. So
it could be a bomb.
It could be anything. That's right.
The NFL and other stadium owners hoping to make sure the nightmare scenario never comes to pass. Ken Dateline, NBC News, Landover, Maryland.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Kate Snow. You've been watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. You can see that wherever you stream, including all the places on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and more.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this busy Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Kate Snow. Welcome to NBC News Daily. Today, we're devoting much of the hour to covering the war in Israel. Any moment now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expected to make an announcement about Israel's counteroffensive against Hamas. Israel has ordered a full siege, as they call it, of the Gaza Strip, with more than 300,000 troops now gathering for what may be, many expect, a massive ground operation. Israel's Air Force has been bombarding Hamas with aerial attacks, claiming more than 1,000 Hamas targets have been hit since the invasion began.
Netanyahu says that their response is just getting started, with Israel claiming all territory invaded by Hamas has been taken back. But Hamas is not letting up, launching 90 missiles just today. So far, more than 1,200 Israelis and Palestinians have been killed, 2,100 injured. The U.S. State Department confirming today that 9 Americans have been killed. One of the people killed is the daughter of a Brandeis College professor. She died while protecting her son from attackers.
The last words from her was that I hear glass breaking. They're speaking in Arabic and I hear shots. We heard Rotem, her son, say that I am shot, there is blood in me, and he was instructed then not to speak.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Tel Aviv. Ellison, tell us what's happening now and this idea of a full siege of Gaza by the Israeli military. You're reporting that Israel is cutting electricity to Gaza. What's happening now?
Right. So a spokesperson with IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, they said that that is what they were doing in that area, that they were essentially cutting everything off, that it would be a full siege of Gaza. And they used some incredibly strong language as they were describing what they said would be unfolding there soon. Look, the question right now is, what will Israel do next? We have seen them increase retaliation attacks in Gaza. We have seen buildings hit directly within Gaza City. We have seen that civilian death toll, Palestinians in Gaza, that rise as Israel strikes back since all of this began over the weekend, as we also learn more about the victims on the Israeli side, the 700-plus people who have been killed, the vast majority of those civilians. Israel says that 73 of those 700-plus victims here, they were soldiers. So again, what most people are dealing with and processing here in Israel is the fact that this was such a targeted attack on civilians, on people who were at music festivals, who were at concerts. I was just speaking with a young woman here who was waiting for the bus in Tel Aviv and asking her about all of this. The first thing she said, you can imagine, is it is horrible. She said she does not feel safe in her own country and that she has not for a very long time. But Kate, one of the things that was interesting to me is we're hearing so many people, particularly domestically, talk about this idea of things having changed for Israel, how politically they were so divided. But now, because of this is like a quote unquote 9/11 moment, making them feel united. That young woman we were just speaking to, she said she doesn't quite feel that. She still feels like this government hasn't done enough. They haven't united in the 3 days since all of this started. And they're frustrated because they want to see a response. They don't know exactly what they think it should be, but they want more to be done on behalf of all those people who have lost their lives and the people living in southern Israel outside of Gaza who feel unsafe right now.
And
Kate?
Ellison, this is Joe. The video we're seeing right now is of Israelis who were
Joe.
kidnapped, taken into Gaza, this mass kidnapping campaign. What is Israel doing, do we know, to try and rescue them and get them home?
Right, so that's a hyper-focused priority for people as well as the government here right now. Militants within Gaza, Hamas, as well as Islamic Jihad, based on the numbers that they have released, it seems to be between 100 to 150 people that have been taken hostage. Civilians, women, children, elderly, as well as members of the Israeli military. There's some talks right now that either Qatar or Egypt, that there are discussions between both about trying to do some sort of swap, prisoner swap, 36 prisoners, Palestinian prisoners for some of those hostages. Hamas in Gaza, they say some of the airstrikes that Israel carried out today, Hamas claims they killed 4 of the people they were holding hostage. Joe, Kate.
All right, Ellison Barber in Tel Aviv. Ellison, thank you so much.
The U.S. State Department has confirmed, as we mentioned, at least 9 Americans have been killed. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller also says that number likely will rise as the war continues. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now live. Gabe, what more do we know from the State Department about the Americans killed and any who might have been kidnapped?
Well, Kate, the State Department has not publicly identified any of those 9 Americans that were killed. But as you mentioned, that death toll, unfortunately, is expected to rise. State Department officials also say they're looking into the reports of those Americans who are unaccounted for. Unclear exactly how many may be taken hostage. But we are hearing those heartbreaking stories, Kate, earlier with that Brandeis University professor speaking on MSNBC, talking about how his daughter was shot and killed by Hamas while he was on the phone with her when she tried to shield her 16-year-old son as well. Just heartbreaking stories emerging from the conflict zone, Kate.
And has the State Department, Gabe, issued any type of advisory for Americans if they're in Israel to leave the area, or any avenues for them to leave? We were reporting that a lot of flights are being canceled. There aren't a lot of options.
Yeah, U.S. airlines have suspended many flights to and from Tel Aviv. And at this point, the State Department has issued travel advisories for any Americans inside Israel. You see there the map on your screen, urging Americans to use increased caution when going about certain parts of Israel. And also, of course, a do not travel advisory for Gaza, Kate.
And there are also reports back to sort of policy here that Iran may have played a role in this attack, helping Hamas, something Iran has denied. What is the Biden administration saying about that?
Well, certainly, Kate. A lot of attention being placed on this Wall Street Journal report, citing some Hamas sources, saying that, or reporting that Hamas, that Iran may have green-lighted this attack and may have been involved in the planning of this attack for several weeks. Again, that reporting from the Wall Street Journal. We've spoken with 3 U.S. officials that have been strongly pushing back on that report and saying that they have not seen the evidence to corroborate it. And in fact, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, in an interview yesterday, strongly pushed back on the idea that Iran that he had not yet seen any evidence that Iran was directly involved in this attack. Still, Kate, the United States is looking into the possible motivation behind this attack, working with its Israeli counterparts. And there are a lot of questions about whether one of the motivations could have been this idea that because Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the U.S. were involved in talks to potentially normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, could have that potentially been part of the motivation from this attack. Right now, the Biden administration is scrambling to make sure that this conflict does not escalate into a wider war across the Middle East, Kate.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Thanks, Gabe.
More than 1,000 people have been killed so far in the deadly violence between Israel and Palestinians. This all started on Saturday when Hamas fighters broke through Israeli borders and launched a large-scale attack. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel shows us the aftermath of the deadly confrontation.
This is the main road leading into Sderot, and this was a battle scene. It was on this highway that the Hamas militants, hundreds of them, entered into Israel, entered into this town. According to a senior Israeli official, there were nearly 1,000 Hamas militants who came in fighting, and this is one of their vehicles. It is a modified pickup truck, modified because it had a mount with a machine gun on top, and what the fighters were doing is they were just spraying left and right, hitting anything they could. They killed dozens of Israelis here. They took many of their hostages from right around here because it's not far to get to Gaza. It is just a few minutes drive down this road and you get to the Gaza Strip. And according to Israeli officials, the militants, with a degree of sophistication and planning that was unanticipated, breached the perimeter fences in about 30 different locations and then came storming out, flying over the fences in some places. And then once they came into contact, like they did here with Israeli communities, they started opening fire. And you can see this car which obviously had its tank hit, caught on fire. There's bullet holes in the side of it. This, all of these vehicles, and there's many of them, were peppered in gunfire. And the Israelis who were inside, according to officials, those who couldn't escape were killed here. This is still ongoing. Just in the last few hours that we've been here, we've heard and seen more rockets coming out of the Gaza Strip. We've seen Israeli jets and heard them firing in reprisal attacks inside Gaza. And then just a short while ago, there was an alert here, and because it seems that more militants, more Hamas fighters came out of the Gaza Strip and tried to do yet another infiltration. So this is definitely not over.
That was NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel reporting earlier today.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Major airlines are canceling flights, as we've mentioned, in and out of Israel following those deadly attacks. United, Delta, American Airlines have all now suspended service to Tel Aviv.
CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Julia, what should we know about anyone traveling, anyone who is traveling, know about the cancellations, and what airlines are still operating out of Tel Aviv?
Well, Joe, the most important thing to know is that the State Department has issued travel advisories for the region. Israel's national airline El Al is still operating, but like many other airlines, is offering travel waivers for customers who want to delay or cancel their travel. An El Al spokesperson says the airline is actually running more flights as it takes reservists back to the country. Google Cloud announcing new artificial intelligence tools for doctors today. The company says new AI search capabilities will help doctors pull information from clinical notes, scan documents, and electronic health records so it can be accessed all in one place. And Mexican alcohol brands are beginning to dominate the U.S. market. An analysis by the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States found tequila and mezcal from Mexico overtook American whiskey to become the second fastest growing spirits category last year. And they're expected to capture the top spot in 2023. Quite a trend there around tequila. Back over to you.
Definitely. All right. Thank you, CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston. Appreciate it.
Coming up, how the U.S. military is supporting Israel's war against Hamas and what it could mean for the Americans who might be among the hostages. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Aviv. White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
The U.S. is sending its largest Navy aircraft carrier and fighter jets to Israel, one of America's closest allies.
This is to help Israel counter the deadly surprise attack this past weekend. U.S. officials say they'll also be giving Israel munitions and other military supplies starting today. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. So, Courtney, what can you tell us about this Navy carrier convoy that's being deployed, and how much more does the U.S. plan to get involved with what's happening?
So the carrier strike group, I mean, those are generally sent places as a show of power, a power projection. So you have this aircraft carrier, this massive, enormous floating city, essentially, but it also has with it fixed-wing aircraft, fighter attacked F-18s. It has helicopters. It has some surveillance aircraft, even jamming equipment. So it's a huge floating city that will be in the Eastern Med in a matter of days. But in addition to that, there's also a missile-guided cruiser. There's also 4 missile-guided destroyers. Those are important because those have missiles on them. So they have the ability to strike targets on land. They also have the ability for air and missile defense. So that means that should there be incoming missiles into Israel, theoretically, these could have the ability to intercept those and protect Israeli territory. Now, I say all that, and then I should add that at this point, U.S. officials say these Navy ships, these warships, are going there to deter. So it's a deterrent from Hamas or any groups who may be supporting Hamas from expanding their operations or hopefully even continuing the operations that they started over the weekend. That's the main mission right now, is deterring further and future operations. There's also this huge air component that's going to the region, though, too. F-15s, F-16s, A-10s, fighter jets, and then, of course, the F-35s, which have even surveillance capabilities as well, Joe.
And it's Kate here, Courtney. We've been talking about airlines shutting down flights out of Tel Aviv airport. So is the U.S. in a position to help evacuate Americans who might get trapped there and get them out of Israel?
Yeah, see, that's an excellent point, Kate. A secondary mission that these Navy ships could have, again, nothing's been ordered yet, is they could be used for an evacuation. So here you have a number of large deck ships. They have the ability to take on passengers to get them out of harm's way very quickly. Now, that being said, we don't have firm numbers, but there are tens of thousands, probably more than that, Americans and dual citizens in Israel right now. So if there were some sort of a large-scale non-combatant evacuation or evacuation of citizens, it would be an enormous logistical undertaking, and they would have to send more things to the region to help with that, Kate.
All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, thank you so much.
I want to bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow at Defense Priorities and the host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks for being with us. Can we talk about Israel's defense? We were just talking about American assets being moved over, but let's talk about Israel for a moment. Everybody's probably heard of the Iron Dome, which intercepts short-range rockets and mortars. Can you break down how it works for folks who don't know?
Yeah, it actually, at least fundamentally, performs a lot like our Patriot systems. And then right now it's actually rated above our Patriot system in effectiveness. And basically what you have is you have a radar system on the ground that's monitoring a certain area where you think a threat may come from. And then when there's enemy rockets or drones or any kind of aerial activity in the air, it will plot an intercept course and it will fire an interceptor missile that will take it out. And it's very sophisticated because it will try to take it out where it's not over a built-up city, for example. So it's quite effective at that, but it's also somewhat limited in that any launcher has about 20 missiles with it, and that's part of the problem that this initially had, is that Hamas flooded the zone with so many missiles that they couldn't knock them all down.
That's what's happening in the air. I want to ask you about what's happened on the ground. One Israeli official estimates more than 100 Israelis taken hostage. It's believed they're being held in tunnels under buildings in Gaza. How hard is it going to be to safely rescue these people?
And we got to be honest about this. It's going to be extraordinarily difficult because just as we've seen how Hamas had been planning this for months and they had all kinds of resources, training, and everything else ready to go on this, they have certainly also prepared for the logical incursion of it, of the IDF into their area. So they probably had plans to move these people throughout all of the zone of the Gaza Strip. And as you know, there's like 2 million people there. So it's almost like finding a needle in a haystack. And there's, Israel doesn't have any on-the-ground human intelligence sources right now. That's very hampered, so it's going to be very difficult to even find them, much less to extract them.
All right, Senior Fellow at Defense Priorities, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your expertise right now.
For having me.
Ahead, how Jewish and Palestinian communities across the United States are reacting to the escalating situation in Israel and what houses of worship are doing to try to increase security. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Earlier today, our NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel was covering the ongoing violence in southern Israel. He was in a town when he came under mortar fire. We're going to play that for you now. He and his crew took cover. They are okay. We want to tell you that. But we do want to also warn you that some of this is disturbing.
Stay down, stay down.
Well, I can tell you right now, we are in the town of Sderot, and there has been a lot of incoming fire here. We believe that it is mortar fire. Some of them also appear to have been rockets. They've been coming in quite close. That is why we are on the ground right now. This is still considered a very active combat zone, even though we are inside Israeli territory. And it is not just the incoming rockets and mortars. There are also reports from Israeli officials of new infiltrations, of Hamas sending more fighters through breaches in the border fence. According to a senior Israeli official, there are about 30 different holes, breaches in that border perimeter, and most of them have been plugged up. Around 90% of them have been plugged up, but 10% remain. They're trying to secure them, but remain open. So this is still an active situation here. Most of the residents in this area have been cleared out, and the Israelis are trying to move people away from border towns and communities, and to try and also look for Hamas fighters, because they believe that cells, sleeper cells, or other fighters have infiltrated and are still in the area, potentially hiding in some of the buildings. And now maybe it seems like that big barrage that we just experienced has passed. They come in waves, but this one was practically right on top of us, right here in Sderot.
Again, that was several hours ago. Our NBC News chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, if you ever wondered how hard his job is. There you see it, Joe.
All right, the destruction from the initial surprise attacks by Hamas in Israel has left the entire world in disbelief. And now the death toll is rising among Palestinians as well. Leaders from around the world weighing in on the deadly attacks. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more on that. Josh, just walk us through some of the international reaction we're seeing so far.
Well, Joe, there has been a wave of condemnation for Hamas from Western nations, the U.S., unsurprisingly, the U.S. allies throughout Europe, the NATO members. We heard from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz saying that Germany was deeply shocked by this attack. And we're hearing solidarity from most of those Western-minded nations for Israel, standing up strongly for what they describe as Israel's right to self-defense. But some of the more interesting parsing of the international reaction has come from the other nations in the Middle East, which is really in a period of change, or had been over the past several years when it comes to relations with Israel. And so we're seeing some nations that still do not have relationships or diplomatic ties to Israel, like Qatar, blaming Israel squarely for the attack that it suffered itself, with Qatar saying that Israel alone is responsible for violating the rights of the Palestinians. The United Arab Emirates is an interesting case because they very recently made peace with Israel and have recognized Israel. They put out a statement kind of equivocating, saying they're calling for maximum restraint. They want to see a ceasefire and sending condolences to all victims without actually blaming either party in this. But we heard that the Arab League is going to hold an urgent meeting on Wednesday where they are going to address what they call Israel's aggression. And so you can see the differing ways that this is playing out throughout the Middle East, Joe.
So, Josh, the European Union says it suspended aid to Palestinians after these weekend attacks by Hamas. We have less than 30 seconds here, but tell us what the impact of that's going to be.
Well, the impact is that some nearly $700 million worth of European Union aid is not going to be able to flow to the Palestinians. The EU saying that this is a turning point and that simply cannot be business as usual any longer.
All right. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman with more on the international reaction. Josh, thank you so much.
Much more ahead with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer, making news right now. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announcing today he is going to run for president now as an independent, dropping his Democratic primary bid, which would have challenged President Joe Biden. He is an environmental lawyer and notable vaccine skeptic.
Officials say more than 2,000 people are dead, 2,000 are injured following a series of earthquakes in Afghanistan this past weekend. This series of quakes is one of the deadliest in years there, with one reaching up to a 6.3 magnitude.
The culinary community is mourning the loss of celebrity chef and former Food Network star Michael Chiarello. He died on Saturday after being treated for an acute allergic reaction that led to anaphylactic shock. The award-winning chef and restaurateur hosted a number of television shows throughout his career and opened 10 restaurants. He was 61 years old.
We are continuing to track breaking news out of Israel. Just moments ago, massive explosions were seen in Gaza as the Israeli military orders a full siege, as they're calling it, of the Gaza Strip, preparing a massive counteroffensive potentially.
And we are learning that Hamas is now threatening to kill hostages that were taken during Saturday's invasion. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us from Tel Aviv with the latest. First of all, Kelly, tell us more about these developments with the hostage situation. What else is Hamas saying?
Yeah, a spokesperson for Hamas issuing this video statement, audio statement just a short time ago, saying that they would begin to execute a hostage if Israel continues to bombard residential areas in Gaza, effectively saying, if you kill our civilians, we will kill yours. We have been expecting to hear from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He is still expected to talk shortly, so it'll be interesting to hear how the Israelis deal with this latest threat and whether it affects this intensifying campaign. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, said that they are stepping up their attacks. They said that between Saturday and Monday, they targeted about 1,200 sites. They say it's double that just today, targeting weapons storage and other operational centers within Gaza. But as we know, it is an incredibly densely packed area, very urban area, and no matter how precise the Israelis may try to be, it's difficult to protect civilians in that kind of area. The United Nations has said more than 70,000 are trying to shelter in schools. There are more than 100,000 displaced trying to get out of the way of Israeli bombardments. So the question now, what is the next step? Does Israel continue this counteroffensive with this threat looming over hostages in Gaza?
Yeah, and Kelly, this is Kate. We're looking at a live picture out of Gaza on the left side of your screen there. It's 8:30 at night in Gaza. You see a little bit of orange glow on the right side there, which I would expect, Kelly, was probably from one of the missile strikes. What's happening there now, and what do we expect for tonight?
Yeah, so the IDF has said that they will continue those strikes, or at least they had until this latest threat came out. And that, you know, that hadn't changed. That Prime Minister Netanyahu said that, told local leaders in the south today that they were terribly hurt and that Gaza would be hurt even worse, that the retribution would be firm and severe. There is also a siege on Gaza, no medicine, no electricity, no food, no water getting in. So it's an incredibly difficult situation there already. Again, the question, will these attacks continue as we go forward? This has really potentially changed things on the ground, Kate.
Yeah. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiello will continue to watch for Prime Minister Netanyahu's remarks. Thanks so much.
Now to Israel's northern border, where the country is fielding attacks from Hezbollah. That's an Iran-backed militant group based in neighboring Lebanon. The conflict there is an example of the proxy battles taking place across the Jewish state. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us from Beirut in Lebanon. So, Matt, tell us about what is taking place, the airstrikes up north, and how they're linked to what is going on in Israel and in Gaza with Hamas.
Well, the way in which they're linked is not entirely clear, and we just got confirmation from Hezbollah. They said that one of their own fighters had been killed. They issued a statement confirming that. This comes after we heard from the Israelis that 2 fighters from Palestinian Islamic Jihad had been killed in around the same area. Now, this is troubling because it shows that there is something of an escalation. I spoke with you guys yesterday, or excuse me, I spoke with MSNBC yesterday, saying that there had been back and forth fighting along that blue line, that border between Lebanon and Israel. And the fact is that that was kind of contained yesterday. Now we're starting to see more fighting, more deaths, and that shows that this is kind of escalating. That means that it could escalate even further. That would mark an internationalization of the conflict for the first time, causing it to spill out from Israel and Gaza and into places like here, like Lebanon. Now, that's a troubling development, and it could mean that Hezbollah could involve themselves, or other armed militant factions that are backed by Iran. Hezbollah, like Hamas, is backed by Iran, and could engage the wider region. Now, so far, it seems that everybody is pretty reluctant to do something like that. They don't want to see this internationalizing. Even Hezbollah seems to have kind of been playing by the typical choreography that defines their interactions with Israel for the past several decades. But that's a troubling new development, and one that could lead us in a dangerous new direction.
Matt, let's talk about Iran and these questions about whether Iran supported or sanctioned the attacks by Hamas. What's U.S. intelligence saying about this?
Well, U.S. intelligence is saying they have no evidence of this. Israeli intelligence has said they have no evidence that Iran was backing this. But there was an article in the Wall Street Journal that came out that said that they had spoken with Hezbollah and Hamas, and that Iran not only helped develop the plans, helped engage in the training, but that they had, in this process, that they had actually given a green light at the end to this as recently as just last Monday. Guys?
All right. Matt Bradley reporting from Beirut. Matt, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, as the fighting in Israel rages on, Jewish communities here in the U.S. are speaking out about the violence. And in some cities, local leaders are now ramping up security near synagogues and other houses of worship. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is live in New York City, where there have been both pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian rallies. Emily, what are you hearing from folks, particularly, I think you're near a synagogue, particularly from that side?
Hey there, Kate. Yeah, that's right. We saw this kind of split screen of protests playing out over the weekend. We're expecting to see rallies play out, continue across the country throughout today, but also here at Washington Square Park in New York City with another rally of people standing in solidarity with the folks of Israel scheduled for later today. The emotions here, Kate, understandably raw, the heartbreak, the pain people are feeling. Keep in mind, New York City, it has the largest Jewish population in the world outside of Israel. So there are a lot of people here who have family over in Israel. They're left with these painful, unanswered questions. Is their family okay? Will they be safe? Will they be okay? Keep in mind, there are a lot of major airlines that are no longer operating to and from Tel Aviv. Here's more from what we are hearing from people on the ground. Take a listen.
I have family in Israel. I have family that's suffering, family that's fighting. Close friend who bombed just went off in their backyard. Thank God they're okay.
Israel has always been a very important part of my life, and what's going on there for me, it's like it's in, you know, it's my family, and it's really, I've seen violence there before. We've all seen that, but this is really on another level completely.
And as those supporters of Israel are fearing for the safety of their loved ones thousands of miles away, I'll tell you, there's also a bit of unease on the ground here in the United States. We know that officials are ramping up police presences at houses of worship, at synagogues in a number of cities, including here in New York, in Miami, in Washington, D.C., across the country, in Los Angeles during this sensitive time. In many cases, officials are pointing out that there are no credible threats, but they're doing this out of an abundance of caution. But I will tell you, we learned learned over the weekend, Salt Lake City police, they did investigate several unspecified threats to Jewish institutions. They ended up not having any suspicious activity, but again, just a certain level of unease here in the U.S., not just for folks abroad, Kate.
All right, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa for us. Thank you.
And Palestinian communities here in the U.S. also keeping a close eye on escalating tensions in the Middle East.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators, as we've mentioned, taking to the streets this weekend. In some cases, they've clashed with pro-Israel protesters. In other cases, everything's been perfectly friendly. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Bridgeview, Illinois, home to a large number of Palestinian Americans. Maggie, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, so just first and foremost, with those demonstrations that we saw yesterday, we want to make sure we're clear. When we say they clashed, they came face to face, the two groups, but there was no, really interaction beyond just talking to each other between the two. And then also when we say friendly, obviously a lot of the things that we're hearing on the ground are really emotional and really hard for people at home to hear. So that being said, we're in the little Palestine neighborhood. We've been talking to people here. This is obviously a hub in the area, and we were on the ground for that Chicago demonstration. Hundreds of people supporting the broader Palestinian movement, gathering outside the Israeli consulate and then marching through downtown. They're telling us that while no one wants to see violence like we're seeing overseas, they say basically that they say saw the actions of Hamas coming, given the history of violence between the Israeli people and Palestinians. And then when we kind of pressed and asked about the tactics that we're seeing from Hamas, Israeli civilians, women, children being targeted, and we're seeing these brutal videos and images, they, again, reiterated no one wants to see that violence. No one wants to see civilians targeted among those that we talked to, but they also quickly talked about the violence that Palestinian civilians are facing right now and have faced for decades leading up to this. So you're going to hear one such interview from someone we spoke to at that demonstration, and then you'll also hear somebody who was at a pro-Israel supporting the People of Israel demonstration as well yesterday. So take a listen.
It doesn't make it okay that civilians are being harmed, but we have been the civilians that have been harmed for over 80 years now.
It's an absolutely horrible thing, and this is a time now where all people of the world who believe in peace and freedom have to really come together here right now.
Yeah, so just peak emotions out there, guys, as you can imagine. Emily talked about the security on the ground. We should also reiterate we saw a lot of police presence in Chicago surrounding that demonstration yesterday. Same story in New York City. Again, we didn't see any violence, anything physical, anything like that. Just a lot of peak emotions, as you heard in those interviews.
All right, guys. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you so much.
Up next, the desperate pleas from families across Israel as they search for missing loved ones. There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
As cities across the U.S. ramp up security because of the war in Israel, several major airlines are canceling flights in and out of the ravaged region. And many places of worship are increasing their security. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk takes a closer look.
As violence flares in Israel and Gaza, the U.S. is on high alert. Police from coast to coast increasing patrols at local synagogues and other places of worship.
We will be out there in force.
Though officials in New York say there are no current credible threats, they're directing the NYPD to deploy additional resources to Jewish communities. Other cities like Washington, D.C., Miami Beach, and Los Angeles all taking similar precautions.
There are extra cars out there keeping an eye out for anomalies.
While in Salt Lake City Sunday, police ramped up security following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Amid heightened security concerns, thousands of demonstrators gathered at pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel rallies nationwide. It comes as so many are worried about their loved ones, with thousands of Americans in Israel, and there are few options to fly to the U.S. So far, United, American, and Delta Airlines have all announced they're temporarily suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv. Those who have made it back are traumatized.
Just to see our people getting murdered is just beyond.
And over the weekend, many in the Jewish community rallying around each other as they pray for their family and loved ones back home.
Now's not the time to be afraid. Now's the time to be strong.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
There's also been a lot of focus on young people who were at a music festival Saturday. Hamas militants killed at least 260 people there and kidnapped many others. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea spoke with some of those very families who today are searching for their missing loved ones. And a warning, some of these images are graphic.
The Israeli government hasn't said exactly how many people may be held hostage right now in Gaza. The Israeli embassy to the U.S. puts the number in the dozens, including children. And today, their desperate families are pleading for any information about their loved ones. Horror stories from a music festival in the Israeli desert, where at least 260 people were killed Saturday by Hamas fighters in a surprise attack. Drone video showing the devastating scene afterward, captured on dashcam video, festival goers reeling. And now we're hearing of others at the concert disappearing. Near the border, this video appearing to show militants attacking an Israeli tank. And entire families snatched from their homes at gunpoint. This video appears to show Shiri Bibas and her two young sons being taken away. They're missing, along with her husband and her parents.
We don't have any proof of their state, if they were fed, if the baby got food, if my aunt is okay, if my cousin and her husband are alive.
23-year-old Romy Gorin hasn't been heard from since Saturday morning.
She was talking to me and said, "Mommy, help us. We don't know what to do."
Jessica Elter, desperate to find her boyfriend, Ben Shimoni, who she says helped rescue people before he, too, vanished.
We were talking. He said, "Everything's okay. I'm going out." Suddenly, I heard screaming.
Yoni Asher says his entire family, his wife and two young girls, were abducted while visiting relatives, his wife calling him for help.
The last thing she said to me was that there are terrorists in the house.
This video appears to show Yoni's wife, daughters, along with his mother-in-law being loaded into a truck. All he could do was track his wife's phone all the way to Gaza. Israel's ambassador to the UK says more than 100 people are believed to have been taken hostage. An Israeli minister claiming an unknown number of Americans may be among the captives. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. is still trying to get a firm number of how many Americans may be held hostage.
All right, Kelly Kobiella, thank you.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
In Alabama, there is growing outrage following the death of a black man who was shot and killed by police in his own front yard. Now, newly released video shows the moment the deadly confrontation took place. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the details.
This video, caught on a neighbor's doorbell camera, captures the moment the Perkins family says police fatally shot 39-year-old Steve Perkins.
Please go back!
The warning appearing to come immediately before police open fire, killing the husband and father.
There's one male down. I got to need an ambulance ASAP.
Authorities have yet to verify the video shared by the family's attorney to NBC News. The deadly confrontation around 2 a.m. September 29th stemmed from a tow truck driver trying to repossess Perkins' truck. Police say the driver arrived earlier, but left when Perkins flashed a gun, then came back hours later, accompanied by Decatur police.
They started firing before they even got the full first command out of their mouth.
The department states Perkins brandished the weapon towards an officer, causing the officer to fire. Perkins' older brother, Nicholas, in heartbroken disbelief.
When you watch that video, what do you see?
I see a murder. Cold-blooded murder.
Questions over Perkins' death prompted week-long protests and calls for transparency. After his family's attorney says Perkins had no idea it was police in his front yard.
It doesn't matter whether he had a weapon or not.
He never was given an opportunity to comply, and if he had a weapon, he was well within his rights to carry a firearm.
The city's placed one officer on leave and has not released police body camera video from the incident. Alabama's law enforcement agency is now leading a third-party investigation.
And what hurts most is we don't have any answers. This family needs answers. This community needs answers.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
After the number of incidents of rogue drones flying over stadiums spiked last year, the NFL is sounding the alarm over the potential for drones to be used to attack stadiums. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian spoke with the NFL's chief of security about their new warning.
A major college football game interrupted when a drone flew over a packed Ohio stadium.
First time we've ever dealt with this. Apparently there is a drone.
Last year, an NFL game paused for the same reason.
We understand we're getting word that there was some type of drone over the field that should not have been there, was not cleared to be there.
It feels like a big hole in our fence.
Former Washington, D.C. Police Chief Kathy Lanier is the National Football League's head of security, and she's sounding the alarm.
So last year, we had 2,500 drone incursions that entered the TFR, so they entered the restricted airspace just during that window and just during our regular season games on our stadiums. And that's up from just over 1,300 the year before.
So this is getting a lot worse.
It's doubling. It's doubling.
FedEx Field outside D.C. is a fortress protected by layers of security. The fans will pass through metal detectors, but the airspace above is undefended.
Right now, only the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security have the legal authority to take down threatening drones. But they only send counter-drone teams to big events like the Super Bowl, not to regular games. And even still, their takedown authority is set to expire next month.
What we're seeing in war zones like Ukraine are these inexpensive drones that are used for military purposes. But that technology can also be picked up and used by a terrorist group at a civilian stadium or any kind of public infrastructure.
Senator Gary Peters, who chairs the Homeland Security Committee, is pushing not only to renew that law, but to expand the authority so that state and local police departments can bring down rogue drones as well. They can do that by jamming their signals or by other electronic methods. And the concern is real. Watch this drone crash into a spectator at a San Diego Padres game.
We had a circumstance back in 2018 where we had a drone operator who modified the drone to carry leaflets, and they flew in over our stadium mid-game and dropped leaflets inside the seating bowl. That could be anything. So it could be anything. That's right.
The NFL and other stadium owners hoping to make sure the nightmare scenario never comes to pass. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Landover, Maryland.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Kate Snow. You've been watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. You can see that wherever you stream, including all the places on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Breaking news, new explosions. Israel retaliating again against Gaza after this weekend's unprecedented attack inside Israel. More than 1,000 people total are dead. Israel's prime minister expected to address the public any moment now.
Searching for loved ones. More than 100 people are missing after being abducted in broad daylight in Israel. Americans among the kidnapped. What we're learning about the race to bring them home alive.
The steps the U.S. is taking right now to support Israel and fears that this could be a wider conflict. Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
Yeah, and I'm Savannah Sellers in for Zinklai Esama. Thanks for being with us.
We're going to get right to the rapidly escalating war in the Middle East.
That's right. Israeli fighter jets pounded the Gaza Strip with airstrikes after the military ordered a, quote, full siege. This military assault comes just over 2 days after Hamas launched their unprecedented attack. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the counteroffensive is, quote, just getting started. At this hour, more than 1,200 people have been killed, 700 in Israel, nearly 600 in Gaza. Thousands more have been injured. The State Department says at least 9 Americans are among the dead, with others unaccounted for. And in addition to those deaths and injuries, more than 130 people are being held hostage by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. That includes some who were taken from a music festival in southern Israel that turned into a massacre.
Let's just take a step back to give everyone an idea of the geography. The Gaza Strip, down at the bottom of your screen, is an area about 140 square miles. 2 million Palestinians live there. Israel and Egypt control the land and sea borders as well as the airspace, but Hamas controls the governing of that area. We're going to begin our team coverage with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She's on the ground in Tel Aviv, which you saw as sort of central Israel. It's just after 9 p.m. now, Ellison, I think. What are things like tonight?
Yeah, you know, I was just starting to listen to an update, the 9 p.m. update from Israeli Defense Forces, and they started it by reiterating the death toll, the number of Israeli civilians who have lost their lives, over 700 at this point, the thousands that have been injured, describing it as simply staggering. One thing that we have been reporting about throughout the day is the fact that we have seen increased air strikes, rockets, missile-targeted attacks inside Gaza from Israeli forces. The Israeli military has said they hit over 1,000 targets in Gaza. The big question is, will there soon be an even stronger response? We know that Netanyahu has officially declared this country at war. He has said that he plans and wants the military to not just deal with what was the perpetrators who carried out the attacks on civilians over the weekend, but that he wants them to go into Gaza and fully strip Hamas of its capability to act as a military, act as a terrorist group, to govern in Gaza. So the big question is whether or not we could see Israeli forces, as they have brought up the reserves and more troops to the ready, if we could soon see them launch a ground assault in Gaza. I've been speaking with people here in Tel Aviv tonight and asking them the question, what do they want to happen next? They are all dealing with the totality, the horror, the pain of what happened this weekend. People in Tel Aviv, they describe how life here, especially, while it may have been different and felt different for other Israelis, Palestinians, for them in Tel Aviv until a few days ago, they felt most of the time relatively safe. All of that has been shattered. Now they say, based on what they have seen, based on what they believe is taking place with the Israelis who are being held hostage inside Gaza, that they believe an incredibly forceful military response, a full ground assault, is, in their view, the most logical next step. Listen to some of what we've been hearing.
Yesterday, I was driving
a social worker, an officer, a woman, a social worker, to
Yes, you hear that?
Yeah, I do.
What goes through your head when you hear
It's
things like
just
that?
it's combat fighters on the way to Gaza. It's fine. Happy about it.
You're happy about it?
We're totally used to it. Yes, of course. I actually believe in a one-state solution. I actually believe in full democracy, but not when people are butchers.
Right, so that man we spoke to, he said that he is, in his words, very far right. We spoke to other people who said they identify as more left, more liberal. They support some sort of two-state solution, but they said after what has happened here, they do feel like there has to be a more forceful response from Israel. They feel because they're describing this event, Kate, as something that I know has been reported on extensively in the state as their quote-unquote 9/11. They really feel like this is a turning point. One woman I spoke to, she said there was Israel in life in Tel Aviv, life as an Israeli before what happened on October 7th, and now there is life after. One thing they are all paying close attention to, Kate and Savannah, is what happens in the coming days and hours with the people who are being held hostage in Gaza right now.
Yeah, Ellison, hey, it's Savannah. That's exactly what I want to ask you about, because you've mentioned the potential for this full ground assault. 300,000 reservists called up since this attack on Saturday. But the people who are being held hostage, as far as we know, within Gaza, obviously that kind of complicates any type of assault that takes place on that actual ground. What are people saying about that, about what they're concerned about when it comes to those who are being held hostage, about where they are and the conditions that they're being kept under?
You know, I was struck by how quickly the people that we spoke to, and we've only been in Tel Aviv for a couple of hours, how quickly that was the discussion that brought some of them to tears, was talking about the fact that there are hostages, some of the images that they have seen, their fears of what they think might be happening. You know, there was an Israeli soldier in 2006 who was abducted outside of Gaza and taken back into Gaza. There was a years-long battle where there was ultimately a massive swap, over 1,000 prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, to release this one soldier. And they talked about that moment and that being the only thing maybe a little close to it happening now, and how they were so worried about that soldier back then, but now they know these are mostly civilians, they believe, and that there are somewhere between 100 to 150 of them. There are talks reportedly going on with Egypt and Qatar trying to arrange some sort of swap where people who are being detained and held as hostages in Hamas could perhaps be swapped for the release of some Palestinian prisoners. Most people we have spoken to who live in Tel Aviv were telling us they would support that because they think the biggest priority is to make sure that those people who they believe, and based on reporting we know include civilians, to get them out as soon as possible. But there are some concerns, some reporting that Hamas perhaps has other plans in the coming hours and days. Savannah, Kate?
Well, to that note, Ellison, I'm holding a statement from a division of Hamas that came out just in the last hour, and they say from this hour onwards, we announce that every targeting of our people, meaning of Palestinians, who are safe in their homes without warning, we will regretfully meet with the execution of one of our enemy's civilian hostages, and we will broadcast this under duress in audio and video. So that just coming from a division of Hamas. Certainly we expect, Ellison, we still expect Benjamin Netanyahu to speak and perhaps address that in some way.
Yeah, and Kate, you know, when that news started to sort of appear on social media that perhaps Hamas had released that sort of statement, and our teams were tracking down, trying to get it verified before we reported it at length. We were speaking to someone and mentioned it, and they looked at it and they said that's what they were worried about. That's what they are worried about right now. They want to see a massive amount of Israeli military go in. And somebody even said to me, they said, you know, unfortunately, I wish we could just go and get those people out, just target people who were involved in this within Hamas. But they said, unfortunately, there will probably be more civilian casualties as well. But they feel from Israelis that their priority is to get those hostages out before their greatest fear happens, which is that Hamas kills them.
Ellison Barber, thank you.
Thank you very much, and stay safe. We are getting a look now at the devastation left behind after the massacre at that music festival outside of Gaza. This was one of the first targets of Hamas gunmen who crossed into Israel early Saturday.
Thousands of people were there at the time having a party. A local rescue organization says more than 200 were killed, others reportedly abducted. Dr. Shlomo Gensler is a volunteer with United Hatzalah. It's an organization, rather, that sends medical and emergency crews across Israel. He joins us now. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Gensler. Appreciate it. I know you were working at the ICU, or you are at the ICU now in Jerusalem, right? But you were on Saturday on call and called to help with the victims around the music festival. What did you see? What was it like?
Okay, thank you, Kate, for having me. So basically, I was at home with my kids on Saturday, spending some quality family time, and then I get the call that there's been we first initially get some sirens for incoming rockets coming in from Gaza into Jerusalem area, and then this organization that I'm part with, which you can see the car behind me, they called me to see if I can help consult with people that are trapped as hostages down on the border of Gaza. Initially, I spoke with one person that was there. That family was trapped in a safe room, and they basically the father had his hands and legs blown off. I'm sorry if it's a bit graphic, just to give a little bit more of the picture. They were trapped, and I was able to hear rapid gunfire behind them. And they were trying to say that he was losing consciousness and they needed some help to evacuate. I tried to get them evacuation, it was unable to, and none of the resources were available to evacuate them. After that, the organization requested that if I can go down and try to help out in any way possible. I then went down to the staging area close to the Gaza border, a little bit of a distance away from the fighting, and slowly we went in. When I did go there, I was a bit shocked to see, and honestly, I've seen a lot of different stuff in my career, and I was not prepared to see, honestly, the devastation and carnage. It literally, the words that I can tell you is like literally carnage and people laying all around murdered and executed. And it was something that was very, very hard to see the lack of humanity and the lack of caring for other human beings. And with the people that I saw there were lots of civilians just lined on the road, executed, laying in piles, and just lots of demolition and destruction, and that was the initial outset. After that, we went further in to the area, and we set up a triage center as close as possible to the fighting. And over there, we basically set up a center where we did emergency treatment, basically treating people with life-saving measures, whether it's intubation or chest decompression, and sending people off on helicopters to the hospital, one after the other. And honestly, I can say I've never seen such a disdain for humanity in the way that they went ahead with treating people.
Dr. Gensler, I know that there was also some personal ties that you had here, a family member who was at the festival enjoying this party, as Kate had mentioned. We've heard such harrowing stories of escape there, people hiding in bushes, things like that. How is she doing? How did she get out? What did she see?
Okay, so she's obviously extremely devastated right now. It's my wife's cousin, and she's extremely devastated now. It's been extremely traumatic. But what she described is they were initially at this festival, and all of a sudden, like these paragliders, motorized paragliders came in, and she then saw them starting to fire as they were descending down. And then once they got down to the ground, they just opened fire on people, executing people one by one, and they were laughing as they were doing it. And it still sticks with her. She says to me, and I apologize for the description, she saw bodies jumping as they were riddled with bullets. And then even afterwards, I found a lot of reports as she after that ran into the bushes and luckily escaped. She ran for a bunch of miles until she met some Israeli soldiers who took her to a point to be evacuated. But she luckily escaped by a thin thing, and she had a lot of friends that she lost in that. And as you can imagine, she's completely at utter loss and she's very traumatized from the event.
Dr. Shlomo Gensler, I can't thank you enough for just sharing your account of what you saw, because we haven't talked to that many people who were there and had the angle that you had on everything. Thank you for being with us.
I just want to add one more thing. I'm just here in Jerusalem now at the hospital that we're treating at Hadassah Hospital, Hadassah University Hospital, where we're treating many of the wounded that are coming from there as well. So we're getting to see, this is a hospital that's outside of the South that's accepting a tremendous amount of patients and treating, and I'm getting to see the other side. What I saw there and initially treated to what I'm seeing here, it's still a very devastating effect, and this hospital is really manned up to it and is really helping a lot of people.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Dr. Shlomo Gensler, thank you so much for your time, and best to your family.
Well, now it's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. The attacks in Israel are sending shockwaves through global air travel.
And a new group of auto workers is going on strike as well. CNBC's Julia Borston joins us now. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Savannah. While many airlines are suspending service into Israel as violence escalates with Hamas, the country's national airline is launching flights. A spokesperson for the airline said today flights to Israel are full, with many reservists traveling back to the country to help the troops. U.S. air carriers United, Delta, and American are among those who have suspended direct flights into Israel. Union workers at Volvo-owned Mack Trucks went on strike today after rejecting a 5-year contract with the company. The proposed contract for the 4,000 workers in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland included a 19% pay raise and increases in health and retirement benefits. And if you're feeling lucky, you might want to buy a Powerball ticket. Tonight's jackpot is up to a whopping $1.55 billion. That's the third largest Powerball prize ever. But your odds of winning are around 1 in 292 million. Back over to you.
All right, Julia Borson, thank you very much. Well, coming up, the Pentagon is moving U.S. military forces closer to Israel. We'll bring you the latest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the U.S. military is changing its posture in response to the conflict in Israel.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announcing over the weekend the military is moving what's called a carrier strike group, which includes an aircraft carrier and fighter jets into the eastern Mediterranean, closer to Israel. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby joins us now. Courtney, what do we know about this move? And I guess Americans may wonder, could these troops ultimately get caught up in the fighting in Israel?
Yeah, it's a really fair question. I think it's one that's on a lot of people's minds right now, Kate. But we know a little bit more now about what initially the Pentagon was saying was a show of support for Israel, a power projection against Hamas. Well, we now know, according to U.S. officials, both current and former U.S. officials, that in fact the real message here is not just to Hamas by sending this aircraft carrier and the associated warships with it, but this is also about those who support Hamas, including Iran and some of these proxy groups that are supported by Iran. This is about sending a message to them as well as Hamas. Do not expand this fight outside of Israel, outside of the Gaza Strip. That is one of the reasons that, according to these officials, that this carrier strike group was sent to the region. Now, in addition to the carrier and these associated ships, which have a tremendous capability, I have to say, in addition to that, they're also sending a number of fighter jets. Upwards of 24 additional fighter aircraft will be in the region as well, Kate.
And Courtney and Savannah, we don't have too much time left, but just tell us about efforts underway to evacuate Americans currently in Israel.
That's sort of a secondary potential purpose for some of these ships. Now, if in fact there is a quick need to get Americans and dual citizens out of harm's way, one option would be to send some of them out to these ships. They're enormous landing ships. They have the ability to take a lot of people and get them out of harm's way quickly, Savannah.
All right, Courtney Kuby, as always, thank you so much for your reporting here. Well, coming up, what makes the situation in Israel different from other previous conflicts in the region, and why didn't Israel see this attack coming? We are digging into that later this hour. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
As the violence in the Middle East escalates, law enforcement agencies across the U.S. are increasing patrols in Jewish communities over potential safety concerns. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
As violence flares in Israel and Gaza, the U.S. is on high alert. Police from coast to coast increasing patrols at local synagogues and other places of worship.
We will be out there in force.
Though officials in New York say there are no current credible threats, they're directing the NYPD to deploy additional resources to Jewish communities. Other cities like Washington, D.C., Miami Beach, and Los Angeles all taking similar precautions.
There are extra cars out there keeping an eye out for anomalies.
While in Salt Lake City Sunday, police ramped up security following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Amid heightened security concerns, thousands of demonstrators gathered at pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel rallies nationwide. It comes as so many are worried about their loved ones, with thousands of Americans in Israel, and there are few options to fly to the U.S. So far, United, American, and Delta Airlines have all announced they're temporarily suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv. Those who have made it back are traumatized.
Just to see our people getting murdered is just beyond
And over the weekend, many in the Jewish community rallying around each other as they pray for their family and loved ones back home.
Now's not the time to be afraid. Now's the time to be strong.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Well, 2 members of Congress were in the region when this attack on Israel began Saturday. Senator Cory Booker was in Jerusalem ahead of an economic summit, and Congressman Dan Goldman was in Tel Aviv with his family for a bar mitzvah. Both are now back in the United States. Here is how Congressman Goldman described the experience.
Got woken up at 6:30 in the morning by sirens. We were obviously aware of the reality on the ground in Israel that sirens will go off. You have in Tel Aviv about 90 seconds to get to a shelter. So we woke up and we sort of scrambled and ran to the stairwell. It's just unfathomable. Yeah. I mean, our experience was traumatic, but of course it is nothing compared to so many Israelis down in the south just massacred with barbarism that we have not seen.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, so 2 members of Congress obviously facing some of this firsthand. What is support like right now? Is there bipartisan support to aid Israel?
There is bipartisan support at this point, Savannah, but the question is whether or not that can actually turn into substantive legislation that can actually be passed. There's a lot of moving parts and issues on Capitol Hill right now that really stand in the way of expediting that process. The most chief reason among that being that there currently isn't a Speaker of the House, and also separately that the United States Senate is not in session at all this week, and they won't return until this week, or until next week, I should say. That being said, Congress is being looped in on what's happening. I've been told that the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence will receive a classified briefing on the situation in Israel tomorrow, and the Senate staff for the Intelligence Committee will also receive a classified briefing as well. Members of Congress have been given unclassified briefings up until this point, and it seems pretty clear that when Congress returns that there will be some effort to try and do whatever the United States can to help Israel.
Yeah, and of course, Ryan, this is all with the backdrop of the fact that there's no speaker in the House right now after the chaos of last week. How will that impact the U.S. response and what's able to get done here?
Yeah, it could have a really dramatic effect, Savannah, because essentially the House of Representatives is paralyzed without a Speaker of the House. Right now, Patrick McHenry of North Carolina is serving as Speaker pro tem. Basically, the only responsibilities he has is to schedule an election for the next Speaker. And right now, there isn't a clear favorite to take over the job that could get the 217 votes necessary to get to that point. House members will meet tonight for the first time to discuss the future of that race. But until they pick a Speaker, there's really not much they can do.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. And also a quick programming note, Ryan will be guest hosting Meet the Press Now later today, where he will be joined by former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. So be sure to tune in for that.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expected to speak on the conflict there any moment now. We're going to bring that speech to you live, along with all the latest on the ground in Israel in just a few minutes.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live, and of course for free. The news continues right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some other stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Taliban says nearly 2,500 people are dead after a series of earthquakes struck western Afghanistan on Saturday. A 6.3 quake was followed by multiple strong aftershocks, which sent rescuers scrambling. Government officials say at least 2,000 people are injured and more than 1,000 homes have been damaged or destroyed.
Classes were canceled today at Bowie State University after 2 people were hurt in a shooting on campus this weekend as the school celebrated homecoming. The incident comes after a shooting last week on the campus of Morgan State University, another historically black college that's less than an hour away. Police say they don't believe there is a connection between the 2 shootings and that there is no indication that the victims or suspected shooter are students at either school.
The Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded this morning to American Claudia Goldin, a professor at Harvard University. Goldin is just the 3rd woman to win the prize and the first to be the sole winner in any year. She was recognized for her study of women in the workforce, specifically the persistent causes of the gender pay gap.
Cool. Now we are going to return to our team coverage of the war between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas.
Both sides launching new barrages of attacks today, all of it sparked by Hamas's surprise attack by air and ground on Saturday, of course. Nearly 1,300 people now on both sides have been killed. MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi is live with us now in Tel Aviv. Ali, good to see you. Israel ordered a, quote, full siege of Gaza today. What is the military saying about the fighting tonight?
Let me tell you about that in a second, but I will just tell you we have just heard 4 loud booms, which we suspect. We cannot see it. We cannot see what's happening here. We don't have enough of enough height. They do sound like they were interceptions, perhaps air defense interceptions. It's the first time we have heard that. There was 1 siren yesterday that did not result in a rocket to Tel Aviv. There was a hit on Saturday and a hit to the airport yesterday. We have heard 4 interceptions right now. So if I suddenly get out of here, that's why. You just hear another one? Then we may just have heard a 5th one. This is the time of day that this typically happens. We saw this last night where the rockets started coming in from Gaza. Israel sends its fighter jets and helicopters over Gaza. We have heard fighter jets just a little while ago, so it sounds like that is active right now. Raf Sanchez is south of where I am. He also had incoming, or at least heard an interception or rocket fire while he was there. Last night resulted in 500 attacks on what Israel has said are known Hamas sites. Now, Israel's defense chief has authorized a complete, what he calls a siege of Gaza. Let me explain that to you. Gaza doesn't have a port. It doesn't have an airport. All goods are restricted in and out by Israel, including diesel fuel and electricity. They have now said no diesel, no food, no electricity, and they're shutting it down. Now, it's a little complicated because Israel surrounds Gaza in most places, but not on the one border. Egypt has the other border there. So the point is that Gaza has probably got fuel. There we go, another interception. We just heard another. I think that's the 6th one we've heard. Gaza depends on diesel fuel to power its electricity generation. So they've probably got fuel till Wednesday, maybe. And then it runs out. Then there's no way to power anything in Gaza unless you have your own generator, but there's nowhere to get the gas for that. Same thing with food and supplies. So that's a 7th interception we've just heard, or a 7th big boom that we have just heard as I'm talking to you. I may have to go very soon. So that's the issue, that they have created a situation in which Gazans are now going to feel isolated in addition to the attacks that are on Hamas positions, or what the IDF calls Hamas positions. Momentarily, we're going to hear from Prime Minister. That's number 8. We've got another. All right, we're going to send this back to you.
Yeah.
We're going to get to a safe place. Back to you guys in the newsroom.
Yes, Ali Velshi, thank you very much. And you've been seeing live Gaza City on the left side of your screen. Ali, please stay safe. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Yeah, I've experienced that before. I've been in Israel when they use the Iron Dome defenses to knock out rockets that are coming up from Gaza. So that appears to be what's happening, and they'll get to a safe spot. At this hour, President Biden is at the White House monitoring the situation in Israel.
Yeah, it comes as the U.S. looks at potentially supplying Israel with new military assistance. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from the White House with the latest here. Kelly, tell us, what is the latest on the U.S. response?
Well, at this point, what we are learning from White House officials, it is, of course, a federal holiday. We have not seen the president in person today, but aides have told us that he has been meeting with a series of his top advisors, from the chief of staff to the secretary of state, his top national security advisor and deputy, and others, and trying to set some next steps, urging them to be in touch with Israel for whatever Israel needs. And at the same time, we know that the administration has also been dealing with the issue of Americans who have been lost in this war, Americans killed, Americans taken hostage, as they are trying to assess the numbers, trying to do outreach to families. And so this is a complex set of issues. The U.S. military is, of course, the dominant provider of support to Israel. The president has already moved a carrier to the region, and we're looking to find out more about specific next steps. At the same time, this is clearly Israel leading this in terms of what they're going to do militarily, and a question will be what kinds of support might they need beyond what is already in the pipeline. We also know the president is expecting to be doing diplomatic outreach today, talking to other partners and allies other than Israel today, to try to just be in the conversation about next steps. So that's what's happening at this point. We expect that the president's schedule this week will be fluid to some extent because of these developments, but we don't know when we will next see him. He appeared publicly on Saturday and addressed this, and today a lot of the work is happening behind the scenes. Kate, Savannah?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you very much.
Let's bring in Martin Fletcher now. He's a former NBC News correspondent, our Tel Aviv bureau chief for years. Martin, you've been reporting on Israel, the Middle East, the tensions, everything for decades. You know this region better than anyone I know. There have been countless attacks, right, over the years, countless conflicts, we should say. What makes this so different? Give us some context.
Well, as you say, Kate, I've been covering. I was in Israel in 1973 when they were surprised by the Egyptian and Syrian armies. I was there on that day. These days, now, I believe it's fair to say, are the worst in Israel's history. I think even worse than the first day of that war in 1973. You know, about 800 to 900 dead is an extraordinary number, thousands of wounded. So for Israel, this is the hardest blow they've ever had. So that's one thing that makes it different. I think the other thing would be that all the other wars, almost completely, have been between armies. One army has attacked the other. Israel retaliated, killing civilians while attacking Hamas. This is, I believe, the first time ever that there's been such a raid focused only on killing as many civilians as possible. That really, we haven't seen that before. And the idea of taking so many hostages into Gaza, which is what Hamas has always wanted, is a tremendous success for Hamas and a tremendous failure for Israel's intelligence and military capabilities. So that's also, you know, a level Israel's never seen before. And the other thing I think that makes it really different is there's a real potential today for this war to spread. The other wars were pretty localized. They lasted a few days, and they, like 5 times in the last 15 years, Israel and Hamas have been fighting 5 or 6 times. It was always a matter of days. This is a matter of will it expand to Hezbollah? Right. Will Iran be involved? Will the American battleships be involved? This war has potential for expansion that none of the others had.
Absolutely. You mentioned the hostage taking, which is one of these focal points right now. Of course, just the videos that have been circulating online and hearing from family members. And then they've been taken back to Gaza, where we also know, we've heard from Netanyahu, you know, there's this plan for this full siege, potentially the ground attack here. How do those hostages complicate that? And what will that mean in terms of a ground siege?
Well, we don't know yet. Israel has a choice to send in the ground troops regardless of where the hostages are, or to hopefully through intelligence find out where at least some of the hostages are being kept and try and rescue them. That will certainly be part of a ground operation. But by now those hostages are probably spread out in many different places. And if Israel is going to be relying on its intelligence to find them, well, they failed to anticipate this entire war. So I wouldn't place too much faith right now in Israel's intelligence capabilities inside Gaza. So it's going to be very complicated. Any ground invasion will lead to a huge loss of life on both sides, but it may be the best option Israel has right now.
Martin, for those Americans who maybe haven't been following it, there's been a lot of internal conflict in Israel over the government's move toward the right. Does it appear that played a role in them being caught off guard?
Well, as you can imagine, there's a lot of speculation, discussion in Israel right now. They're saying, don't talk politics right now. We're at war. We have to be united. Apart from the attempts to form a national unity government, they're trying to keep the political side of it separate. But the question, will, exactly as you mentioned, will be raised very, very brutally quite soon. Yes, the army warned about the deteriorating state of preparedness of the military. The army's been warning about that for months now because of the political machinations inside Israel started by this new government. The army said we're not prepared. They were laughed away by the government that accused the army warnings, the army generals, of being progressives, of being a part of the protest movement. They didn't listen. In other words, they didn't listen to the warnings from the army because the government was so diverted from the affairs of state by the attempts to change the legal system. And so that's definitely the accusation against the government just now. They dropped the ball. They were focusing on the wrong things. And one interesting aspect of all of this is that because of the government priorities, 3 brigades were taken away from the Gaza division and sent to protect Jews praying on the holidays in the West Bank. They were moved from Gaza to defend the West Bank. They got their priorities completely wrong. An intelligence failure, a military failure, and also a failure of direction by the government.
All right, Martin Fletcher, of course, your expertise and analysis is so appreciated here. Thank you so much for joining us on this. We really appreciate your time.
Here in the U.S., we've seen rallies over the weekend supporting both sides of the conflict. Coming up, we're going to take you inside Jewish and Palestinian communities in the U.S. and the impact that this conflict is having on all of them. But first, we're going to go to Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, who's speaking right now. Let's listen in.
For the security of our existence, a war that we will win. This war was forced upon us by a dreaded enemy. Animals that kill women, children, and old people. The horrors that Hamas has done, we have not seen for many years. Children handcuffed that were executed with the rest of their families. Young people were shot in the back, executed, and other horrors that I will not describe here. We have always known who the Hamas have been. Now the whole world knows. Hamas is the ISIS, and we will beat it just like the Western world has beaten ISIS. This terrible enemy wanted the war, and it will receive a war. At the beginning of the war, I instructed to do 5 immediate things. The first action was to clear the villages and to stop the entrance of any enemy. These battles are still taking place. Several terrorists are still within us, and our forces are working around the clock to eliminate them. The second action that is currently being is to start a massive attack against the Hamas with force that has never seen before. The third action was to fortify the rest of the borders with the north with Hezbollah in Judea and Samaria and inside the country, and to hug our fighters, all the security people that have been working tirelessly in all of these fronts, risking their lives in order to protect the Israeli country. The fourth action was to continue the international support that I started gaining with the start of the war Saturday to help us fight against the enemies. The final action, which for me is the top priority, is to solidify the unity in the country. We are now all united, and when we are united, we will win. The country is united, and now the management needs to unite. I'm calling the opposition leaders to immediately form a national unity government without any, just like happened with Menachem Begin at the start of the Six-Day War. Citizens of Israel, we started, and I emphasize, we just started to hit the Hamas. The images of the Hamas bases in Gaza is just the beginning. We have killed many terrorists, and this is not going to stop. I said that any place from which Hamas operates will turn into rubble. This is already happening today, and it will continue happening even more so. I am in constant communication with President Biden, and I would like to thank him on behalf of all citizens of Israel. The USA supporting Israel in every way have a link area, biggest in the area, is on its way to this area. And the enemies of Israel understand what that means. I would also like to thank many leaders in the world for their support in Israel. Citizens of Israel, I have to tell you, there's also some fake news and propaganda that is trying to separate us and scare us, such as the information that there are lots of tunnels, or the fake news that the Egyptian army, an Egyptian official has warned us about this, which has never happened before. Do not believe this propaganda. And the one thing that is most important in war is staying calm. I know we all want results right here, right now, but it will take some time. But I promise you, dear citizens, at the end of the war, all our enemies will know it was a terrible mistake to attack Israel. What we will do to our enemy in the next few days will echo for generations. Already, the battlefield is filled with heroic stories of our people, the citizens, the policemen, the soldiers. I saw video of standing with his people after killing the terrorist. This is our spirit, standing strong together. I also watched a video of David, an army soldier whose child, he was out on the field, and he saw the ceremony of the Brit on video. And when he heard the words from the ceremony, his eyes filled with tears. Yesterday, I appointed Gal Hirsch to be in charge of those abducted and missing. He has already begun his work, and we will do everything for them. Our heart is with the families of the abducted and with the families of those who have died. We have lost entire families, boys and girls, old men, old women, young and old, police and security, Jews and non-Jews.
We've been listening to Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, speaking to his country, telling them that it's important that they stay home, that they unite together behind this war effort. One of the key sentences I heard was, what we will do in the next few days will affect our enemy for generations. Let's bring Martin Fletcher back into the conversation. Martin was our bureau chief in Tel Aviv for many years. Martin, when you hear that, what do you take from this message?
Well, I think I picked up exactly what you picked up, Kate, which was his line where he said, "Dear citizens, Hamas made a terrible mistake." And then he said, "What we will do will echo for generations." Now he has to make good on that threat. He can't just let it wind down slowly with a prisoner exchange. And what I take away from that is that a ground invasion is pretty much on the cards now, very much so. Israel's massed the army on the border of Gaza. They've called up 300,000 reservists. It's a very expensive thing to do. Israel now has to use them or stand them down. So I think this threat, what Israel will do, will echo for generations, is pretty much saying it's flat out. They're going to go all the way against Hamas, and it's going to take a long time. And the other thing I just want to quickly mention is that Netanyahu mentioned, don't believe the propaganda the statement or the claim that an Egyptian intelligence officials warned him personally about this attack, and that it was then ignored. It's interesting that he felt the need to point that out to the Israeli people, that he didn't make a mistake. But what he didn't refer to was the huge mistake that Israel did make, which was to allow themselves to be surprised.
He did say, quickly, he did say that he's in constant communication with President Biden. So clearly there's a channel going there, Martin.
Yeah, that's right. And he has to be. I mean, it's about weapons. It's about moral support. It's about political support, making sure the Europeans stay behind Israel, warning especially Iran to stay out of it. So, yeah, Israel's relationship with the United States now is absolutely pivotal. In every major war Israel's fought, they needed American help. They wouldn't win it without American weapons. And it's the same today.
Martin, I'll ask you to stay with us, if you will. We're going to have much more after the break with you and Kelly Kobiella, who's on the ground in Israel. You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
On the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with our continuing coverage. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just addressed the nation. Right now on your screen, you are seeing a live picture of Gaza City. We have NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella in Israel for us. She's in Tel Aviv. Martin Fletcher is former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief, been with us throughout the hour. So as we were just discussing before the break with Martin, I'll go to you first. We were discussing exactly what some of these highlights were from what we just heard when Netanyahu addressed the nation. The fact that he says what they will do to the enemy will echo for generations, also praising the U.S. and President Biden for support in this open line of communication. Martin, if I could start with you and just talk about one of the things that of course, is a focus here, which are these hostages that have been taken. We've seen those videos be playing out, we believe, at least for the most part, taken into Gaza. We had this threat from a portion of Hamas that did say that as any other of their people are targeted without warning in their homes in Gaza, they will regretfully be met with execution of one of our enemy's civilian hostages. This obviously one of the big crises unfolding for Israel, especially as they potentially plan this ground assault. As you had mentioned, it sounds like maybe that is what Netanyahu was alluding to. What do you make of that threat, and what can be done for these hostages?
in the short term, very little can be done for the hostages by Israel, apart from try and identify where they are and plan to try and rescue them, which is extremely hard to achieve. In the past, when they've taken hostages, Egypt and Qatar have been involved in negotiations on behalf of Israel with the backing of the United States. So presumably that's beginning to happen now. But any threat by Hamas in the past has to be taken very seriously. I mean, they do what they say they're going to do. And if they say they're going to execute hostages, I would take them at their word. And that has to be part of Israel's calculation, of course. Will they go in on the ground, try to find the hostages, try to rescue them, which anyway would lead to a bloodbath on both sides? Or do they just continue their aerial bombardment and hope for the best? Do they give up on the hostages? These are all questions that are being asked in Israel. But as you can imagine, the degree of the emotions in Israel, the families going on TV talking about the pain they're suffering. Actually, I don't want to tread on Kelly's work here, but the emotions involved in these, having 150 people held hostage, grandmothers, women, children, this definitely puts a shade on Israel's activities and limits what they can do to a certain extent. They may decide to go all the way regardless.
Well, Kelly, you've been speaking to those families, so pick it up from there. I mean, hearing what the Prime Minister just said, where he appeared to say, we're going in, you're going to regret this, where does that leave these families?
I mean, this is their worst nightmare. It was already so bad. They don't know where their loved ones are in many cases. We're talking about women, children, young children, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. In some cases, older parents as well. I mean, these are people who were taken from their home at gunpoint, and the families are absolutely anguished. They are devastated over this and heartbroken over this, and also just incredibly frustrated isn't even the word. They don't understand why they can't get more information. You know, obviously, this is an unprecedented situation here in Israel, and I think some of these families do understand that, but they want more from their government, the people I spoke to anyway. And as it stands now, the idea that these people, well, it's unclear whether they'll be rescued, whether there's a new threat potentially hanging over their heads. We've reached out to some of the families to ask their reaction to this and what they would want the government to do. When we spoke to them previously, they simply wanted more information. They wanted to know where their loved ones are and what was going to happen next, what the Israeli government's plan was. And even at this hour, it's not, as Martin was saying, it's not clear that the Israeli government has settled on a plan yet, because there are really no good options at this rate when it comes to the hostages. Israel seems intent on going forward with this counteroffensive. Hamas is holding tight on not being willing to negotiate, apparently, and these people are simply caught in the middle.
Yeah. Martin Fletcher, Kelly Kobiella, thank you for being with us. Really appreciate all your work. We're going to continue our coverage. Of course, you can find it on NBC News Now at any time. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Breaking news, new explosions. Israel retaliating again against Gaza after this weekend's unprecedented attack inside Israel. More than 1,000 people are now dead on both sides. Israel's prime minister warning the fight is just getting started.
And searching for loved ones. More than 100 people are missing after being abducted in broad daylight in Israel. Americans among the kidnapped. What we are learning about the race to bring them home alive.
Plus, the steps the U.S. is taking right now to support Israel and fears that this could become a wider conflict. Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers in for Zincle Essamon. We're going to get right to this breaking news, of course, the escalating war between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas.
Night has fallen in the Middle East. The strikes from both sides are continuing now. Israel pounding the Gaza Strip with airstrikes after ordering what they call a full siege of Gaza. That retaliation coming just over 2 days after Hamas launched an unprecedented attack on Israel and has continued to launch some rockets into Israel. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressing his country tonight.
But I promise you, dear citizens, at the end of the war, all our enemies will know it was a terrible mistake to attack Israel. What we will do to our enemy in the next few days will echo for generations.
As we say, hundreds of people on both sides have been killed. Thousands have been hurt. The State Department says Americans are among the deceased. Other Americans are unaccounted for. There are also dozens of hostages. Hamas now threatening to execute one civilian hostage for every Israeli strike that comes, quote, without warning.
We want to give everyone some context about the geography of where all of this is happening. So as you can see on your screen, the Gaza Strip is an area about 140 square miles. 2 million Palestinians live within it, but Israel and Egypt control the land and sea borders as well as the airspace of the area. One of the U.S.'s most advanced carriers is on its way to the region right now. The U.S. is also supplying Israel with munitions and other military assets. We have NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby, who's going to give us more context on that in a moment. We're going to get started with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She is on the ground in Tel Aviv. Hey, Ellison, so I know you've been speaking with people in Tel Aviv. We had just heard that little bit of sound from what we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu a moment ago about what is going to happen here will echo for generations. Tell us how people on the ground are feeling after the last few days and what you're hearing from them tonight.
You're right. I mean, a short speech, really, from the prime minister, less than 10 minutes, where he essentially said that these airstrikes that are being carried out in Gaza, that is likely just the beginning. From speaking with people in Tel Aviv, they want to see more from the Israeli military, from the Israeli government in response to what has happened here. A lot of people who we've spoken to are talking about things that happen in the United States to make comparisons to what they feel like they are experiencing right now, saying that they feel like this date, October 7th, is their version of 9/11, describing, as we heard the prime minister do in his speech as well, Hamas as an organization that is like ISIS, very much using terms that probably click for an American audience and American viewers more than maybe other terms. But as we've spoken to people here, one thing that they have made clear to us within Tel Aviv is they feel like there was a life in Tel Aviv, which is different than other parts of Israel, for other parts of Israelis, also for Palestinians in occupied territories. But for Tel Aviv, for city life, they felt like they had a relatively normal life. Maybe once a year, they would deal with rockets coming from Gaza and some sort of air raid sirens, the Iron Dome being activated and intercepting it. But now they say, since what happened this weekend, they feel like life has completely changed. And they're hoping not just to hear more words from Netanyahu, but to see a more forceful response and to see the divided government here unite quickly to come in and do something about Gaza to get those hostages out. Guys.
Ellison Barber for us on the ground in Tel Aviv. Ellison, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, the U.S. military is changing its posture in response to the conflict in Israel.
As we said, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announcing over the weekend the military is moving what's called a carrier strike group, which includes an aircraft carrier and fighter jets, into the eastern Mediterranean, closer to Israel. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, what more do we know about the move? We did just hear Benjamin Netanyahu praising the U.S. for being so supportive. What does it really mean in terms of what they'll do once they get there?
Yeah, and that support has really been echoed by senior officials, including President Biden in the last several days, about the need for the U.S. to continue to support Israel. So as far as that carrier strike group that's going in there, it's really about projecting power and projecting a potential deterrence against Hamas and against other groups. This is really one of the U.S. military's efforts to try to stop this battle, this fight, from spreading outside of Israel and outside of Gaza. That's a major part of the reason that the carrier went in there. But in addition to that, it also could serve a dual purpose if, in fact, the fighting continues and even gets worse, and there's a need to help get Americans and dual citizens out of Israel. Those large deck ships, so the aircraft carrier, the cruiser, and the destroyers, they could be used as a way station to get Americans out of harm's way in a quick way. But for the most part, this is really about deterring this fight from going outside these borders. Savannah and Kate.
Absolutely. All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you very much. We'll be back to talk with you more. We're now hearing from some Americans who are living in Israel and survived those attacks.
We want to bring in Rachel Kastner. Rachel is from New York, but she lives now in Tel Aviv. Rachel, thank you so much for taking time out to join us. Appreciate that. I know you were home when those attacks erupted on Saturday morning. We're talking about the initial attack, the surprise incursion in the south. Tell us what you heard, what you felt. I guess just paint us a picture of what that was like.
Sure. Katie and Savannah, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I think it's crucial that American viewers hear from U.S. citizens on the ground. I'm a New Yorker. I moved here 4 years ago, and on Saturday morning at 6:30 a.m., I was woken up by sirens, which indicate that there are rockets headed for Tel Aviv. I live in a building that's old, which means that we don't have a bomb shelter in our apartment. All modern day buildings in Tel Aviv that are built now have bomb shelters within the apartments. But we stood in the stairwell with our neighbors and we heard the explosions above and around us here in Tel Aviv. Afterwards, we went upstairs and I'm a Sabbath-observant Jew, and on Saturday, this Saturday was also our holiday of Sukkot. I turned on the television, me and my husband sat on the couch, and we waited to see what the news was. Like was mentioned previously, we've had events before where there have been rockets where we've gone into the bomb shelters and come out, but we immediately understood that something was different this time. What we were seeing on the news was the beginning of an unfolding tragedy, of an enormous massacre of innocent families, individuals, elderly, children, babies, teenagers. And what we learned over the course of that day and then over the last few days has been nothing but traumatic. And what Hamas has done by videotaping the atrocities that they are committing and putting them all over the internet, I just hope shows the world that we are dealing with a terrorist organization that is holding captive Israeli hostages and also endangering the lives of all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
Rachel, this is Savannah, and it's good to speak with you again. We've worked together before in the past to tell a story. You mentioned those videos that are circulating. We've seen a lot of that, of people being kidnapped, things like that. Of course, this is now impacting so many people. Do you have any personal connection to anybody who has been impacted here, maybe who was in the South at any of those events that we know that Hamas came into, like that music festival?
Yes, one of my brother's best friends and his girlfriend escaped from the music festival. He just got out of the hospital with he was shot several times. I don't know the details yet. He's still in recovery. I don't know the details of how he survived, but I've heard accounts of how some of these teenagers and young 20-somethings survived. I heard the account of one young girl who ran into a shelter with 35 other young people who were at this music festival, and Hamas threw grenades into this shelter, and many of them died, and this young girl laid underneath dead bodies for 7 hours. 7 hours she laid underneath dead bodies, hearing the massacre that was happening above them. And she eventually made it out, and she's sharing her story. So I'm confident that we're going to hear from my brother's friend at some point. But yes, Israel is such a small country, Savannah. I know so many people who have lost ones, who have family members who have been kidnapped, family members who have been killed. And I personally have many friends who have been called up to the reserves and are now going to try to bring our people back.
Rachel Kasner, we really appreciate you being with us and giving your perspective to us. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute, starting with a focus here. The attacks in Israel are now impacting the global economy.
And a new group of American auto workers are joining the picket line. CNBC's Steve Kovac joins us now. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate and Savannah. Yes, several airlines are suspending service to Tel Aviv following the Hamas attacks on Israel and are waiting for conditions to improve before resuming those flights. That includes United, Delta, American, and Air France. They're all suspending direct flights. The U.S. airlines normally operate direct from major cities, including New York, Chicago, Washington, and Miami. Over to energy prices on the rise in the wake of fighting between Israel and Hamas. The price of oil up almost 4% today, though at about $87 a barrel. It's below recent highs from a week ago. Many energy analysts are predicting a short-term price hike, but no big impacts on the availability of oil right now. As for prices at the pump, according to AAA, it's $3.70 a gallon today. And Google Cloud announcing new artificial intelligence tools for doctors today. The company says new AI search capabilities will help doctors pull information from clinical notes, scan documents, and electronic health records so it can be accessed all in one place. Kate, Savannah, I'll send things back over to you.
Well, that might make things a little better at the doctor's office.
Yeah,
Steve,
really.
Thank you for some good news. Appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to go back to Israel and talk about Hamas and their unprecedented invasion. Why did it happen now? NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell joins us with a lot of perspective and context. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Reinforcements incoming. Stay down, stay down. Stay down. Whoa. So these seem to be mortars. They are coming in very close.
That was NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel ducking fire, essentially, while reporting earlier today from a town inside Israel just outside the Gaza Strip. It really makes it clear, number one, how hard his job is, but also the ongoing threat facing millions of people throughout that region.
That's right. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell is joining us now to help understand just the significance of the events in Israel, the impact this is really having around the globe. Of course, she's somebody who knows this well, have covered the geopolitics of this region for decades. Andrea, it is great to have you with us. Thank you for giving us the time. You were one of the first people over this weekend to just say nothing like this has really ever happened within the borders of Israel. How does this attack compare to past conflicts?
It's unprecedented. Hamas has never been able to cross the border in this way. They've tunneled through, they've rocketed, but been stopped at those fences or stopped just after they come out of the tunnels. They've never gotten into southern Israel, attacked settlements, kibbutz, as well as, towns and villages, and taken people, kidnapped people from their homes, children, women, men, civilians. So those hostages now are an unprecedented challenge for Israel in any kind of retaliation. Israel, as you know, sent back more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners just to get one Israeli soldier back after he'd been imprisoned in Gaza for 11 years. They negotiated for 11 years to get him back and then sent 1,000 over. So they would pay any price in terms of prisoner trade just to get their people back. And now you've got all of these civilians, including some Americans, we understand. We don't know how many. So that is the real challenge now. Also, the fact that it is to go in and try to find anyone in those tunnels and to go in with a ground invasion is what everyone, including, and up to Admiral Stavridis, who knows more about this than any of us, says would be just incredibly challenging. It's the worst nightmare for the military.
Andrea, there's so many questions about Iran's potential involvement in this. Were they really pulling the strings and supporting Hamas in this attack? You just spoke to the Israeli ambassador to the United States, I understand. What did he say?
He said that they are not 100% sure, that it is true, as I posited in my question, that Iran has backed Hamas for years with training, with supplies, with military equipment, with the rockets. They had so many more rockets this time than at any other time. Back in 2021, maybe a dozen, maybe 20 rockets. Now, in the first couple of hours, there were almost 3,000 rockets, overwhelming the Iron Dome. So all of that is true. Whether, as one source, the Wall Street Journal, quoting sources, Hamas sources actually, saying that they, in fact, planned it, executed it, gave the green light. That is something that U.S. officials say they have not established, and they're being very careful about this. And when I asked him, Ambassador Herzog, Michael Herzog is Israel's ambassador to the United States. He's a veteran military analyst, intelligence analyst, diplomat. And he said, we're not 100% sure. He said it wouldn't surprise him, given their past military support for Hamas, but they have no hard evidence, no smoking gun. And that has surprised a lot of people because this clearly, by their own acknowledgement, was a total surprise. A surprise, John Brennan, our former CIA director and NBC contributor and analyst, said was of epic proportions.
Absolutely. Andrea, I want to talk now about the White House and navigating this. We heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just a little while ago. Of course, we know they're allies. These two have long known each other, him and President Biden, but he did specifically thank the U.S. for their support. He's essentially said there's been this open line of communication between him and the president. How does the White House navigate this conflict? I mean, it's, of course, anything in this region that can be divisive, spark such strong opinions, spark a lot of commentary online. What is this like for the president and the White House? What's the plan?
The plan is to be 100%, as the president himself said yesterday, rock solid in support. When it comes to security, to Israel's security, there is no question, no division. There's no daylight between them. They have had a very difficult relationship. You'll recall going all the way back to 2009 when then Vice President Biden arrived in Israel, only to discover that the Netanyahu government was expanding settlements, illegal settlements in the U.S. view and the UN's view in the West Bank on the very day that Joe Biden was arriving. He almost turned around and went back. Stayed and had the meeting, but it certainly did not help the relationship. And it's been difficult this year. He has not gotten the White House meeting yet that he wanted, but they did meet in New York, and they do agree on, going ahead with a possible Saudi diplomatic recognition of Israel. So they have a lot a lot of agreement, especially on security.
Andrea Mitchell, always great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, Lebanon's militant group bombards Israeli positions. Israel's military strikes back. We are live in Beirut when we come back.
Special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
At this hour, President Biden is at the White House monitoring the situation in Israel. It comes as the U.S. looks at potentially supplying Israel with new military assistance. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now from Washington, just outside the White House. Monica, what has the president been doing today?
Well, we know earlier today, Kate, that he did meet with his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, as well as his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, and other top officials to get the latest developments, to understand the developments in this very fast-paced and moving situation. And this afternoon, we understand he will be holding some close calls with allies, critical countries in the region, to talk about everything and about potential steps forward and some coordination here. Now, we don't expect to hear from President Biden on camera today, but he is behind the scenes continuing to work on this, according to White House officials. And because there is so much fluidity to this, they're still trying to assess more information, specifically, Kate, about whether Americans are being held potentially as hostages. We know, according to the Biden administration, that at least 9 Americans have been killed in these attacks, and we expect it's possible that number could rise, according to officials who are trying to get more information. But the other question now is how many may still be missing or unaccounted for.
All right, Monica, and I assume there's a lot of coordination going on briefly on that front, too.
Precisely, and this is the kind of thing where officials are very careful about what they can say, given that they are, of course, also in touch with some of the families of Americans who are trying to find and connect with their loved ones and are trying to reach out to the U.S. government in order to try to make that process go more smoothly, but they don't want to be doing that in public. Some family members have been making more urgent calls and pleas for help and information, and the U.S. government is working to coordinate that with local authorities in Israel as well as this continues to evolve. Kate.
All right, Monica Alba for us. Monica, thanks.
Well, 2 members of Congress were in the region when the attack began on Saturday. Senator Cory Booker was in Jerusalem ahead of an economic summit, and Congressman Dan Goldman was in Tel Aviv with his family for a bar mitzvah. Both are now back in the United States, but here is how Congressman Goldman described the experience.
Got woken up at 6:30 in the morning by sirens. We were obviously aware of the reality on the ground in Israel that sirens will go off. You have in Tel Aviv about 90 seconds to get to a shelter. So we woke up and we sort of scrambled and ran to the stairwell.
NBC News senior political reporter Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill for us. Hey, Sahil. So, you know, of course, that is the backdrop, right? That 2 members of Congress were actually there when this happened. We know there is bipartisan support here, but also there's no speaker in the House right now after we saw that chaos unfold last week. How will that impact the U.S.'s response, and what are you hearing on the Hill?
Well, that's exactly right, Savannah. The first thing this does is it raises urgency and pressure on the House of Representatives to elect a new speaker. At this moment, they are leaderless. The House is frozen. It's paralyzed. It has an acting speaker in Patrick McHenry who doesn't have authority to do much. Now, former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, who was ousted 6 days ago, held a press conference just a few hours ago in the Capitol that looked indistinguishable from what he would have done if he were still Speaker. He laid out his preference that there be a resolution on the floor to condemn what happened. He talked about the need for the United States to continue supporting Israel in its defense of itself. But the speaker's race is still TBD. Republicans are expected to meet later on today at 6 p.m. to discuss the path forward. There are a couple of candidates who have thrown their hat in the ring. Steve Scalise, McCarthy's top deputy, is one of them. Jim Jordan, the right-wing firebrand, is another. One of them, a third candidate, potential candidate, would be Kevin McCarthy himself. He refused to rule out the prospect of being reinstated to the position, which several House Republicans are already calling for at this time. Beyond that, there's the question of what specifically the House of Representatives would do in terms of tangible assistance to Israel. That is still being discussed right now. There are some already discussing the prospect of linking that with aid to Ukraine. And meanwhile, the Senate is off this week, Savannah. The Majority Leader Chuck Schumer did say, however, that he expects to have a classified briefing on this as soon as possible.
All right. Sahil Kapoor, as always, thank you for your reporting here.
Coming up, caught by surprise, the growing scrutiny around Israeli intelligence after they were blindsided this weekend by the brutal attack by Hamas. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us anywhere you stream live. The news continues right after this.
top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some other stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Taliban says nearly 2,500 people are dead after a series of earthquakes struck western Afghanistan on Saturday. A 6.3 quake was followed by multiple strong aftershocks, which sent rescuers scrambling. Government officials say at least 2,000 people are injured as well, and more than 1,000 homes have been damaged or destroyed.
Classes were canceled today at Bowie State University after 2 people were hurt in a shooting on campus this weekend as the school celebrated homecoming. The incident comes after a shooting last week on the campus of Morgan State University, another historically black college that's less than an hour away. Police say they do not believe there's a connection between the 2 shootings and that there is no indication that the victims or suspected shooter are students at either school.
The Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded this morning to American Claudia Golden, a professor at Harvard University. Golden is just the 3rd woman to win the prize and the first to be the sole winner in any year. She was recognized for her study of women in the workforce, specifically the persistent causes of the gender pay gap.
And now we do want to return to our breaking news coverage of the war between Israel and Hamas.
Both sides launching new barrages of attacks today, all of it sparked, of course, by Hamas's surprise air and ground attacks on Saturday. In an address to the nation tonight, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel's response has, quote, just started. He went on to say that what Israel will do over the next few days will, quote, echo for generations.
MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi is in Tel Aviv. Hi, Ali. So last time we spoke with you, you were starting to hear what you were calling loud booms. We weren't exactly sure what those were. I know that you then just took shelter a short time ago amid new sirens. Tell us a little bit about what you experienced just in the last hour or so and what the situation's like now.
Savannah, that was the Iron Dome, the interceptions of incoming rockets from Gaza that were probably some miles away. As we were talking the last time I was on with you, there were a succession of them. We had 8 of them, and each one became successively louder. You remember when I was on with you, I was asking my crew, did you hear what I thought I heard? And each time it got louder. Anyway, they were all interceptions, but this is the time of day in which Gaza sends more rockets in and Israel puts more airstrikes into Gaza. We have heard some jets fly overhead, and since we last talked, there's been another air raid siren, but no resulting interception that we have heard so far. However, we don't hear what's going on. We're in Tel Aviv. It's a good almost 2-hour drive or hour-and-a-half drive to Gaza. And last night there were 500 Israeli attacks on what they say are Hamas positions in Gaza. Yet there are still rockets coming out of Gaza. What the Gazans have, what Hamas has said in response is that in targeting what the Israeli Defense Forces say are Hamas installations, there are civilians who are killed, and Hamas says for every house that is demolished or civilian that is killed, they will begin to execute one hostage. In the Israeli developments, as you said, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that the things that they are going to do to Gaza are going to change. They're going to echo throughout the Mideast. They've called up 300,000 reservists. That's never been done in the history of Israel. There are reservists who are overseas in other places. El Al is sending out airplanes to bring them back, 300,000 of them. And right now, Israel's preparing for a battle on 3 fronts. The one in Gaza, the very kinetic situation in the West Bank in which 2 police officers were killed today because there's more activity there, and what might come from the northern border with Hezbollah. So everybody's on very, very high alert here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're about to go to. Ali Velshi, thank you very much. Stay safe. We appreciate you coming back on with us.
Yeah, as Ali mentioned, attacks against Israel are not just coming from the south in Gaza, but also some across the northern border.
Yeah, that's right. They're coming from Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed militant group based in neighboring Lebanon. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lebanon's capital city of Beirut. Hey, Matt, so just first, give us the latest on these attacks coming from Hezbollah from the north and how this fits in with the larger violence we're seeing from Hamas.
Yeah, well, this is part of the actual violence. Hezbollah has said that they're doing this in solidarity with Hamas. And, Hezbollah has a lot of similarities. They're backed by Iran, and they, like Hamas, have managed over the years to wage really muscular fighting against Israel, sustained violence that back in 2006 really escalated to almost basically a full-scale war. And that really taxed this country of Lebanon. And that's why a lot of Lebanese people are loath to see Hezbollah once again enter into fighting in Israel. But that's exactly what we're seeing now. And the death toll is increasing dramatically. We just heard a couple of hours ago that it was one Hezbollah fighter who was killed. Now it sounds like there were 3 as opposed to 4. They actually corrected and wound that number down in just the last couple of minutes. Either way, this is a very dangerous escalation and a first sighting of an internationalization of a conflict that until just now really looked like it was contained within Israel and the Palestinian territories. Now, if this conflict breaches borders and involves other countries and other militant groups, well, there's no telling where it will stop. Guys?
And for those who don't follow this region very closely, Matt, I wonder if you could just explain, how is it that Hezbollah exists within the country, the nation of Lebanon?
Yeah.
Well, Hezbollah was founded a long time ago, really back during the civil war in Lebanon that was started during internecine sort of communal fighting between Christians and Muslims and Druze. It was a very complicated war and one that lasted about 15 years. The Hezbollah was set up to fight against Israel when Israel came in defense of Christian groups here in Lebanon, and they have now persisted. Even as other political groups here in Lebanon dismantled their militias, Hezbollah has managed to maintain its presence, they said, justifying it as defending themselves against Israel. Now, ever since then, that war ended a long time ago. Hezbollah has maintained its fighters in the south of the country, and now they have a huge political party and massive strength within parliament here. They actually dominate the government in many ways, and they're backed by Iran. So this is a group that has, throughout the last couple of generations, waged several different large-scale campaigns against Israel. They've fought against different groups here in Lebanon, different political groups, and they've even fought against other groups in neighboring Syria. So this is an enormous, basically a huge military, very formalized, not really like a militia, and it's backed by a political party. So now they are once again, it looks like, throwing themselves into a blistering battle. Guys?
Matt Bradley, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Great context. Well, there are growing questions today about how intelligence agencies missed signs of this attack.
Right. We're talking about a former CIA intelligence officer who told NBC News, quote, "This is Israel's 9/11. Not since 1973 has there been such a catastrophic intelligence failure in Israel." 1973 refers back to the attack on Israel by Egypt and Syria that started what's known as the Yom Kippur War, which lasted 19 days. Joining us now is Michael Allen. He is the former senior director of the National Security Council under the George W. Bush administration. Michael, good to have you with us. So Israel has some of the best intelligence gathering capabilities in the world. They're known for that. What could have gone wrong that they didn't see this coming on Saturday?
I think the answer is that Hamas, likely backed by Iran, developed and operated with new counterintelligence techniques. I think they've had a long time to go to school on just what Israel does in Gaza and probably the West Bank as well. And since this was going to be such a highly orchestrated and terrible attack, that they coordinated with these new techniques and did it in such a way that they couldn't see Hamas and maybe even the Iranians collaborating and coordinating with each other, and so they missed it.
U.S. intelligence agencies didn't really see this coming either, right? And this comes amid the fact that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have had this tense relationship. There's been a lot of questions as Israel moves politically further and further right. But we do know today, we did hear from Netanyahu that he's had this sort of open line of communication with the president, thanking the U.S. for their support. But how do you think intelligence sharing will start to unfold between these two allies, given that backdrop?
Well, we have great cooperation with the Israelis, but often it's limited just to the nuclear program. I think that we will double down on just what we're collecting in terms of signals intelligence in Gaza and certainly within Iran, and work on sharing it better. I think first and foremost, though, our intelligence agencies are going back and seeing what we might have intercepted, what hasn't been translated yet, what should have been brought up quicker. But if indeed there's a blind spot, and I expect the House and the Senate Intelligence Committee to ask these questions of CIA and NSA this week, if indeed there's a blind spot, you can bet that they will be on the hot seat for not being able to let policymakers know of this potential contingency.
You know, it's been less than 72 hours. I can't believe it's just that short amount of time since the initial attack that was missed. What do you think intelligence agencies are doing now to try to make sure they prevent the next thing?
I think they're trying to figure out why this failed. What exactly, or how were the Hamas members communicating with each other? They're trying to apply that up in the north in Lebanon to see what might be coming from Hezbollah. But the other thing they're doing is they're trying to discover the extent to which Iran may or may not have been involved in this particular attack. We've certainly seen a Wall Street Journal report that suggests that they were at least complicit. It's hard to imagine that they wouldn't have had knowledge and engaged in some sort of cooperation with Hamas and perhaps others, but we really need to get to the bottom of it and figure out just how involved Iran was, because that has real policy implications, obviously for Israel, and that will determine maybe whether they decide to strike out directly at Iran. But it also has policy implications for the United States as we try and figure out what tact are we going to take with the Iranians going forward.
With something like this missed by not only Israel, but also, as we mentioned, our own intelligence gathering here in the U.S., what lessons can be taken from this? What will the intelligence community look to here as a failure that they can maybe build on, learn on?
Well, for one thing, I don't think the United States has human intelligence agents in Gaza. We may decide that after this, it's a good idea that we collect human intelligence alongside of the Israelis, or at least if we have some, maybe we need to do more. But I think also there's going to be an examination of just how Hamas was able to communicate, plan, and undertake this attack almost without anyone finding out any clues whatsoever. They'll also look at maybe this information was collected, and like during 9/11, there was a failure of imagination to connect the dots to otherwise see what the intelligence was telling us.
Michael Allen, thank you so much for your perspective. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Coming up, rallies sweep across the U.S., how Americans are reacting to the conflict overseas. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free anytime, 24 hours a day on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. You can also watch us at NBCnews.com and just click Watch Live. The news continues.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Reaction to the war in Israel is rippling across the United States. Thousands of people gathered for rallies and marches supporting both Israel and the Palestinians.
In Chicago, hundreds of people supporting the Palestinian movement gathered outside the Israeli consulate, chanting and cheering before they marched downtown.
And in New York this weekend, hundreds of demonstrators clashed in Times Square. Clashed might not be the right word. They were across from each other in Times Square when two separate rallies, one supporting Israel, one supporting Palestinians, came together there. NBC's Maggie Vespa is in an area that is called Little Palestine in Illinois, but we're going to start with NBC's Emily Ikeda, who's getting reaction in New York City. Emily, I know you've spoken to folks who are part of the Jewish community here in New York. What are you hearing?
Hey there, Kate. Well, it's important to keep in mind that New York is home to the largest Jewish population in the world outside of Israel. So there are so many people here who know people in Israel who died, who have family there, who perhaps are waiting on hearing back from them still. Just painful, unanswered questions at this moment. And while certainly it's their greatest fear, the safety of their friends and loved ones in Israel, another bit of unease is on the ground here in the U.S., wondering, will Jewish Americans be targeted in the fallout of the violence that has played out over the weekend? We know that police are ramping up patrols out of what they say as an abundance of caution in a number of cities across the country, especially around synagogues and houses of worship, including here in New York, also Washington, D.C., Miami, Los Angeles. Just a few moments ago, I actually was speaking to someone, Yehuda Gian, ahead of a rally that was scheduled for here, Washington Square Park, a show of support for Israel, people standing in solidarity that's going to be happening in a short amount of time. And he was wearing his yarmulke. And during our conversation, someone actually walked up to him and screamed in his face an expletive in Israel. He says that it's not a matter of question, will they see an increase in incidents of anti-Semitic behavior towards them? He feels certain that they will. This all comes with, keep in mind, record high levels of anti-Semitism in the U.S., nearly 4,000 incidents panning out last year, harassment, physical assaults, also vandalism, all increasing in the number of incidents last year, Kate.
Hey, Emily, it's Savannah. And actually, now we want to bring in Maggie, who's in Bridgeview, Illinois, as Kate mentioned, a neighborhood known as Little Palestine. Maggie, there's a lot of emotion in that community as well. What have you seen over the past couple days? What are they telling you?
Yeah, well, the conversations, kind of as you're alluding to, have been really striking, Savannah, both here in Little Palestine. This is a hub for the Palestinian American community here in the Chicago area, which is also really large around the city, and includes this restaurant, this Palestinian restaurant behind me, and then also at the demonstration that we were at in downtown Chicago, a pro-Palestinian demonstration that started in front of the Israeli consulate and then marched through downtown. People telling us that while no one wants to see the violence that we're seeing perpetrated right now on Israeli civilians in that part of the world, they say they saw the actions of Hamas coming because of the violent history between these two populations. And then when we kind of pressed about the tactics that we're seeing from Hamas, again, against Israeli civilians, against women and children, people again telling us no one wants to see that, but they quickly kind of pivoted the conversation to the atrocities committed against Palestinians over the last couple of decades. So to them, the history is important to remember as well. A lot of people quick to bring that up, and this is just kind of one example that we want to play for you. Take a listen to what we heard.
Our family has seen those brutal videos of Palestinians, children being imprisoned, being put in jails and beaten and killed for over 75 years now. So it doesn't make it okay that civilians are being harmed, but we have been the civilians that have been harmed for over 80 years now.
So again, we're hearing that qualifier, and we know, and people told us they know it's hard for people at home to hear time and time again, but we just want to play that for you to kind of put that perspective on display. One final note, we saw a lot of police around the demonstration in downtown Chicago. Everything was peaceful. We saw similar situations in New York. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa and Emily Aketa, thank you both very much for your reporting. There is much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, book bans are forcing hundreds of schools and public libraries to pull iconic pieces of American literature from their shelves.
But one group is fighting back now, one state at a time. NBC's Noah Pransky has a closer look.
The bandwagon, get it, the banned book wagon, is on a mission providing pushback where the list of banned books is growing.
People have been walking up, driving by, waving, clapping, giving thumbs ups.
This day's stop, Nashville, Tennessee, where state lawmakers and conservative groups like Moms for Liberty are trying to remove hundreds of titles from schools and public library shelves. The bandwagon pulls up to hand out some of those very same titles.
The biggest issue is the books that tend to get challenged or banned are by and about communities that are marginalized.
Joelle Herr owns a local bookstore here that's hosting the wagon, which is organized by publisher Penguin Random House and a handful of nonprofits.
Banned books is one of our top priorities, sort of educating the public about the dangers of censorship.
You might recognize some of the books banned in various parts of the country. They include critically acclaimed works like The Kite Runner and Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings.
Hello, let's read banned books, right? You want the rainbow? Yeah, I got you. Ooh.
The day, not only a call to action, but also a celebration of free speech.
I'm not the devil on your shoulder.
I'm a musician, but I'm also a writer, and I love books. My friends got some other books we're all going to exchange.
A lawmaker stopped by.
We're banning books, but we're not banning things like assault weapons, which are actually a danger to our youth.
And even a pastor.
When we restrict people's options, we're living out of fear and not faith.
Not pictured on this day, the lawmakers and groups behind the push to ban certain books. They say many of the titles in question push sexual or mature content.
There's been books that's been put in our libraries that are obscene in nature and certainly not age appropriate for our children.
Moms for Liberty telling NBC News, clearly if these books are being purchased and offered from this wagon, then they are not banned. If books are too inappropriate to be shown on national television, then they should not be offered to children in their government-funded public schools. The American Library Association has tracked a rapid rise in book bans the last few years, with a record 1,200 attempts logged in 2022. And this year's on pace to set another record. Here in Nashville, with another day's work in the books, the bandwagon hits the road en route to the next hot spot in a culture war that seems to have many more chapters to come.
Our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report. Well, using those self-service checkouts, you know, it might be an easier way to shop.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this, but some retailers might be rethinking how they use them. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
In stores all over the country, you'll find these self-checkout kiosks, which can offer a quicker exit to the door, but not always.
I stood there for almost 10 minutes. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. Help is on the way.
Can we just all boycott self-checkout? Like, I'm so sick of it.
With some shoppers sounding off on the technical hurdles and companies surveying new data. CNBC reports that according to multiple retail advisors, self-checkout machines increase the risk of theft and in some cases are outweighing the investments companies made in them. Changes might be afoot, and shoppers aren't shocked.
Do you find it more convenient to be able to use self-checkouts?
Not necessarily more convenient, no.
And how come it's not?
I find that there's too much room for human error.
I imagine people steal from them. You know, I have to imagine it's not that difficult.
A couple of the companies considering changes include Costco, which has started asking staff to check membership cards in the self-checkout lanes and assist with scanning after noticing more abuse of card sharing. And Walmart reportedly renovating 2 stores in the Albuquerque, New Mexico area to strip away the self-checkouts and completing efforts at a 3rd store. Neither company immediately responded to our request for comment, but a Walmart spokesperson told the Albuquerque Journal there is no single reason for the decisions, despite some social media criticism.
I really despise self-checkout. As a mom who has 3 kids with her usually, and everything's just chaotic as is.
A recent survey from Play USA revealed 2/3 of those asked say they would choose a self-service kiosk over a human-run counter. And the bottom line for many is their time.
Would you find it annoying if you couldn't use them anymore and you had to wait in the line?
I would just find it annoying if the lines are too long. That's what I would find annoying.
So you only care about efficiency, basically?
I only care about speed.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington, and we are following the breaking news out of the Middle East right now. Israel is actively striking targets in the Gaza Strip and preparing for a possible ground invasion as the war between Israel and Hamas is quickly escalating and could become a more widespread conflict. A short time ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that the offensive into Gaza is only beginning, and he issued this warning to Hamas.
I said that any place from which Hamas operates will turn into rubble. This is already happening today, and it will continue happening even more so. I promise you, dear citizens, at the end of the war, all our enemies will know it was a terrible mistake to attack Israel. What we will do to our enemy in the next few days will echo for generations.
This all comes in response to this weekend's unprecedented attack on Israel by Hamas. The Palestinian militant group launched thousands of rockets into Israel, while hundreds of Hamas fighters breached Israeli barriers, entering the country by land, air, and sea. More than 1,200 people have been killed since Saturday, at least 700 in Israel and more than 570 in Gaza. Hamas also claims to be holding more than 100 people hostage, including women and children and dozens of Israeli soldiers. It's also now threatening that its militants will execute one civilian hostage anytime Israel targets civilians in Gaza without warning. Families and friends of those who were taken hostage are speaking out today, including Yanni Asher, whose wife and 2 young daughters were kidnapped from an Israeli border town on Saturday.
My wife, Doron, my daughter, Raz, less than 5 years old, and my little baby girl, Aviv, less than 3 years old. They're just little babies. They're not even girls. I don't know if they ate enough, if they're cold or hot, if they're hurt.
Hamas, meanwhile, is continuing its offensive, launching rockets into towns near Gaza. Here's what happened when NBC's Richard Engel was preparing to go live from Sderot.
Stay down, stay down.
Moments after that harrowing incident, Richard filed this report from Sderot.
Stay in position. Well, I can tell you right now, we are in the town of Sderot, and there has been a lot of incoming fire here. We believe that it is mortar fire. Some of them also appear to have been rockets. They've been coming in quite close. That is why we are on the ground right now. This is still considered a very active combat zone, even though we are inside Israeli territory. And it is not just the incoming rockets and mortars. There are also reports from Israeli officials of new infiltrations, of Hamas sending more fighters through breaches in the border fence. According to a senior Israeli official, there are about 30 different holes, breaches in that border perimeter, and most of them have been plugged up. Around 90% of them have been plugged up, but 10% remain. They're trying to secure them, but remain open. So this is still an active situation here. Most of the residents in this area have been cleared out, and the Israelis are trying to move people away from border towns and communities, and to try and also look for Hamas fighters, because they believe that cells, sleeper cells, or other fighters have infiltrated and are still in the area, potentially hiding in some of the buildings. And now maybe it seems like that big barrage that we just experienced has passed. They come in waves, but this one was practically right on top of us, right here in Sderot.
And we begin this hour with our NBC team on the ground in Israel and across the region. NBC's Ellison Barber joins us on the phone from Tel Aviv. NBC's Ali Arouzi is in Tehran, and NBC's Matt Bradley is in Beirut. Let's begin with you, Ellison, in Israel. It's now 11 p.m. there. Give us the latest on the ground at this hour. And how has Israel focused their response to this weekend's attack, and should we expect a ground offensive?
You know, that's been the big discussion with everyone we've spoken to in Tel Aviv, people who live here. That was one of the first things we did when we got on the ground, was get a sense of how people who live here feel about this. And the general sense we got from speaking with people who live in Tel Aviv is they talk about their life right now as life before 10/7, life before when this attack was launched by Hamas, and then life after. And they'll acknowledge that life in southern Israel for Israelis was different than it is for them in Tel Aviv. Life for Palestinians living in occupied territories was different for them than it was in Tel Aviv, but they had a relatively normal life in Tel Aviv. Now they feel like all that has changed, and they are using terms to describe what has happened as something that is like a 9/11 for them, as something that they see as a moment in history that has fundamentally changed the way they see life and the state of Israel here. I spoke to a lot of people who said they wanted to see more action from Netanyahu and his government, saying it's been 3 days since he said they would form a united government. He declared war on Sunday. They want to see a more forceful response and more done, particularly to get the hostages out of Hamas. And almost everyone I spoke to, whether they identified politically as left-leaning or if they identified as more far to the right, as someone who supported even a single-state solution, all of them in Tel Aviv, the Israelis were saying that they would support the Israeli military going in to carry out a full ground assault in Gaza. They said that they feel that they have been, in their words, backed into a corner where the options they have is, in their view, just kind of untenable. They are going to have to make a choice that is going to be hard either way. But because they believe so deeply to their core that what happened here over the weekend was not an act of resistance in their view, but they believe it was terrorism, that they feel the response from Israel, from the Israeli government, has to be forceful. And while people we've spoken to here have been pleased to see some of the airstrikes, they want to see more from Netanyahu and not just the words of saying they will do it. And I have to tell you, Ryan, I've been struck by the thing that gets everyone time and time again that we have spoken to is when you mention the hostages. They talk about the videos, the things they saw on social media of the initial attack, but the fact that they believe there are a number of civilians, children, elderly people, women inside of Gaza right now. That for them is a focus and why they want to see more from Netanyahu. So from people we've spoken to, his speech tonight, while it was short, was welcome, but they really seem to see this as a pivotal moment where they believe this has completely changed all the decades of back and forth over territories, all of the issues that happened after 2005, things that they feel should have been done or weren't done when the prime minister at the time removed Israeli forces from within Gaza, but then created the surrounding occupation, if you will, where they really made it a complete blockade, where while it is no longer physically occupied by Israeli forces inside of Gaza, they are surrounded and people are unable to leave it. All of that, they say maybe things should have been done differently in 2005, but they are telling us they see this moment as a make-or-break moment, and that in their view, they feel like their country has been backed into a corner, and all they want is a strong and forceful response.
And Ellison, following up on these hostages, are there any efforts right now to attempt to rescue them? Are there negotiations happening with the Israeli government and Hamas to try and secure their safe release? What's the latest on the status of these hostages?
Right. So there's been talk that both Egypt and Qatar were in talks to try and negotiate some sort of exchange. A couple dozen prisoners, I think it was 36 was one number that was being discussed, Palestinian prisoners to be released in exchange for some of these hostages. And then there was announcement from Hamas saying that they plan moving forward, if Israel continues to carry out airstrikes within Gaza without warning, saying that they would kill one of the hostages every hour since it progressed. Since then, we have not gotten more direct reporting, at least my team hasn't here, in terms of what that will mean for Israel from this point forward. But again, speaking with people here, the ones who were so worried about the hostages before, when that news started to come out and started to appear on social media, that was something that one person quickly said to us, see, that's what I was worried about, and why they think, in their view at this point, the only option is to do a full ground assault into Gaza to try and get those people out, because otherwise they fear that that is the alternative situation.
Okay, Ellison in Tel Aviv, thank you for that, Ellison. Please stay safe. Thank you so much. Among the biggest questions right now are, how did Hamas get the training and equipment to pull off this unprecedented attack? The scale of the attack and the complex tactics have led former intelligence and military officers to suggest that Iran most likely played a significant role in the assault. The Iranian Foreign Ministry denies any involvement in the attack. NBC's Ali Arouzi joins me now. He is in Tehran. So, Ali, what do we know about the potential Iranian involvement in this attack, and what questions are still unanswered?
Hey, Ryan. So we don't know a lot about if or how much Iran was involved in the planning of this attack. What we do know is that Iran has been talking about some sort of a Palestinian attack being in the works for quite some time now, for over a year now. Tehran openly and enthusiastically supports these attacks by Hamas. And once it did happen, it was heavily celebrated by Iranian officials, members of parliament, IRGC forces. And leading up to the attack, there's been a string of meetings between senior Iranian officials and Palestinian militant leaders. In June, leaders of Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad were in Tehran for meetings with Khamenei, with the head of the Quds Force, that's the international arm of the IRGC, and other senior officials. In August, Iran's foreign minister visited Beirut, amongst the reasons to coordinate amongst Palestinian factions. And according to Iranian state media, he met with senior officials from Hamas, PIJ, and Hezbollah, underscoring to them that it's imperative to expand the fight from Gaza to the West Bank. The representative of Hamas in Lebanon was just in Iran last month. Iran's foreign ministry says that it wasn't involved, as you mentioned. Yet on Sunday, a spokesman for Hamas said that it had received support from Iran. And 4 days before the Hamas attack, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, posted on X social media platform saying that Israel is a cancerous regime and that it's going to come to an end soon at the hand of the Palestinians. Look, over the decades, Iran has set up its proxies for just this reason, so they can be a thorn in Israel's side without having the fight come onto Iranian soil. And interestingly, today, a big billboard went up in the capital today saying that the fight is in Tel Aviv, not in Tehran.
You know, it's interesting, Ali, because the White House, you mentioned already that Iran and Hamas all pushing back about any sort of direct Iranian involvement here. What does it tell us that the White House specifically is kind of backing away from those accusations?
Well, I mean, part of the reason could be, look, there isn't a smoking gun that Iran was involved in this, although they support Hamas a lot. But also to point the finger at Iran's involvement would possibly broaden this conflict. And if Iran was to get directly involved in this conflict, then it would be a much larger thing than we're seeing now. The attacks on Israel would be much greater. Obviously, there would be huge attacks on Iran, and it's something that would probably go totally out of control and inflame the whole region. So I think that's why the White House, the Iranians, are all speaking with some degree of caution that they weren't involved in this.
Okay, Ali, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And now for more on the Hamas organization and the competing alliances in the region, we go to NBC's Matt Bradley. He joins me now from Beirut, Lebanon. So, Matt, many of our viewers may not be familiar with all these different names of these organizations that we've been using today, specifically about Hamas. Just briefly give us some context about their goals and the power that the group holds over Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, well, Hamas was actually formed, it's kind of like a chapter of the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually created in Egypt way back in the 1930s as a political party with an Islamist bent that wanted to see Islamism instituted into the government. It was created in the 1980s during the first Intifada, or uprising against Israel by Palestinians. And after that, fast forward to 2005, when Israel withdrew it from the Gaza Strip. And a year later, there were elections held in the Gaza Strip, in all of the Palestinian territories. those Gazans elected Hamas over Fatah, which was the Palestinian group that had recognized Israel, that had come to peace with Israel. And Fatah just decided that they weren't going to relinquish power. So there was violence. And eventually Hamas won and ejected Fatah from the Gaza Strip. Fatah remains in control of the West Bank and considers itself the legitimate governing force of the Palestinian people. Now, since then, Hamas has been fighting not just against Israel, but also on some level against Fatah itself, and that has been a cause of violence in the region. But, you know, Hamas's goal is now essentially to get rid of all of Israel, unlike Fatah, which wants to see itself eventually creating a Palestinian state alongside Israel. Hamas wants an Islamist state, a fundamentalist Islamist state that goes from the river, the Jordan River, all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. So that is a violent goal that wants to see the expulsion of all of the state of Israel. And, you know, it's a very much an Islamist group. And even though it's Sunni Islamist, it's backed very much by Iran, which is a Shiite political power. And so, you know, there are some contradictions there. But that's why it has some of the support throughout the region. And a lot of Palestinians, even though they don't necessarily agree with fundamentalist Islam, they see Hamas as a less corrupt, more effective force against Israeli power in the region. They don't see Fatah, which has this peace deal and which has basically become kind of too comfortable in power, as a legitimate and effective way of combating Israel. Because, among other things, Fatah hasn't been able to stop settlements in the West Bank. So there's some divisions, but the fact is that Hamas is considered a terrorist organization by Israel, by the United States, and it often launches missiles from the Gaza Strip into Israel with tit-for-tat attacks. And so that's why we regularly see violence, but none on the scale of what we're seeing this weekend.
All right, let's talk about where you are right now. So beyond Iran and Lebanon, what other regional actors are closely watching this unfolding war, and could we see trouble where you are?
Well, here Hezbollah is a major political power and it has a military force. Not unlike Hamas, it's also backed by Iran. And that's why when a lot of people were looking at the Gaza Strip and the fighting there, people who know about the region were also looking at Hezbollah and at Lebanon, because this country has a history of appalling violence and civil war, and Hezbollah has become a really strong fighting force over the past several generations, fighting against Israel. So everybody was waiting for the other foot to drop, both with how Israel responded to those attacks in the Gaza Strip, but also whether Hezbollah was going to weigh in. Well, today we got an answer. Hezbollah has announced that at least 3 of their fighters have been killed in fighting along the border between Lebanon and Israel, a region of the country that used to be occupied by the Israeli military following the civil war here in Lebanon. And, this is something that could see this whole conflict become internationalized. That's why there's so much anxiety about whether or not Hezbollah could weigh in, even though we're not seeing anything near the level of fighting that we are in the Gaza Strip and Israel. This is a linchpin. This could become a paradigm shift in this whole conflict. If Hezbollah becomes involved, if Lebanon becomes involved, then we're talking about a regional war.
Right. Okay, Matt Bradley, thank you for that report. Please stay safe. And coming up, we have a big interview here. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will join me live on set to discuss the war in Israel, calls for action from Congress amid a lack of leadership in the House. Plus, we'll get the latest response from the White House on the administration's response and what we know about Americans caught in the crossfire. We'll also hear from a member of President Biden's national security team who will join me a bit later on in the program. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In addition to catching Israel and the world by surprise, Hamas's attack on Israel caught the U.S. Congress at a moment of unprecedented uncertainty. The House of Representatives remains leaderless, and without a speaker, the House can't pass anything, including emergency military aid for Israel. It remains to be seen if the escalating war helps Republicans move more quickly to elect a new speaker. The top candidates, Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, are set to address the conference tomorrow. But the outbreak of this war has also sparked some calls for the ousted Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, to be reinstated. And as of this moment, Congressman McCarthy isn't ruling that out. And joining me on set is California Republican Kevin McCarthy, who until last week served as the Speaker of the House. So, Mr. McCarthy, today you held a press conference where you outlined a 5-point plan to deal with the situation in Israel. And I do want to get to that. But first, do you have any unique insight into what's happening in Israel? Are you still being briefed despite the fact that you are no longer Speaker of the House?
I'm not briefed because I'm no longer Speaker, so I don't do the Gang of Eights. But I've had a long relationship and history with Israel. So those like the Speaker of the House there, I'm talking to those in the Knesset, I'm talking to the ambassadors. So, and those are on the ground and serving in the military itself. I'm speaking to them. So I know firsthand what has transpired. From the moment I came into Congress, I have always led every term the Republicans over there to Israel to understand the differences. And I even made it bipartisan with Steny Hoyer. My first international trip as Speaker was to Israel to speak for the 75th anniversary of the creation of Israel in the Knesset, only the second Speaker ever to do that. And I was supposed to lead the Republicans at the end of this month there as well. This is devastating. This is a combination. When I was speaking to the Speaker of the Knesset, Ohana, I was talking about it being 9/11. They're talking about it also being Pearl Harbor, surprised on a Jewish holiday. You watch it at the number. If it's 800 Israelis, that's equivalent to 30,000 Americans. Right. And not only is it a terrorist attack, we've got to be very clear. This is the equivalency of ISIS. Hamas has to be destroyed. Right. And we have to stay strong with where we are, but we have to lead. It's concerning to me that the president put a lid. The world is collapsing around us. This is where you have to show real leadership, show adults, and keep your head. The first thing we do, we had 9 Americans killed, as we know. We know they're American hostages. This cannot be Afghanistan. We can't leave one American behind.
So if we're talking about leadership, though, sir, respectfully, the Republican Party, which is in the majority in the House of Representatives right now, is leaderless.
Yes.
And at this point, is there even a Republican leader in the House right now that is receiving these intelligence briefings, that is learning about
Patrick
what's happening?
McHenry, but if there's a concern, if there's a concern about being leaderless, remember why we are. Right. Only because of 8 Republicans and every single Democrat. They made a political decision because they thought they could win a majority if they took me off the playing field. I'm still a member of Congress. Right. I've probably had the closest relationship with those in Israel. That's why this isn't about being Speaker. This is about America leading. I want to see America do a 5-point plan. First, we've got to get our Americans back. Never leave America behind. Secondly, we have to support Israel, give them the medical supplies, but more importantly, we want to make sure we replenish them with the weaponry they need, especially when it comes to the Iron Dome. I know there's a number of Democrats who voted against it, but what you're concerned about here, an Iron Dome is a defensive weapon, but it only has about 20 missiles in it. When a missile goes up, it will calculate where that missile is going to go, and it shoots up to knock it out of the sky. But what Hamas is doing is trying to overwhelm it with 5,000, and what they'll do at the beginning is send dumb rockets to see if they take out all the Iron Domes. So then they'll send the precision guided. That's why we should take an action now in the medical supplies. The third thing we should do is freeze that $6 billion, but more importantly, stop Iran from being able to produce the oil. If you watch the foreign currency reserves, in 2020, they only had $4 billion. Now they have $70 billion. They've become more successful, stronger under the Biden administration. And they were only producing 400,000 barrels a day under the last administration. They're now 3 million. The sanctions are already there. They're not being enforced. We should make sure they're being enforced, and we should fill that void with American petroleum to be able to produce it here.
Okay, so this is a robust plan that you're outlining. It's effectively useless unless there is some sort of consensus within your conference to make it happen.
I don't think it's useless.
Well, but let me ask you this. The Republicans are going to meet tomorrow, and they're going to have a conversation about replacing you. Are you a candidate in that conversation?
No, I'm not a candidate. Whoever the conference picks, I'm going to support.
But if the conference chooses you, if there's been a number of moderate Republicans who have come out and said that they think that you should attempt to reclaim the speakership, if that were to happen, would you accept the position?
96% of let the conference decide that. The conference has to unify.
But you would have to be a player in that, wouldn't you?
I'm not going to be a player in that. The conference, because if you're going to allow 4%, eight individuals to partner with all the Democrats. Look, this is a Gates,
but that
Mace,
fundamentally isn't going to change, sir.
Well, listen, this is a Gates, a Mace, and a Pelosi trio. And they've got to decide if they want to become a majority or not. I'm a conservative who believes in governing. When we had a debt ceiling, I made sure government stayed open, but at the same time, it was the largest cut in American history. We got work requirements. We had the first chance to have NEPA reform. When the government was about to be shut down a week or so ago, think for one moment where we would be today if government was shut down. A number of our members want to do that. I said no. I made sure government was open.
Right, but sir, I understand where you're going with this.
Yes.
But none of that changes the fundamental issue here, that those 8 still exist and that there isn't a Republican that has 217 votes, which would require
we'll see.
Right now.
They haven't been in the room yet. Give them the opportunity. Let them decide.
But you could right now officially say that you're no longer interested in the job as you did last week.
The conference, if you want to talk about that, that's not why I'm here. We're watching a war take before our eyes.
But don't you think that's an important
what I think is
clarity
important,
that needs to be made?
No, I think the clarity here is 3 years ago, there wasn't a war in Ukraine. 3 years ago, Israel didn't have the most Jewish individuals killed along with Americans since the Holocaust. So what I'm seeing right now is something that is leaderless. I have watched the president do a barbecue, tweet about things that nobody cares about, and put a lid on today when the world is looking for leadership. I laid out a 5-point plan based upon my relationships with America and Israel, understanding the importance of that. Whatever happens in speakership is fine with me, but it's not fine with me watching a world fall around me. So I want to make sure that we do something about this. The other thing we need to do as well is we need to make sure we're vulnerable at our same time. It is an intel failure in America that we didn't know this was going to happen. And what's happening on our southern borders? Do you realize that in 2019, there wasn't one person caught on the FBI terrorist watch list? As of today, this year, there's 151. Right. They're coming from 100. No, Americans need to.
Off track.
No, we're not getting off track because this is what's happening. You just had a report where your own reporter was laying on the ground being shot at with our closest ally, the only democracy in the Middle East. And what we're having here is a president that puts a lid on something with no idea. Right. And we're vulnerable because there could be a cell in America today for that same reason.
But you don't have any evidence of that. There's no evidence.
You know what I do have an evidence of
that?
Well, let me give you the evidence. So when I first went down to the border a number of years ago, and they told me they were catching people on the terrorist watch list, this administration said I was lying. And you know what? I wasn't lying. We were true. There's 160 different countries coming across there. There's a number of people.
So let's talk about the border.
Let's talk about those who came from Yemen.
You wanted to have a negotiation to try and come up with a plan to solve the border crisis. That was part.
I have a plan for it. We passed it.
But wouldn't it have been a better tact for you and your conference to find some sort of negotiating posture with the Democrats in the conference, with the Democrats in the Senate, and find some sort of compromise position with funding for Ukraine that would also have included some sort of border security package?
Okay, well, let's be very clear.
That was never even entertained, unless you're going to tell me different.
I'm going to tell you different because apparently you haven't been paying attention. You know what the House did?
You passed a bill, but you didn't negotiate.
Tell me when I can answer your question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we passed H.R. 2, border security, which dealt with it. You know what the Democrats in the Senate? Well, the Democrats in the House all voted no. The Democrats in the Senate wouldn't bring it up. I've been very clear with the White House. We kept government open for 45 days. I was very clear with them. If they wanted to deal, they have $9 billion with Ukraine right now. But if they wanted to do something on Ukraine, they've got to do something about America. Been very clear about that.
So is the option now, that especially with the situation in Israel, calling for more funding for Israel, would you say, but as a member of Congress, you told me 2 seconds ago you still have power. If there was a package that included funding for Israel, funding for the border, and funding for Ukraine, is that a negotiating area where you think you could get all sides to agree?
I haven't seen anything there, but the one thing I know is I wouldn't sit back. I would show the world right now that we're going to stand with Israel. I would put something on the floor today.
Do you feel that same way about Ukraine?
Because Ukraine has $9 billion and Israel is in the middle of a war with nothing. Israel is having 5,000 missiles. They've had 800 people die, which would be equal to 30,000 Americans. We had 9 Americans killed and Americans held in hostage right now. If you want to continue to hold hostage for something else, I would like to see a president that wouldn't put a lid on it. I'd like to see a president walk before and talk to the American public what's going on. I would like to see the leader of the free world talk to the world and tell the rest of them. If they get involved in this, there's got a problem. I'd like him to say that Hamas needs to be destroyed. I'd also like him to freeze the money and stop the appeasement to Iran. You know, the sanctions are already there. Enforce the sanctions so Iran doesn't have $60 billion to continue
But before you go, sir, before you, I want to definitively make this clear. You are not ruling yourself out as a potential Speaker of the House.
The conference can do whatever they are. I am not a candidate for it. The conference makes out whoever they think.
And then finally, you've really laid out the case why you believe that you're the best person to handle this. Does that mean that you don't think Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan have the ability to handle this? Do you have more experience in that regard?
I'm not sure what type of news you're trying to make, but let me just be very clear.
I'm just asking you direct questions.
Yeah, and I'm just explaining to you the world is at war right now, and I'm trying to make sure
America
America
leads. And the world is at
leads.
war without a leader in the House of Representatives right now.
Thanks to every single Democrat and 8 Republicans. 96% of the Republicans said no. And for the same reason the Democrats picked it with the 8. The idea that Gates, Mace, Pelosi trio wants to do this, I think they were wrong about that.
Okay, will there be a Speaker of the House by this time next week?
I believe so.
Okay, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And up next, I'll talk to a former U.S. peace negotiator and career diplomat who knows the region and its complicated history better than most. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called this weekend's surprise attack from Hamas the worst attack on Israel since the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Israeli officials have called it their 9/11 and their Pearl Harbor. This historic attack comes amid ongoing domestic political turmoil for Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who last hour called for a unity government. Joining me now is Ambassador Dennis Ross, a former special assistant to President Obama and the Middle East coordinator under President Clinton. So, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being here. And just talk to us first about the timing of this weekend's attack. It both came on a holiday and on the anniversary of the 1973 Yom Kippur War. How important is that historic context?
Well, certainly 50 years ago, plus one day, you had a surprise with the 1973 war. Israel, that took place on Yom Kippur. All Israel was shut down on that day. Simchat Torah is an important holiday, not quite the equivalent of that. But it makes you wonder whether or not Hamas was keeping that kind of anniversary in mind, thinking that they could pull off a similar kind of surprise. And clearly they were able to pull off a similar surprise.
How unusual is an attack like this for Hamas? Are we seeing a bit more ambition with this group, or at least shifting ambitions?
We've never seen an attack like this from Hamas. Hamas always specialized in suicide bombings. It specialized in firing missiles indiscriminately into Israel. They have never pulled off something like this. Occasionally, you might see one or two or a small team try to infiltrate into Israel. Nothing like this. There were 1,000 people who breached the barrier. They came in pickup trucks with mounted machine guns. They came in on motorcycles. There were hang gliders. There was an attempt to come in from the sea. This was a very well coordinated approach, and there was a cover of a barrage of 3,000 rockets that focused the Israelis on dealing with the rockets. And the rockets saturated the Iron Dome because there were so many. So this was a well thought out, coordinated plan where they were able to catch Israel by surprise. And Israel itself had very few forces down there because they have become increasingly focused not only on the northern border with Hezbollah, where Hezbollah for the last couple of months has been engaging in provocative behaviors, which may well have been part of a feint to divert Israeli attention away, plus the violence in the West Bank, where Israel has dramatically increased its forces. So the one border where there were minimal forces were down opposite Gaza. That reflected both the sense that they had an impregnable kind of barrier there, but also an assumption that Hamas wouldn't do this sort of operation, and frankly, probably couldn't do this kind of operation. So they pulled off a strategic surprise at one level, and Israel was remarkably, I think, unprepared in the south at another level.
And of course, Hamas has now threatened to execute hostages if there's any sort of retaliatory strike by Israel. How does this complicate their response to the attack?
There's no doubt in my mind that one of the reasons Hamas took hostages, although the kind of hostages they've taken were, really unthinkable. They've taken grandmothers, they've taken young women with very young children, quite a few. We're talking about kids under the age of 10, babies as young as 6 months old. They clearly, I think, have taken the hostages because they thought this would deter Israel from striking back. There's a history here of the Israelis trading, more than 1,000 Hamas prisoners in return for getting Gilad Shalit, an Israeli soldier who was captured by Hamas. So their expectation, based on Israel's history, was if they had these hostages, that would minimize what the Israelis would do in response. Now, the reality is that the whole game plan is different. The whole playbook is different because this is a complete shock to Israel. And there's a sense that Israel must restore its deterrence. It must demonstrate again its strength, and that Hamas must never again be in a position where it can pose this kind of a threat to Israel. So one shouldn't assume that there's going to be a kind of similar set of actions that we've seen in the past. We're looking at what may be a very different set of Israeli responses, not just going in on the land, but actually, I don't rule out the possibility that Israel may again think about reoccupying Gaza.
And this was obviously a massive intelligence failure. Do you believe that part of the reason that Israel kind of took its eye off the ball was because of the political turmoil in the country right now?
Look, I suspect that it's hard to believe that didn't have some effect. And you can think about after the 1973 war, there was something called the Agranat Commission that reviewed how this happened. Well, you're going to end up with something very similar in Israel on this, because this is a surprise that actually was even greater in terms of the impact within Israel itself. The number of losses in Israel yesterday are the greatest since any time since Israel's War of Independence. All the wars, 1956, 1967, 1973, 1982 with Lebanon, the previous conflicts with Hamas, nothing like this has ever taken place since 1948. And so there will be a serious investigation into how did this happen. Obviously, it's a military failure, it's an intelligence failure, but hard to believe that obviously the political establishment won't also be subject to the same investigation and review.
Okay, Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you for your insight. We appreciate it. And after the break, how the war in Israel is already impacting the Republican race for president. We'll have the latest reaction from the trail and what it means for the White House. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Moments ago, the White House said in a statement that the death toll of Americans killed in the war between Israel and Hamas has now risen to 11. And as I discussed with former Speaker McCarthy, this war is now part of the political conversation in this country. And the Republican presidential candidates are reacting today on the trail with a healthy dose of criticism for President Biden. Here's what we heard from some of them today.
Now is the time for leadership. Joe Biden, they called the lid at 11:51. He's been missing in action. Step up to the plate. You were elected to be the commander-in-chief. You should be leading. You shouldn't be hiding.
The weakness of Joe Biden attracts the attacks. The negotiations giving $6 billion to the Iranians, frankly, funds the attack. And then the first comment from the White House was to tell Israel to stand down even after the attack. That makes Joe Biden complicit with these attacks.
And I'm joined now at the White House by former Admiral John Kirby, who is the coordinator for strategic communications on the National Security Council. John, thank you for being here. 11 U.S. citizens killed in these attacks. Do you expect that number to rise? And have you been able to confirm how many U.S. citizens could potentially be missing?
As much as we can to get as much information as we can about Americans over there. But sadly, yes, 2 more Americans now confirmed dead. It is possible that there could be more. And there's also a number of unaccounted for Americans, Ryan. We don't know where they are. We don't know how they are. And we also we can't ignore the possibility that some of those Americans could be held hostage now by Hamas. So again, we're working at this as hard as we can to get more information about them, but we don't have it right now.
And so what can the U.S. do right now to ensure the safe return of any of these potential hostages, American hostages? I mean, we're at the point now where Hamas is threatening to execute hostages if Israel bombs civilian targets. Does the United States have a role in those negotiations, especially if there are U.S. civilians' lives at stake?
I would just tell you, broadly speaking, that nothing's more important to President Biden and this administration than the safety and security of Americans overseas. And we will do what we need to do to see those Americans safely return to their families. We'll look after our national security interests. But obviously, we don't have boots on the ground here in this conflict. What we do have is significant national security interests and a concern for Americans. And we'll act on those concerns. But I won't go beyond that right now.
So how did this happen? How did both Israeli and U.S. intelligence networks miss something of this scale? And how big of an intelligence failure was this, that this attack of this level wasn't on Israel's radar?
You know, I think there's going to be a time when it's appropriate to take a look at the intel picture in the past and figure out what we knew, when we knew, who knew what, and whether we might have missed something here. Now's not that time, though, Ryan. Now's the time to make sure that we are lashed up, and we are with the Israelis, making sure that we are sharing intel and information with them in real time or as close to real time as possible, and that we are doing what we can to make sure they've got the tools, the capabilities, the weapons to continue to defend themselves.
The Republicans have obviously been critical about the situation and the potential connections to Iran. The United States, Iran, Hamas have all pushed back on the idea that this attack was crafted by Iran. But former U.S. officials have told NBC that the attack does bear the hallmarks of Iranian involvement. From your perch on the National Security Council, what does this tell you? And are you concerned about the role Iran may have played?
I think we have to be honest about the fact that certainly Iran is complicit here. I mean, they've been supporting Hamas now for many, many years, training, capabilities, financing. And there's no question that they are a state sponsor of terrorist groups like Hamas. So there's an air of complicity, no doubt about it. And we are looking actively to see if there's evidence, intelligence evidence and facts that point to specific Iranian participation in planning or resourcing these attacks. We just haven't found it. And I would say the same. Our Israeli counterparts have publicly said the same thing. They're looking. They have not found the quote-unquote smoking gun. But obviously, we're going to keep looking at this.
And does it concern you at all that the United States cut this deal with Iran just about a month ago in order to release prisoners there that included $6 billion that was provided unfrozen to the Iranian government? I know that money has not been formally released yet, but there's obviously been a connection made by some of your political opponents. What would you say about some of the information that's being put out around that particular talking point?
Well, I certainly can't speak to political issues because of the Hatch Act, so I won't go there. I would just tell you that there's no connection between the arrangements we made to get our Americans home and these attacks by Hamas here inside Israel. None of that money has been tapped by Iranian authorities. And by the way, the Iranian regime doesn't ever get any access to that money. None of it's been spent. None of it's been tapped. And if in case it is, it can only go through approved vendors for humanitarian purposes to the Iranian people, with whom we have no beef and no complaints. But the idea that somehow that arrangement is what facilitated this is just a completely inaccurate, incomprehensible reading of what's been happening over the last 24 to 36 hours.
Okay, so Israel has formally declared war against Hamas. Does that formal declaration mean anything to U.S. support? And what does that support look like practically in the coming days?
It's not going to change our plans to continue to support Israel. The president said that yesterday. Obviously, we have a long-standing defense relationship with them. That's not going to change. We are going to continue to make sure they have what they need, the tools they need to better defend themselves against these terrorists. That will continue. What it's going to look like in coming days, I think, Ryan, is going to depend on what happens on the ground. I mean, right now, we've already got at least one package of security assistance we know is on the way to Israel. In fact, may already be there. We are going to continue to lash up with them every day to make sure that future packages are meeting their needs as best they can. We have existing authorities, some existing appropriations to draw from. Certainly, if we need to go back to Congress for more such authorities or for more such appropriations, we'll do that. A lot of it's just going to depend on what happens on the ground.
Are you concerned that Congress right now effectively is paralyzed because there isn't a Speaker of the House? How could that complicate the needs that you may request from Congress?
Well, there is a Speaker pro tem, and there's obviously wide broad bipartisan support for continuing to help Israel as they defend themselves, bicameral as well. We know that. We're going to keep discussing and working with Congress, making sure that they're up to speed on what the needs are, and we're confident that we'll continue to get support.
Okay, and my last question for you, sir. The U.S. military sent an aircraft carrier to the eastern Mediterranean. Is there weaponry on board that ship that could be used in the conflict, and what other support will it provide?
Well, Carrier Strike Group is a pretty potent military force, so yes, of course, they're fully armed and capable of defending and protecting our national security interests. I won't speak to future operations one way or the other, but the main message of sending that Carrier Strike Group to the Eastern Med is one of reassurance and one of deterrence. Reassurance to the Israeli people, and quite frankly to the American people, that we're going to take seriously our national security interests no matter where they are, but also deterrence to any actor or nation state who thinks this might be a good time to take advantage of their hatred of Israel. This is a strong message that nobody should be looking at what's going on in Israel and try to take advantage of it.
Okay, Admiral John Kirby, thank you for your time. I know it is extremely busy at the White House right now. We appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about this more now with our panel. Susan Page, the Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today. Jen Psaki, the former White House press secretary and the host of Inside with Jen Psaki on MSNBC. And Jim Garrity, the senior political correspondent for National Review and a contributing columnist for The Washington Post. So, Susan, we played before our interview with John Kirby, some of the Republican presidential candidates responding to this and making it a political issue. I mean, how does this new development impact the race for president?
Well, you heard Tim Scott say incorrectly that the $6 billion that the United States has unfrozen was used to finance this attack. That is untrue. That money has not been released yet. When it's released, it's with oversight for humanitarian purposes, but it underscores the political complications that are going to be ahead for the president in talking about the U.S. role in the lead up to this. Why did U.S. intelligence not have a better sense of what is going on? And also how the United States responds to this really very difficult situation in the Middle East.
So, Jim, the candidate in the primary with the most foreign policy experience right now is Nikki Haley. She, of course, the former ambassador to the United Nations. She was on Meet the Press with Kristen yesterday. Take a listen to what she said.
America is incredibly distracted and incredibly divided. And when America's distracted, the world is less safe. And look at what happened to Israel. They waited for them to be distracted. And that's when your enemies move in. America needs to wake up. We need to put this negativity and division behind us. And we need to focus on national security for ourselves and for our friends.
I guess I should say maybe Donald Trump has the most foreign policy experience, given that he was president of the United States. But could this be an opportunity for Nikki Haley to kind of burnish these credentials?
If this isn't the kind of environment that Nikki Haley can rise in a Republican primary, then that moment doesn't exist. This is a classic foreign policy crisis. The president always comes in under fire when there's a foreign policy crisis on their watch. And as you mentioned in the earlier segment, not only does Israeli intelligence look bad, U.S. intelligence looks bad. It's not like the U.S. doesn't spend any time looking at Hamas and Hezbollah and what these other Islamist terrorist groups are doing. So if Israel could get blindsided, people are understandably worrying, could we get blindsided?
But you know what I thought was interesting about what she said? It wasn't just about foreign policy. She was making what I heard was a direct comparison between Netanyahu, who has been under political pressure because of the judicial reforms he tried to make that did make some of them that are very unpopular in Israel, and Donald Trump, who's also facing jail time. They were both let things get, when she said get distracted, that is what I heard she was referencing. So you have to really listen to hear that, but I thought that was an interesting part of her attack too.
A Republican primary candidate attacking Donald Trump without saying his name, which we talk about a lot at this table.
That's true. But you know what was also interesting? She kind of tried to rise above the politics of it and talk about the need for national unity. And that is a smart approach to take with voters who are really tired, I think, with the rhetoric they hear from almost everybody these days.
But let's talk about the blowback for President Biden, though, Jen. And we played Tim Scott attacking him in that video, but he also tweeted this yesterday, or X'd it, or whatever it's called now. Biden's weakness invited the attack. Biden's negotiation funded the attack, which we've already fact-checked is not true. But Biden's administration wanted Israel to stand down after the attack. He's referring to some deleted tweets from the Secretary of State. And at this point, Biden is complicit. That's a pretty very serious charge by Tim Scott. You saw in my interview with the former speaker him criticizing the White House for calling a lid today. I mean, we understand what that means from a press perspective, but it is an effective talking point. Well, should the president be out front more?
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, let's be honest. Tim Scott is, I don't even know what he is in the Republican primary right now. I actually think he knows better and is better than what he just said. So I've been kind of surprised by how low he's gone in this race. That he is somebody who Democrats have worked with in the past. And Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley is currently beating him in New Hampshire. So him attacking the White House for calling lid, first of all, nobody knows what that means. That's not impacting voters. What the president is actually doing is making phone calls with foreign leaders, which they'll read out from the White House. So I don't actually think any of those are particularly effective attacks.
Should he do a public-facing event so that the country can see him being involved in this?
Well, he gave remarks the other day. I think the most important thing that he can do is actually engage with the Israelis, engage with leaders in the region. You were just asking Admiral Kirby about this. I thought this was a very good question, having lived in there for many years. They are also engaging with the Egyptians, with the Qataris, to talk to them about engaging with Hamas. That's the role the president can play. That's how he will be judged about this moment, less about how many sets of public remarks he does. But I'm sure they'll do some more in the coming days when they have more updates to provide.
Joe Biden spoke for 3 minutes on Saturday afternoon. Didn't speak at all on Sunday, hasn't spoken at all today. Could have gone to a synagogue, could have gone to the Israeli embassy, could have had a public cabinet meeting, could have taken questions, could have done any of those things. He hasn't done any of them. When you say Americans don't know what calling a lid means, I think over the last 2.5 years, Americans have become familiar with that term because very often this White House has it. We know the president doesn't do a lot of events on weekends. We know he doesn't do a lot of events early in the morning. We know he doesn't do a lot of events late in the afternoon or in the evening. This is not a good time for Biden to be away from the cameras. He should get out. He put out a perfectly fine written statement right before we came on. He could have gone out in front of the cameras and issued that. And that would have at least said, hey, I'm here. This is what we're doing. This is what we're responding.
I do think that's why they did it on Saturday, is not just for the U.S. public, but also international.
It's Monday evening, practically.
But here's where I would just disagree with you. I mean, the president's role as it related to Ukraine, a lot of that was behind the scenes phone calls. It was engagement with people that actually played out in his favor in terms of how people perceived his role there. I think right now this is not really a political moment. This is about a president being in the Oval Office and the Situation Room and behaving accordingly.
I mean, couldn't this be an opportunity for him, though, Susan? I mean, one of the reasons Joe Biden was picked as Barack Obama's running mate way back when was his foreign policy credentials. Couldn't this be an opportunity for him to really demonstrate that experience?
I think that's true. Of course, it's most important that he does the job of president behind the scenes. I agree with you on that. But the bully pulpit is important, too. And I think Americans do want to hear from the president about what's going on, what's the U.S. view of it, what is he going to do. And I think that has been a shortcoming or a missed opportunity by President Biden not to be out there more often, communicating in whatever form he chooses with Americans.
But we talked whether or not Joe Biden should give a speech, but is it a bigger crisis that Congress can't do anything right now, and the fact that the speakership is vacant?
Well, it depends on how long it takes to fill the speakership, right? If it gets filled this week, I think it's not important. If it takes a month or forever, then I think it could be a problem.
And they also have a number of positions that haven't been filled. There's not currently an ambassador to Israel right now. There are a number of military leaders who are not currently filled. Tommy Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, has committed to not allowing these people to move forward. So there's also issues in the House, but there's issues in the Senate as well.
Yeah, Kirby could have taken a whack at that pinata a moment ago, and he didn't. I think it says something. Look, probably by Wednesday, Thursday, we have a sense of who the next Speaker of the House is going to be.
You have more optimism than I do.
Well, you know,
there every day.
When McCarthy went down, one of the reasons I didn't think that was going to happen is like you can't beat something with nothing.
Right.
Well, right now we have Speaker of the House, nothing. And the question is, how long do we actually want to have that? And I think that there was a lot of murmuring of like, why can't we get McCarthy back just for the crisis in the House caucus this year, the last weekend? That there's this sense of like, okay, it was one thing when things were normal. When the Middle East is on fire, it looks worse to not have a Speaker of the House.
The people saying that are the moderates who were with him. The people who are saying that are not the conservatives who abandoned him.
Yeah, I think under any circumstances, when they have this family meeting over the next couple of days, they can't leave there without someone who has 217 votes. It's not enough just to win.
Everyone's
the majority
stuck at the
of
table until then.
Exactly. All right. Thank you all. We appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. And that is going to do it for this hour of Meet the Press Now. We are back tomorrow, though, with more Meet the Press Now. But our NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Allie, and right now it is midnight in Israel and in Gaza, in the middle of a hostage crisis there, as you are looking live at the skyline here in Gaza City. It's dark, obviously, but you can see off in the distance some clouds of smoke coming up from buildings, with Israel responding to the invasion by Hamas with a full siege of this area, roughly 72 hours after the unprecedented and staggeringly deadly attack on Israel by that Hamas militant group. Remember, it controls the Gaza Strip. Nearly 1,400 people killed so far, including, we're just learning, 11 Americans. President Biden saying in just the last hour, it is likely that some U.S. citizens, some American people, are among those being held hostage by Hamas. And tonight, a new warning from that group that they will start broadcasting the execution of civilians if Israel targets Palestinians in their homes without warning. The Israeli prime minister saying late today this is only the beginning of their fight back against Hamas as Israel cuts off food, electricity, and more to Gaza.
This war was forced upon us by a dreaded enemy, animals that kill women, children, and what we will do to our enemies in the next few days will echo for generations.
We are learning tonight U.S. officials are now working with their Israeli counterparts on every aspect of this hostage crisis. According to President Biden, it's believed that at least 130 people have been abducted, among them grandparents, babies, little kids, including one Israeli boy who's believed to be just 12 years old. This is video here of him being taken, along with other members of his family, their loved ones, now desperate.
They burned the majority of the kibbutz and really slaughtered almost everyone. Those that weren't slaughtered, many were taken hostage and kidnapped into Gaza, which is what we believe happened to 5 members of our family.
This is all happening along this narrow piece of land. You see it here, the Gaza Strip. It's only about 25 miles long. You see the red dots. Those are some of the places where the fighting is happening or has happened. And that fighting is not slowing down, as our Richard Engel and his team are finding out today, taking cover near Gaza. Watch.
Stay down, stay down.
Thousands of people have been killed, at least 700 in Israel, nearly 700 in Gaza and the West Bank. Thousands of people hurt. And there's real concern tonight the crisis could spread, not south, but north along the border with Lebanon. As we're just learning minutes ago, the U.S. is beginning to surge support to Israel, providing munitions and air defenses. We have a team of reporters covering every one of those angles, but we start with Ali Velshi, who is live for us in Tel Aviv. You see Courtney Kuby, Monica Alba back here in Washington as well. Ali, talk us through what you're seeing there tonight.
A few things. This is the time of night when we usually see a little more action. The last couple of nights, more rockets coming from Gaza into Israel and more airstrikes going from Israel into Gaza. We have not had rocket strikes in the last couple of hours, but about 2.5 hours ago, we had a lot of incoming here. We heard 8 interceptions, Iron Dome interceptions here in Tel Aviv in a row. A lot of jets flying over here. Last night, Israel struck 500 targets, they say, in Gaza, Hamas-affiliated targets. But as you mentioned in your introduction, Gaza is so densely populated that whatever you strike, whether it's a mosque where you believe Hamas is running operations out of, or a building, you end up killing other people. So Hamas has said if residents are killed, they will kill hostages. On the other hand, there is talk that maybe there may be some negotiations going on about those hostages. And you know, things seem to be settling down on the Gazan side. The problem is the hostages. Israel says that what they do in Gaza for the next few days will echo for generations, but they can't do more than they're doing. They can't do more than airstrikes. They can't go in as a land force while those hostages are in Gaza. So that's priority number one. Israel has called up 300,000 reservists. Never before in this country has that happened. Now, Israel doesn't have all the reservists here, so El Al has started flying planes out to bring reservists back in. Israel's been having a problem in the West Bank for about 10 months now, and it called up a lot of reservists to work on that problem. The West Bank is also becoming more kinetic now. There were 2 police officers killed today. There is a fear that that is going to get a little bit hotter. And as you mentioned, in Lebanon, there was an incursion today. It was a very small one, but Hezbollah is operating in southern Lebanon. They did send a few rockets into Israel the other day as a show of support, but there is a fear that if if Hezbollah attacks from the north, the Gaza war intensifies in the south, and the West Bank develops into a problem, Israel could be fighting on 3 sides. So Israel has said that it's going to impose a siege on Gaza. You mentioned this. No food, water, or fuel. Gaza's electricity, you can see it's dark there. The only electricity they have comes from a plant that is fed by diesel fuel. They've got about 3 days of diesel fuel left. So at that point, you're now looking at a humanitarian disaster for 2.2 million people in Gaza. It's bad all around, Hallie.
Talk to us more about that piece of it, Allie, because we're looking at those live pictures and we can see, obviously, it's dark. We've been seeing some of the back and forth there. Israel is warning of this siege right now. Gaza is largely cut off. Remember, Israel controls essentially one of the borders, obviously Egypt the other. And this question of what does Israel do next? Is there going to be a ground incursion? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making every suggestion that that will be the case, and that will be the case relatively soon.
Yeah, I think we have to remember urban warfare is something else. Israel's got remarkable military might, and the Americans have offered them yet more of that, more ammunition, airplanes, and a carrier task force that's pulled into Israel. That's not what Israel needs in Gaza. Think more like Baghdad. Think more like Mogadishu. This is a very, very tightly populated urban environment of high-rises. Very different war scenario. So I think everybody's going to think many times about that. The other thing is emotions are running very, very high here. So there's a lot of support for this idea of the siege of Gaza. That would be a war crime. You're not allowed to inflict collective punishment on a people or a population or a demographic group because of the crimes of some. So there's a lot that can go wrong here. There's Iran that has a finger in this. We don't know how this is going to unfold, but this is what the White House is having to consider right now, all the possible consequences of this. But Gaza is in the dark right now, and in 3 or 4 days, no gas, no fuel, no diesel, no electrical, no food, and possibly no water. That's a whole different problem, and everybody's got to be very conscious of how this unfolds for the next few days.
What is the most important thing that happens in the next 24 hours, Allie? Because it seems like so much of the focus right now, rightfully, is on, much of it is on those hostages, these innocent civilians that have been taken from their homes, from their families, kids, older people, the list goes on.
Well, so the most important thing is that Israel does not enjoy formal relations with Hamas, nor does the United States. So both of these countries are going to have to do whatever they have to do right now, as distasteful as it may seem to some people, to establish some sort of a conversation about the hostages, about the cessation of hostilities, and about what happens next, because it's going to have to end. This can't sort of continue. It'll be an asymmetric war that could go on for a long time. Turkey, Qatar, other countries have said we're prepared to play a role in mediating or negotiating. Tempers are very, very hot right now. Emotions are very high. It doesn't feel like something that's about to happen, but that's got to be the next step, because there are a lot of people dying on both sides of this thing, and people tell me that they have not felt this degree of tension and fear in Israel since 1973.
Ali Velshi, we're glad to have you there live for us in the region. Thank you. I want to get to Raf Sanchez now with more on those family members desperate to hear anything from their loved ones taken hostage.
Literally, in the last minute or so, we have been watching the Iron Dome interceptor missiles just lighting up the night sky as yet more rockets continue to fly out of Gaza. I want to update you on some news breaking. We have a new audio statement from the spokesman for the so-called military wing of Hamas. And in this statement, Abu Obaida is his name. He says Hamas will begin executing an Israeli civilian captive in return for any new Israeli bombing of civilian houses inside Gaza without pre-warning. This is the first time that Hamas has explicitly threatened to execute hostages inside of Gaza. It has obviously been implied. It has been what the world expected, given the absolute carnage that they wreaked inside of Israel. But this is the first explicit threat from Hamas that they will begin killing the Israeli civilians that they have in their captivity if Israel bombs any civilian housing inside Gaza without pre-warning. Now, that is a chilling message for the families all across Israel tonight who are desperately seeking news of their loved ones being held captive inside Gaza. I spoke earlier to a man named Yoni Asher. His wife, his 2 young daughters, aged 3 and 5, were visiting their grandmother's house in a kibbutz near the Gaza border. His family are now hostages of Hamas. And he said to me, if there was any arrangement where he could go to Gaza and surrender himself to Hamas in order to secure the freedom of his family, that is a deal that he would take in an instant. And it is something we're hearing again and again from families all across Israel tonight.
Our Raf Sanchez with that reporting. President Biden late tonight working the phones as top administration officials say they are trying to get more details to the families of the 11 Americans now confirmed to have been killed in the invasion. You can see the president here. These are photos released by his team saying he's talking with Prime Minister Netanyahu. You see him huddling, of course, with his cabinet officials, his top aides, etc. With the horror of this moment clearly emotional, even for the White House's top national security spokesperson. Watch this.
Sorry, it's very, excuse me, very difficult to look at these images, Jake, and the human cost. And these are human beings. They're family members, they're friends, they're loved ones, cousins, brothers, sisters. Yeah, it's difficult.
I want to bring in Monica Alba, who is near the White House, for more on this. Monica, walk us through more on what happens next from here. We know the Biden administration is working to provide additional munitions, additional air defenses. We'll get to that in just a second from the Pentagon piece of it. But there is a lot here. There is a lot that the Biden administration wants to do to support one of our closest allies. Where does it go next?
Exactly, Hallie. And it is notable today we expect President Biden is going to be making calls to close allies in the region. So that's a very important part of where the story goes from here. And we know that even though he didn't appear on camera today, he did issue a very lengthy statement just a little bit ago, identifying that new fact that 11 Americans have been confirmed to have been killed in these attacks by Hamas in Israel. And the thing that the president really put in his statement that is also a big part of where the story goes next is the fact that these unaccounted for Americans, those who are missing, we still don't know how many there are in that category, but the president said in this statement that he believes that some of them may be held hostage. That is currently the assessment of the United States government. So you can expect that there are a lot of conversations going on right now between the White House, the State Department, families who are desperate for information to try to see if there's anything they can learn. And the president went on to say in this statement, I have directed my team to work with their Israeli counterparts on every aspect of the hostage crisis, including sharing intelligence and deploying experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. So the fact that American citizens could be among those who are being held right now, something that the White House is working the phones on constantly. That's why the president has been huddling all day with people like his Secretary of State, his national security advisor, and again, talking to some of his counterparts in other countries who are also doing this same kind of exercise, trying to get some of their own citizens out of Israel and learn more about whether they may be being held hostage currently by Hamas. Hallie.
And through this all, by the way, there is no U.S. ambassador to Israel. Monica, how does that complicate things? I know you have some new reporting on the push to try to get somebody confirmed by the Senate.
That's right. The previous ambassador left his post earlier this summer, so there hasn't been somebody for a little bit of time. The president nominated Jack Lew, who was a Treasury Secretary in the Obama administration, to be the new U.S. ambassador to Israel. And we have learned, our team reporting exclusively, that the hearing set for that confirmation they expect, will likely take place on October 18th, so a week from Wednesday. And that's significant because the Senate is not in session this week to take up that business. But as soon as they get back, this is something that lawmakers are really pushing for. They really want to see this happen. They argue it couldn't be more critical to get this nomination across the finish line. Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you so much. Live for us near the White House. Thank you. New reporting from our team late today, too, on the message that the U.S. wants to send with its military support for Israel and what else the U.S. can do here. Already surging help to Israel, munitions, air defenses, etc. I want to bring in Courtney Kuby live for us here at the Pentagon. Talk us through what the U.S. is doing now, what you've learned in just the last hour or so about what happens next.
Yeah, so we've been talking for the past 36 hours or so about how the U.S. is sending this carrier strike group, the USS Gerald R. Ford, a cruiser, some destroyers, the entire strike group with a full complement of aircraft, 6,000 sailors, and they're all surging towards the eastern Mediterranean right now. Now, the U.S. has been saying that this is a show of support. It's to support Israel, but also a show of presence and strength, right? So that the Hamas and these other groups will realize that the U.S. can move capabilities, a lot of capabilities, to the area very quickly. But now, according to some U.S. officials, current informer who we've been speaking to today, we're told that this is as much about projecting power, not just to Hamas, but to groups who may be supporting Hamas, and that includes Iran. The goal here is not just to try to deter Iran from continuing this fight or even accelerating it, but it's to try to deter other groups, again, including Iran, from trying to expand this fight outside of Israel, outside of Gaza. So it's not just the idea of showing the power, showing that they have the ability to really support Israel here, but it's also trying to stop this from this fight and these attacks from growing outside of this immediate region, Hallie.
The other piece of this, Courtney, and people may or may not know this, Israel has such a highly regarded military and intelligence apparatus that has long been part of the muscular defense of Israel for decades now. How is it that this happened, right? There are so many questions tonight about the potential intelligence failure. We've seen the Israelis sort of say, listen, the focus right now has got to be on what's in front of us, which is this invasion, which is rescuing these hostages, which is dealing with this crisis. But this, by every measure, caught Israel off guard. That doesn't happen.
Yes, and I think one thing that we should take a step back and you might say, well, there's intelligence failures that happens. Intelligence is not perfect, but I think the reason that this has been so much part of the conversation is, number one, the fact that Israel has been considered to have some of the strongest, frankly, most exquisite intelligence collection measures and most extensive networks of intelligence collection in the region of anyone. I mean, for years we have been hearing about just how wired they have that area for intelligence collection. So the notion that you have hundreds of fighters who are able to move across the border in such a coordinated attack, and that's the second piece of this, Hallie, the fact that the attack was so coordinated, it was timed, it was multi-pronged, and the fighters were so highly trained. The fact that that was able to escape any notice of Israeli intelligence, potentially for planning for months here, that's why this really has people so flabbergasted.
Courtney Kube, live for us there at the Pentagon. Courtney, we're going to be checking back in with you, I know, as news warrants and as things develop. Appreciate it. There's also new concern tonight this war could escalate to perhaps the northern border with Lebanon, as we're just learning in the last few hours that Hezbollah, this different group based in Lebanon, has fired on some Israeli sites. I want to bring in Matt Bradley, who is joining us now from Beirut. And just to put it simply, Hamas, Gaza, West Bank, right? Hezbollah, northern border with Israel in Lebanon here. The concern is that this potentially could be a crisis that spreads. How real is that concern? And what are you hearing on the ground there in Beirut?
Yeah, I mean, Hallie, it's a very, very real concern and a very frightening situation because right now this whole thing has been contained within Israel and the Palestinian territories. Well, not even the Palestinian territories, just Gaza. We haven't even seen the West Bank weighing in. But if Hezbollah weighs in, if Lebanon weighs in, then we're talking about a regional war. And what we've seen so far is some fighting, tit for tat, use of artillery, drones, guided missiles. And so far, Hezbollah has said that they've lost 3 fighters in the fighting ever since this all broke off on Saturday morning. But that is rather contained. That's actually quite a limited fight. And over the past several decades, we've kind of seen this going off and on, where we've seen shots exchanged over that blue line, the border between Lebanon and Israel. And this has been kind of a choreographed dance every time there's some sort of conflagration. And both sides have always followed the same steps and contained themselves. And that really is still kind of what we're seeing. But when you look at it alongside what's going on with Gaza and with the rest of Israel, this is very threatening because, Hezbollah has said that they're launching these attacks against Israel in solidarity with Hamas. But Hezbollah, like Hamas, is also backed by Iran. And there's all this thinking, who is the person, who is the entity, the nation that is behind all of this? And there's a lot of thinking that it's Iran that's doing this. And maybe Iran could prevail upon Hezbollah to enter into the war. Well, that would be very threatening because it would be another country, another militant group, and then we'd see the Israeli military split in fighting a 2-front war. And that would also be really bad for the people of the country I'm in right now, Lebanon. This is a country that's been scarred by generations of civil war and fighting with Israel, and they don't really want to see another fight with Israel. They don't want to see another generation lost to war. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Beirut. Matt, thank you. You heard Matt raise the specter of of what comes from potential Iranian involvement here, the way that Iran plays into this. That is still a huge question here, a question we don't have an answer to. Remember, as Matt explained, Iran backs Hamas, right? That is a piece of this. That is why there is such a focus on what happens there. Even the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. is telling our Andrea Mitchell late today, it's just not clear what Iran's role has been. Watch.
Can you clarify, from your best information, what was the role?
I want to be precise in my words. I want to say that we're examining the exact Iranian role in this. We are not 100% sure about their operational role in this. We all know that there are very, very close relations between Iran and Hamas.
I want to bring in Ali Arouzi, who is live for us in Iran, in Tehran, for more on this. You heard it there, Ali, right? Not 100% sure what the answer is here. Two current U.S. officials tell our team they don't have evidence to support any claims that Iran helped Hamas plan the attack. We also know that Iran has been a sponsor of Hamas. How are we supposed to be thinking about this tonight?
Well, that's right, Hattie. I mean, look, there's a lot of messages coming out here. The Iranians are denying that they were involved in any of this. I think we can bring up a full screen from the Iranians. They say such politicized accusations are motivated by Israel's heavy defeat. The U.S. is also saying that there aren't any smoking guns to prove Iran was involved in this. But a former U.S. intelligence official says, the sophistication of this attack is beyond what Hamas can do on its own. And I think that's the key here. Look, we don't know how much Iran was or wasn't involved in this, but we know that Tehran openly and enthusiastically supported these attacks by Hamas. Once it did happen, there were heavy celebrations by Iranian officials, from members of parliament to IRGC forces. And Hallie, leading up to the attack, there's been a string of meetings between senior Iranian officials and Palestinian militant leaders recently. In June, leaders of Hamas and the Palestinian Jihad were in Tehran for meetings with Khamenei, the top man in the country. They met with the head of the Quds Force, that's the international arm of the IRGC, and other senior officials. In August, Iran's foreign minister met in Beirut with senior Palestinian officials, talking about bringing the groups together and taking the fight from Gaza to the West Bank. So there's been a lot of chatter amongst Iranian officials about this fight against Israel. Iran's supreme leader, just 4 days before the attack on Israel, said that Israel is a cancer that's going to be removed in the coming days by the Palestinians. And look, Hallie, over the decades, Iran has set up proxies just for this reason, so they can be a thorn in Israel's side, without the fight coming onto Iranian soil. Interestingly, today, massive billboard went up in the capital today, and it says the fight is in Tel Aviv, not Tehran.
Ali Arouzi, live for us there in Tehran. Thank you so much. We're glad to have you there. So listen, we've been talking about the circumstances surrounding the last 72 hours, this attack coming as a stunning moment to so many in Israel, many of whom feel safe most times because of something called the Iron Dome. This is a system that intercepts short-range rocket and mortars. We're about to show you it in action here on Saturday here. Essentially, it can sense or detect an incoming rocket. It then fires off something to intercept it in midair, essentially setting it off, exploding it well outside of the range of where it could hurt people. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell for more on this escalation here, this invasion by Hamas. Talk to us about where this goes next. And I want to just reset for people here. We've covered a lot. We've covered a lot of ground in 23 minutes. We've been covering a lot of ground for 72 hours. This is decades. This goes back decades, most recently to the horrific, senseless slaughter of children, of older people, of civilians by Hamas in the borders of Israel just Saturday morning. How did we get here?
It goes back to the Iranian Revolution, ever since they view what they call the Zionist state as an enemy. And they are an avowed enemy. There have been diplomatic agreements, peace agreements with other Arab nations, but never with Iran, an avowed enemy of Israel, and vice versa. And Israel has been going in has proved its ability to go into Tehran, to get into the warehouses in the middle of Tehran, to find their nuclear secrets, to take out Iranian scientists, nuclear scientists, by remote control machine guns while they're driving on a highway. I mean, they've done remarkable things showing how great their intelligence is, to pinpoint people on a bicycle and assassinate them. They don't hesitate doing that. To slow down their nuclear program, which they say is a nuclear, is not a civilian nuclear program, is a nuclear threat, is trying to build a weapon. That said, this is just amazing that they had no intelligence, no warning at all, and that the Hamas terrorists came into Israel, into southern Israel. They've never done that before. They would, one or two might get through a tunnel and get taken out, but they were using rocket attacks. This was land, sea, and air, and they actually went into villages, burned villages, took people out of their homes, burned homes, kidnapped people, and took hostages. And that's the terror of this. How do you retaliate? How do you go in and find those people in the rabbit warren of a dense city with 2 million people? A lot of innocent Palestinians, by the way, but the leadership is Hamas, and the leadership is dedicated to taking down Israel.
What is the onus on the United States here? We heard President Biden just in the last hour or so talk about the need to be sure that the U.S. and top officials in the intelligence apparatus here are communicating with their Israeli counterparts on how to get these hostages out. What else should the U.S. be doing? What else is there a desire for the U.S. to do?
At this point, they're doing everything, including pressing upon Qatar, Egypt, surrounding countries to press on Hamas, anybody that has any connection with Hamas. They are, restocking, resupplying what weapons are needed, Patriot missiles or for the Iron Dome, because that's going to run out. It was a horrendous, the scale of this attack was, exponentially bigger than anything that they've ever seen before. So they've used a lot of munitions. They're sending in the carrier group, which is a huge signal to everybody else, back off, don't engage. So they're trying to stop it from becoming a wider war. That's the best thing that the U.S. can do. And to that point, so far, there have been rocket attacks from Hezbollah, but nowhere near, not a full scale,
right,
which is from the north, which would open up another front, Iranian-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon. So far, the West Bank has not erupted, which would surround, Israel and force them to fight on so many different fronts. But the best thing that the U.S. can do is to be solidly behind Israel, and there's no daylight between the White House, between this president and Netanyahu, for all their political differences over settlements, expansion into Palestinian territory. There's no daylight when it comes to security, and they have been absolutely clear about that.
The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, made a point during his remarks late today to say that he has been on the phone with President Biden, has been in touch with the White House essentially constantly since this began.
Exactly.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much. We're glad to have you and your perspective and expertise here. Thanks. We're going to have a lot more of this top story, the war in Israel, including our interview one-on-one with a mother searching for her daughter believed to have been taken hostage after that music festival on Saturday. She's going to join us after the break.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
New video and survivor testimony tonight are giving us a clearer picture of what happened and when in the early minutes of that Hamas invasion of Israel, specifically at the site of the Supernova Music Festival, where something like 260 people were killed, according to Israeli first responders. Others are still missing, believed to have been taken hostage. We're going to talk with the mother of one of those missing women in just a minute. But first, our Josh Letterman lays out what we know about what happened, and we want to warn you, what you're about to see is disturbing.
It was meant to be a night of free love and spirit, but turned into a morning of chaos and devastation. At the Supernova Music Festival, only about 3 miles from the Israel-Gaza border, young people flocked from around the world to the beauty of the Negev desert. DJs played through the night and into the early morning. This video, taken by one of the organizers at 6:28 a.m., shows the sizable crowd still dancing carefree. Then, the celebration became a hunting ground for Hamas. As dawn broke, video taken by a festival goer appears to show objects approaching from the sky. They'd later find out they were Hamas paragliders. New video released by Hamas showing their militants training on the paragliders before the attack. Within minutes, festival security guards are seen urging people to flee. Video shows hundreds of people abandoning the party as gunshots ring out around them. Terror overwhelming this woman as she runs from the gunfire. In another video, people are seen hiding from attackers in the bushes nearby. Amid the gunfire, a group taking cover and desperate attempts to save lives, tying a tourniquet around a bloodied leg. This dashcam video found by Israeli first responders showing a person lying on the ground being executed at point-blank range. Witnesses described abandoning their cars after being shot at and running. More videos showing crowds of people racing across dusty fields, trying to find safety. But some didn't find it. Instead, taken hostage. 25-year-old Noah Argamani seen on the back of a motorcycle as she's taken presumably to Gaza. Her family now pleading for mercy in media interviews. One witness, who says she escaped by foot before being picked up by a motorcycle, saw people being killed all around her.
All the way people were dying, all the way on the road, young people. It's a festival for young people. Many people were dying in the road.
About 260 people were killed at the event, according to Zaka, an Israeli emergency response group. Videos taken the next day show the scale of destruction, cars littering the road, burnt out at the access point to the festival, as Israelis assess the human loss and continue to seek those kidnapped or missing.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that reporting. I want to bring in now Diana Cooperwasser, whose daughter is now missing after being at that festival. Diana, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I know it has been a horrific few days for you. Can you share when the last time was that you spoke with your daughter?
My daughter spoke with her boyfriend around 6:30 in the morning.
She's said that are sirens and booms, and she and her 3 friends get in the car and was trying to leave the festival as soon as possible. As they were driving, they hear another boom, and they just stop in the road and they run for a public shelter near the road. And from this point, we don't know what happens, because her phone was dead and she didn't send us any text.
Was anybody with her who got away,
Yes,
who was
she
able
was.
to get back and share what happened?
Yes, 2 of her friends that was with her in the car get back, and they told us that they were in the public shelter and waiting, and at some point Hamas terrorists attacked this shelter with guns and grenades, and they were all very confused, but they think that Hamas terrorists pull people from the shelter and get them on the jeeps and car and drove them to Gaza. That's what we know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you had any interaction with the Israeli government about the efforts being made to try to get your daughter, to get Shani back to you?
No, nobody from Israeli government spoke with us. All the information that I have is from people and her friends that are searching for her and speaking with people who saw, maybe was in the area, but nobody from the government.
I can't imagine the nightmare that you have lived now for the last several days. How are you doing? How are you holding up?
We don't have very much choice, because we waiting for Shani, and we do everything in our power to know what's happened and to bring her back.
She would have been, she will be 28 in just, I think, a couple weeks, right?
Yes, she will be 28 in the 17th October, and we hope very, very much that she will celebrate this holiday with her family and in Israel.
What is your message to the people who are holding her right now?
My message is to release her and bring her back to her family, because I cannot imagine what kidnapping children and women will assist to their cause.
If you could tell Shani something from you, from your heart, what would it be?
That she must be strong and must know that we are not forgetting her, and we are doing everything in our power, including speaking with every news channel that we can only reach, to bring her back and release her and hug her and give her our love.
You hope that by sharing her name, sharing her picture, sharing her story, this could make a difference, Diana.
Yes, we truly believe that if people all over the world understand what we are dealing with now, Hamas will release hostages, because it's too painful for everybody.
What is the thing that you need the most right now, Diana, besides obviously the safe return of your daughter?
Most, we need somebody to speak to us and explain us what's happening and what the Israeli government doing in order to bring back all hostages, not only Shani.
Yeah.
Diana
Kubavasser, Thank you so much for sharing your daughter's story, for speaking with us. I know that it has been impossibly difficult for you, and we're glad to be able to show her picture and to share her and your story. Thank you. We're going to have much more on this crisis in Israel coming up in just a little bit. But first, some other news to get to with our 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, rescuers are looking for survivors in Afghanistan after the deadliest earthquakes there in years. The Taliban says at least 2,400 people were killed. But today, people just leaving their homes in droves because of aftershocks hitting the country. Number 2, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has announced he is running for president as an independent. Remember, he was already in the race as a Democrat. Now he's going for this third-party run. He's the environmental lawyer, the anti-vaccine activist, and the son of Bobby Kennedy, who entered the race earlier this year. He's been critical of the Democratic National Committee for not hosting debates between President Biden and other candidates. Lots of questions on how this move is going to impact the 2024 race. Number 3, the American Heart Association has just defined a new medical condition. It's called cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome, and basically reflects that obesity, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease are all connected. The point of this is to try to help high-risk people get diagnosed and treated earlier. Number 4, union workers at Mack Trucks are now on strike after saying no to a 5-year deal. United Auto Workers said 4,000 people walked out this morning over pay and benefits, meaning something like 30,000 members are now on strike. The head of Mack Trucks says in a statement the company is surprised and disappointed. Number 5, flag football might be on its way to becoming an Olympic sport after organizers proposed 5 new sports for the LA 2028 Games. Those also include lacrosse, squash, and cricket. Final decision shall be made sometime in the next few weeks, months. We'll see when we come back. Here in Washington, the House is in uncharted territory tonight at such a key moment, given this crisis unfolding overseas. What we're learning about a Republican meeting set to begin in just a few minutes from now to try to find the next speaker, potentially allowing Congress to make some moves. That's coming up. In just the next hour, House Republicans are set to meet behind closed doors. And with Israel at war, the pressure is on for Congress to maybe do something to help one of our closest allies. Problem with that, as you know, the House has no speaker, meaning there is very little power for them to be able to do almost anything, symbolic or practical. This is uncharted territory in the map of uncharted territories. No speaker, and now this exploding military crisis. And until the House has a leader, the thinking goes, it is going to be very hard for them to, for example, authorize new money to help Israel. Some top members are still going to get classified briefings, but so-called Gang of 8 briefings get a little tricky, perhaps without a speaker. Even a simple resolution condemning the attacks gets logistically complicated. And oh, by the way, not just is there no Speaker of the House, there is also no ambassador to Israel who's been confirmed by Congress. With new reporting tonight from our teams that the White House is ramping up the pressure over on the Senate side to get that done ASAP. NBC's Sahil Kapoor is following this for us. We know that there is supposed to be a discussion among House Republicans coming up a little bit later on tonight. But the bottom line is there is not a Speaker of the House right now. What does that mean for example, next steps as it relates to the crisis in the Middle East?
Yeah, it's very complicated, Hallie. The House of Representatives is frozen without a speaker. Now, Republicans are expected to meet in about 16 minutes, have a conference meeting to discuss what's next. Then tomorrow, there's going to be a candidate forum where the contenders for speaker, most notably Steve Scalise, the majority leader, and Jim Jordan, are going to make their pitches before the conference, and they're hoping to vote as early as Wednesday. Now, that's very ambitious. It's far from clear that any candidate is going to have the support of at least 217 out of the 222 Republicans to become Speaker. That is the high bar that they're going to have to meet. And at the moment, Patrick McHenry is the acting Speaker, but there's very little he can do. Let's put up a chart here that shows just how limited his powers are. What can McHenry do in this role? He can conduct tasks involving electing a new Speaker, such as recessing the House, adjourning. He can recognize nominations for Speaker, kind of the ceremonial role. What can he not do? He cannot bring legislation to the floor. He can't receive classified briefings. He doesn't have the authorities. It's not even clear he can call for a moment of silence, Hallie. That is how limited this role is, and it's how, kind of unique this position that the House of Representatives is in. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, held a press conference earlier today to talk about Israel, which is indistinguishable from the sort of press conference he would have held if he were Speaker. And he also talked about how limited the powers of the acting Speaker right now are. Let's play what he said.
The House can do nothing without a Speaker. I don't understand why the Speaker pro tem couldn't lead as well. We should have a resolution on the floor condemning what's taken place so the rest of the world understands.
Now, that's what McCarthy would like to see happen, but the real decision is going to be with the next Speaker, Hallie.
There's also, as this unfolds on the House side of things, over on the Senate side of things, we're learning tonight that they will be scheduling a hearing, a committee hearing at least, to try to confirm a new American ambassador to Israel. That hearing as early as next week here. This has been technically vacant for months, but obviously is taking on an added importance given the timing here, right?
Absolutely, and that news just coming into us over the last few minutes, Hallie, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will hold a confirmation hearing next Wednesday, October 18th, for Jack Lew, who is President Biden's nominee for ambassador to Israel. Lew is a familiar name to many in Washington. He served as Chief of Staff and as Treasury Secretary in the Obama White House. And here's what a former ambassador told NBC News, Tom Nides, about the importance of having a confirmed nominee for ambassador to Israel. He said, quote, "They need to get the committee hearing done. He needs to be on the ground. He will be a phenomenal ambassador, and he needs to be there." He continues, "Ambassadors are always important. In crises, they're even more important," unquote. Hallie?
Sahil Kapoor, thank you very much. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, West Maui is opening back up to tourists for the first time since the deadly wildfire incinerated the town of Lahaina just about 2 months ago. This is after more than 3,500 people from that town signed a petition asking the governor to push back the opening last week. 5 hotels in the area are starting to take reservations again. Also out of our Western Bureau, the California governor is rejecting a bill that would have given all public high school students free access to condoms. He argued it was too expensive for the state, with the estimated cost being a few $1 million each year. The bill also would have made it illegal for stores to refuse to sell condoms to younger people. And out of our New York Bureau, the Coast Guard has rescued 3 people hanging on the edge of a capsized boat in New Jersey. Look at this. You can see the rescue swimmer going into the water, helping to lift everybody to safety. The boat was having some problems getting to shore, especially after bad weather hit. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. Coming up, we're taking you back to our top story, that war in Israel, including the impact here in the United States, the stepped-up security for some synagogues and mosques in this country. That's coming up.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You are seeing there some video from just moments ago that we are just getting in here of Israelis at a funeral taking cover during a missile attack, something that illustrates how horrific this crisis has been for so many overseas. And here at home, you are seeing thousands of people in the United States gathering for vigils in cities all across America, with some places ramping up security because of safety concerns. It comes as we're seeing in some cities, pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protesters coming face to face. Sam Brock is live for us in South Florida, where one pro-Israeli rally is getting started in the next couple of minutes. Maggie Vespa is also joining us now from a neighborhood outside Chicago known as Little Palestine. Sam, let me start with you. This security aspect here for houses of worship. Talk me through what you've been seeing and what you've been hearing tonight at the vigil where you are.
Sure, Hallie. So I'm standing right now in the middle of a shopping center, and as you walk up to that, it's in Aventura, which is a small town in the northeast part of Miami-Dade County. You're looking at a very clear presence of police, probably a half dozen cars and officers walking around where it says police on their back. And look over my shoulder here right now. You mentioned the rally. There's probably between, I'm going to guess, 150 to 200 folks who are out here right now, Hallie. This is a town that is about 2/3 Jewish. It's one of the highest concentrations in terms of its Jewish population of any city in the country. Many of these folks, Hallie, I was talking to before, have loved ones who are in Jerusalem right now, or Tel Aviv or other cities who are hunkered down, hoping not to be struck by rocket fire. You mentioned in your introduction there a second ago that you have folks at funerals right now lying down for their safety, excuse me. So obviously the stakes are extremely high. As far as who's going to be speaking here later today, we have community leaders, business leaders, religious leaders, state, local, and federal, all set to offer their remarks. The air and atmosphere right now is calm and relaxed. Hallie, though, there have been multiple confrontations in South Florida and the Tampa area just over the weekend at rallies. I'm going to show you some of that video right now. This was actually in Fort Lauderdale yesterday. The Floridian Press captured it, and you can see a man walk up supporting Palestinians, two pro-Israel supporters, and they start getting into some form of a confrontation. All of a sudden, pushes happen, punches, you see faces flying, and it gets physically violent. There was actually an arrest for disorderly conduct, and I would have to say that looking at the video from Tampa, some of those confrontations were even more violent. So there is elevated concerns, emotions clearly running high here. I spoke with a man named Svi, who actually has relatives back home, but talked about the local rabbi, his loved ones seeing rocket fire at their home. And to try to contextualize this for everyone, here's what he said.